Chapter 1 The Rising Wind. Thworld Isana constant stata flux, yet in a thing remains eternal lie unchanged. Under the dominion of divine martial dynasty, the Saintchen continent is a battleground for various factions, each engage in Jin both overtand covert struggles, ruthlessly vying for resources and her. Until the emergency of fan and paralleled holy maiden from the demon race, hounified therialms beyond, forcing humanity town ID on some more to thwart their advanced saint ethereal falling spirit valley. Clad in crimson armor, Shestons poised in Thevoid, wielding gay blood-colored longsword, its bloody Madrelia head. At the tip of her sword stands sastrikingly handsome youngman with white hair, gripping gay black gold spear the crackles with lightning, its body reverberating with explosive sounds. As the resonant beato for drums files the air, a fierce battle lycanthicus both erupting. In the midst of has spears shadowing the sword's brilliance, the cloud samist for my less dissolving in nothingness. In the vast expanse of heaven and earth, Ida's a fat tranquil lake has been disturbed beastone, sending rippling waves upward with that wolf team at the epicenter, exerting golf force a thought could chaturth of her fabrico freely. Those of lesser strength are thrown off balance, staggering uncertainly, while Samir and Dura unconscious, collapsing to the ground. In the void, the captivating figure suddenly hesitates, her movements slow in forearm her heartbeat, revealing a flaw in her otherwise full execution. Strangely, that lie spear thrust fails to find its mark. Hishin Sameva sage betrays no emotion as she fortless lie deflects the adequate swift motion off his left hand. Severaldiman maiden sleep forward twanercept, retreating airback in ta throng of their kind. As he feels Thebres whispering past her, a faint blush of defiance and resentment, colors her stunning visage thought strides perfectly executed, mere lipier singer heart without inflicting harm upon her body. Before early savorable flood off demonic beasts, their grotesque visages twisted with malice, intent in tearing apart the human commander before them. Face said with this grotesque ray offos, he gradual closeshes, aligning ease will with the cosmos. The potent current surrounding him suddenly cease, rendering Theclam's eye movements soft to demon beast 7 more sluggish, as if I might self haskomato stand still, enveloped in an eerie silence. In an instant, Hesnapshasisipin, unleashing gablending surge of golden light thought soar stored the heavens, his spear humming with an ominous resonance, proclaiming an impending cataclysm. An overwhelming pressure descends upon Thworld, freezing the atmosphere like Yafrage drip, suffocatingly heavy. Agenal breezes sweeps through, causing the foremost demon warriors to tremble, plummeting to the ground like raindrops, their eyes swide with horror as if they have glimpsed said something unfathomable. Ultimately, Theobald concludes with a resounding victory for humanity, instilling fear in the demon race for centuries, rendering them hesitant to encroach upon human territories. From that moment forth, humanity gained Cylindri Saint General off Heavenly Guard, whose prestigious unparalleled. Various reclusive sect Sandroyal family sixth and do Librinks, yet Alary met with refuel. His aspirations Sarah lofted to share the path of greatness, Tupan Avenue as forthwise, and to restore fortunate living beings. Such ideals, however, are intolerable to the powers that be. Intriguingly, he and Shebeka met both adversaries and allies in subsequent encounters, seizing every opportunity to spar, exchanging culinary lights from their respective eras. Swyler evalinge in the video of their surroundings. In the mountain sand drivers, that wolf figuresque can often be seen traversing the landscape, indulging gin wine, feasting in wildfare, admiring Theman, or awaiting sunrise, akin to soulmates whose beliefs converge, yet remainatodes with the prevailing order of Thworld. Thepathophgriat nasisvist, and fady eyes soft and cruel themist splendi doff to miseraflating. Adabonket lay said with hidden peril, several reclusive powerhouses, acting upon the secrete dictoft human emperor, sudden lie law and che fierce assault against them. Theobald ridge sonantal heis grave lie endured, and amidst the lauder, heiscus down, reduced to a prisoner fate. On a bloodred night, Sheddern herself in resplendent crimson attire, accompanied by hundreds soft formidable men and disloyal companions, stepping into an unknown secret triumph. In Thessacretrium, outside the celestial prison, thousands Sophoman soldiers gaze hungrily, eager to achieve unparalleled glory, yet their boring ulterior motives, non-willing to advance and face certain death. Amidst he palpable light and to kill, a pair of gentle peach blossomy, yes me this gaze, their souls intertwining gay crossed hecasmov te prison. As their clusive a human powerhouse arrive, a unprecedented battle looms in the horizon, with ancient and powerful formations, Sacred artifacts, divina talismans, and unparalleled martial technique has manifesting, causing Fivrisensiof to surrounding realm to tremble, Fisher steering through the void. Those human soldiers suitable tos scape Paracotten the maelstrom, instantly regisetos. Thieris fled with the cacophony of anguished wails, disturbing the slumber of tos the nearby city. The vast celestial prison is silent, devoid of life. Amidst a mountain of corpses and acier of blood, he stands resolutely, clinging to thelist vestiges of his primordial force, surrounded by heaps of mangled bodies, unable to discern whether Thierthosu uptereski heimert hosu hoimid to slay him. Upon seeing the beloved figure, a flicker of warmth finally inites in his shallow eyes, a final glimmer of tenderness reserved just for her, as Thesan soft time lip through his fingers, fitting into Thuend. As saw a spoff divineness so less sense to the heavens, he can no longer endure, gently closing Isaiah's forth a final time, never torio pentham. Behind him, a throng of fierce human warriors, their faces twisted with rage, surge forth, treading upon the body asoft to fallen as the rush toward her. The forces accompanying her suffer hevikazultes, and the human emperor spares no expense, summon in Javinthimo Stancy tanned powerful beings from the abodes. At this critical juncture, have find Shimzulf bereft of hope, witnessing Gon Lydiath and devastation around him. Resolutine her decision, she commands the remaining warrior soft both receives, still battling fiercely on the periphery, to withdraw to Vithemzulfs. Overwhelmed by grief and fury, Shedis regards Severine, igniting her last dancy of blood of the coast off her own life, her petite form radiating Gon array of destruction, that sends shivers down her spine as of even the most ancient beings. When he last vestiges of her energy expended, thy embrace I knock conflagration of fashion smoke, reducing theme Tyree secret triumphable, while a thirclusive a human powerhouse asperish alongside a here in Thisfana frenzy, setting festage for a blood-soaked upheaval among their families. When Thesan Seoft Hirom returns to normal, a middle-league Edmund crowned gold pace amidst their yuans, as if searching for some ething. Not far off, a glowing Gradorblius quietly, is scintillator Ned with a fiery blossom. Its exterior marred be cracks. Short lie after this cataclysmia battle, the human emperor, no wa the Pinnacleth celestial realm, sudden lyre treats into seclusion, in pursuit oft he fabled Zakretsoft heavenly order. Nearly a millennium passes without ta isprof news, leading to a fracturing of finalry die unstable regime. Us faction scarvy out high Rhone territories, seizing gond hoarding gal resources for cultivation. On the surface, the saints when continent tremain sunder the really oath to divina martial dynasty, but Beniathificade, Adelicate a balancy of power emerges among the various king sand sects. The demon Raciel so fins itself find disarray, fracturing Gonsa Morjuatoth Holy Maiden's departure, coalescing into tribes beyond Therium, stirring up Gios. Unbeknownst to them, the chase inadvertent lie granted both side as a significant opportunity to breathe. Chapter 2 The First Encounter. One morning. Brother Long, look, this little kit seems to by extraordinary, comegant, la voice from below, catching the attention of Phasmalor and Jacatus Strolidalo. The voice who is so tandelicate, much like heat speaker, drawing the gazy soft near young ladies, their hearts aflutter, reluctant to look away. The Orangicat, however, showed no interest, narrow in jits vertical pupils sacit peered down. Me tingits gazu a saperof tranquilize, estilus water, sharp as a blade, tinged with a hint of murderous intent. As thyris locked, a unusual softness merged in their stares. I tismeral yacket with the peculiar coat, moronge way and remarked with indifference, retract tingus gaze. Yet, in the next moment, compelled by an inexplicable impulse, he extended his left hand forward, hysteniacy come here. Let me see what makes special. The man in white crossed his arms, a faint smile gracing his lips. Meow. In the next instant, a tremulous scree of hecatechoed through Healy. Moronge way and swiftly raised his right hand, a glimmer of cold light flickering from his cascading sleeve. Then, to everyone's surprise, the orange Kate leapt from Thule, paws outstretched, lunging toward him. After a moment, Brother Long, it seems you have been ensnared by mere wildcat. This is rather uncharacteristic of you, the man in white marked with curiosity, observing the orangicat nestled on his companion's shoulder, Asof chuckly escaping his lips. Morong Julian, up in hearing this, cast a flated glance at the slumbering Gorangicat on his shoulder. Eripoliof warmed through with an scold gaze, Yetha maintained his usual demeanor, stating, "It's nothing, just a fateful encounter." "Fate indeed," the young man in white replied. His understand Dingelisha scrutinized at Thorinji cat, seeming like trying to decipher something. Curiosity piqued, that was sought accommodation 18 nearby and Ivina's Morongian entered the room. The Oranjka remained perched on his shoulder, refusing to budge, seemingly intent in claiming his shoulder sits new abode. "Ah, it appears this specular little cathostral attachedite self-toy you. Recently, numerous strange occurrence shaves your facade in this moltoundo take ye care." The young man in whitey teased made Isaac sit. A glint of sharpness momentarily flicker in his eyes before disappearing. Morong Julian, unfazed bithicament, continued toss it quiet libby thecanal twindo, allowing their hythmic sound off purring go on his shoulder to fill the silence. As Thesan dipped below the horizon, darkness enveloped the surroundings, and the night was devoid of winter moonlight. With a gazia skull to steel, Morong Julian toyed with Thejade blade, theglint off cold light occasionally, flashing gaseous fingers over its surface. When it fully descended, a solitary candle flame flickered to lefint the dim room, casting agent to light up in Morong winsome, shadowed visage, momentarily revealing into warmth. "It seems wearsome what fateth this. Let us remain together for now," Camille familiar voice, awakening Theorinji cat from its slumber. Theoranjkat lifted it shed slightly, only to meet his soft glow in Morongian's eyes, which was swiftlier placed be in his cycle, leaving Jip perplexed. As the clock struck the lat horse soft tonight, a gentleman beam traversed the windowsill, softly caressing his brow. Hecka stand an advertent glance back, only to find Theorinji tabby cat on his shoulder and it gain succumb to slumber, sprawl a dute in Arthur in dignified manner. "Ya little creatures am to best sleeping quite soundly. However, there are matters that o attend to a shalascorty outtoyerbed." A flicker of coldness danced in his eyes the coed in his mind. Rising to his fit, he approached at the bedside, gently lifting Theorinji tabby and placing Jitu pont thessalotera silkabit within Therum. This time, Thike toffered Norza stance, perhaps genuinely fatif, displaying no signs of defiance. Morong Julian's gaze flickered as she rummaged through his satire for a while, ultimately producing a handkerchief marked with a faint trace of crimson, perfect lie-sized for Theorinji tabby spedite form. After a moment's hesitation, he draped it over the slumbering feline. Fortunately, even with the lingering scent of blood, it seemed to have no effect in the cat, how was lost in a deep, undisturbed sleep. In the next instant, a cold light suddenly swept past outside the window, extinguishing the candle's flame within the room without a breath of wind. When he looked back, the chamber was devoid of fan presence, save for the slow rising foul off Theoranjitabby's but Aria no longer keeping that cat company? Thu white cloudy outh, already presente top thul, smirked slightly, not bothering to turn around eshcled lightly. In the sereneme brace off tonight, a killeros with wind, rustling tej sophist garments. A swashishabit, he obscured half off his face with black cloth, revealing gonly a pair of indifferent eyes. What is the mission target? Amerchant? However, the details provided a not specify his identity at release day test hadi, is accompanied by a group of martial artists, none of whom should exceed the real Mofschwanjing. What do you think? Another tedious assassination task. Morong Julian's expression remained impassive yet graceful. It ascended from Thule, his movements marked beyond a faultless proficiency. Thwite Claydai Outh cast a glance back at him before following suit. There was not coisias mira laborers, they had to fulfill the task, say signeto them, no matter how mundane it may be. Chapter 3. A cold night in the stillness of midnight, beneath the cloak of darkness, a once serene mansion erupted into chaos. Quickly, seize those assassins. I shall have them torn to shreds for the sake of my beloved Chinger. In a lavish chamber of the mansion, a middle-aged man clad in a brocade robe, his eyes ablaze with fury, held in his arms a breathtaking beauty who was devoid of any breath. The woman, drenched in blood, bore but 3 sword wounds, each one fatal. Blood gushed uncontrollably from her body, soon saturating her pristine garments, a tragic sight that evoked the desolation of wilting flowers. Meanwhile, Morong Julian stood in the courtyard, gripping a jade blade, accompanied by a young man in white whose sword glistened ominously with crimson. The two remained unfazed by the raging cries from within the chamber, as if the turmoil were of no concern to them. Moments later, dozens of armored soldiers surged from various directions, their presence unmistakably formidable. In the depths of the night, The cold laughter of the youth in white broke the silence. Ah, that fellow is indeed fortunate. He managed to evade those strikes and only grazed a charming little vixen. What a pity for that lovely creature! As he spoke, the young man seemed to reminisce over the enchanting figure. His eyes glinting with an unsettling malice, Yurong Juyan's gaze grew stern, cutting through the reverie with a chilling command. Dispatch these lackeys swiftly and fulfill the task. At his words, an inexplicable chill crept into the hearts of those present. A freezing sensation more piercing than the night air itself. Dark clouds obscured the moonlight as a sudden gust of wind swept through, and a cold blade shot from Yurong Juyan's hand, swiftly silencing one of the soldiers. Eliminate them! The remaining guards erupted into a cacophony of battle cries. The white-clad youth raised his brows, his sword dancing with lethal elegance, mercilessly reaping lives in the courtyard. Faint cries mingled with the stillness, many succumbing to silence before their last breath. Shortly thereafter, only Yurong Juyan and the young man in white remained in the courtyard. Contrary to expectations, the ground was not awash with blood. Each body lay lifeless, having received a single fatal blow, their faces devoid of terror, departing with an eerie calm. "Shall you go, or shall I?" the white youth inquired, his eyes carrying an incongruous gentleness for such a scene. Nonchalantly, he withdrew a silk handkerchief to wipe the barely visible blood from his sword, his tone as tranquil as if he had merely dispatched a few stray kittens. Upon hearing this, Yurong Juyan sheathed his jade blade without hesitation and strode purposefully towards the chamber. Light half a stick of incense and ensure no one approaches. It should not be difficult. As a top-tier assassin, he understood that once a mission was accepted, there was only one path: completion. A conviction ingrained in them since childhood, willing to go to any lengths and risk even their lives if necessary. "Very well, I shall await your return, but only for half a stick of incense," the white youth replied, his gentle smile directed at Yurong Juyan's retreating figure, as he produced a slender incense stick, folding it as per Yurong Juyan's instructions to burn only half. As the fragrant smoke began to rise, Yurong Juyan returned to the scene of his failed assassination, only to find not only the intended target and the deceased beauty, but also an enigmatic armored figure concealed in darkness. "Who sent you?" The masked figure, clad in dark attire, revealed only a glimmer of brilliance from the seams of the mask. Wielding a long knife that shimmered with a bloodthirsty glint, Yurong Juyan did not respond. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled his jade blade towards the man behind him. Truly a man of few words, the masked figure was swift, deflecting the jade blade with his own weapon, counterattacking with a fierce wind that rustled Yurong Juyan's garments. However, just as the blade descended, Yurong Juyan vanished from sight. With a thunderous crash, a shadow stealthily approached the middle-aged man. "Do you truly think me as malleable as clay?" The man erupted in rage, striking at the shadow only to discover it was a formidable warrior. Future intelligence must be more precise, Yurong Juyan mused inwardly, swiftly turning to reclaim his jade blade. In an instant, a flash of cold light pierced through the man's protective aura, the jade blade poised at his heart. At that moment, the masked figure also made his move, swinging a knife towards Yurong Juyan, intent on surrounding him. Unfazed, Yurong Juyan's movements remained steady. Within mere breaths, his energy erupted, suffusing the room with a formidable presence. With the adversaries proving themselves capable, he resolved to engage earnestly. The ensuing cries echoed throughout the mansion, startling the stray cats and dogs in the vicinity from their slumber. Fortunately, it was the dead of night, and no one else ventured to investigate in the courtyard. The white youth extinguished the incense, calmly adjusting his sleeves before igniting a fire to incinerate the evidence. All actions performed with practiced ease. Chapter 4. Teasing the cat meow. The next morning, a somewhat petulant meow escaped the mouth of an orange kitten, its tone laced with laziness, as if to lament the absence of someone to serve it breakfast at such an early hour. Not far off, Yurong Juyan sat at a desk, engrossed in an unfamiliar book. Still clad in the same attire as the previous day, as though he had not stirred from his seat all night, at this moment, the murderous intent in his eyes had long dissipated. Though his expression remained cold, he resembled a poverty-stricken scholar, leading one to believe he was preparing for an exam. Upon hearing the kitten's meow, Murong Juyan glanced towards the orange ball of fur. Their eyes met, and his chilly gaze softened slightly, a flicker of warmth illuminating his otherwise frigid demeanor, akin to a spring well emerging amidst the wintry desolation. "Are you hungry?" His eyes flickered as he recalled that since bringing the little plump creature home yesterday, he had yet to feed it a morsel, having watched it sleep soundly until now. Though he typically managed with sparse meals, this little one truly could sleep for an eternity. "Wait here. I'll find you something to eat." That fellow's room might hold some treasures. As he spoke, Murong Juyan rose and stepped out, leaving behind a half-closed door that revealed the kitten's face, brimming with contentment and pride, wearing an expression so haughty one might think it was the master. Could this little creature be a captivating cat demon, enchanting him so? Just as the orange kitten prepared to curl up for another nap, a voice, imbued with soft affection, wafted gently past its pointed ears. Yet, beneath the seemingly tender tone lay an undercurrent of chilling menace. Instantly alert, the kitten arched its back, first standing on end, resembling a prickly hedgehog, directed towards the youth in white. For a moment, the air was thick with silence. The two, one human and one feline, locked in a mutual gaze. The kitten remained silent, for it could not speak, while the one who could was the white youth, who had transformed into a harbinger of death the previous night. At that moment, he appeared harmless, wielding a folding fan, embodying the essence of elegance and charm, making it difficult to reconcile him with the merciless killer from the night before. However, the gentle facade lasted less than 3 seconds before a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. An unfriendly gaze directed at the orange kitten. "Why don't you respond? Meow." The kitten emitted a sharp cry, instinctively recognizing the danger in the swift change of the youth's demeanor. Yet, it remained motionless, like a frightened little creature baring its teeth. "Do you truly not know how to speak?" The white youth inquired impatiently once more, yet received no reply. Since the kitten chose silence, the youth decided to engage further, casually summoning a chair with his energy before taking a seat beside the wooden bed, his cold peach blossom eyes scrutinizing the little cat, with its orange fur, tabby stripes, and a lion's head with a tiger's tail. The creature bore an appearance reminiscent of a fierce beast, merely shrunk in size, rendering it somewhat adorable. The youth squinted, maintaining a cautious distance from the orange kitten, not out of fear, but due to sensing an unusual aura emanating from this small being that even he could not decipher. "What is your name?" "Meow." "What? Meow? Meow. Could it be that I have merely misjudged the situation?" After a moment of coercion and persuasion, I gaze upon the unperturbed orange kitten, and the young man in white cannot help but chuckle at his own words, though his tone remains as frosty as ice, with his inner energy stirring restlessly. After a brief standoff, the orange kitten gradually regains its composure, dismissively tilting its head and leisurely resting it upon the pillow, its demeanor exuding a sense of comfort. Observing this, the young man in white gently raises his right hand, hesitating momentarily before ultimately lowering it. In the next instant, a voice laced with a hint of menace reverberates through the room. "I am not to be trifled with. Young master, regardless of whether you are a demon or a specter, do not entertain any thoughts against us or bear the consequences." The firmness of his tone leaves no room for compromise. "Meow." This time, the orange kitten sheds its earlier languor and indifference, leaping off the bed with a wild frenzy, disregarding the reaction of the young man in white, and its sharp claws aim straight for his face. Yet, before they can make contact, the young man suddenly flashes a wicked smile, vanishing from sight in an instant, turning on his heel to flee through the window, leaving behind a furious kitten that had just taken a bite of dirt and the astonished Murong Juyan standing at the door. "What happened? Did you eat dirt out of hunger?" Their eyes met, and a phrase that was ambiguous in tone, neither cold nor tender, echoed in the air. Chapter 5. An old friend's appointment. The orange kitten, still fuming with indignation, chooses to ignore Murong Juyan and hops up onto the edge of the bed, leaving the visitor stranded at the entrance. Murong Juyan, observing the situation, remains perplexed, seemingly unaware of the events that transpired in the room, and proceeds to walk in unperturbed. However, as he approaches the table, His keen intuition is piqued by the chair that the young man in white had hastily returned to its original position, indicating that someone else must have been present. The only candidate, he surmises, could only be his companion. With a sigh of resignation, Murong Juyin maintains a calm demeanor, carrying a plate over to the bedside, and softly addresses the orange kitten's back. That fellow seems to have vanished. Here are some fish jerky I found in the kitchen. Make do with it. A gentle clatter as the plate is placed before the orange kitten. In silence, the orange kitten slowly turns its head to gaze at Murong Juyin, who now sits beside the table. The candle's flame has extinguished, and as he raises his hand, a jade blade is meticulously polished in his grip. The orange kitten's round eyes dart about, and it raises its chin defiantly, contemplating a protest against accepting this unsolicited food. Yet, its resolve falters as its grumbling belly wins out, and it promptly dismisses the young man's words. Diving into the plate to feast voraciously, its antics reminiscent of a little piglet. The rustling sounds draw even Murong Juyin's attention, recalling his own childhood with pets, which invariably ended in tragedy, leaving a lingering scar in his heart. Meanwhile, in another room of the estate, the young man in white has quelled his earlier aggression, sitting cross-legged in meditation. As his fingers gently move, the air around him stirs, and after circulating his inner energy for several cycles, it settles back in his dantian. Half an hour passes, and the young man slowly opens his eyes, a glimmer of determination flashing within. Suddenly, the previously tranquil atmosphere erupts, only to settle back to stillness in an instant. His gaze flickers as he murmurs to himself, still unable to grasp the threshold of breaking through to the Xin realm. Am I being too impatient? Reflecting on the past, he recalls his origins in a family of martial artists. Expected to live a life of luxury, with abundant resources for cultivation at his disposal. However, before he could mature, treachery struck, and his family was destroyed overnight, leaving him the sole survivor, saved only by a passing powerful individual. Reluctantly, he embarked on this path, fortunate to have found a partner with whom he resonated, the only solace in his heart. Yet, what is the true origin of that kitten? Could it truly be a transformed beast? The young man muses over the feline when suddenly, as if sensing something, his expression turns icy, exclaiming, "What is this?" He swiftly flips his right hand, revealing an iron tablet, upon which something seems to gradually materialize. On the other side, as Murong Juyin waits for the orange kitten to finish its meal, he returns to the table to grind ink and prepare to write something, when an unexpected event occurs. A sound cuts through the air, followed by a crimson arrow that swiftly embeds itself in the tabletop, half its shaft piercing through, leaving the fletching protruding just inches from Murong Juyin's right hand, indicating the shooter possesses considerable skill. Peering outside, Murong Juyin finds no trace of the archer, and upon turning back to inspect the arrow, he cautiously taps it on the table, causing half of it to snap back towards him, revealing a letter affixed to it. Unfolding the paper, he sees a delicate script, "At the hour of the rat and a quarter, at the cottage outside the city. Enemies?" In the next moment, the young man in white appears by the window like a specter. But before he can speak, his gaze shifts to the orange kitten. Now backed by someone, the kitten dismisses him, continuing to indulge in the fish jerky, entirely ignoring the young man. Following its gaze, Murong Juyin glances over and shakes his head. "Just an old acquaintance." The young man in white omits the initial part, smiling as he ponders the succinct phrase, then inquires, "Do you require my company?" "No need, just a brief meeting." Without hesitation, Murong Juyin directly declines the young man's offer. Seeing this, the young man refrains from further conversation, turning to vanish into the wind, as if he had never been there. Simultaneously, Murong Juyin retrieves the letter once more, tapping his index finger, and another line of delicate script appears. As night deepens, the orange kitten has long since fallen into a deep slumber, curled up like a fluffy ball on the bed, resembling a little piglet dyed in color. Murong Juyin glances at the moonlight and softly approaches the bed, draping a corner of the quilt over the kitten, then removes the blood-stained cloth beneath him and steps outside. Just as he exits, a fleeting white shadow flits past another door. Meanwhile, in a cottage outside the city, a graceful figure sits poised at the side of a table, At the center rests a 9-colored glass lamp, flanked by a blue and white porcelain teapot, with gilded teacups waiting at either side, the green leaves within gently swaying. The fragrance of tea beckoning an old friend. Chapter 6. The ambush. When exactly will he arrive? Beneath the lamp's glow, an impatient voice murmurs softly, and in a corner, a shadow appears conspicuously out of place within the tranquil cottage. The woman offers no response, her ruby-tipped fingers delicately stirring the teacup before her, the flickering candlelight revealing her enchanting eyes, alluring and captivating, akin to a fathomless pool, where one might easily become ensnared. After a prolonged silence, the initial questioner ceases to inquire further, surrendering to the darkness, seemingly vanishing entirely, leaving the woman as the sole presence in the room. Moments later, perhaps feeling parched from waiting, she lifts the teacup to her lips. Taking a small sip, yet her gaze suddenly fixates on the only wooden door, creak. At that moment, the solitary wooden door of the cottage creaks open slowly, neither hurried nor slow, as if announcing the identity of the visitor. Once the door fully opens, the woman cannot help but fix her gaze, and there stands a shadowy figure amidst the night. None other than Morong Juyin, dressed in black, identical to his appearance during missions. Unchanged from years past. You truly have not made any progress. A subtle smile graces the woman's lips, tinged with reproach, as the stillness of the cottage is warmed by her presence, heralding the arrival of spring after winter's end. This tea has the fragrance of the century-old Bichuan from Tianxiang Pavilion. Her words. A rare smile graces his face as well, and without further ado, he strides towards her. Upon hearing his comment, the woman sets down her teacup and lightly chuckles. Oh, so it is the esteemed Lord Lungruan, or should I say, Lord Murong. Her melodious laughter fills the room, yet the final two words are pronounced with particular emphasis. Her once captivating gaze suddenly turning sharp and icy, transforming her from a playful kitten into a mesmerizing serpent, the swift change rendering one speechless. As Morong Juyin prepares to sit down, he instinctively halts, ultimately taking a seat with an impassive expression. The two lock eyes, neither speaking, only the exchange of glances oscillating between warmth and coldness, reminiscent of a duel, yet also a nostalgic reminiscence. What brings you to summon me? And how did you know I would be here? They maintain their gaze for a lengthy moment before Morong Juyin is the first to break the silence, as he has always been reluctant to leave her hanging. The woman rests her chin on her left hand, scrutinizing Morong Juyin as if appraising a piece of art. She then softens her demeanor, smiling gently, her tone akin to a spring breeze. You must be weary from your journey. Please enjoy a cup of tea I brewed especially for you. It won't taste as good once it cools. Morong Juyin was momentarily taken aback by the sound, but having grown accustomed to the capricious nature of women, he felt somewhat speechless. Nonetheless, what could he do? He decided to accept the situation as it was. Contemplating this, he gently lifted the teacup before him, just as he was about to take a sip when a glimmer of cold light suddenly caught his peripheral vision. Almost instantaneously aimed at his temple, a life-threatening moment. Ding! In the next breath, a piercing metallic clang reverberated throughout the small room. The woman, witnessing this scene, could not help but curl the corners of her rosy lips, as if she had anticipated such an outcome. Indeed, what should have been a successful ambush had failed, as Morong Juyin effortlessly deflected the cold light with a jade blade. Yet, the force remained, and upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a silver needle, its tip less than an inch from his temple, separated only by a dagger as thin as a cicada's wing. Still wanna hide? Step out! In the next moment, as the silver needle clattered to the ground, it signified the complete exposure of the assailant. With an enraged shout, Morong Juyin transformed into a shadow, vanishing into the darkness. His speed leaving even the woman momentarily astonished. After a few breaths, a chilling scream echoed throughout the small room. Not far from the cottage, a young man in white, rushing to the scene, abruptly halted his steps. After a moment of contemplation, he could not help but shake his head in resignation, sighing, "It seems there's no peace to be found anywhere. Why does a reunion with an old acquaintance lead to a brawl?" Despite his complaints, he grasped a long sword firmly in his hand. Within the small room, The brief struggle had already concluded, resulting in Mu Rongjuyan's triumph. He returned to the table, though this time, he stood over a dashing young man adorned in fine clothing, his face smeared with blood. Though the young man's visage had become a bloody mess, the charm in his eyes still hinted at his previous handsomeness. Alas, his lack of combat experience was painfully evident. At this moment, the attractive scholar's right hand bled profusely, the crimson liquid flowing uncontrollably, filling the room with a pungent metallic scent. On the opposite side of the table, the woman gazed at Mu Rongjuyan with wide, innocent eyes, as if nothing had transpired. Then, she regarded him with a gentle look while he calmly sipped his tea, her expression gradually turning playful as she chuckled softly. Who would have thought that after all this time? Your strength has indeed ascended to a new level. Chapter 7. The Femme Fatale Bang. In the next instant, before Mu Rongjuyan could utter a word, another upheaval ensued. The wooden door of the small room was violently shattered from the outside, sending splinters flying like a rain of wood shavings toward the two, instantly engulfing the figures within the room. In an instant, dust filled the air, obscuring visibility. Amidst the chaos, Mu Rongjuyan raised an eyebrow, seemingly aware of the identity of the newcomer, thus remaining firmly seated atop the person beneath him, exuding an aura of unyielding calm. The wood shavings ricocheted away from him, unable to breach his defenses. Meanwhile, the woman's gaze sharpened, a flicker of murderous intent igniting within her heart. She suddenly adopted a more hostile demeanor. With a slight lift of her delicate hand, a wave of domineering energy surged forth, shattering the flying wooden fragments into fine powder. Upon closer inspection at the broken entrance, a young man in white stood gracefully, his longsword gleaming coldly in the night, seemingly unfazed by the chaos of the shattered door. Only then did he discern the situation within the room, a bitter smile crossing his lips as he realized his earlier impulsiveness. It appeared that the situation had nearly been resolved, and his companion seemed to have a rather amicable relationship with the woman. Sharing tea together, however, he could not help but wonder about the unfortunate figure he had stepped upon. It seemed that the earlier scream had indeed come from him. Who is this young master? And why has he barged in so audaciously? I certainly did not extend an invitation. In the next moment, a cold voice pierced through the air, striking deep into the heart of the young man in white. An icy chill washing over him. For a moment, beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and before he could react, the woman who had been seated opposite Mu Rongjuyan suddenly vanished from her place. Appearing behind him, her alabaster hand gripped the curved blade, now pressed against the nape of his neck. With a mere flick, his head could be severed from his body. This woman's agility was almost ghost-like. Who was she, and why had he never heard of such a formidable female warrior in the martial world? Feeling the threat, the young man in white's thoughts raced, his gaze darting anxiously to Mu Rongjuyan, who remained seated. Let her come for me. This matter does not concern him. After a moment of silence, Mu Rongjuyan finally spoke, his hand casually pressing a hint of cold light concealed in his sleeve. Ha ha ha, does this concern you? Upon the utterance of this phrase, the woman suddenly erupted into laughter, her mirth so enchanting that even the flowers would feel shame, the sun and moon retreating in its presence. Yet, the curved blade at the young man's throat pressed closer. Oh, are you quite close to him? Is your bond with this young master stronger than with Yu Ming? It was my fault for leaving without a word. However, my grievances do not extend to others. Should you continue to refuse to release him, I shall not remain so accommodating. In the next moment, as her domineering words echoed, a sharp object burst forth from Mu Rongjuyan's sleeve, swiftly striking the woman's curved blade and knocking it from her grasp. The woman's face held no surprise, as if she had anticipated this outcome. Simultaneously, before she could react, a figure like a gust of wind swept between her and the young man in white. With a swift motion, Mu Rongjuyan forcibly separated the two with a single palm strike. Yu Ming felt a rush of air beside her ears as she was suddenly lifted off the ground by Mu Rongjuyan, soaring like an arrow out of the small room, leaving the young man in white staring in astonishment. What are you doing? Yu Ming, cradled in Mu Rongjuyan's arms, felt a mix of surprise and fury. Yet she merely clenched her silver teeth, seemingly forgetting to resist. Let her go. The handsome young man, previously trampled beneath Mu Rongjuyan's foot, seethed with rage at the sight, yet he found himself utterly powerless. His internal energy drained, watching helplessly as the two faded into the night. The young man in white shook off his curiosity and rubbed the back of his neck, a look of relief washing over his face. The earlier terror dissipating, replaced by a playful expression, he leisurely approached the table, kicking aside the young man on the floor, who resembled a sacrificial lamb, and sat down, content to drink from an untainted teacup. With a sip of the fragrant tea, the young man in white began to examine the table, unable to suppress a compliment about its quality. Remarkably, it remained intact. The gilded teacups left behind still wafted wisps of steam. Retaining a hint of warmth, outside, Mu Rongjuyan released his grip after sprinting several hundred meters, just as Yu Ming, instead of retreating, pressed forward, drawing a small dagger from her waist, aiming it decisively at Mu Rongjuyan's face. Upon closer inspection, it bore a striking resemblance to his jade blade. Another attempt? Mu Rongjuyan had anticipated this move. He bent low to evade the strike, retreating several steps, grasping his jade blade, and leaping forward to deliver a lethal counterstrike. Chapter 8. The peach blossoms remain. Oh, young master, you truly show no mercy, do you? Are you intent on taking my life? Yu Ming deftly pivoted, propelling herself backward to evade the strike while teasingly parting her crimson lips. I must say, young Master Mu, your prowess is rather unimpressive. You cannot even best a weak woman like me. I once held you in much higher regard. Is that so? A voice, barely audible to her ears, emerged as her beautiful eyes flickered. Mu Rongjuyan, who had previously appeared ahead, suddenly vanished. Wai Yu Ming felt a familiar surge of energy behind her, causing her heart to race as she quickly turned to confront the source. Yet, before she could discern the newcomer, a cold jade blade was pressed against her delicate neck, the other end held by a gentle hand. With a slight movement, blood could stain the purity of her skin. Resolving herself, Yu Ming turned her face away defiantly. If you're going to kill me, then do it. Upon witnessing this, Mu Rongjuyan's previously icy glare softened slightly. He regarded Yu Ming, who appeared unafraid of death, and murmured, "What was that you said about my strength? Care to repeat it?" Hearing this, Yu Ming broke into a mischievous smile, her tone teasing. "Well then, young master, go ahead and kill me. I would be quite satisfied to die by your hand." Before Mu Rongjuyan could respond, Yu Ming suddenly lunged forward, and he instinctively prepared to retract his jade blade. However, her speed was too swift, and he could only watch helplessly as her fair neck collided with the sharp edge. Yet, in the next moment, the anticipated scene of her throat being severed did not unfold. Instead, Yu Ming transformed into a mere illusion, dissipating into the wind before Mu Rongjuyan's astonished gaze. In an instant, the area was left with only Mu Rongjuyan and the endless darkness. This agility, she too is of the high tier in the Xian realm. A sense of astonishment continuously welled up within, as Mu Rongjuyan's gaze turned sharp and vigilant. Upon their reunion, Yu Ming seemed to have undergone a profound transformation, starkly contrasting the clever young girl she had been years ago. "Ha ha ha, to think you've been so startled. Could it be that you care for me so deeply, dear sir? I must confess, I am quite flattered by your attention." The gentle breeze swept through in the pitch-black night. Bursts of hearty laughter echoed, akin to the caress of a spring breeze, yet upon closer inspection, it bore an unsettling chill, leaving one momentarily perplexed. Mu Rongjuyan's expression remained composed as he scanned the surroundings, yet he could not discern the source of the sound. Yu Ming seemed to meld with the night, her voice resonating without her presence being seen. Gripping the jade blade, his hand instinctively tightened. Mu Rongjuyan chose to close his eyes, attuning his senses to the subtle movements around him. Threads of invisible vital energy quietly extending from his fingertips into the surroundings. What is your true intention for seeking me out this time, and why bring along a lesser aid, given that you are aware of our movements? I trust you are not merely here for nostalgic reminiscence. Mu Rongjuyan's inquiries remained unanswered, enveloped in silence. Suddenly, a glimmer of cold light shot forth from the shadows towards him. In the moonlight, Yu Ming revealed herself, her delicate visage and rosy lips exuding an enchanting allure. With hands as white as jade, she brandished a jade sword aimed directly at Morong Juyan's throat, poised to strike in the blink of an eye. Morong Juyan's eyes flew open, the jade blade shifting from defense to offense as it met her sword in a fateful clash. The sound of their weapons colliding pierced the night air, and the ferocity of their encounter sent nearby trees splintering apart in a chaotic blast, carving a path of clear ground spanning several meters. Why must you guard yourself so against me? It truly is disheartening. Yuming gritted her silver teeth, her grip tightening, forcing the jade blade to yield slightly, revealing an unexpected parity in their strength. Morong Juyan's gaze hardened, remaining silent as he seized an opportunity, his left hand morphing into a palm infused with gentle vital energy, striking towards Yuming's waist with no intent to kill. Caught off guard, Yuming was struck directly, blood spurting forth as she was sent hurtling backwards. Akin to a kite severed from its string, her jade sword falling helplessly from her grasp. This is bad. I've overexerted myself. Morong Juyan realized, his previously calm demeanor now tinged with urgency as he rushed forward to catch her. Yet, being the seductress that she was, Yuming had her own tricks. Just as Morong Juyan reached for her hand, the corner of her bloodied mouth curled into a sly smile. In an instant, she unleashed a surge of strength, ensnaring his legs, and with a swift motion, her silver teeth found purchase on his shoulder. Hiss! A sharp intake of breath echoed through the silent woods, despite Morong Juyan's prowess as a practitioner of the profound realm. Yuming was no ordinary woman. Unprotected and caught off guard, the bite pierced flesh, drawing forth crimson blood. Chapter 9. Rain and Tears. Why do you still not understand? Without much thought, Morong Juyan's brow slightly unfurled, expecting her to be just as before, preparing to push Yuming away. However, before his hand could reach her, a faint sound of puncturing reached his ears. It felt as though a sharp object had embedded itself in his chest. An indescribable pain swiftly enveloping his mind, radiating throughout his entire body. Startled, he lifted his head, disbelief etched across his face, as he exerted force with his suspended hand, sending Yuming flying away, along with her. The bloodied dagger she wielded arced through the night, leaving a trail of crimson light in its wake. Ha ha ha, I never expected the professional assassin, Coldrun, to be so careless, even dispelling his protective vital energy. Do you truly think we are merely playing house? Not far away, Yuming paused, bursting into laughter. Having maintained her guard, she had evaded injury, and now her eyes gleamed with a cold ferocity, devoid of any tenderness. Resembling a serpent ready to strike, instilling dread in all who beheld her. Morong Juyan's expression darkened, clutching his chest in silence as he attempted to pinpoint several acupoints to staunch the bleeding. After several breaths, it proved futile. The dagger appeared to carry an unusual substance, preventing him from halting the crimson tide that gushed forth, his internal vital energy spiraling chaotically, spiraling out of control at that moment. It felt as if a heavy iron hammer had struck his heart, and his mind was a tangled mess. Even his usual composure faltered, leaving him gasping for clarity amidst the pain. Nearby, Yuming stood with her arms crossed, observing him with an air of confidence, refraining from further attack. Morong Juyan's countenance was icy, enduring the pain as he retrieved a medicinal pill from his bosom and swallowed it, fixing his gaze on Yuming as he quietly demanded, "Who sent you?" As the pill settled in his stomach, the pain in his chest lessened somewhat, as if it had a modicum of effect. However, it was fleeting, and the agony soon returned, merely a drop in the bucket. "Oh, that's something you needn't concern yourself with, and soon enough, you shall never know." Yuming's chilling words floated toward him. Beneath the moonlight, she stood with a face that had turned frigid, devoid of expression, save for the faint tremor in the fingers hidden behind her back. "Is that so?" Morong Juyan regarded the once familiar beauty before him, a sudden smile breaking forth. His laughter was light, his expression disdainful, a blend of emotions that he himself could not quite discern as he spoke. Morong Juyan's vital energy surged chaotically within him, as if influenced by an external force violently battering against his meridians. The excruciating pain coursed through him, and he glanced once more at Yuming, his gaze filled with a mix of murderous intent and confusion. You have indeed grown swiftly and have planned meticulously, even poisoning the dagger. If I am not mistaken, this poison is specially crafted by the Blood Pavilion. Murong Juyan, sensing the unusual disturbance within him, chuckled again, tinged with self-mockery. For ordinary individuals, this poison may pose little threat, but for practitioners of the profound realm, it is exceedingly lethal. Once afflicted, there is no remedy. The primary danger lies in how this poison incites the victim's internal energy to rampage through their meridians, ultimately severing them, leading to a painful demise. Yet, no amount of physical pain could rival the anguish in his heart. Murong, why do you persist? Accept your fate. Yumeng finally spoke after a long silence. She stood there, arms crossed, gazing at the upright Murong Juyan, her eyes brimming with mockery. This poison had been meticulously prepared by her, and she understood well that he would not endure much longer. Himph, as if on cue. Just after her words left her lips, a dull thud resonated from within Murong Juyan's body. Following that, he coughed up a mouthful of black blood, his complexion pale as paper, collapsing heavily to the ground. Dust swirled around him, and Murong Juyan furrowed his brow, staring blankly at the moon gradually shrouded by dark clouds, desperately attempting to harness the remaining vital energy within him to mend the ruptured meridians. Yet it proved futile. The poison was more potent than anticipated. Thunder rumbled overhead, and flashes of lightning split the sky, unleashing a tempest of wind and rain, the downpour cascading like arrows, striking against Murong Juyan's face and body, igniting a painful ache in his heart. Seemingly unwilling to linger any longer, Yumeng left him with a chilling farewell. Take care of yourself, before departing without mercy. Murong Juyan curled his fingers, wishing to raise his hand for some action. But he found himself utterly devoid of strength, merely watching as Yumeng receded into the distance. Gradually, the rain from the heavens intensified, cascading relentlessly upon his face, trickling down his cheeks, mingling with the earth, forming a small puddle. The air on this rainy night was imbued with a biting chill, numbing his heart. The dark wound on his chest had dulled to the point of feeling no pain. And in tandem with the erratic beating of his heart, he began to lose all sensation. As for the meridians throughout his body, they were likely all severed, his realm plummeting from the high profound stage to the yellow realm. And it showed no sign of ceasing, his breath growing ever weaker. Is this how it ends? Fragments of memories flickered through his mind like a revolving lantern, and Murong Juyan sighed inwardly. The scenes shifted from darkness to light, then to sweetness and ease, ultimately returning to darkness. Finally, as if resigned to his fate, he ceased to struggle. Allowing the raindrops to cascade down his face, his expression began to soften, mingled with an indescribable sensation. A blend of reluctance and a sense of liberation. Thunder crashed. Once again, a thunderous roar pierced the air, accompanied by a distant, ethereal female voice. I nearly forgot to mention, I am on the brink of marriage. As these words fell, everything around me was plunged into an endless abyss of darkness. Chapter 10. A hidden mastery of virtue and fame. I am unsure how much time has elapsed. The surroundings remain shrouded in pitch blackness, and the rain has not ceased, continuously cascading to the ground, forming puddles in the ditches carved by the sword's aura. Murong Juyan lay there, utterly motionless, his complexion as pale as snow. His breath so faint it was nearly imperceptible, resembling a lifeless corpse devoid of any vitality. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from the nearby thicket, followed by a shadow darting forth amidst the flashes of lightning. Upon closer inspection, it was the orange tabby cat that should have been sound asleep in the inn. However, its demeanor had transformed. The previous adorableness was replaced by a serious expression, as if it had become an entirely different creature. Observing Murong Juyan, drenched in rain, the orange tabby cat treaded softly. Had he been awake, he would have noticed that the raindrops meant for him seemed to vanish into thin air just a fraction of an inch from the cat's fur. An astonishing sight indeed. After a brief moment, the orange tabby cat approached Murong Juyan's side, its round eyes scanning him carefully. Seeing his snow-white complexion and the grievous wound, a surge of anxiety welled up within it. It cautiously surveyed the vicinity and, upon confirming the absence of others, slowly parted its tiny mouth. A flash of golden light erupted as the orange tabby cat expelled a demon core the size of a pigeon egg. Though its radiant glow appeared somewhat diminished, suggesting it had sustained damage. Unexpectedly, while the orange tabby cat appeared adorably foolish, it possessed the unique inner core of the demon beast lineage, though it remained unclear whether it was innate or acquired through cultivation. Casting another wary glance around, the orange tabby cat hesitated momentarily, but soon resolutely exhaled a breath of determination. With a flick of its paw, the golden glowing core ascended above Morong Julian. It discerned that Morong Julian had been poisoned, and without immediate intervention, he might perish. The hesitation stemmed from the fact that the technique it was about to employ was a secret art passed down to it. This technique could purge the poison afflicting Morong Julian, but it would deplete its own essence, leaving it vulnerable for an extended period. Thus, it grappled with whether this human was deserving of such a sacrifice. Ultimately, it concluded, we share a bond. It would be a pity to let you die. A mere trifle of essence, consider it a debt you owe me, to be repaid with many morsels of dried fish in the future. With this thought, the orange tabby cat's resolve solidified, and it stood upright, its furry paws waving chaotically yet purposefully in the air, forming strange hand seals that seemed unlike any human technique. Next, the inner core emitted a blinding golden light, enveloping Morong Julian within his body. The previously severed meridians miraculously began to mend, and the influx of spiritual energy nourished his withered form. However, due to the severity of the poisoning, the meridians could not fully heal, remaining riddled with cracks. An hour passed, and the orange tabby cat abruptly ceased its efforts, collapsing to the ground. This was not out of weakness. Rather, the exertion had equated to several years of activity, leaving it utterly drained. The once glimmering core had dimmed, returning to its body with a flick of its paw. Moments later, Morong Julian's complexion gradually regained a healthy hue. Although the grievous wound on his chest remained, the poison had vanished. Taking with it the true energy within him, it appeared he would require considerable time to awaken. A good cat must see it through. I shall stay by your side a while longer. The orange tabby cat shook its head, fatigue overtaking it, and lay down once more, the area returning to silence, save for the sporadic sound of raindrops, however, before the orange tabby cat could find peace. A furious roar erupted into the sky, as it prepared to rise and investigate. A figure clad in white descended from above, hair disheveled, resembling a harbinger of death. Upon closer inspection, it was a young man in white. Clutching a long sword, panting heavily, his garments tattered and riddled with holes, his body marred by countless wounds, as if he had just emerged from a brutal battle. His crimson eyes scanned the surroundings until they landed upon the still-living Morong Julian. Relief washed over him as he confirmed the latter's survival, and the blood drained from his face, replaced by clarity. How did you end up here? Did you rescue him? Upon noticing the orange tabby cat, a flicker of shock coursed through the young man's heart, prompting him to speak to himself at that moment. The orange tabby cat, utterly exhausted, paid him no mind, casting him a glance that conveyed everything was under control before succumbing to sleep, revealing nothing of its earlier endeavors, even though it could not speak. The young man in white paused, glancing at the wound on Morong Julian's chest and then at the suddenly slumbering orange tabby cat. A dawning realization creeping into his mind, in the next instant, a bone stitch behind her. Xiao Yu nodded obediently and then swiftly returned to the inner room, moving with the grace of a swallow. Appearing quite extraordinary in the east room, Morong Julian and Yi Xian lay neatly on two small wooden beds, while a ginger cat, unscathed, continued to slumber peacefully in the courtyard. A middle-aged man with a long beard skillfully removed the tattered garments of the two, and upon cleaning away the blood, he was taken aback by the sight of their wounds. Morong Julian was relatively unscathed, with merely a deep stab wound to his chest that exposed bone and a few old scars. Though alarming, they were not enough to astonish him. His primary surprise stemmed from Yi Xian, who, despite appearing delicate and refined, was covered in an array of scars, the longest of which measured over 10 centimeters and the shortest at 5 or 6 centimeters. These scars resembled gnarled roots of ancient trees, completely enveloping his body and contrasting starkly with his handsome visage. Beside the old scars lay dozens of new wounds of varying sizes, inflicted by blades and swords, making it difficult to fathom the battle he had endured. Even the seasoned, middle-aged man, who had witnessed many storms, was momentarily shaken by the sight of such scars, leading him to ponder the identities of the two men. After a moment, perceiving that they did not resemble notorious villains, he pushed aside his musings and resumed his adept treatment of their injuries. His confidence arose from both his compassion as a healer and his own formidable prowess, which surely surpassed theirs. Several hours passed, and the ginger cat had awakened, frolicking joyfully with Xiaoyu in the courtyard. "Meow, what is your name?" Xiaoyu inquired, cradling her chin in her hands with a childlike innocence. The ginger cat glanced at her, offering no response, merely lying there in self-absorption. Noticing this, Xiaoyu's dark, glistening eyes twinkled mischievously, and she turned to fetch a plate of dried fish from the inner room. "Meow." "Indeed," Xiaoyu chuckled, squatting down to stroke the cat's head. "I knew this trick would work. Father always uses it to coax me." Chapter 12. What a tragic tale. Meow. Before long, the ginger cat had devoured all the dried fish. With a slight hint of boredom, it stretched lazily under Xiaoyu's sparkling gaze, glanced around, and then leisurely sought out a warm spot in the courtyard to recline once more, a satisfied expression gracing its plump face. Looking utterly content, observing the cat's leisurely demeanor, Xiaoyu could not help but feel exasperated. How could it eat and then simply sleep? With a dramatic roll of her eyes, she turned and headed to the east room to find her father. Upon entering, her eyes fell upon Mu Rongjuyan and Yi Xian, both lying on the bed with their wounds meticulously bandaged. Yi Xian, bearing the most injuries, was swathed like a dumpling. The blood and grime had been thoroughly cleaned, and they were now covered with fresh garments, looking somewhat human again. The long-bearded man, having completed his tasks, sat by the table, leisurely brewing tea, silently awaiting their awakening. Xiaoyu curiously examined their faces. One appeared stern and somewhat ordinary yet extraordinary, while the other was strikingly handsome, a blend of the remarkable and the unremarkable. The latter's good looks caused her cheeks to flush slightly, and feeling bashful, she approached the long-bearded man and asked in her sweet voice, "Father, when will they wake up?" The long-bearded man looked at Xiaoyu, a tender smile illuminating his face as he gently ruffled her hair and replied in a soft tone, "That, my dear, is uncertain. I have merely treated their wounds. When they awaken is contingent upon their own fate." "Oh," Xiaoyu nodded, her understanding only partial, and then, as if recalling something, she tugged on her father's hand and whispered in his ear. The long-bearded man's expression shifted as he listened, filled with concern as he swiftly lifted Xiaoyu and exited the room. His steps hurried as though pressed by urgency. After several more hours, the less severely injured Yi Xian was the first to awaken, instinctively reaching for his waist. Relief washed over him when he felt the hardness of an object within his belt. The storage pouch remained untouched. He sighed in relief and then attempted to rise from the bed. A sharp intake of breath echoed through the room as Yi Xian's face contorted in pain, struggling to lift himself from the bed. Besides the excruciating pain in his body, he realized he was tightly bound, much like a dumpling, and could not help but chuckle bitterly. However, he was fortunate to see Mu Rongjuyan lying calmly on the adjacent bed, his barely perceptible aura stabilizing, indicating he had escaped the clutches of death. It seemed he needed to regain some vital energy first. In a moment of contemplation, Yi Xian tapped his storage pouch, and a glimmer of white light flashed as a pill exuding a gentle aura flew out and was swallowed whole. The moment the pill reached his throat, it felt like a long-awaited rain after a drought. The once dry meridians were instantly revived with a trickle of vital energy, restoring his ability to move before long. "Hey, Long Run, how long do you plan to sleep?" Yi Xian flexed his stiff limbs and slowly approached Mu Rongjuyan, preparing to nudge him awake when he noticed that Mu Rongjuyan's eyes were already open, devoid of fatigue, as if he had awakened long ago. "Give me a recovery pill. I can't move right now," Mu Rongjuyan stated softly, gazing at the ceiling without turning to look at him. Hearing this, Yi Xian momentarily halted, the surprise he had anticipated failing to materialize, instead bursting into laughter. No way. The infamous first assassin of the Xian realm, begging for help? If they knew, they would never believe it. It's preposterous. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Rongju Yin remained silent, lost in thought as he stared at the ceiling. Yi Xian's laughter promptly faded, and he hurried over, producing a pill to feed Mu Rongju Yin, attempting to channel the remaining vital energy within him to assist in absorbing the medicine's effects. However, after a full cycle of his energy, Mu Rongju Yin's condition appeared worse than he had anticipated. The so-called Premier Recovery Pill merely nourished his meridians slightly before its effects dissipated completely. As if it had leaked away. Enough. I understand the situation now. There's no need to waste more pills, Mu Rongju Yin interrupted just as Yi Xian was preparing to pour an entire bottle into him. Yi Xian nodded lightly, turning to sit beside the bed with a resigned expression and a self-deprecating smile. Who would have thought we would end up in such a predicament in a place like this? Mu Rongju Yin remained silent, quietly invoking a mysterious incantation. After several cycles, he indeed felt a slight improvement, a trickle of vital energy coursing through the cracked meridians, restoring some luster to his body. Though it was merely a drop in the ocean given his current state. Let us recover here for now. This family does not appear malicious. However, you must help protect me. I need to regain the ability to move at the very least. After a moment of silence, a somewhat chilly voice floated through the AI. Yi Xian, upon hearing this, silently moved to the doorway and tossed a recovery pill into his mouth, as his own condition was hardly any better. Chapter 13. The Land of Little Shumi. Thus, 2 hours passed quietly. Yi Xian remained seated at the door, his face filled with indignation as he retrieved a bottle of pills from his storage pouch and swiftly poured the contents into his mouth, consuming them as if they were soup, seemingly intent on regaining his lost strength all at once. Yet, before he could finish swallowing, the bottle was emptied. Leaving Yi Xian with a resigned sigh, he raised his hand to discard the bottle but reconsidered and tucked it away instead. Meanwhile, on the bed, Mu Rongju Yin, having once again drawn upon the faint vital energy within him, slowly opened his eyes. A fleeting glimmer of clarity sparkled in his gaze, and he attempted to rise from the bed. Albeit his body trembled uncontrollably. "Dio, you need help?" Yi Xian leaned against the doorframe, observing the scene with a hint of amusement, indicating that his earlier turmoil had settled into tranquility. Mu Rongju Yin's gaze was resolute as he gently shook his head, refraining from a verbal response. Summoning strength from every fiber of his being, he strained to rise, his face contorting in effort as he barely managed to stand, almost toppling over before catching himself against the wall, thus avoiding embarrassment before Yi Xian. Relying on the wall for support, Mu Rongju Yin made his way to the table and sat down, exhaling deeply before softly inquiring, "Have there been any messages from the organization?" Yi Xian shook his head slightly. Since that night, there had been no response from the communication jade pendant in his storage pouch. Ordinarily, he would receive directives every 2 days to confirm their survival. But whether they had been forgotten by the organization or for some other reason, it was certainly not a good omen. Observing Yi Xian's expression, Mu Rongju Yin chose not to press further. He reached for the jade blade at his waist, and a flash of white light appeared as he grasped it in his palm. Fortunately, he had placed the jade blade in his storage pouch beforehand. Had it been lost, it would have truly pained him. Alas! Where did you hide your storage pouch? That woman didn't take it. Yi Lian was taken aback upon seeing the jade blade in Mu Rongju Yin's hand. "This is a secret," a voice tinged with amusement echoed. Yi Lian could only respond with a look of utter disbelief, and then turned his gaze towards the courtyard, realizing his inquiry was unnecessary. At that moment, a middle-aged man with long hair stepped out from the inner room and noticed Yi Lian sitting at the entrance like a beggar. He hurried towards him to offer assistance, saying, "Young brother, please rise. You are still injured." Upon hearing this, Yi Lian sprang up instantly, retreating several steps, eyeing the long-haired man warily, his right hand already reaching for his lower back, though his expression was one of pain. "Hey, there's no need to be so tense. This gentleman is the elder who helped us with our injuries," Mu Rongju Yin chuckled, stopping Yi Lian from making any further moves. He then forced himself to stand and bowed respectfully to the long-haired man. "Thank you for your assistance, esteemed elder." Yi Lian, upon hearing this, quickly withdrew his hand and stepped forward to perform a deep bow, exclaiming, "Thank you, Elder, for saving my life. This kindness shall be etched in my memory forever." The long-haired man, momentarily taken aback by Yi Lian's gesture, scratched his head in confusion, but eventually responded with a hearty smile, saying, "There's no need for such formalities, young brothers. I merely tended to your wounds. It hardly qualifies as saving your lives. Elder, please do not be modest. Without your help, we might have perished in the wilderness," Mu Rongjuyan replied, bowing again before quietly inquiring, "May I ask how far we are from Dream Moon City?" I'm afraid I can't answer that, as I'm not sure if this place even counts as part of the continent you refer to as Dream Moon City." The long-haired man chuckled awkwardly. His expression conflicted as he pondered whether to reveal the truth. Not on the continent. The usually composed Mu Rongjuyan was taken aback by this revelation, turning to Yi Lian with astonishment. "No way. Where exactly have you brought us? Are we still within the borders of the holy martial continent?" Yi Lian, equally surprised, muttered to himself, "This shouldn't be possible. Even if I had run at full speed that night, I couldn't have reached outside the continent in one go. That would take several years." In the next moment, both Yi Lian and Mu Rongjuyan seemed to have an epiphany, simultaneously turning to the long-haired man, their faces reflecting shock as they exclaimed, "Could it be the legendary realm of Sumi that floats near Dream Moon City on a moon rain night?" Yes and no. This should be considered a minor Sumi realm. The long-haired man nodded, then added with a smile, "Oh, by the way, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Gu Xian. Rest assured, regardless of the dangers you faced before, you should be safe here for the time being." "Thank you, Elder Gu Xian. I am Yi Lian," Yi Lian said, suppressing his astonishment as he bowed again. "I am Long Run," came the reply from the other side. "I am Mu Rongjuyan." After some thought, decided to use his organizational code. Realizing that since they were no longer on the holy martial continent, there was no fear of exposing the identity of the Shifeng Tower. "All right, you both should rest well. Healing your injuries is of utmost importance," Gu Xian said with a smile before turning to leave. Although he had many questions in his mind, he refrained from asking further, recognizing that everyone harbors their own secrets, and he would not pry into others' affairs. Mu Rongjuyan and Yi Lian exchanged knowing glances before returning to their respective beds to cultivate and recuperate. Though the effects were minimal, it provided them both with a glimmer of hope and a measure of psychological comfort. Meow. Before long, an orange tabby cat strutted in with an air of pride, its brown eyes surveying the room like a king before finally settling on Mu Rongjuyan. Sensing something, Mu Rongjuyan slowly opened his eyes. And upon seeing the orange tabby, his heart warmed, and a faint smile crept onto his otherwise cold face as he softly said, "Thank you." The orange tabby waved a paw dismissively, exuding an aura of a master. Then leaped onto the bed's edge and settled beside his leg. Feeling the softness, Mu Rongjuyan suddenly sensed his depleted meridians awakening, and he quickly activated his internal technique, gradually recovering some of his true energy. As half a day passed and the gentle moonlight bathed the earth once more, the door creaked open. The newcomer was a soft and adorable girl named Xiaoyu, who tiptoed towards the table to avoid waking the two men. With great effort, she lifted a wooden box that was nearly as tall as herself, her actions appearing quite endearing. In the darkness, the ever-vigilant Mu Rongjuyan was the first to open his eyes. And he was met with the sight of a girl with a jade-like face and white teeth, struggling with the heavy box, which made him chuckle softly. "All right, let me take that. You've worked hard?" "Little sister." Yes. Xiaoyu held the box with one hand and was about to light the oil lamp beside the table. A gentle voice startled her, causing her to release her grip on the box. Instead of crashing to the ground, Mu Rongjuyan deftly caught the falling box with one hand while cradling the cat in the other. Xiaoyu stuck out her tongue and made a silly face at Mu Rongjuyan before lightly tapping her toes and retreating swiftly to the outside. Her movements akin to a gust of wind, as if she had practiced lightness techniques. "What is this?" Mu Rongjuyan was about to place the box on the table when Yi Lian, drawn by the enticing aroma, opened his eyes. Before Mu Rongjuyan could react, he felt his right hand lighten as Yi Lian snatched the box and seated himself at the table, opening it to reveal an array of delicious dishes. Wait a moment. Just as Yi Lian was about to grab his chopsticks, Mu Rongjuyan swiftly moved to the box, flipping a glimmering silver needle into his hand. After inserting the needle into the food and observing no reaction, he nodded and whispered, "It's safe to eat." "Hey, are you serious? They went out of their way to help us heal, and yet you're still so cautious," Yilian grumbled, though his hands moved swiftly, stuffing his mouth until he could barely swallow. The next moment, surprise flickered across Yilian's face as he marveled inwardly, "Wow, this is incredible. This food contains a hint of spiritual energy." Spiritual energy. Mu Rongjuyan's interest peaked as he picked up his chopsticks and sampled a piece of greens. Upon tasting it, he felt a warm current flowing through his meridians, even generating a trace of true energy. Though it was minimal, the mere effect from a vegetable intrigued him further. Curious, he set aside a portion of the food in a small bowl for the orange tabby, which glanced at him before turning to eat on its own. Before long, the wooden box was completely emptied by the trio, all three letting out satisfied burps before the orange tabby curled up and fell asleep once more. Exchanging smiles, Mu Rongjuyan and Yi Lian decided to stretch their bodies in the courtyard. There, Gu Xian was demonstrating martial movements, his every motion causing the surrounding air to whoosh with sound. In the night, faint glimmers of light could be seen, as if he were practicing a martial technique. To Mu Rongjuyan and Yi Lian's surprise, Xiao Yu was imitating him, throwing punches with impressive form, exuding an aura indicative of a beginner in the Yellow Realm, nearly on par with the two who had suffered a significant drop in their own realms. "Wow, they are truly skilled. Impressive." Yi Lian clapped enthusiastically, captivated by the display. Noticing the two, Gu Xian and Xiao Yu promptly ceased their practice, inviting the two to sit at a stone table in the courtyard. Xiao Yu was tasked with serving tea. Obediently rushing into the inner room, as a pot of hot tea was presented, Xiao Yu playfully made a silly face at Mu Rongjuyan before dashing into the eastern room to play with the orange tabby. "Please don't take offense. The little girl is usually like this," Gu Xian said affectionately, watching Xiao Yu's retreating figure before taking a sip from his tcup. Yu Rongjuyan nodded lightly, indicating no offense was taken, and then ventured to voice his curiosity. "Elder, may I be so bold as to inquire if you have indeed broken through to the Xian realm?" Gu Xian nodded gently, his gaze hesitant. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly replied, "What you refer to as the Xian realm is likely the common understanding among ordinary martial artists in the outside world." "Ordinary martial artists? What do you mean by that, Elder?" Mu Rongjuyan asked, puzzled by the remark. "If I am not mistaken, Elder, you must be referring to the 5 great realms, which I thought were merely a fabrication." "Yet they truly exist," Yi Lian interjected, glancing towards Gu Xian. Ji Xian silently affirmed, explaining, "It's not entirely a fabrication. Based on the descriptions of martial artists who have inadvertently entered over the years, what the outside world terms the realms of heaven and earth, the 4 great paths, is likely a closed understanding. There exists a critical realm between the Xian realm and the Di realm, which is where a martial artist truly steps into the great path." Stepping onto the grand path, Mu Rongjuyan's gaze flickered, his previously calm demeanor replaced by a tempestuous heart, leaving him at a loss for words. Reflecting on the past, he had indeed felt that despite having opened all his meridians, his realm remained stagnant at the high stage of the Xian realm, unable to advance further. He had perused numerous texts, but gleaned no insights, ultimately resigning himself to the belief that it was merely a matter of his own inadequate opportunities and efforts. "May I inquire, esteemed senior, if you could enlighten me on the 5 major realms?" Yi Lian's expression was fraught with urgency, momentarily forgetting their respective statuses. The so-called 5 major realms are the Huangzhen realm, the Shentai realm, the Guyuan realm, the Dituo realm, and the Tianren realm. After the Guyuan realm, one can cultivate the primordial spirit, manipulating divine thoughts apart from the body to explore all things. Therefore, I was aware of that young brother's use of silver needles to probe for poison within the room. Gu Xian observed the confusion in Mu Rongjuyan's eyes and promptly provided an explanation, casually mentioning the earlier incident. In an instant, a chill surged from Mu Rongjuyan's feet, enveloping his entire being, rendering him momentarily frozen in place. He believed that his ability to perceive from afar was beyond the grasp of ordinary beings. Ji Xian's words effectively negated all prior understandings, replacing them with an entirely new framework. Akin to a rebirth for both of them, rendering over 20 years of hardship as mere trivialities. Is it truly the case that ordinary warriors are doomed to remain in the Xian realm until death? After a brief stupor, Yi Lian's indignation flared, a torrent of thoughts surging within him. He had indeed encountered references to the 5 major realms in certain ancient scrolls, but he had dismissed them as the ramblings of a deluded writer, never suspecting their authenticity. The courtyard fell into a profound silence, with Gu Xian merely smiling, the answer already evident. After a prolonged pause, Murong Juyan's expression gradually returned to calm, and he sighed softly, rising to bow deeply to Gu Xian. "Thank you, esteemed senior, for imparting this knowledge. It shall remain etched in my memory." "Not at all. It is merely a matter of affinity." Gu Xian waved his hand dismissively, his demeanor exuding a nonchalant air, reminiscent of a transcendent sage. Momentarily taken aback, Murong Juyan bowed again and, pulling along Yi Lian, who still wished to inquire further, returned to the eastern chamber. Inside, the obedient little Yu lay beside the paw of an orange cat, soundly asleep, while the cat gazed at the two with a look of exasperation, yet did not resist Yu's gentle touches, a stark contrast to its behavior towards Yi Lian. "I'll take her back inside. You two brothers should rest well," Gu Xian stated, having approached them unannounced. Before they could react, he had already picked up the slumbering Yu and exited. Murong Juyan and Yi Lian exchanged a glance, both recognizing the faint traces of wry smiles in each other's eyes, rendered speechless for a considerable time. Before such a formidable presence, it felt as if they were utterly transparent, unable to conceal anything but their innermost thoughts. After a moment of silence, Yi Lian's expression turned serious as he quietly asked, "Do you think our leader is aware of the 5 major realms?" This time, even the usually confident Murong Juyan was at a loss for words. Sighing once more as he replied, "Since we are here, we shall find peace in our circumstances. Surviving this calamity and gaining such insights is a stroke of fortune for us. As for the elusive Guyuan realm, we must first restore ourselves to the Xian realm before seeking further breakthroughs. Although this place is somewhat peculiar, it should be devoid of danger. Indeed, it is fortuitous that we are hidden here. However, there are some complications back home," Yi Lian sighed, contemplating before suddenly slapping his thigh. "Oh no, I forgot to ask the senior how we can exit this place." "There's no rush. We will naturally discover that in due time. There are other matters that we should resolve once we are outside." A wave of chill rose in Murong Juyan's eyes, once again embodying the aloof assassin he once was. Yi Lian, observing the expression on his face, merely patted his shoulder lightly before turning to sit in meditation on the bed. Murong Juyan glanced at the orange cat, and suddenly, as if sensing something, he sharply turned to gaze at an empty corner of the wall. Passing through layers of walls, he arrived in a secret chamber where Gu Xian sat in the central position, a faint smile gracing his lips. "This child is worth nurturing." Chapter 16. Determination. A month slipped by unnoticed, during which Murong Juyan and Yi Lian's external injuries had nearly healed, and under Gu Xian's guidance, they gradually integrated into the life of the small village of Sumi. Fortunately, some human warriors had previously strayed into this place, so the villagers largely consented to their stay for a time, allowing them to seek a way out when the opportunity arose. As fellow human beings, as long as they did not endanger the village's safety, they were willing to assist. "Little Yu, where did Brother Long go?" One day, Yi Lian, who had just progressed to the mid-stage of the Shintai realm, looked at Little Yu playing alongside the orange cat and asked with a smile. Little Yu, while swatting away the orange cat's paw with her tiny hands, replied in her babyish voice, "Brother Long seems to have gone to the woods behind the village again. He always runs there when it rains." Upon hearing this, Yi Lian raised his head to glance out the window, observing the gentle rain falling outside, blanketing the earth like a veil of white mist. The air was imbued with a faint floral fragrance, mingled with the scent of damp earth. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Lian silently stepped outside, a surge of true energy enveloping him, evaporating the raindrops that should have landed on his shoulders. Meanwhile, in the woods behind the village, Murong Juyan stood straight as a pine tree, his eyes closed as the fine rain caressed his face, his entire being as immovable as a towering mountain. If he could see the state of his internal condition at this moment, he would notice the meridian still bore some cracks, though they were no longer as alarming as before. Gradually, the rain intensified, and some birds that had ventured out for food flapped their wings anxiously, returning to their nests. Yet, Murong Juyin remained standing, savoring the coolness of the wind and rain, his opened eyes reflecting indifference, yet hinting at a trace of sorrow. Having fallen in status, he could still cultivate again. After all, this was not his first brush with severe injury. However, that single stab left him perplexed, a dull ache in his heart, one that even growing up in a hellish environment had never inflicted upon him. Perhaps yes, perhaps no, Murong Juyin murmured to himself, his expression becoming somewhat frenzied as memories flooded back in his youth. He had encountered Yi Yuming, a girl, by chance, igniting a warmth within him for the first time, while she, too, beheld a boy unlike any she had known. As time passed, though they exchanged occasional messages, they drifted further apart, an emotional distance forming. Yet, no matter how faint their bond became, he retained a sliver of warmth deep within his heart. After many years apart, he had initially thought this meeting was a rekindling of old ties, only to find her resorting to poisons crafted in the blood pavilion against him. This thought. A sudden jolt coursed through Murong Juyin, and with a flicker of cold light in his hand, he summoned his jade blade. True energy surged as he raised his hand, conjuring a blade of air that effortlessly cleaved an ancient tree in two, scattering it into a shower of debris. How amusing! Murong Juyin felt the chill emanating from the jade blade in his hand, tilting his head to welcome the icy raindrops, letting them cascade down his face. Mirroring the coldness within, raised within the 10 Directions Tower, influenced by his guardians, he had aspired to become a formidable figure like them, yet an oversight had nearly cost him his life in a small city. Now, with the reason for his stalled cultivation unveiled, he found himself engulfed in confusion. Just then, a sudden thunderclap resonated behind him, striking down a tree into charred remnants. As his gaze flickered, true energy began to surge forth, swirling around him, pulling the surrounding raindrops into a vortex, ultimately transforming into a colossal blossom of rain that exploded, leaving the nearby woods riddled with damage, nearly exhausting his true energy, yet his aura slowly ascended. Who goes there? In the next moment, Murong Juyin whipped around, tightening his grip on the jade blade. There stood Yi Lian, a smile gracing his face as he called out from a distance, "Little you mentioned you were here again. So I came to check if you were in despair. Do you truly wish for my demise?" Murong Juyin's expression softened as he chuckled, feeling a semblance of ease only in Yi Lian's presence. "To be honest, it has indeed been quite a while since I've enjoyed a feast." Yi Lian shrugged, and after a moment of jest, spoke in a hushed tone only they could hear. "The Tower Master seems to have employed some method to send a message, urging us to hasten to Hongya City. Has he received news of our ambush?" Murong Juyin inquired coolly. Yi Lian nodded. "Perhaps he has, yet the message hinted that the woman's identity is quite extraordinary. We have yet to uncover further details. It seems we must rely on ourselves." The flicker of determination ignited in Murong Juyin's eyes, his mind already devising a plan. He had never been able to see through the enigmatic figure cloaked in mystery, the one who had nurtured him since childhood, as almost no one had beheld his true form. "Fear not. As long as we live, there remains hope." Yi Lian chuckled lightly, her tone seemingly relaxed, yet her heart was filled with endless helplessness. Although they had learned of the existence of the Juanyuan realm, they had no clue about how to break through. However, their upcoming journey to Hongya City presented an opportunity. It was a gathering place for numerous mid-sized sects. Perhaps they could uncover some desired treasures there. Chapter 17. Farewell's Boom. At that moment, a tremendous sound erupted from a nearby ancient village, causing the ground beneath their feet to tremble violently, as if struck by some colossal force. The noise was indeed quite alarming. Murong Juyin and Yi Lian exchanged knowing glances, then grasped their weapons and sprinted towards the source of the commotion. Despite their diminished strength, the affairs of the village were their concern. They would lend aid if possible. In the village's center, a group of robust men resembling farmers surrounded a peculiar giant bird, launching attacks with various iron implements. Yet, despite the ferocity of their strikes, the giant bird effortlessly deflected them with its powerful wings, emerging unscathed after several waves of assault. Upon closer inspection, the creature bore a somewhat terrifying human-like face, its expression oscillating between a cry and a smile, rendering it quite fearsome. The bird was enveloped in a shroud of black mist, its eyes glowing an eerie green, emitting a strange luminescence through the darkness. Demon bird, do not act so recklessly. Suddenly, a commanding voice resonated from the horizon. Within moments, a middle-aged man clad in leather armor charged forth, wielding a spear entwined with dazzling flames, causing the surrounding air to shimmer with heat. Upon seeing this, the demon bird let out a strange screech and fiercely flapped its wings, hurtling towards the spear-wielding man. Several weaker villagers were caught in the resulting gust, sent staggering backward. In the next instant, the man and the bird clashed. The fiery spear pierced effortlessly through the bird's resilient feathers, green blood gushing forth as the creature screeched in agony, its sharp claws slashing towards the man. With a steely gaze, the middle-aged man evaded the attack, vanishing from sight only to reappear above the demon bird. From this advantageous position, he unleashed a torrent of energy, driving the spear down into the creature's back, emerging from its chest, delivering a chilling blow that pinned it to the ground, rendering it incapable of escape. Bravo, Brother Gu Yuan, splendid work, truly commendable. You've upheld our village's honor. No wonder you are the bravest in the ancient village. As the scene unfolded, cheers erupted from the onlookers. Several capable youths, emboldened by the immobilized demon bird, approached to extinguish its final flicker of life. Gu Yuan, witnessing this, could not help but display a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. Meanwhile, Yi Lian and Murong Juyan arrived belatedly, taking in the sight of the lifeless demon bird and the spear-wielding Gu Yuan, a sense of respect welling up within them. Impressive. He is indeed the strongest person in our village besides the village chief. A cheerful voice chimed in as Gu Xian joined them from behind. Murong Juyan and Yi Lian promptly bowed, while the surrounding villagers nodded and smiled in acknowledgement, recognizing Gu Xian's esteemed position within the community. Gather a few people to dispose of this creature. Keep whatever is useful and burn the rest, Gu Yuan instructed, nodding towards Gu Xian before directing the villagers, who seemed accustomed to such tasks, to begin their work with practiced efficiency. Noticing the confusion in Murong Juyan and Ilian's eyes, Gu Xian chuckled and explained, this area is not unfamiliar with demon beasts stumbling in, yet they are usually not formidable, rarely exceeding the primordial spirit realm. Such beasts often possess treasures, providing our village with a welcome opportunity for resource replenishment. Upon hearing this, Murong Juyan pondered internally, realizing that perhaps their lack of strength had prevented them from being seen as resources. At that moment, Gu Yuan caught sight of the two unfamiliar faces beside Gu Xian, his expression hardening slightly as he approached them, coldly inquiring, "You two are the outsiders who trespassed a month ago, aren't you?" From his tone, it was evident he was already aware of their identities. Murong Juyan and Yi Lian regarded Gu Yuan with respect, clasping their hands in greeting. "We are the younger generation, Long Run and Yi Lian, here to pay our respects to the elder." Gu Yuan waved his hand lightly, refraining from further inquiries, and moved aside with Gu Xian for a hushed conversation. Gu Xian listened attentively, occasionally casting furtive glances at Murong Juyan and Yi Lian, his expression reflecting indecision, as if he were weighing a choice. "Looks like it's time for us to leave," Murong Juyan murmured, seemingly to himself yet also informing Yi Lian. Yi Lian nodded, understanding the unspoken sentiment. They were no longer children, capable of discerning the underlying implications. And they had no reason to linger in this place as outsiders. Sure enough, after discussing matters with others, Gu Yuan departed without a backward glance, while Gu Xian approached them directly, hesitatingly stating, "I feel somewhat remiss, but the entrance through which the demon bird came will remain open for a while longer. The village chief and Gu Yuan believe it would be an opportune moment for you to leave. I apologize for this, we understand, and we are grateful for the hospitality you have extended to us during our stay." Murong Juyan respectfully bowed, interrupting Gu Xian's forthcoming words, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Beside him, Yi Lian scratched his head, smiling reassuringly at Gu Xian, indicating that they bore no ill will. After all, they were merely outsiders, and being permitted to stay for a month without being expelled was indeed a significant act of kindness. Gu Xian's gaze flickered, and then, as if resolute, He whispered to them, "Follow me quietly. We must not disturb anyone else." Chapter 18. Farewell. Thus, Murong Juyin and Yi Lian quietly trailed behind Gu Xian as they exited the village. Having spent a month in harmonious interaction with the villagers, they felt a pang of reluctance. The people here, untouched by the outside world, radiated simplicity, devoid of ulterior motives, making a sincere farewell feel bittersweet. At the village entrance, a small orange cat awaited, as if it had sensed their departure, with Xiaoyu standing nearby, unusually refraining from playing with the cat. "Xiaoyu, what brings you here?" Murong Juyin was taken aback to see her. Though he was not surprised by the presence of the little orange cat. "Brother Long, Brother Yi Lian, I came to see you off," Xiaoyu replied sweetly, then produced 2 items from her small pouch. Handing them to each of them with a grin, "These are gifts from Xiaoyu. You must always remember me." The innocent smile of a child, free of impurities, made it difficult for them to refuse. Murong Juyin glanced down to find a small iron piece shaped like a cat, resembling the little orange cat closely, as if carved from the same mold, while Yi Lian held in his palm a small bird woven from grass. Lifelike and evidently crafted with great care. Xiaoyu looked at them expectantly, and they exchanged smiles, rummaging through their belongings for a return gift. Murong Juyin offered a jade hairpin, translucent and elegant, adorned with a blue gemstone. The shaft wrapped in layers of gold threads, quite exquisite. As for Yi Lian, he presented a string of silver beads, each bead glimmering with a soft luminescence, clearly a treasure of no ordinary quality. Xiaoyu beamed with delight, accepting the gifts with pure joy, but when she looked at them again, her eyes glistened with a hint of moisture. "We will come back to play with you when we have the chance," Murong Juyin assured her gently, crouching down to pat her head. Beside him, the little orange cat leaped onto his shoulder, turning to make a silly face at Xiaoyu, adorably charming. "Until next time," Yi Lian waved, striking a pose like a hermit, unusually refraining from teasing her. "Okay." In the next moment, a delightful smile brightened Xiaoyu's face. In the blink of an eye, the figures of the 2 brothers gradually faded into the forest alongside her father. "Oh, Brother Long, there's something the village chief wanted me to give you. It might be useful for you outsiders." Shortly after they entered the woods, Gu Xian suddenly halted, retrieving a jade tablet intricately carved with floral and avian motifs. Handing it to Murong Juyin's eyes widened in surprise, but he accepted it with composure, feeling its smoothness in his palm. Although he harbored many questions within, he refrained from asking further at that moment. Beside him, Yi Lian cast a brief glance but said nothing. The 3 of them traversed through the misty forest for about half an hour until they arrived at a swirling fog. Breaking the silence, Gu Xian spoke first. "Little brothers, this is the place. Enter, and you should return to the Shengwu continent. I cannot say how far it is from where you entered, but please exercise caution once outside. Do not sustain injuries like before. No worries. Being able to return is already a blessing. We thank you for your hospitality during these days. Regrettably, our strength is lacking, but we shall seek opportunities to repay your kindness in the future. Until we meet again." Murong Juyin did not hesitate. He clasped his hands and strode directly into the mist, followed closely by Yi Lian, who offered a slight bow. Indeed, they were 2 resolute young men. Not bothering to ask further questions, Ji Yuxian observed the 2 without turning back, secretly lamenting as he became entranced by the thick fog, his expression complex and lost in thought. What was he pondering? Suddenly, an aged voice resonated from behind him, and an old man with a goatee emerged slowly from behind a tree. "Village chief, I can understand why you would want to showcase the might of Guyuan before sending them away. But over the decades, every human warrior who enters here has received one of these tokens from you. What exactly lies within them that even divine senses cannot penetrate?" Gu Xian was not surprised by the old man's appearance, but felt a sense of perplexity. The old man stroked his goatee, gazing into the mist, and slowly replied, "It is normal that your divine sense cannot penetrate, for that object is shrouded in a certain seal that even I cannot discern clearly. According to the previous village chief, this jade token is given to any human warrior who inadvertently enters, and over the years, our clan has retained fewer than 5 of them. What they contain remains a mystery." Upon hearing this, Gu Xian nodded, and as if a thought struck him, He quietly inquired, "By the way, village chief, have you discerned anything amiss with that peculiar cat? It should just be an ordinary pet. It bears no trace of demonic aura. Fear not. Although they carry a murderous intent, their hearts are not wicked. Even if there is an issue, I, an old man, will handle it with ease," the elder replied, gently shaking his head and confidently patting Gu Xian's shoulder. "That is only natural," Gu Xian said, feeling a profound respect as he sensed the weight on his shoulder. After bidding farewell to the elder, he turned to head towards the village but glanced back at the mist, a flicker of resolve passing through his eyes. Once Gu Xian's figure had completely vanished, the elder surveyed his surroundings and, with practiced ease, extended his gnarled right hand towards the mist. Yet, in an instant, he appeared as though struck by lightning. Even with his level of cultivation, a wave of metallic sweetness surged in his throat. Though his gaunt face remained tranquil and unchanged, seemingly resigned, the old man withdrew his hand and shook his head, vanishing into the wind. Silence once again enveloped the area. Chapter 19. A fortuitous encounter as soon as Morong Juyan and Yi Lian entered the mist. They felt a sudden darkness envelop them, and an invisible force began to draw them from all directions. Fortunately, both had mentally prepared themselves. Otherwise, they might have fainted on the spot. Simultaneously, an inexplicable dizziness flooded their minds, leaving them aware only of the surrounding silence. After an indeterminate time, a faint glimmer of light finally appeared ahead. The two advanced towards the light, and suddenly, the world spun around them as they found themselves in an entirely different realm. As they beheld the scene before them, astonishment filled their faces. Before their eyes lay an endless expanse of red maple trees, resplendent in the glow of the setting sun, resembling flames as if the sun hesitated to depart. Hastily kissing the earth, as their perspective shifted, a grand city emerged on the horizon. Despite the distance, the massive walls of the city were adorned with fiery red maple leaves, extending endlessly like a picturesque landscape, rivaling even the grandeur of an imperial city. Could it really be such a remarkable coincidence? Yi Lian exclaimed, gazing at the familiar walls. Morong Juyan glanced at him, combining his joyful surprise with a low inquiry. "Is that Red Leaf City?" Yi Lian nodded, feeling fortunate, and lazily stretched his arms, laughing heartily. "This is splendid. We have arrived several days ahead of schedule. It truly aids us immensely." After a sigh of relief, Yi Lian turned to Morong Juyan, a sly glint surfacing in his gaze. "By the way, what did Elder Gu give you? I hesitated to ask earlier, but is it a treasure? If it truly is, given our friendship, we should at least split it 50-50. "Better for you to see for yourself," Morong Juyan replied, slightly exasperated by Yi Lian's eagerness. He casually tossed the jade token given by Gu Xian to Yi Lian and retrieved a small dried fish from his storage bag to offer to the little feline perched on his shoulder. This dried fish had been exchanged with the villagers for some lovely trinkets, and he had stored several in his bag. Meow, the orange kitten's eyes sparkled upon seeing the dried fish, quickly snatching it with its tiny paw and indulging in it. Seeing the kitten's delight eased Morong Juyan's heart, and he gently rubbed its head, murmuring, "From now on, your name shall be Little Orange." "What Little Orange? It is clearly Big Orange," Yi Lian interjected while inspecting the jade token, unable to resist chiming in. "Meow?" Little Orange shot Yi Lian a glance of disdain, then directed a confirming look at Morong Juyan, seemingly accepting the name, and resumed feasting on the dried fish. Observing the scene, Morong Juyan produced a few more pieces and placed them beside Little Orange's paws, then turned to Yi Lian, who was engrossed in his examination, and casually asked, "Young master, have you discovered anything yet?" Not yet. This thing is quite peculiar. It has no fluctuations, unlike a storage bag, yet there are no visible mechanisms, and it is incredibly hard. Why true energy cannot penetrate it." "What could it be?" Yi Lian blushed, resorting to biting it in frustration. After a lengthy struggle, Yi Lian appeared dejected, realizing he was utterly at a loss with the token, and reluctantly returned it to Morong Juyan. As he accepted the jade token, Morong Juyan suddenly recalled something and quickly asked Yi Lian, "By the way, we didn't disclose our situation in the small Shumi realm to the owner, did we?" "Rest assured, I, Yi Lian, am not that sort of person. I merely told the owner that we had fallen beneath a cliff and have been secretly recuperating all this time. Elian replied proudly, patting his chest. Indeed, now that we have healed and the skies are clear, otherwise, with that movement, I would have ended up bleeding all over again. Well then, let us head to Red Leaf City and scout it out. Arriving this many days early allows us to gather information about our surroundings and ascertain the owner's intentions for sending us here, Murong Juyan said, his expression serious as he gazed at the distant city. His words laced with caution, a result of the heavy toll from the previous mishap. Wai Elian noted Murong Juyan's vigilance and, after a moment's thought, retrieved 2 sets of the most ordinary clothing from his storage bag. Tossing one to Murong Juyan while donning the other himself, attempting to disguise themselves as simple villagers. After donning the clothing, Murong Juyan took a small bamboo basket from his storage bag, specifically intended to hold Little Orange. Otherwise, having a small feline perched on his shoulder would be too conspicuous. Fortunately, the bamboo basket was spacious enough, or else it would have been a challenge to accommodate the little creature. The two adjusted their demeanor and subtly altered their appearances. Murong Juyan transformed seamlessly into an ordinary villager, while Yi Lian spent considerable effort to slightly obscure his handsome features, though he seemed still somewhat dissatisfied, prompting exasperated looks from both Murong Juyan and Little Orange. With all preparations complete, the two stepped onto the path leading to Red Leaf City, deliberately adopting heavy footsteps, appearing as though they had just returned from farming. Chapter 20. The young master of Red Leaf City. What seemed a short distance took an eternity. As the two deliberately concealed their identities as warriors and refrained from using true energy to hasten their journey, finally reaching the city gates only when a full moon had ascended into the night sky. Fortunately, the area had remained untouched by the ravages of war, and only a few Huangjin realm soldiers guarded the gates, showing little interest in the comings and goings of the populace, evidently idling away their time. This spared Murong Juyan and Yi Lian from unnecessary disturbances. They entered the city with ease, and as they passed through the gates, the sounds of vendors hawking their wares filled their ears. Standing on the main thoroughfare, they observed a myriad of shops lining either side. Elixirs, weapons, accommodations, and even places for fireworks. Everything one could desire was present, making it the most bustling city they had encountered. Despite the hour approaching midnight, the shops remained crowded, radiating a lively atmosphere. Awakened by the enticing aromas wafting through the air, Little Orange poked its head curiously from the bamboo basket. However, before it could gaze for long, a piece of dried fish was tossed in, instantly capturing its attention. We should find a place to settle first. Where was our rendezvous point? Murong Juyan rubbed his fingers together, the lingering scent of fish evident. Yi Lian discreetly glanced at the bamboo basket behind him, then produced a somewhat yellowed piece of sheepskin parchment. It was a map of Red Leaf City, clearly marking various locations, save for some hidden spots. After a careful examination, Yi Lian leaned towards Murong Juyan and whispered, Red Leaf City is divided into an inner and outer city. The meeting point is located in the northwest of the outer city, where the shops of various sects are situated. I hope the contact is not affiliated with any particular sect. Sects? The Shifang Tower indeed has ties with certain sects, but I wonder what their purpose is in sending us here. Murong Juyan pondered deeply, eventually shaking his head and stating, no matter, we shall discover everything in due time. For now, let us find a place to stay near the market. Follow me. Wai Elian folded the map and proceeded in a specific direction. The bustling street was filled with a cacophony of vehicles, while armored soldiers patrolled back and forth, creating an atmosphere of orderliness. At this moment, Murong Juyan and Yi Lian were nearing their destination. Make way for the young master. Suddenly, a furious shout accompanied by the whinnying of horses caught the attention of the two. They witnessed a handsome young man, adorned in luxurious attire, galloping on a majestic steed down the street. The pedestrians hastily moved aside, except for a small girl who stood frozen in place, oblivious to the impending danger of being trampled by the horse's hooves. Murong Juyan and Yi Lian exchanged glances, hesitating over whether to intervene, when suddenly a white figure darted past them. In an instant, the figure reached the girl, bending slightly to shield her in his arms. With a surge of energy, he struck out with his palm, halting the descending hoof in midair, sending dust swirling around them. Who dares to block my path? The young nobleman, nearly thrown from his horse by the unexpected turn of events, roared angrily, drawing his sword to strike at the obstruction. Before he could reach his target, a fierce gust of wind swept him and his steed off their feet, crashing them to the ground, which stirred up a cloud of dust as the haze settled. Morong Juyin recognized the assailant. A striking figure, handsome yet exuding an inexplicable fierceness, clad in opulent attire that indicated his noble status. He appeared to be none other than young Master Wen Yin. Young Master Wen Yin is formidable, truly impressive. Just then, gasps of astonishment rippled through the onlookers, who soon erupted into applause. The young man who had been knocked down regained his footing, his eyes flashing with barely concealed malice as he recognized Wen Yin. Resolutely, he swung his sword, severing the throat of the fallen white horse beside him. The bloodied tip of his blade pointed provocatively at Wen Yin. "Just you wait. Don't think that because you are the son of the city lord. Mu Fan fears you." After uttering these threatening words, Mu Fan stormed off, leaving no room for further confrontation. Shortly thereafter, a squad of well-trained soldiers arrived at the scene. Their leader bowed respectfully to Wen Yin before commencing to clear the area and disperse the crowd. Wen Yin guided the girl back to her mother, who expressed her gratitude with several deep bows, receiving approving glances from the surrounding spectators. In the next moment, Wen Yin seemed to sense something, turning his gaze toward a particular direction. There, Morong Juyin stood with an indifferent expression. Wen Yin offered a faint smile, to which Morong Juyin responded with a silent nod. Yi Lian, observing this, quickly returned the smile and pulled Morong Juyin away. Wary of attracting trouble, these two appeared to be anything but ordinary. Wen Yin watched them disappear into the throng, pondering their significance, but soon dismissed the thought. Chapter 21. A sister named Lin falls from the sky. Meanwhile, Morong Juyin and Yi Lian arrived at an inn, deliberately choosing the most unremarkable rooms to maintain a low profile. That Mu Fan seems to be from the Divine Medicine Valley, and as for Wen Yin, why did you lock eyes with him? He is the son of the Red Leaf City Lord. If we draw attention, it could lead to trouble, Yi Lian remarked, munching on an apple. Wen Yin is likely at a high level of the profound realm, and Mu Fan is probably close to that. They appear to be much younger than us. Morong Juyin gazed calmly at the flickering candlelight, not responding to Yi Lian's complaints. Given their status, we are nothing in comparison. If this were me in the past, enough. You are the strongest, the best in the world. Yi Lian scoffed, preparing to boast further when Morong Juyin's expression quelled him, meeting his gaze with an emotionless countenance. The two exchanged determined glances. Yi Lian retreated to his room to consume medicinal pills, while Morong Juyin began to meditate. As for why he hadn't taken any pills, it was simply because he had exhausted his supply. Recently recovering from serious injuries and having not undertaken any missions for a while, their resources were scarce. Now, one was at a mid-level of the profound realm and the other at a low level, which was insufficient in this place. They needed to recover to a higher level before seeking to explore the unknown realm. As night deepened, Red Leaf City gradually quieted down. Apart from the round moon hanging high in the sky and the patrolling soldiers, only a few drunken souls and late-night wanderers lingered in the streets. On a nearby rooftop, several figures cloaked in black lay in wait, one of whom was the audacious young man Mu Fan whom Morong Juyin and Yi Lian had encountered earlier. "Are you certain that the young woman living in this house is the one from the Heavenly Sword Sect?" Mu Fan rubbed his hands together, his eyes glinting with anticipation as he looked at his subordinate. The man nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it is she, young master. It seems she has sneaked out, and there are hardly any guards with her." Upon hearing this, Mu Fan's excitement surged. Since their last encounter at the sect's conference, he had been unable to forget her. The coincidence of finding her here was serendipitous. He decided to seize the opportunity. With that thought, Mu Fan signaled his companions, and they stealthily entered the house from the rooftop. After a scuffle, Mu Fan emerged, carrying a beautiful woman with an exquisite visage, quickly scaling the rooftop. However, his elation was short-lived, as a series of anguished screams echoed from behind him. Turning around, he was startled to see a striking woman in red, holding a sword, standing her ground despite being encircled by several black-clad assailants. "Stop her! Cover my escape!" Without a second thought, Mu Fan hoisted the lady and attempted to flee, leaving the bewildered black-clad men to follow in pursuit. Idealistic scenarios often prove fleeting. A clash of metal rang out, and except for the strongest among them, the rest of the black-clad men fell one by one, their throats severed by a single stroke. Initial stage of the solid origin realm. No wonder she dares to engage in such reckless behavior. The red-clad woman's gaze turned icy as she summoned her full strength, unleashing her most potent strike. Count'll believe it or not, I've already called her. Upon hearing this, Morong Juyan's thoughts shifted, and he smoothly sheathed his jade blade, rising and heading towards the windowsill. I don't think you need to call her. I shall summon her myself. With each step, he drew closer to the windowsill, while Lin, like a deflated balloon, exclaimed, all right, I am Lin, a disciple of the Tianjin sect. Please do not alert Aunt Lu. I have only just found an opportunity to escape. You call this an escape? You nearly lost your life. Moreover, it seems that those at the Guyuan realm can detect one's presence with their spiritual consciousness. Rendering shouting unnecessary, Morong Juyan paused, casting a bemused glance at Lin, pondering how reckless this girl could be. Regardless, the valiant lady seemed to be perfectly fine now. Lin chuckled mischievously, evading Morong Juyan's confusion and adopting a cunning demeanor. Let us make a deal. You help me conceal my whereabouts, and in return, I will take you into the Tianjin sect. Morong Juyan, expressionless, walked over to a nearby mat and sat down, disregarding Lin still sprawled on the ground. Focusing solely on his inner cultivation. For tonight, let it be as it is. You shall depart at dawn. His cold voice resonated. Though the terms were acceptable, he wished to avoid further entanglements. Yet, Lin merely rolled her eyes in response. Then a flash of white light emanated from the storage ring on her finger, and a pill materialized, which she promptly swallowed. Xiao Ju, shrouded in darkness, caught a glimpse of the pill, and a flicker of brilliance sparkled in her eyes. Moments later, Lin, who had been incapacitated, began to stretch her limbs and stood up, leaving Morong Juyan astonished. What sort of pill possessed such potency? It was known that Lin had been immobilized due to someone sealing her acupoints. Unsealing them was not particularly difficult, but with both parties on guard, he estimated it would take at least 3 to 4 hours for her to regain her mobility. To his surprise, this girl had resolved her predicament with a single pill, indicating her extraordinary status. Feeling slightly uncomfortable under Morong Juyan's scrutinizing gaze, Lin playfully chided, "What are you staring at? Have you never seen a beauty before?" Morong Juyan snapped back to reality, and under the moonlight, he clearly discerned Lin's features. Indeed, she was a beauty. Her skin was fair and radiant, with a delicate blush, and beneath her elegantly arched brows sparkled a pair of clear eyes, reminiscent of twinkling stars. Her ruby lips and pearly teeth radiated warmth, and her figure, accentuated by the dark attire, was alluring to the point of being breathtaking. That, of course, he was no stranger to beauty and quickly averted his gaze. Maintaining his frigid demeanor, "Since you are unscathed, feel free to go wherever you please. I have no desire to attract trouble." Remarkably, Lin appeared quite at ease, entirely disregarding Morong Juyan's words. She approached the table, poured herself a cup of tea, and drank heartily, seemingly unconcerned about her status as a lady, embodying the spirit of a true heroine. "How about we strike a deal? I'll accompany you for a while. And in exchange, I can introduce you to the Tianjin sect. Rest assured, this heroine will only bring you good fortune, not trouble." Lin appeared resolute, knowing that while the Tianjin sect was not a major sect, entry was not granted to just anyone. The man before her, clearly lacking strength, would likely be tempted. Morong Juyan keenly sensed an inconsistency in her words. He had not disclosed Lian's existence. "Is any the person outside your accomplice?" Lin chuckled softly, her smile radiant, reminiscent of a spring breeze rising in the night, sending a chill down one's spine. Just then, a knock sounded at the door, and Morong Juyan decided to let Lian in. "Greetings, fair maiden. My name is Lian. May I have the honor of inviting you to enjoy the moonlight together?" Lian introduced himself without reservation, having shed his guise as a villager, presenting himself as a dashing young man. Lin paid no heed to his rather frivolous remarks, her eyes gleaming with mischief. She remarked cheerfully, "That's agreeable. but your friend here seems reluctant for me to stay. What shall we do about that? The suggestion was unmistakably provocative, yet she underestimated the bond between Yi Lian and Morong Juyan. Upon hearing her words, Yi Lian's playful demeanor faded, replaced by a shrewd expression. You may stay, but what's in it for us? Here is a mid-grade yuan crystal, a token of our meeting. As for other matters, we can negotiate. Yin Lin spoke no further, directly utilizing her monetary prowess. Morong Juyan and Yi Lian exchanged astonished glances, both aware that a single mid-grade yuan crystal equated to 100 low-grade yuan stones. Their previous assassination mission had only yielded a reward of 50 low-grade yuan crystals, besides being used to replenish martial artists' true energy and yuan qi. They had learned from Gu Xian that yuan crystals could also be employed in formations and weapon crafting, establishing them as a common currency among martial artists of varying levels. However, I have one condition. I want this room. Here's a mid-grade yuan crystal. Consider it a purchase. Yin Lin declared, tossing a glowing yuan crystal onto the table, then nonchalantly made her way to the bed, lying down without regard for the agreement of the two men, exuding an air of entitlement. Yet, Morong Juyan chose not to speak further, silently accepting the yuan crystal while leading Xiao Ju to Yi Lian's room for the night. Indeed, the lack of funds was becoming increasingly evident. Chapter 23. Mutual Vigilance. Quickly, search room by room. There are orders from above. We must find the person. Before the night had settled into silence, a commotion startled Morong Juyan and Yi Lian. Simultaneously, urgent knocking echoed from outside the door. Morong Juyan opened it to find Yin Lin, still clad in her previous attire, her expression tinged with panic. The patrol team is coming. You must help me hide. Otherwise, everything will be ruined, with urgency etched on her face. She grasped Morong Juyan's arm and pulled him toward a nearby room, leaving Yi Lian and Xiao Ju exchanging puzzled glances. It seems tonight. You are the only one accompanying me. We truly are destined. Yi Lian remarked, grinning at Xiao Ju, only to receive an exaggerated eye roll in response. Strangely, Yi Lian did not appear displeased. Instead, he continued to smile at Xiao Ju. Ever since he had seen Xiao Ju beside the nearly lifeless Morong Juyan, he had seemingly accepted this enigmatic little creature, despite its aloof demeanor. Soon after, a squad of armored soldiers forcefully knocked open the door to Yi Lian's room. Under Yi Lian's indifferent gaze, the soldiers began rummaging through the room as if they were bandits raiding a village, leaving no stone unturned. Even Xiao Ju was subjected to individual inspections, but ultimately, they found nothing and departed in a huff, leaving chaos in their wake. The thorough search made Yi Lian inwardly worry for the duo next door. Meanwhile, before the soldiers could knock on the door, Morong Juyan opened it himself, appearing bewildered as he faced the soldiers. Gentlemen, may I inquire what brings you here at such a late hour? We are the patrol team from Hongye City. This matter does not concern you. Step aside. We need to conduct a search. The soldiers brusquely pushed Morong Juyan aside and barged in to ransack the room. Morong Juyan said nothing further, standing at the doorway with a calm demeanor, observing their movements without a hint of concern that Yin Lin would be exposed. For she had just displayed remarkable skill moments ago. Amidst the thorough search, the room lay in disarray, yet no trace of a hidden figure was found. One foolish soldier, unwilling to relent, lifted the teapot from the table to inspect, only to receive a sharp reprimand from the leader. Are you an idiot? We're looking for a living person. If you're thirsty, I'll get you something better when we return. With the leader's fury, the remaining soldiers, who had intended to check drawers, halted their actions and hurried after the leader to search the next room. Morong Juyan stood still, watching them leave, then calmly returned to restore order in the room. Before sitting on the mat to meditate, he remained in this state until the sounds of chaos outside dissipated, then gradually concluded his practice. Observing an empty corner of the room, Morong Juyan softly remarked, "They should have gone far. You can reveal yourself now." Following his gaze, a ripple disturbed the air, and as a delicate hand lifted the veil, Yin Lin's figure materialized, her face still displaying a hint of fluster. Morong Juyan recalled that the soldiers had scoured that corner multiple times, yet they had failed to detect anything amiss. Truly impressive skills. "How about it, brother?" Surprised. "Aren't you?" "Ha ha," Yin Lin exclaimed, holding a gossamer garment, pride radiating from her. Morong Juyin nodded, acknowledging the garment's extraordinary properties. Even in his composed state, a flicker of fervor shone in his eyes. As an assassin, possessing such a treasure would undoubtedly enhance his capabilities. Satisfied with Morong Juyin's reaction, Lin softly stated, "All right, just to be safe, you should stay here tonight. We don't know if anyone else will come." As the words left his lips, Morong Juyin reined in the fervor within him and resumed his meditative practice. Despite having claimed countless lives since childhood, he felt an uncharacteristic hesitance when it came to seizing something from a woman. Of course, Lin was not as carefree as she appeared. Seated on the bed, her large, glistening eyes scrutinized Morong Juyin through the darkness with a hint of wariness. He lacked the striking handsomeness of his companion and exuded a weaker aura, showing no regard for the fairer sex. He was nothing short of a cold-blooded brute. How could this heroine have been saved by him? Lin silently berated Morong Juyin in her heart, her face flickering with varying emotions. Achoo! Morong Juyin suddenly sneezed, feeling perplexed. His constitution was not so feeble as to succumb to a chill. In that moment of doubt, their gazes unexpectedly locked, one cold and devoid of emotion, the other proud with a touch of vigilance. It seemed neither intended to rest tonight. Chapter 24. A perfect match. A night of silence ensued. And fortunately, no patrolling guards returned to search during the latter half of the night. Thus, Morong Juyin and Lin remained, one on the ground and the other on the bed, seated opposite each other in meditation throughout the night. Without so much as a shift in position. For warriors of their caliber, cultivating energy was far more restorative than sleep. As a sliver of sunlight stealthily crept through the window, Lin was the first to awaken. Her beautiful eyes were misty with sleep, and her complexion appeared even rosier than the night before. Gradually withdrawing her energy and rising from the bed, she stretched her limbs, basking in the warmth of the morning sun and indulging in a delightful yawn. With the expansion of her movements, her figure became slightly alluring. Meanwhile, Morong Juyin paid little heed to her. He was secretly repairing the damaged meridians within his body, and in the unseen realm, the surface of those meridians bore few fractures. With complete recovery merely a matter of time. Hostile training. What an odd individual. Lin stifled a yawn, casting a glance at Morong Juyin, shaking her head in bemusement as she turned to exit the room. Just then, the still Morong Juyin spoke up. "Heroine, at this hour, your portraits are likely plastered all over the city. If you walk out like this, word will reach the patrols in no time." Lin was startled by his words, and she instinctively patted her chest in anxiety. After a moment's thought, she retrieved a delicate, translucent mask from her storage ring. She pressed the mask to her face, and a miraculous transformation occurred. Her fair visage twisted momentarily, and in an instant, she appeared as an entirely different woman, her aura completely altered. Before Morong Juyin's eyes, she was as if two distinct individuals. "You certainly harbor many secrets, revealing them so generously before me. Are you not afraid I might turn to violence?" Morong Juyin mused inwardly, his expression impassive, though his words carried a hint of admonition. This heroine fears nothing. With an inexplicable confidence, Lin flashed a self-assured smile at Morong Juyin before turning to leave, adding a reminder. "This heroine has paid her dues, so you all better not wander off in the next few days and remain at my beck and call." "You?" Morong Juyin was momentarily taken aback by her words, intending to retort, but just then, a mid-grade elemental crystal flew in from outside, landing neatly in his hand, effectively sealing his unspoken protest. Grasping the warm crystal, Morong Juyin pondered. With a few days remaining until their appointed rendezvous, bringing her along could serve as a cover. As long as her identity remained concealed, it might not be a bad arrangement. With this thought, he ceased his meditation and went next door to summon Yixian to discuss their subsequent plans. "You mean, oh, in the room?" Upon hearing Morong Juyin's words, Yixian immediately found common ground with him, both expressing their admiration for this mutually beneficial scheme. Nearby, Xiaoju sat, seemingly comprehending little, tilting its head curiously at Morong Juyin, who softened his gaze and tossed a small fish treat to Xiaoju. Prompting a joyful reaction as it turned to enjoy its meal, it appeared that Xiaoju was not entirely unaware of the events from that night. At the very least, it was assured that it would always have an abundance of fish treats. though it couldn't help but wonder if Morong Juyan's storage ring was filled solely with fish treats. Before long, Lin returned to the room, looking quite satisfied and well-fed. Noticing the emptiness of her own space, she headed directly next door. What met her eyes was Yixian and Morong Juyan, heads bent in hushed discussion, as if plotting something. Instantly intrigued, Lin was about to eavesdrop when the two separated to attend to their respective tasks. Particularly Morong Juyan, who had picked up a book, drawing her disdainful gaze, leaving her both frustrated and helpless. This afternoon, you shall accompany this heroine on an outing. Lin, not dwelling on her earlier thoughts, donned a cheerful expression. Now truly freed from the confines of her room, she longed to roam the city, wishing to indulge in every curious sight, had she not feared being recognized and returned to captivity. Very well, Morong Juyan nodded, setting down his book, and spoke with a tone of negotiation. While outside, we must maintain a low profile, refrain from wandering aimlessly, and avoid drawing attention. If anyone inquires, we shall say we are companions from the countryside, here to seek entry into the sect. Absolutely, absolutely. Lin eagerly nodded along, mimicking a chick pecking at grain, and as Morong Juyan paused his instructions, she turned to the door and waved her hand dramatically. Let us depart. Morong Juyan and Yixian exchanged knowing smiles and donned simple attire, transforming into the guise of rural youths. Xiao Ju, of course, was included, comfortably nestled in the bamboo basket on Morong Juyan's back, already fast asleep, resembling a serene infant in a cradle. Chapter 25. The Veil of Concealment. Oh, this is so beautiful. Wow. This one looks nice too. Boss, wrap this up. I want it. Amidst the bustling streets, Morong Juyan and Yixian observed as Lin flitted from one stall to another, selecting items with unbridled enthusiasm. They could not help but exchange exasperated glances. This girl was far too carefree, exhibiting none of the demeanor one would expect from someone who had just escaped peril. It was fortunate that the mask was effective, as the patrols had passed by multiple times without noticing anything amiss. As they ambled through the streets, they finally arrived at the bustling marketplace around noon, filled with various sex establishments. This was largely due to Morong Juyan's deliberate guidance. Otherwise, Lin would have continued her exploration indefinitely, likely determined to scour every corner of Hongya City. At this moment, she resembled a wildling newly liberated from confinement. Marveling at everything around her, Tianjin sect, Luohua Valley, Shenji sect, who would have thought Hongya City thrived with so many bustling sects? Yixian exclaimed, astonished at the endless rows of shops before them. Lin, unfazed, softly explained, this is because many mid-tier sects are situated near Hongya City. The powerful figures within the city, aside from the Lord of Hongya City, who is affiliated with the Imperial City, are predominantly elders from various sects who take turns overseeing the area. As such, the actual governing authority of this city is shared among the sections. Morong Juyan remained silent, a flicker of barely perceptible coldness passing through his eyes. Yixian nodded repeatedly, a fawning smile gracing his face. The heroine certainly possesses vast knowledge. Indeed. Lin beamed with pride, her chin nearly lifted to the heavens. Morong Juyan could only sigh at the sight. While Yixian's dignity lay in tatters, as the sun dipped low in the sky, the trio traversed the marketplace, where the majority were cultivators. Although it lacked the chaotic vibrancy of ordinary streets, people bustled about, and the air was filled with the sounds of vendors hawking their wares. Morong Juyan exchanged glances with Yixian, who understood his cue, and they led Lin into a shop bearing the Tianjin sect sign. Lin lingered at the entrance, hesitant to enter, fearful of being recognized even with her disguise. Young friends, what can I assist you with? An elderly man in humble attire greeted them from behind the counter. His cultivation level so profound that even Morong Juyan could not discern it. Astonished, Morong Juyan observed the young man stationed at the entrance, whose aura also radiated from the mid-tier of the Xian body realm. A mere doorkeeper. Yixian could not help but ponder the vastness of the world, momentarily lost in thought before regaining his composure. Thank you. No need for trouble, they replied respectfully before stepping aside to examine the array of weapons, momentarily dazzled by the assortment before them. Although they had perused ordinary marketplaces during previous missions, Those had offered nothing but subpar items. In contrast, here they found even pills seemingly suitable for solidifying the foundation. Though their prices were exorbitantly high, beyond their financial means at present, I wonder if there are any pills available that can aid in breaking through to the solid foundation realm, Murong Juyin mused, slowly perusing the rows of dazzling shelves, hoping to uncover some pertinent information. After a lengthy search, they found nothing of interest. After much deliberation, they approached the elderly man at the counter. Elder, why are there no pills or techniques available for breaking through the Xian realm here? The elderly man, engrossed in a sheepskin book, did not lift his gaze upon hearing the words. His tone was indifferent as he replied, "What is available here is available. What is not is simply absent." Momentarily at a loss for words, Murong Juyin felt a flicker of realization within. It seemed that seeking methods to break through to the Xintian realm in the market was a futile endeavor. Whether it be techniques or elixirs, they were likely tightly held by the major sects and would not flow freely. Contemplating this, Murong Juyin cast a glance at Yinlin, standing at the entrance. Perhaps she could provide some insight, for that Aunt Lu was indeed a Ganyuan realm warrior. However, this was not the time for inquiries. After lingering at the Tianjian sect for a while, Murong Juyin stubbornly visited a few more sect shops, only to find, without exception, that all items related to the Ganyuan realm seemed shrouded in a veil of mystery, with no information forthcoming. It appeared that any hope of advancing to the Ganyuan realm could only be pursued within the sect itself. With a sigh, Murong Juyin noted the complex expressions on Yilian's face beside him, while Yinlin, carefree and unrestrained, resumed her spirited antics, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Observing the bustling shops behind him, Murong Juyin and Yilian hastily followed Yinlin, anxious that her momentary whim might provoke trouble. Chapter 26. The Perilous Alley Assassins? In a scarcely trodden alley, Murong Juyin's gaze turned steely as he beheld a man in an iron mask, poised with a long knife. He had sensed something amiss in this alley just moments before, yet Yinlin had dashed in without a second thought, nearly meeting her demise at the hands of the figure before them. The sight had startled both Murong Juyin and Yilian, but fortunately, Yilian had acted swiftly to pull Yinlin back. Tension hung thick in the air as both parties stood poised for confrontation. While Yinlin appeared unfazed by the roadblock, instead, she leaned on Murong Juyin's shoulder, her head peeking out as she provocatively raised 3 fingers, chuckling softly, 3 against 1. Despite the daylight, the roadblock was clad in black, his features obscured by an iron mask, revealing only a pair of wolf-like, fierce eyes. Exuding a presence likely at the high end of the Xintian realm, he erupted in laughter upon hearing Yinlin's taunt. Ha ha ha. 3 against 1, you say? Before he could finish, a dozen black-clad figures emerged like shadows from all directions, swiftly encircling the trio and effectively cutting off their escape routes. Their coordinated movements indicated that this was not their first encounter with such a scenario. Among them were a high-level Xintian realm warrior, 2 mid-levels, 2 novices, and the rest were Huangjin realm fighters, a rather troublesome predicament. Yilian cast a quick glance at the black-clad figures perched on the rooftops, silently calculating their options. Then, with a surge of inner energy, she summoned an invisible barrier to envelop the 3 of them. Ding! Almost simultaneously, a flurry of flying daggers hurtled towards them, yet they were intercepted by the protective barrier Yilian had conjured. Startled by the noise, Yinlin glared indignantly at the iron-masked man, exclaiming, "How despicable of you to use hidden weapons for an ambush! Hand over your yuan crystals and all valuables, and I might consider sparing your lives." The iron-masked man coldly retorted, swinging his knife in a menacing arc in an instant. The black-clad figures unveiled an array of weapons, unleashing a barrage of martial techniques, intent on a swift resolution. If we manage to carve a path out, you protect her and run first. I'll find my way out. Murong Juyin's gaze turned fierce. Recognizing that negotiation was futile, he instructed Yilian before confronting the leading iron-masked man. However, a single exchange forced him to retreat repeatedly. But it was of little concern. After deftly evading several incoming attacks, he seized the opportunity to strike at one of the black-clad figures blocking the alley's exit. Meanwhile, Yilian remained silent, her longsword gleaming with lethal intent. Her movements were akin to a blossoming flower, enveloping the two black-clad fighters in a flurry of strikes, rendering them unable to advance. Lin, agile and quick, closely followed Yi, deftly evading the seemingly lethal assaults. Though she lacked any offensive techniques to retaliate, merely dodging and drawing Yi's astonished gaze. Suddenly, the black-clad figure that Murong Juyin had attacked earlier let out a blood-curdling scream, a gash several centimeters deep gushing blood from his waist. In the next moment, Murong Juyin mercilessly sealed his fate with a swift strike to the throat. Then, without pausing, he turned to confront an approaching novice from the Xintian realm. Though the Jade Blade was petite, it drove the opponent back repeatedly. Yi Lian and Lin swiftly converged towards him, their target set on the alley's exit. Seeing the trio's movements, the remaining black-clad figures surged forward once more. A long knife slicing through the air towards Murong Juyin. His heart raced as he prepared to dodge, but a flurry of flying daggers fell like rain, sealing off all avenues of escape. Clang, clang, ding! As he raised his hand, the sound of clashing metal echoed around them. Yi Lian had arrived beside him, her energy shield absorbing the majority of the assaults, though a single dagger slipped past, embedding itself in Murong Juyin's left arm. You're injured, Lin exclaimed upon seeing the blood flowing from Murong Juyin's arm. She quickly retrieved a medicinal pill from her storage ring and handed it to him. Murong Juyin did not refuse. As soon as he ingested the pill, the bleeding from his left arm ceased instantly. The efficacy of this remedy far surpassed those they had purchased earlier, yet at that moment, he had no time to ponder such matters, for the iron-masked man was once again advancing. As his eyes flickered, he grasped the jade blade in his left hand, then raised a long sword to cleave the air, halting the oncoming knife just inches from his face. The wielder of the sword was none other than Murong Juyin, now adeptly balancing both offense and defense as he held the jade blade in reverse grip with his left hand while wielding the Qingbai longsword in his right. You can wield a sword too. You never mentioned this before, Ilian remarked, her eyebrows raised in surprise. There is much you remain unaware of, Murong Juyin replied with a calm demeanor. After swiftly dispatching a black-clad warrior who had foolishly charged him, he felt his inner energy surge, wrapping around the longsword, and within mere breaths, the remaining Huangjin realm black-clad fighters blocking the alley's exit were all eliminated. The iron-masked man was momentarily detained by Yilian, and the two engaged in close combat, their injuries mounting as they fought with reckless abandon. The remaining black-clad fighters, witnessing this, hesitated to act, lest they inadvertently harm their comrades. Just as Yilian was on the brink of being struck by a knife, Murong Juyin had dispatched the Xintian realm opponent, appearing like a specter behind the iron-masked man. Amidst the onslaught of Xintian realm fighters, he thrust towards the iron-masked man, who hurriedly raised his knife for defense, yet was still pushed back several steps, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he struggled to fend off the attacks from behind. High-level Xintian realm. Yilian's heart raced as understanding dawned upon her. Without uttering another word, she seized Lin's hand and dashed towards the path of escape that had opened before them, vanishing in mere breaths. When Murong Juyin sought to follow, he found the entrance blocked once again by the iron-masked man and another black-clad fighter of equal rank. The other black-clad figures, without hesitation, pursued Lin and Yilian, not sparing Murong Juyin a second glance. "It seems you are no ordinary warrior. Why not hand her over to me, and we can split the spoils evenly?" The iron-masked man suggested with a low chuckle, his movements unimpeded as he charged forward with his long knife alongside his remaining allies. With a light step, Murong Juyin retreated, avoiding the strike while simultaneously unleashing a beam of sword light. Uttering coldly, "You are not merely in this for wealth, are you? However, I am a man of principles. Having accepted her commission, you will have to wait your turn, or perhaps you can pay me first. And I may consider it." The iron-masked man blocked the sword light with his long knife, momentarily taken aback by surprise. Though he concealed it well, Murong Juyin had caught a glimpse of his astonishment, leading him to surmise the underlying motivations. Yet, at that moment, the intentions of his adversaries were no longer relevant. If he did not resolve this confrontation, escaping would prove impossible, having barely healed from previous wounds. He now bore new injuries, however, when Murong Juyin glanced back at the bamboo basket, He found Xiao Ju still sound asleep, seemingly unaware of the surrounding peril, blissfully oblivious to the chaos. This sight left him bemused. Chapter 27. The flame blossom. Damn it. There's an ambush over there. In the next instant, a shout of exasperation rang out, and Murong Juyin beheld Yi Lian and Yin Lin rushing back towards him. Pursued by a throng of black-clad figures, upon closer inspection, he realized there were even more than before. Murong Juyin inwardly lamented the situation. It appeared these adversaries were more cautious than he had anticipated, continually preparing contingencies to ensure they would not escape. Before long, the trio found themselves back at their initial starting point, once again encircled by the black-clad figures, eyeing the crowd before them. In addition to the previous 5 high-level Shantian realm fighters, 3 more novice Shantian realm warriors had appeared. Heroine, how on earth did you manage to attract such a troublesome crowd? Murong Juyin licked his slightly parched lips, contemplating the 8 warriors of the Shanti realm before him. Their side boasted a mere 3 Shanti warriors, accompanied by an inexperienced female hero. Even if they fought fiercely to break free from the encirclement, they would likely suffer grievous injuries, making this venture rather unprofitable. Meanwhile, Yi Lian's gaze towards Murong Juyin grew increasingly complex, as if silently questioning whether they should abandon their vehicle to preserve their leader. The latter responded with a calm glance, instilling a sense of determination within Yi Lian, who readied himself for a life-or-death struggle. Yin Lin seemed to sense the gravity of the situation. Her earlier composure vanished, replaced by a flicker of panic in her eyes. At that moment, she appeared as a disheveled beggar, covered in grime, but fortunately, despite her tattered clothing, she bore no injuries thanks to Yi Lian's diligent protection. In stark contrast, Yi Lian looked terribly worse for wear. His already ragged attire was now reduced to mere strips, most of it soaked in blood. Upon closer inspection, several wounds marred his body, although the bleeding had ceased and his life remained intact on the other side. Witnessing the 2 captured individuals retrieved by his subordinates, the iron-faced man ceased his idle chatter and signaled his men to rush forth, intent on a swift resolution. In an instant, a flurry of weapons and hidden projectiles surged towards the trio. Transforming the alley into a chaotic dance of blades and shadows, Murong Juyin and Yi Lian were compelled to summon all their internal energy for a powerful counterattack, forming a protective barrier of true energy around themselves in hopes it would serve to their advantage. At this critical juncture, a resolute glint suddenly flashed in Yin Lin's eyes. In the next moment, she hurled a pre-prepared spirit talisman from within the protective barrier, igniting it amidst the astonished gazes of Murong Juyin and Yi Lian. A soft pop resonated, and the world fell eerily silent, as if time itself had slowed. A small flame blossomed into existence outside the protective barrier and under the watchful eyes of all present. It unfurled delicately, appearing slow yet occurring within the blink of an eye. Boom! In the following second, a deafening explosion erupted in the alley, engulfing the black-clad assailants before they could react, silencing their cries in an instant. Nearby walls and structures were swept away by the shockwave, leaving behind a vast circular clearing, measuring several dozen meters in diameter. Fortunately, this area was remote and sparsely populated. Otherwise, the collapse of buildings would have surely claimed numerous lives. Cough, cough, cough. Heroine, next time you use such a powerful item, could you please give us a heads up? We nearly met our end at your hands. Amidst the swirling dust, several shadowy figures dashed forth, accompanied by a somewhat hurried voice. Murong Juyin and Yi Lian steadied themselves nearby, their faces smeared with a grotesque mixture of dirt, blood, and an unknown black substance. Yin Lin, cradled in Murong Juyin's embrace, suffered no significant harm, save for a faint flush on her cheeks. Her mind, however, was a blank canvas, torn between marveling at the talisman's might and other thoughts. Before long, Yin Lin regained her composure and, struggling to break free from Murong Juyin's grasp, pouted in a mock protest. How was I to know? I've never used one before. Behind her, Xiao Ju finally stirred from slumber, peeking out from the bamboo basket. Upon seeing the aftermath of the explosion, she gasped in shock at the sight of a dozen charred corpses, remnants of the black-clad assassins, their forms grotesquely distorted and lifeless, with even a few Xian Ti assassins reduced to mere cinders. Not far away, the iron-faced man barely maintained his footing amidst the chaos, suppressing the metallic taste in his throat as he surveyed the devastation. His eyes hardened as he noted the near-total annihilation of his forces. Only a few distant Huangzhen realm fighters clung to life, while he and 4 surviving Xian Ti warriors remained, having wisely retreated at the first sight of the talisman's power. The prospect of rescuing others in such dire circumstances was inconceivable. I underestimated you. I never anticipated you possessed such an item. However, it is no wonder you sought us out. The iron-faced man swallowed a pill, a bitter expression mingling with malice in his gaze as he fixated on Yin Lin, instilling a sense of unease in her. Yurong Ju Yin, with an air of indifference, stepped forward, intercepting the iron-faced man's glare with an even colder one. His sword pointed directly at the remaining black-clad foes, wordlessly emanating an aura of calm that was almost unsettling. At the opportune moment, Yi Lian summoned a protective barrier to envelop the 3 of them. His defensive martial arts were well practiced, making him adept at safeguarding his companions. Yin Lin subtly reached for her waist, feigning a gesture, her expression growing steely. Though silence reigned, an unspoken understanding passed between them as they fixed their unwavering gazes upon the remaining enemies. This time, the remaining black-clad assailants hesitated to charge forward. They were uncertain whether Yin Lin still possessed more of those spirit talismans, and the heavy losses suffered by the iron-faced man's side made further confrontation seem unwise. Even Rong Ju Yin felt a flicker of doubt within. The surviving adversaries were formidable, and in their current wounded state, they were not certain they could withstand a desperate assault. We must retreat. After a moment of stalemate, the iron-faced man resolved to withdraw, fearing that prolonged engagement would attract the attention of various sections. The few foes remaining could not be dealt with swiftly, and salvaging what remained was paramount. Thus, the remaining black-clad figures slowly retreated, carrying away their fallen comrades. The iron-faced man was the last to depart, casting a lingering gaze at Rong Ju Yin, as if etching his likeness into memory. Rong Ju Yin remained composed, his sword gripped firmly as he watched them vanish from sight, not lowering his defensive stance until they were completely gone. Quickly, the sound of the explosion has drawn the patrols here. Before long, the sounds of a patrol echoed nearby, prompting the trio to hasten towards an undamaged building, aware that remaining near Yin Lin's identity could incite trouble. Just as they departed, a squad of soldiers arrived at the scene, bewildered by the destruction and bloodshed that met their eyes, yet finding no bodies to comprehend the chaos. Chapter 28. The divine healer Xiao Ju. Why did you merely watch as they carried away those corpses? They intended to kill us all. Hiding within a dilapidated house, Yin Lin, recalling the earlier scene, shook her fists in indignation. Yurong Ju Yin gently shook his head, his voice soft yet firm. With our current strength, we are insufficient to eliminate them all in mere breaths. The longer we linger, the worse it becomes. Besides, how many more of those spirit talismans do you possess? Given your realm, how many times can you use them? Yin Lin began to retort, but abruptly felt a wave of darkness wash over her, her body growing weak as she collapsed back to the ground. Just as Rong Ju Yin had foreseen, the use of the spirit talisman had drained her of all internal energy. The fact she had managed to reach this point was a testament to her earlier restraint in conserving her energy for escape. Leaning against the wall, Yi Lian noticed her predicament and reached for a recovery pill from his storage bag, only to be halted by Rong Ju Yin's hand. Save your pills. Those low-grade ones are beneath her notice. The cold remark startled Yi Lian, igniting a spark of irritation within him and a fit of defiance. He pulled various pills from his storage ring and began consuming them like candy, much to Yi Lian's astonishment. Yet this display only puzzled Yin Lin, causing her to pause in her actions, a mix of confusion and wariness in her demeanor. Since we have taken your Yuan stones, we are naturally obligated to ensure your safety. That fellow was merely envious, Rong Ju Yin explained, attempting to allay her concerns. In the next moment, he too found himself leaning against the wall, gradually sinking down as he examined his own injury. The wound from the thrown dagger had turned a deep shade of black, indicating a resurgence of poison within him. Meow! Before Yi Lian and Yin Lin could rush to assist, Xiao Ju, who had been resting, suddenly sprang forth from the bamboo basket like an arrow, her swift movement belied by her round form. Under their astonished gazes, Xiao Ju delicately licked the poisoned wound on Mu Rongju Yin's arm. And a miraculous sight unfolded as the darkened flesh visibly receded, restoring the wound to its natural hue. Before long, Mu Rongju Yin felt his strength gradually returning, the dizziness fading away. With a gentle gaze, he reached out to stroke Xiao Ju's head, marveling at the unexpected surprise this little creature provided. Her ability to dispel poison was truly remarkable. Wow, this little cat is incredible, truly a divine healer. Yin Lin exclaimed in astonishment, tossing aside the porcelain vial she had just retrieved. Rushing forward to embrace Xiao Ju, the latter, sensing the sudden movement, darted back into the bamboo basket with lightning speed, refusing to emerge despite Yin Lin's coaxing, not even offering a single meow in response. Ouch! On the other side, a pained groan echoed, prompting the two to look in its direction, where they beheld Yi Lian, his brow furrowed, lying on the ground with a porcelain vial in hand, one that Yin Lin had just tossed aside. Could you not be so careless with the medicinal pills? This vial contains quite effective healing elixirs. Yi Lian lamented, his face awash with grievance. Observing his injuries and comical demeanor, Yin Lin couldn't help but chuckle softly. If you want them, take them. You have plenty of wounds yourself, far more in need of these than I. All right then. Upon hearing this, Yi Lian sprang up from the ground, eagerly opening the vial to discover it was still filled with a good number of pills, his face lighting up with joy. With these elixirs, their chances of survival had just improved. After swallowing one, he hastily tucked the vial away. Although Yin Lin couldn't quite comprehend why Yi Lian was so elated, she understood that even Mu Rongju Yin, who was injured so severely, had not resorted to using any healing pills. She remained aloof, casting her gaze towards the ceiling while discreetly slipping a small pouch of essence crystals into Mu Rongju Yin's hands. Adding here, don't say I'm stingy. This trouble was caused by me. Consider this your compensation, its, not that I'm concerned for you. Mu Rongju Yin was about to refuse, but the resolute look in Yin Lin's eyes silenced him. Thus, the three remained hidden in the dilapidated house until the dawn of the next day, wary of any lingering assassins or patrolling guards. Despite their intent to avoid trouble, it seemed they had inadvertently entangled themselves with both the underworld and the righteous. As morning broke, Mu Rongju Yin gazed at the beam of sunlight streaming through the broken window, a sense of helplessness washing over him. Meanwhile, Yi Lian and Yin Lin occupied opposite corners of the room, one meditating, the other in deep slumber. Observing Yin Lin's unguarded state, Mu Rongju Yin couldn't shake the thought that perhaps they might conspire to sell her, with her assisting in counting the profits. Never mind, he resolved. Since I've accepted her compensation, I may as well leave a shred of kindness in this world. With a calm shake of his head, he dismissed the distracting thoughts. Though they were assassins who resorted to any means to complete their missions, both had their own moral boundaries. Perhaps this was why he and Yi Lian had been able to partner for several years. The previous partner had been sent to the underworld by Mu Rongju Yin himself, betrayed by the very one he trusted. Just as Mu Rongju Yin's gaze was about to drift away, Yin Lin slowly opened her sparkling eyes. Their eyes met, and she offered him a smile, to which he merely nodded in silence. Once Yi Lian finished his meditation, they all changed their attire, preparing to seek a new refuge. After the prior day's battle, the three were in disarray, and Yin Lin had been persistently insisting on a bath. They dared not neglect this little benefactor, and as for appearances, with her disguise mask, Yin Lin was at a distinct advantage, claiming she could alter her appearance into at least 5 different forms, which left the two men enviously astonished. After tidying up, Mu Rongju Yin casually tossed a small dried fish into the bamboo basket and stepped outside first, with Yin Lin curiously peering into the basket, greeted only by the unimpressed gaze of Xiao Ju. Where are we headed now? This feels rather dull, she mused, standing on the bustling street, prompting a look of disbelief from Yi Lian, whose jaw nearly dropped. Mu Rongju Yin nodded slightly, acknowledging that this little girl's transformation had come swiftly, likely due to her fright, a development that suited him just fine. Chapter 29. The open-air auction. They may come again. We should find a place near the sex market to lay low for a while, and we ought to restock our supplies. After a moment's contemplation, Murong Juyin decided to return to the market, which was close to their rendezvous point and bustling with people. Lin, having lost her playful spirit, could now focus on their matters. Upon hearing his suggestion, Lin nodded with an unusual calmness, refraining from any rebuttal. After all, it was her insistence on exploring that had led them into peril the previous day. While she was curious about the world outside, she did not wish to risk her life, especially since the two beside her had suffered injuries on her account. Thus, the three set off again towards the sex market. Murong Juyin did not truly deter Lin from exploring. He simply chose some lively areas. However, she now showed no interest, intent only on reaching a place to rest, take a hot bath, and enjoy a good sleep after a night of tension in the ruined house, fearful that the dark-clad figures might return. With their minds set on their destination, they soon arrived at an inn near the market. As expected, several posters featuring Lin's likeness adorned the entrance. Fortunately, she was in disguise at that moment. Otherwise, being recognized would have posed considerable trouble. Lin herself faced little risk. At worst, she would be taken back, but for the two men, it would mean further complications. Upon entering the inn, Murong Juyin deliberately selected a room that offered a view of the market entrance. And so did Yi. Lin's room was conveniently situated between theirs, allowing for swift responses should any issues arise. It seemed that after this incident, she might become more subdued. Even a caged canary must eventually learn of the hawk's threat. Reflecting on Lin's quiet demeanor, Murong Juyin felt a sense of relief. This would hopefully mitigate some troubles, although they had come perilously close to disaster. Miao Xiaoju emerged from the bamboo basket, leaping onto the bed, appearing somewhat listless. Murong Juyin, moved by a sudden impulse, quietly placed a small dried fish beside its tiny paw before sitting by the window. He skillfully consumed a healing elixir, then began to meditate. As a seasoned assassin of the Shifang Tower, sustaining injuries was a regular occurrence for him, and self-treatment had become second nature. Xiaoju, observing Murong Juyin's furrowed brow, felt an urge to assist. However, it was ultimately drained. Still recovering from the last bout of energy lost in an attempt to channel its frustrations, it bit down fiercely on the dried fish. A smile crept onto Murong Juyin's face. This little creature had brought him much joy. It was likely that the last time he had come close to death, it was this very little one who had saved him. He resolved to ensure it received proper nourishment. He was not impoverished anymore, having acquired several medium-grade essence crystals from Lin. Speaking of Lin, both he and Yi Lian had speculated that her background was rather extraordinary. If they could obtain her storage ring, it would not only contain an unknown quantity of essence crystals, but might also reveal secrets of the solid essence realm. However, this notion was swiftly quashed by both. It was not out of fear of retaliation from her benefactors, but rather because, despite being assassins, they were not brigands. Among that group of youths, only the two of them were peculiar enough to retain a semblance of kindness, which was likely why they were not favored by the Tower Master. Yet their prowess in the Shin Ti realm compensated for this deficit to some extent. Thus, as Murong Juyin quietly meditated while observing the market's activity, night fell once more, when a full moon hung high in the sky. A soft knock echoed from the door. "Cold Run, I just heard that there will be a small auction at the sex market tonight. Shall we go and join the excitement? We could also purchase some medicinal pills. It seems we haven't visited the Divine Medicine Valley yet." Upon opening the door, Yi Lian appeared clad in a silk white robe. It must be said, when this lad dressed formally, he exuded a hint of nobility, his features radiating an air of heroism. As long as he refrained from speaking, he could easily pass for an ideal gentleman, captivating a throng of young women. Murong Juyin glanced at the still sleeping Xiaoju and noted that Lin's door was tightly shut. She was likely still asleep. After pondering, he decided against bringing them along. The crowd below was too dense, and the risk of attracting unwanted attention was high. However, leaving a person and a cat behind in the inn was not a viable solution. Thus, Yi Lian retrieved 2 specially crafted sensing jade tokens from his storage pouch. These tokens, made of 2 halves, allowed them to discreetly place one half at the door of their rooms, infusing it with their true energy. If anyone entered the room, they would be able to sense it even from miles away. Originally, These tokens were intended for mutual awareness during missions, but Yi Lian had adeptly developed this method, greatly benefiting them both. Just as he was about to slip the token into Yin Lin's room, she unexpectedly opened the door and stepped out, spotting Yi Lian, who was crouched conspiratorially at her door. "What is this? Are you planning to leave me behind for some fun?" Caught off guard, Yi Lian froze, his outstretched hand suspended in midair, the half-token exposed. Immediately, Yin Lin displayed her dominant nature, snatching it from him. "This is rather beautiful. I'll take it." She toyed with the jade token, which was indeed a fine product from the Shifeng Tower, exquisitely crafted and comparable to an intricately carved ornament, with his hand now empty. Yi Lian realized he was too late to reclaim it. He decided against pursuing it further, letting her enjoy it for now. After she grew bored, he could retrieve it later. "Remember, when we go out this time? Don't wander off. Stay close to us." Murong Jian spoke softly, casually closing the door to his room, and walked alongside Yi Lian towards the inn's exit. Yin Lin nodded, donning a disguise mask and obediently trailing behind them, demonstrating her compliance. The sect's marketplace appeared particularly lively under the night sky, likely due to the advance notice of a small auction, drawing numerous martial artists who surrounded the central square in layers. Since this auction was exclusively for martial artists, it was no surprise that most attendees were around the Shintai realm. Notably, the disciples responsible for maintaining order were all at the pinnacle of the Shintai realm, accompanied by a few enigmatic figures whose auras remained obscured. Murong Jian surveyed the area, guiding Yi Lian and Yin Lin to a relatively open spot, positioning them with Yin Lin protected between them. Yi Lian, now elegantly attired, attracted the attention of several young women nearby, while Murong Jian remained vigilant, discreetly observing any unusual movements. Only Yin Lin seemed preoccupied, idly toying with the jade token in her hand. Chapter 30. A familiar voice before long. A crisp sound of a bell resonated, prompting the crowd to part as the guard team of Shintai disciples cleared a path for a select few. Amidst the eager gazes of martial artists, a stunningly attractive woman in a qipao sauntered forward, her figure sinuous and captivating, exuding an alluring charm that held the attention of all until she reached the center of the open space. With a graceful lift of her jade hand, two martial artists clad in sect attire positioned a half-height table before her. Standing like sentinels to safeguard her, it was apparent that she was the host of this outdoor auction. One must concede that despite the auction's modest scale, the choice of host was indeed commendable. Ever since her appearance, the gazes of the martial artists had remained riveted, entranced by her sultry yet graceful form and enchanting visage, either admiring or coveting her beauty. Given the backing of various sects, no martial artist, regardless of status, dared to utter a word, maintaining a respectful silence, merely observing from a distance. Standing at the center, the qipao beauty scanned the crowd with her sparkling eyes. And with a smile, she spoke in a seductive tone, "Good evening, everyone. Tonight's impromptu auction, organized collaboratively by the various sects, will be hosted by your humble servant, Xiao, and I hope you all will maintain decorum and bid steadily. Wishing each of you success in acquiring your desired treasures." As her words faded, Xiao Yao slowly retrieved the first item for tonight's auction from a storage ring, a wooden box engraved with ancient patterns. The crowd displayed expressions of confusion, but with a subtle smile, she opened the box, revealing a red talisman inscribed with mysterious runes that emanated waves of scorching heat. Even Murong Jian, standing at a distance, could sense the potent energy contained within. This item was known as the Explosive Spirit Fire Talisman. With merely a surge of true energy, it could annihilate several Shintai realm fighters, starting at a bid of 10 low-grade elemental crystals. I bid 20-30. As the host's words concluded, the air was immediately filled with a cacophony of competing bids, quickly escalating to 100 low-grade elemental stones. Murong Jian's gaze flickered, stealing a glance at Yin Lin. Realizing that her talisman, which could potentially obliterate all adversaries, was undoubtedly worth a significant sum. Ultimately, the talisman fetched a price of 1,000 low-grade elemental stones, claimed by a masked individual. Such gatherings often saw many concealing their true identities. Yet despite the auction being held outdoors, transactions occurred in a nearby small chamber, allowing for a degree of security and privacy. Various rare herbs, weapons, and elixirs were auctioned off one by one. Bolstered by Xiao Yao's beauty, they all commanded impressive prices. However, Murong Juyan and Yi Lian found themselves financially constrained, merely spectators unable to partake. Just as the Qipao beauty presented the next item, Murong Juyan's heart jolted. It was a jade token devoid of any aura, yet its shape and patterns were strikingly similar to the one given to him by Gu Xian. Yi Lian also displayed a hint of surprise upon seeing it. Their eyes met, and in that moment, they resolved to acquire it. This particular item was somewhat unique. Its contents were indeterminable. However, the nature of martial arts was inherently uncertain. It could conceal great fortunes or simply be a decorative piece. Therefore, this item was introduced as a blind box opportunity, starting at a bid of one low-grade elemental crystal, available to the fortunate. The Qipao beauty's vague descriptions were met with a silence that enveloped the crowd. After a lengthy pause, someone ventured to test their luck, calling out a price of 10 crystals, only for another to immediately counter with 20. Gradually, the bidding stalled at 50 low-grade elemental stones, a considerable sum. Murong Juyan waited a moment longer before calling out 60, but this time, no one dared to raise their bid, for it appeared to be merely an ordinary jade token. The Qipao beauty prepared to strike the gavel. 60 for the first time, 60 for the second time, 60, wait, I bid 100. A gentle voice interrupted, just as the gavel was about to fall. Murong Juyan turned to see a young man in a fitted outfit smiling at him. It was Wen Yin, the young master of Hongye City, whom he had briefly encountered upon entering the city. Their gazes intertwined, and beside them, Yi Lian raised her hand, declaring, I bid 110. Wen Yin regarded them with an unbroken smile, responding with a bid of 120, prompting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers, who recognized the young master of Hongye City. They had not anticipated that he would also take an interest in this seemingly unremarkable jade token. As Yi Lian prepared to raise her bid once more, Murong Juyan swiftly interjected, cautioning against escalating the stakes further, especially given Wen Yan's status and unknown intentions. It was wiser to retreat for the moment. Seeing no further bids, the Qipao beauty began her countdown once more. 200. Suddenly, just before the gavel fell, another bid emerged. Yin Lin had participated, not wishing to miss out on the excitement. Wen Yin regarded Yin Lin from afar. Bowing gracefully, his demeanor exuding noble charm, since the lady desires it, let it be hers. Murong Juyan and Yi Lian watched as Yin Lin proceeded to the chamber for the transaction, momentarily taken aback. Pondering Wen Yan's motives, was he merely indulging in amusement? Indeed, they surmised correctly. Wen Yan found it entertaining. As the young master of Hongye City, he had always presented himself as gentle, considerate, and just, with rumors suggesting he was a candidate for the next city lord. Among his peers, while not the strongest, he was undoubtedly the most beloved. Upon Yin Lin's return after completing her transaction, Wen Yin approached her, clasping his hands in greeting, I am Wen Yin. May I inquire about the lady's name? This scene sparked whispers among the surrounding martial artists. Aside from those still engaged in bidding, numerous gazes shifted towards them. Yin Lin hesitated, unsure of how to respond, when Yi Lian stepped forward to address Wen Yin. What business do you have, young master? Perhaps you would like to share with me? I inquired about this lady, not you, Wen Yin replied, his gaze shifting slightly, revealing a hint of irritation. However, maintaining his composure, he returned the gesture. As two of his guards approached, their expressions cold and unyielding, as if regarding Yi Lian as inconsequential. Murong Juyan felt a surge of alarm. Those guards were undoubtedly formidable, likely at the Gu Yuan realm. Yet, regardless of the opponent's strength, he could not afford to retreat at this moment, subtly shifting to shield Yin Lin behind him. Yin Lin, startled, sensed the precariousness of the situation. Nevertheless, even if her identity were exposed, she had no desire to engage with those she wished to avoid. Thus, she waved her hand dismissively, stating nonchalantly, No need, young master, I am but a humble girl. How could I dare to associate with you? We merely came to enjoy the festivities, and I hope you won't trouble us further. We shall take our leave. As her words concluded, Yin Lin pulled Murong Juyan and Yi Lian along, making her way out without regard for Wen Yan's response. The expression of Wen Yan's guards shifted, contemplating intervening, but a fierce glance from him stilled their movements. Watching the trio disappear into the marketplace, Wen Yin chuckled quietly to himself, then turned to speak with an associate nearby, who promptly nodded and hurried away in a specific direction. Chapter 31. The Contact of the Divine Herb Valley. Here, take this. Shortly after leaving the auction, Yin Lin casually handed the previously acquired jade token to Murong Juyan. He paused, slightly taken aback, and replied coolly, "This is what you won. Why are you giving it to me? Did you not wish to acquire this? Why the sudden reluctance?" Yin Lin questioned, her expression bemused, and without waiting for his response, she tossed it toward him, displaying her usual assertiveness. Murong Juyan accepted it silently, not wishing to pursue the matter further. His gaze shifted as he reflected on the earlier events, realizing that Wen Yin was far more complex than he appeared. Regardless of his motives, forming any connection with him was ill-advised. It would be prudent to visit the Divine Herb Valley store to restock on elixirs. He had yet to explore it. As the three individuals strolled along the street, Yi Lian suddenly halted, opening his mouth to speak. Murong Juyan nodded in agreement, acknowledging the necessity of replenishment, for their previous supplies had been nearly exhausted, leaving their storage bags filled solely with empty bottles. However, what went unnoticed by the two was that upon hearing the name of the Divine Herb Valley, Yin Lin's face momentarily betrayed a mix of disdain and aversion. It was hardly surprising, as although the Heavenly Sword Sect and the Divine Herb Valley both governed Hongya City, the two factions had been at odds for over a millennium, with a continuous history of minor skirmishes. Before long, the trio arrived at a shop adorned with the sign of the Divine Herb Valley. Curiously, directly across the street stood the shop of the Heavenly Sword Sect, the two establishments glaring at each other from across the thoroughfare, with the staff inside casting resentful glances towards their rival. Upon reaching the entrance, Yi Lian strode confidently inside, while Murong Juyan intended to follow but noticed Yin Lin standing still, fixated on the emblem of the Divine Herb Valley with an expression that clearly indicated her distaste. Almost as if she were proclaiming her allegiance to the Heavenly Sword Sect. "If you dislike it here, then wait outside, and refrain from wandering about. Also, conceal your expression. It is too conspicuous," a gentle voice floated to Yin Lin's ears. After Murong Juyan's admonition, he proceeded into the shop without further concern. Yin Lin shot him a large eye roll at his retreating figure, and though she reluctantly complied, she managed to suppress her look of disdain. Glancing around the deserted street, she stomped her foot in frustration but ultimately chose to follow. Upon entering the shop, the trio was immediately enveloped by the fragrant aromas of various elixirs and herbs. Just a few whiffs revitalized their spirits. Indeed, the alchemical prowess of the Divine Herb Valley was well deserved, for even though the outdoor auction held by the various sects had yet to conclude, the shop was already bustling with martial artists of diverse attire selecting their potions. Renowned as a wholesale dealer of elixirs, the Divine Herb Valley had meticulously organized its operations. Whenever a customer entered, a well-dressed youth or maiden would greet them, subsequently introducing and recommending various potions, their appearances suggesting they had been specifically trained for this purpose. Surprisingly, upon their entrance, they were welcomed by an elderly man sporting a goatee. Yet, they paid little mind to such details and directly expressed their desire to purchase several elixirs. The elder, well-versed in his craft, led them to a row of empty shelves. "Here we have the revitalizing pill. And here is the essence restoration pill, both priced at 20 low-grade elemental crystals per bottle, with each containing 10 pills," he explained, standing by as Yi Lian began to select his purchases. Both Yi Lian and Murong Juyan procured several bottles, depleting a substantial portion of their elemental crystals. Just as Yi Lian handed his crystals to the elder leaned in, whispering, "The owner sends his regards to you both." Hearing this, Murong Juyan's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly glanced at Yin Lin, relieved to find her occupied several paces away, inspecting a bottle of elixir, oblivious to the unfolding exchange. When she lifted her gaze to meet Murong Juyan's, she merely offered him a faint smile. Thank goodness, Murong Juyan thought, feeling a slight sense of relief. After instructing Yin Lin to wait outside while he and Yi Lian retrieved some elixirs from the back, they followed the elder into a small room at the shop's rear. Yin Lin, harboring no particular affection for the people of the Divine Herb Valley, was content to distance herself as much as possible. In the room, Murong Juyan inquired, What is the purpose of our visit here? He remained composed, aware that the elder's identity and capabilities were shrouded in mystery, and he sought only to ascertain his mission. The elder, displaying an unhurried demeanor, produced 2 envelopes from behind him and handed them to the pair. Upon opening them, their expressions shifted dramatically: confusion, astonishment, followed by a collective sigh. The envelopes contained but 2 items: a black iron plate inscribed with the characters for Heavenly Sword, and a sheet of letter paper filled with writing, evidently detailing their assigned tasks, each distinct from the other. The owner's intention is for you to infiltrate the Heavenly Sword sect. Given your abilities, you should be able to attain the status of inner disciples, after which you may proceed with your objectives. As for future tasks, others will provide you with that information. Our communication ends here? The elders stated, observing their astonishment with a knowing gaze. The entrance examination for the Heavenly Sword sect is not trivial. I wish you both good fortune. I asked that all? Just a task to enter the Heavenly Sword sect? Yi Lian queried, his eyes glinting with curiosity. Your current task consists of these elements. As for the rest, further instructions will follow. However, I must admit, your arrival was somewhat earlier than I anticipated. The elder chuckled, clearly surprised that they had reached this point days ahead of schedule. Yi Lian, feeling a sense of relief, recalled that the owner had merely instructed him to come to Hongya City's market, where he would naturally meet his contact. The earlier decision to bring Yin Lin along had been a clever ruse. It seemed their likenesses had already been provided to the contact, and he was grateful they had not visited this shop sooner, for that might have proven difficult to explain. May I inquire about your current standing within the Divine Herb Valley? Murong Jian finally voiced his lingering question. At this, the elder's eyes dimmed slightly, and he sighed, though this is confidential. I can reveal that I have yet to break through to the Shin body realm, hence I was assigned to oversee this shop. Not having broken through to the Shin body realm? Does that imply that joining a sect offers the opportunity for such a breakthrough? Yi Lian pondered, suddenly recalling an earlier conversation with Gu Xian, though he was uncertain of the elder's implications. I cannot disclose more, the elder replied, his tone growing cold. He gestured for them to leave, cautioning, let no one learn of today's events. We shall not meet again, and your identities must remain concealed. Otherwise, no one can save you. The 2 could only nod in response, refraining from further inquiries. After acquiring a few more elixirs, they turned to exit. Watching them leave, the elder retrieved a jade slip, upon which a line of small characters slowly dissipated. Chapter 32. Drunk on wine in the main hall of the Divine Herb Valley shop, Yin Lin inquired impatiently, what took you so long? What did you go to fetch? Having regained their composure, Murong Jian and Yi Lian merely mentioned they had purchased some additional elixirs as they exited the shop with Yin Lin. Back on the bustling streets of the market, each of them was lost in their own thoughts. The evening breeze tousling their hair and bringing a refreshing chill. The night is splendid. Shall we not explore a bit more? After a prolonged silence, Murong Jian was the first to break it, prompting astonished looks from Yi Lian and Yin Lin, as if he had uttered something utterly unbelievable. Yi Lian, recovering first, heartily slapped Murong Jian on the shoulder, laughing boisterously, ha ha ha, then let's go drink. Today, I shall treat you all. Drinking? That sounds delightful, just the kind of thing a heroine would do. Yin Lin's eyes sparkled with excitement, and the dark clouds that had previously loomed over her heart vanished, restoring her spirited demeanor. Thus, the trio sought out an establishment called Kalela, choosing a table on the second floor by the window to better enjoy the nightscape. Waiter, bring us your finest wine, Yi Lian called out, his voice resonant and commanding, as if he might draw a sword and slam it onto the table at any moment. Wine is on its way. No sooner had he spoken than a server appeared, carrying a jug of wine and several small dishes, approaching with light, quick steps. Setting the wine on the table, he cheerfully inquired, esteemed guests, what dishes would you like? Our establishment boasts a plethora of signature dishes. Just bring us the best of everything. We're not short on coins. Yin Lin chimed in, enthusiastically slapping the table, her demeanor reflecting that of a true warrior. The server, delighted by their request, nodded eagerly and hurried back to the kitchen to prepare. At the table, 3 cups were filled to the brim. Murong Juyin and Yi Lian lifted their drinks and downed them in one go. Yin Lin, attempting to mimic their actions, took a gulp but was immediately overwhelmed by a fiery sensation that consumed her senses. She fought to swallow, ultimately succumbing to a fit of violent coughing. Ha ha ha! That's not how you drink. You must take it slow. Yi Lian burst into laughter at Yin Lin's reaction, relieved that he had no wine in his mouth at that moment. Or he might have spit it out. Initially unfazed, Yin Lin felt the sting of Yi Lian's teasing words and, in a fit of defiance, snatched the jug from him, pouring herself another drink, ignoring the consequences. She downed it in one go, but thanks to her prior experience, she managed to endure the burning sensation without coughing this time. That's not how you drink wine, Murong Juyin advised softly, before silently reclaiming the jug to fill his own cup. He merely took a delicate sip from his second cup, then gazed blankly at the moon hanging in the sky, his thoughts adrift, lost in contemplation. Tio, drink heartily and feast generously. What greater joy could there be? Yi Lian, disregarding everything, continued to pour cup after cup into her stomach. Yin Lin nodded repeatedly, agreeing with Yi Lian's sentiment. However, upon observing the demeanor of Murong Juyin, she slowed her movements, savoring the flavors within her drink rather than downing it all at once. The moonlight fell upon the table like a curtain, and in the distance, the city walls were adorned with crimson leaves, resembling a grand painting that shone brilliantly in the night. The three of them, amidst the picturesque scenery, leisurely sipped their drinks, some quickly, some slowly. Ordinarily, they could expel the alcohol absorbed into their bodies using their true energy, allowing it to evaporate naturally, yet neither Murong Juyin nor Yi Lian chose this option. As a wave of intoxication washed over them, it was Yin Lin who first felt her head spinning. Having never drank before, her cheeks flushed a bright red, instinctively raising her empty cup, already tipsy. Noticing something amiss, Murong Juyin swiftly approached, placing his finger on Yin Lin's shoulder, channeling a gentle flow of true energy into her. Her hazy gaze regained some clarity, and her drinking ceased, though she still appeared somewhat dazed. Let us stop drinking for now, Murong Juyin said coldly, downing the remaining liquor in the jug and placing it beside the table where 3 or 4 empty jugs already lay. Yin Lin, still bearing some intoxication, noticed the absence of any more alcohol on the table and waved her hand to summon the waiter again. Yi Lian hurriedly gestured for the waiter to leave. Then soothingly said, all right, my lady, you truly are impressive, with a vast capacity. We can no longer drink. Humph, of course. Just look at who this lady is, Yin Lin replied with pride, before losing consciousness and slumping against her chair. Mumbling for more wine, Murong Juyin sighed inwardly at the sight, called the waiter to settle the bill, and then supported Yin Lin as they exited, on the desolate street. Murong Juyin bore Yin Lin upon his shoulder with a cold expression. She was utterly unable to support herself in her drunken state. Initially, he had intended to assist Yi Lian as well, but since the lady insisted on him carrying her, he complied to avoid any misunderstandings. To prevent any potential misinterpretation, Murong Juyin had thoughtfully placed a thick cushion on his shoulder, ensuring his hands merely supported her calves, deliberately avoiding any contact with Yin Lin's body. The moonlight was gentle, and the three of them walked along a road resembling a silvery carpet. Murong Juyin glanced at Yin Lin, who appeared to have fallen asleep, and then turned to Yi Lian. At that moment, Yi Lian happened to look at him, whispering, "What is the plan now?" The usual method. Find an appropriate moment to part ways, Murong Juyin replied with a slight smile. As if a thought had crossed his mind, though a fleeting sadness flickered in his eyes, quickly concealed deep within. Yi Lian nodded, seemingly resigned to this course of action. Where do you think you're going? Without my command, you are not to wander. This lady has plenty of money. Suddenly, Yin Lin's voice rang out, startling both of them, their faces paling. Fortunately, she was merely speaking in her sleep, clearly lost in her dreams. Mumbling various heroic phrases seemingly from nowhere. Truly a remarkable heroine, Murong Juyin thought, a faint smile escaping him as his expression remained stoic. Chapter 33. An unexpected visitor. Wait a moment. Upon reaching the inn's entrance, Murong Juyin halted, a sudden sense of foreboding washing over him. Though he could not pinpoint the cause, Yi Lian produced a token from her storage bag. Sensing no unusual activity, and couldn't help but chuckle softly, saying, "You're not imagining things, are you? There's nothing to worry about." "Perhaps," Mu Rongju Yin replied quietly, his left hand stealthily pressing against a concealed blade. Casting another glance around the inn's vicinity, not even a shadow was present, prompting a self-deprecating smile. He realized he was being overly sensitive. Once inside the inn, Mu Rongju Yin first ensured Yin Lin was comfortably settled. With a muffled thud, he tossed her onto the bed, and a soft sigh escaped her lips as she fell into a deep slumber, her face still flushed from intoxication. Noticing the faint blush on her cheeks, Mu Rongju Yin sighed softly, gently covering her with a blanket before turning to exit the room. As he approached his own chamber, just as he pushed the door open, an unforeseen change occurred. A wave of unparalleled killing intent suddenly enveloped him, rendering him momentarily paralyzed. As he tried to alert Yin, who had already entered her room, he found himself dumbfounded, unable to utter a sound as a formidable force pulled him inside. The door closed behind him with no wind. As if nothing had transpired in the pitch-black room, illuminated only by the faint moonlight, Mu Rongju Yin discerned the source of the overwhelming force, a stunningly beautiful woman who could easily be mistaken for a youthful maiden if not for her attire. Reminiscent of a matron. Her hair was elegantly styled, her makeup flawless, and her lips a striking red against her smooth, oval face. Only upon closer inspection could one find the marks of time, adding a unique charm to her beauty. However, Mu Rongju Yin had no inclination to admire her beauty, for it seemed his very life hung in the balance, ensnared by the presence of this enchanting lady. He found himself immobilized by an invisible force, unable to channel his true energy, akin to fish on a chopping board. Glancing at the small orange creature, it too appeared paralyzed, uncharacteristically allowing the beautiful woman to stroke its fur without resistance. Solid origin realm. This singular thought raced through Mu Rongju Yin's mind, for only someone of such power could suppress him to this extent, or perhaps even beyond. "Dear child, there's no need for alarm. I am not here to take your life," the woman spoke after a long silence, her voice as gentle as flowing water. Hearing this, Mu Rongju Yin felt a chill creep into his heart, his gaze flickering as he tentatively inquired, "You have come for Yin Lin, Haven Tu?" Upon hearing his question, the woman covered her mouth and chuckled, her captivating smile momentarily leaving Mu Rongju Yin in a daze. Among all the women he had encountered, none could rival the alluring grace of this one. Gradually, she approached him, every movement exuding elegance or perhaps disdain, a clear display of the superiority that strong possess over the weak. With a delicate gesture, the pressure that had been restraining Mu Rongju Yin eased significantly, yet he felt a lingering force still trained upon him, ready to unleash at the slightest sign of rebellion. "May I inquire if you are of the solid origin realm?" he asked, sensing his true energy beginning to flow once more. "You are aware of the solid origin realm?" This time, the woman appeared surprised. Though she quickly regained her haughty demeanor, responding nonchalantly, "She must have mentioned me. My surname is Liu.At this revelation, Mu Rongju Yin's understanding crystallized. This was the moment to extricate himself from the heroine's affairs. He replied in a low voice, "If you have come to fetch her, she is currently asleep next door, having indulged a bit too much." Before his words had fully settled, the powerful aura enveloped him once more, accompanied by Lu Ying's icy voice. "Originally, I intended to eliminate you all, but you managed to protect her so well last time. She is fortunate, and so are you. Given that you did not take advantage of her drunkenness, you might be considered worthy. I am not one to commit acts of slaughter, and it is inconvenient for me to take her with me now. Therefore, she will need to remain hidden with you for a few more days. Is that acceptable?" "This is rather difficult to comply with. We do not plan to stay here for long," Mu Rongju Yin replied, braving the pressure and speaking firmly yet respectfully, secretly relieved that she was not here to demand vengeance. After all, that previous aura had felt lethal. Upon hearing this, Lu Ying's beautiful eyes filled with disdain, yet out of respect for her status, she coldly stated, "Do not worry. You will not work for free. I can offer you 2 places in the Tianjin sect's entrance examination." Surely, nothing could be more enticing than that. Mu Rongju Yin contemplated responding but ultimately refrained. To assert that he could gain entry to the Tianjin sect would likely result in immediate annihilation. Their involvement with Yin Lin would then appear as a scheme. Conversely, declining the offer might lead to a grim fate, perhaps even a fate worse than death. Thus, he forced a displeased expression, feigning reluctance. "Then I shall extend my gratitude, esteemed elder." As soon as he spoke, a pang of regret struck him. He had helped her, yet gained nothing in return. Observing Mu Rongju Yan's expression, Lu Ying felt a wave of displeasure wash over her. And once again, the oppressive aura descended upon him. However, this time, Mu Rongju Yan managed to withstand the pressure, slowly lifting his head. His gaze hardened as he looked at Lu Ying, determination flickering within. Is this the true strength of the solid origin realm? Indeed formidable. Mu Rongju Yan felt his bones creaking under the strain, a storm of emotions brewing within him, soon enveloped by a wave of heat. Lu Ying's beautiful eyes flickered slightly, as she was taken aback to find that this small ghost at the level of the Xianti realm could actually withstand the pressure of her Yuan Shan realm. Out of curiosity, she could not help but intensify the pressure a bit more. After a few breaths, Mu Rongju Yan could no longer endure it and suddenly coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, his entire being retreating as if struck by lightning. Upon noticing this, Lu Ying gradually withdrew her pressure, yet she continued to fixate on Mu Rongju Yan. On the bed, Xiao Ju watched this scene with round, anxious eyes, but regrettably, the human woman beside it kept suppressing its abilities, leaving it unable to do anything but pray in silence. Once again, Mu Rongju Yan trembled, barely managing to stabilize himself against the wall. And then spoke softly, "There is no need for such measures, senior." As he spoke, a glint of sharpness flashed in his eyes. Lu Ying maintained a cold demeanor and replied with indifference, "I merely wish to test your foundation. The Tianjin sect is not easily accessible. I shall grant you but one opportunity." "Then I thank you, senior," Mu Rongju Yan said, his gaze icy as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, stepping back to lean against the wall to prevent himself from collapsing. Throughout this ordeal, his focus had never strayed from Lu Ying, and his internal energy was poised to erupt, remaining vigilant against this somewhat terrifying woman. If Lu Ying were to strike again unexpectedly, he was uncertain if he could withstand it. This is a one-time sound transmission talisman that can be activated with your internal energy. If you need anything, use this to contact me, or I shall use it to reach out to you. Without acknowledging Mu Rongju Yan's gaze, Lu Ying casually tossed him a sound transmission talisman and continued. "In the coming days, do avoid unnecessary excursions. Rest assured, I shall not require your presence for more than 5 days. 5 days. Preparations must be made." Mu Rongju Yan's heart jolted, quietly taking note. Given the strength of his opponent, it would be quite challenging to extricate himself without devising a plan. Meanwhile, Lu Ying silently approached the window, and to Mu Rongju Yan's bewilderment, a small, silver vessel suddenly descended from outside. Upon closer inspection, the vessel's exterior was etched with an array of esoteric, twisted runes, none of which he could comprehend. Lu Ying leapt gracefully onto the small vessel, which hovered motionless in the air as if it were anchored in place. "Wait, I have another question. Our movements have indeed been disclosed to you, have they not?" Just as Lu Ying was about to channel her vital energy into the vessel in preparation for departure, Mu Rongju Yan could not suppress his curiosity. Upon hearing his question, Lu Ying paused momentarily, then left behind only a light laugh as she propelled the vessel into the void, a fierce wind swirling around them. Fortunately, it was already midnight. Otherwise, this scene would have caused quite a stir in Hongyi City. Such a flying contraption. Is it something that can be wielded only after reaching the Yuan realm? It seems I must be more cautious regarding my whereabouts in the future. Struggling to suppress his astonishment, Mu Rongju Yan gleaned the answer he sought from Lu Ying as reaction. If this senior Lu had been aware of their movements from the outset, it could spell significant trouble. Should she learn of his and Yi Xian's identities linked to the Shifeng Lu, their fates would be sealed, for Shifeng Lu was notorious for its unsavory dealings. After a while, as Mu Rongju Yan sensed no further movement, he lifted his foot to step forward, only to be suddenly overwhelmed by a wave of excruciating pain that nearly sent him crashing to the ground. He stumbled, ultimately leaning against the table for support. Clearly, he had merely been holding on by a thread. Now, the aftereffects surged upon him, proving somewhat unbearable. Fortunately, his wounds had not reopened, and his meridians remained intact. It seemed Lu Ying had merely intended to issue a warning while testing him. However, he would need to maintain distance from Yin Lin in the coming days. Merely bringing her to drink last night without Lu Ying's immediate wrath was a stroke of luck. Meow. In the next moment, a cat's meow interrupted his spiraling thoughts, and he saw Xiao Ju scampering to his side. His heart stirred, and he offered a piece of dried fish, then gently patted Xiao Ju's back, signaling that he was fine. Following this, Mu Rongju Yin approached the window to secure it shut, skillfully retrieving a rejuvenating pill to swallow, and once again began to meditate for healing. Unusually, Xiao Ju did not return to the bed but curled up beside his feet, a wave of warmth enveloping him, making Mu Rongju Yin feel as though he were basking in a gentle spring breeze. Thus, after this small episode, Mu Rongju Yin sat in meditation throughout the night. It was not until a ray of midday sunlight filtered through the window that he gradually opened his eyes. Exhaling a breath of stale air, he found his vitality at its peak, his injuries nearly healed. With a flick of his right hand, 2 identical jade slips appeared, and as he directed his internal energy into them, they remained unresponsive. This was not his first attempt. He had tried upon leaving Guxian not long ago, but despite his efforts, the slips remained ordinary jade. Discontent with the situation, he took a deep breath and glanced toward the adjacent room. Yin Lin had likely not yet awakened, or else he would not have been able to cultivate in peace until now. Yi Xian would also need to be roused. Meanwhile, Yi Xian was in his own room, practicing his cultivation. As he had sustained mainly external injuries, his recovery was relatively swift, and his aura had returned to the high stages of the Xianti realm, thanks in no small part to the bottle of pills Yin Lin had carelessly discarded. Could that little girl have overindulged in drink last night? Yi Xian pricked his ears, attempting to discern any sounds from Yin Lin's room, but after listening for an entire morning without hearing anything, he resumed his cultivation. The series of battles had made him acutely aware that his strength was still lacking. He could not afford to stagnate at the Xianti realm. Thus, Mu Rongju Yin and Yi Xian, free from Yin Lin's interruptions, fell into a fervent cycle of training. Yet, they remained unable to grasp even a hint of a breakthrough. While their internal energy continuously improved, no substantial changes were evident. On the other side, Yin Lin gradually awoke in her room. As she opened her eyes, her head felt as if it might explode. A wave of dizziness and pain surged over her, prompting her to hastily circulate her energy to regain focus. After a while, she began to feel better, but in this state, she was too lazy to rise, instead lying in bed staring at the ceiling, her mind racing with thoughts in the absence of Aunt Lu's constraints. These past few days had been exhilarating. She had experienced life and death in an instant, witnessed various wonders, and even indulged in the drink that every hero ought to know. Although she had imbibed a bit too much and forgotten some of the previous events, it was far more enjoyable than being confined indoors with nothing to do. Those two possessed kind hearts. It appeared the world outside was not as frightful as they had claimed. Gazing at her in scathed attire and storage ring, recalling snippets of her drunken escapades, she could not help but smile, her eyes alight with joy. After laughing for a while, Yin Lin seemed to remember something troubling, letting out a soft sound. If only they were disciples of the Tianjin sect. In the days that followed, Mu Rongju Yin and Yi Xian, besides immersing themselves in their training, took Yin Lin out to explore various locales within the city. Their injuries healed substantially over these few days, yet Mu Rongju Yin remained ever mindful of Lu Ying's 5-day deadline. He only informed Yi Xian that they would return Yin Lin to her rightful place after 5 days. As for Lu Ying's matters, the fewer who knew, the better. The 5-day period swiftly passed. One day, while Mu Rongju Yin was meditating in his room, he suddenly raised an eyebrow, promptly ceasing his cultivation to open his eyes. He retrieved an item from his storage bag, the sound transmission talisman Lu Ying had given him. A line of small characters quietly materialized on it. 5 li from Hongyi City. At the pavilion, I await your arrival there. After a few breaths, the talisman ignited spontaneously without fire, turning to ashes in Mu Rongju Yin's astonished gaze, just as Lu Ying had indicated. It truly was a one-time use. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Mu Rongju Yin rose and surveyed the room, then took out a bamboo basket, gently patting the slumbering Xiao Ju. The latter opened its eyes reluctantly and climbed into the basket, immediately resuming its soft snores in a new spot. Seeing Xiao Ju like this, a slight smile crept onto Mu Rong Juyan's lips. It was indeed his first time encountering such a remarkably sleepy kitten. However, recalling its uniqueness, he understood and turned to exit. Just as he was about to knock on Yin Lin's door, it swung open from within, revealing Yin Lin clad in a striking red outfit, her face adorned with a veil. "Let us go." Beneath the veil, Yin Lin wore a radiant smile, as if she had been privy to the unfolding events all along. Her calm demeanor spared Murong Juyan the need for elaborate explanations, and he promptly rapped on Yilian's door. Upon hearing the commotion, Yilian emerged directly. The trio made a brief preparation before exiting the inn, and soon they found themselves unobstructed as they left Hongye City. At the city gate, Murong Juyan cast a glance at the bustling street behind him, then, following the directions provided by Lu Ying, set off on foot. The several miles of journey proved effortless even for Yin Lin, who felt no need to hasten her pace. The three of them strolled quietly, letting time drift by. It was autumn, and the maple forests surrounding Hongye City were ablaze with vibrant reds, with countless crimson leaves fluttering down like confetti in the breeze. Resembling a breathtaking scroll of art from a distance, so beautiful it seemed almost unreal. As they approached the pavilion, Murong Juyan paused, his gaze flickering. Channeling his inner energy with intent, he felt a twinge of apprehension at the thought of encountering the formidable Lu Ying once more. Despite his usual composure, he couldn't help but feel a hint of concern. After all, given the current strength of himself and Yilian, a mere glance from that woman could easily subdue them. Yet, since they had come this far, he resolved to remain at ease. With this thought, Murong Juyan tucked away the jade blade hidden in his sleeve back into his storage bag, catching up to Yilian and Yin Lin, who walked ahead. The 5-mile trek, filled with scenic appreciation, took them nearly half an hour. Soon, the trees thinned out, giving way to an open space where an ancient pavilion appeared before them. Upon closer inspection, Lu Ying sat gracefully within, clad in a simple palace gown that starkly contrasted with the surrounding fiery hues. Coupled with her stunning visage, her rosy lips resembling blooming flowers, she looked as though she had stepped straight out of a painting, a fairy of ethereal beauty. Upon seeing Lu Ying, Yin Lin's face brightened with joy, and she hurriedly approached, grasping Lu Ying's arm and engaging in whispered conversation, her eyes flitting towards Murong Juyan and Yilian intermittently. Lu Ying's expression revealed no discernible emotion, her cold gaze sending a shiver down the spines of both men. Murong Juyan halted 10 paces from the pavilion, feeling a twinge of nervousness, though Yilian was unaware of Lu Ying's true prowess. He could glean enough from Murong Juyan's demeanor to understand the gravity of the situation and thus stood stiffly at the side. Once Yin Lin concluded her chatter, Lu Ying donned the characteristic expression of an elder. Lightly chiding Yin Lin with a pat on the shoulder, her voice low yet firm. "Next time, you must come to my side at the first opportunity. Consider yourself fortunate this time. Otherwise, you wouldn't know how you might perish." "Aunt Lu, yes, I will remember. Next time. I promise." Yin Lin responded obediently, displaying a demeanor that left the two men, who stood nearby like mere attendants, utterly astonished. Yilian watched in disbelief, pondering how extraordinary Lu Ying must be to elicit such behavior from the usually headstrong Yin Lin. She was undoubtedly a femme fatale. His suspicions were confirmed when Lu Ying rose, exuding a powerful aura that surged forth, whipping the surrounding maple leaves into a frenzy, sending them hurtling towards the two men like arrows. "Aunt Lu?" "No!" Yin Lin cried out in alarm, instinctively preparing to rush forward, only to be halted by Lu Ying's raised hand, the force of which rendered her immobile, leaving her to silently pray for the safety of the two men. In that moment, Murong Juyan neither flinched nor shielded himself, standing steadfastly in place, his demeanor unperturbed, a reflection of his unwavering confidence. Yilian mirrored his composure, not out of bravado but rather trust in Murong Juyan, who never acted foolishly, save for that one time. The next instant, the seemingly fierce maple leaves sliced through the air around them, causing their garments to flutter dramatically. After the leaves settled, both men emerged unscathed, with only a few strands of hair and fragments of their clothing drifting down. The moment had passed, and Murong Juyan remained as steady as a mountain, his expression unchanged as he regarded Lu Ying, who in turn scrutinized him with a fleeting glimmer of appreciation before tossing 2 iron plates into the air, which arched gracefully before landing at their feet. Yi Lian exhaled in relief. Hastily retrieving the plates, noting they resembled the ones they had previously acquired, save for a character denoting Lu Ying's ownership engraved on the back. "This is the item I promised you. The transaction is complete," Lu Ying stated, her expression reverting to its icy demeanor. She then summoned a small flying vessel, beckoning Lin aboard. With a gust of wind, they vanished in an instant, leaving Murong Juyan watching Lu Ying's decisive departure. A myriad of emotions swirling within him. Indeed, the weak are often preyed upon, Lian sighed, observing the severed strands of his hair and torn garments, a rueful smile creeping onto his face. Yet this expression faded as quickly as it appeared. He was, after all, a carefree soul, unburdened by trivial matters. Murong Juyan's fingers brushed over the iron plates. His heart regained its tranquility, and he remarked with a hint of relief, "In that case, let us venture forth and discover what lies in the air above." Chapter 36. The hunter. After bidding farewell to Lin, the 2 men began to strategize their next steps. With the mission already accepted, lingering in Hongye City was clearly unnecessary. Their destination was Tianjiamen, especially since the date for the disciple assessment mentioned in the letter was but a month away. "How do we get there?" Yi Lian inquired, his expression one of concern as he gazed at Murong Juyan, who appeared remarkably unfazed. "Surely we aren't walking. It's nearly 2,000 miles. Perhaps I shall arrange a carriage for you, complete with a driver," Murong Juyan suggested lightly, tossing a dried fish into the bamboo basket behind him. Just as he prepared to tease the little orange cat, his expression shifted sharply, a smile tugging at his lips. "Your horse has arrived." And no sooner had he spoken than Murong Juyan leaped onto a nearby maple tree. Using its height to propel himself further, Yi Lian's instincts kicked in, and he swiftly followed suit, the 2 of them weaving gracefully through the falling leaves, distancing themselves from Hongye City. Before long, the sound of galloping hooves echoed in the air, and a group of assassins, their faces concealed by various beast-shaped masks, rode in on sleek black steeds, halting around the pavilion where the 2 had lingered only moments before. Scanning the surroundings, they found the area utterly desolate, devoid of any trace of the 2 men. "Damn it, did we lose them? Where could they have gone?" One of the masked figures, donned in a ram's horn mask, cursed, brandishing his long knife and summoning gusts of wind. The leader, wearing a tiger mask, narrowed his eyes and barked an order. "Split up and pursue in different directions. If you spot them, signal immediately. They can't have gotten far in such a short time." "Understood." A dozen assassins replied in unison, promptly dispersing into small teams to scour the area in a fan-shaped search pattern through the maple forest. Meanwhile, not far from the scene, Murong Juyan abruptly halted, prompting Yi Lian to do the same. The 2 exchanged a knowing glance as they listened to the distant sounds of hoofbeats, intentionally leaving behind traces to lure one of the teams of masked pursuers in the direction they had just departed. Thus, the pair continued to put distance between themselves and Hongye City. After traveling roughly 10 miles from the city, they finally came to a stop, swiftly concealing themselves within a thicket, waiting to ensnare their quarry. 1 high-level expert and 2 mid-level ones. "If we can't resolve this within 50 breaths, we should retreat and lead them further away from Hongye City," Murong Juyan whispered, an involuntary thrill lacing his voice. Yi Lian's face flickered with amusement. Though he was unaware of the opponent's identities, it was their turn to showcase their skills, especially since this time they were unencumbered by any liabilities, ready for both offense and retreat. As their gazes shifted, several masked figures on black steeds emerged from the trees, their masks resembling those of a bull's head, a horse's face, and a right-angled goat, their expressions ghastly and fearsome even in daylight. Yet in Murong Juyan's eyes, they were nothing more than prey. The densely packed maple forest provided an ideal backdrop for their ambush. The countless underbrush offered perfect concealment, allowing them to strike from the shadows as if they were fish in water. "Big brother, do you think we might be walking into a trap?" "This place feels off," the goat-masked figure asked nervously, his horse whinnying beneath him. Upon hearing this, the bull-masked leader clenched his fist and delivered a sharp blow to the goat-masked figure's head. His expression dark. "Shut your mouth and stop with your ominous predictions. With me here, what is there to fear?" "Exactly. With Big Brother around, what is there to fear?" The horse-faced man laughed in agreement from the side. Although he was merely at the mid-tier of the Shin body realm, the presence of the bull-faced man, who was at a higher tier, gave him an unwavering confidence. The sheep-faced man, clutching his head in pain, could only silently retreat to the back, refraining from uttering another word. His left hand instinctively brushed against the knife at his waist, ever ready to respond to unforeseen circumstances. Despite having accompanied the other two on numerous tasks, he remained the weakest among them and thus exercised greater caution, a trait that had allowed him to survive until this day. However, as he lingered at the back, constantly glancing around, a sudden flurry of birds erupted from the nearby bushes. In that moment of astonishment, a white figure, accompanied by a cascade of sword light, descended from the heavens. The bull-faced and horse-faced men, who were at the forefront, reacted instantaneously, leaping from their mounts to intercept the luminous blade, managing to deflect most of its radiant energy. This provided the sheep-faced man with a slight reprieve, allowing him to slash through the remaining sword energy with casual swings, as the bull-faced man landed. His chi surged forth like a spring, and his long blade hummed with power as he advanced toward the retreating white figure. The horse-faced man joined him in a coordinated assault. The white figure was Lien. Observing the two charging toward him, he could not help but smirk. Yet, his expression quickly turned serious. Opting against a direct confrontation, he first met the bull-faced man's long blade with his own sword, then deftly sidestepped to strike at the slightly weaker horse-faced man, moving like the wind, his countenance betraying an air of calm. The horse-faced man sensed imminent danger, yet his movements remained swift and decisive, channeling all his strength to parry the long sword. Just as the bull-faced man came in to strike from behind Lien, the latter gathered his chi and delivered a powerful palm strike to the horse-faced man. Despite the horse-faced man summoning all his energy for defense, he was still sent staggering back, momentarily stunned. Seizing the opportunity, Lien withdrew his sword and, with a swift pivot, nearly grazed the ground as he faced the bull-faced man's long blade. The clash of metal rang out like the sound of war. 10 breaths had passed since Lien's initial assault when the sheep-faced man, having regained his composure, attempted to rush forward to assist. Suddenly, a gleam of cold light flashed from the side, and before he could summon his protective energy, a jade blade pierced through the shoulder of his knife-wielding hand. A cry of agony escaped his lips as his long knife clattered to the ground. The perpetrator, Murong Juyan, had already retreated to a nearby tree, the jade blade dripping with crimson blood, his gaze as frigid as a serpent's. The sheep-faced man dismounted, but suddenly felt weightless. A dizzying spin sent him crashing to the ground, his mask concealing a visage of terror, the wound on his body now a dark bruise. The sudden scream startled the bull-faced and horse-faced men, causing them to momentarily halt. Yet, before they could free themselves to lend aid, a long sword interrupted their movements, the overwhelming sword energy forcing the horse-faced man back several steps, only halting after the bull-faced man intervened. At the other end of the sword was none other than Lien. A playful smirk gracing his features as he unleashed his pent-up frustrations, holding his ground against two opponents with ease. Murong Juyan was equally swift, as the sheep-faced man, enduring excruciating pain, charged forward with his left hand brandishing the knife. He hurled his jade blade. The blade clashed against the sheep-faced man's defenses, but before the latter could revel in his success, a swift arc of sword light glided perilously close to his throat, revealing a pair of piercing eyes behind the blade. Chapter 37. Another wave, the sheep-faced man was left dumbfounded, seemingly unprepared for the formidable prowess before him. As warmth surged from his throat, he ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. Facing the blinding sunlight, he attempted to utter something beneath his mask, but his words were lost. Murong Juyan, expressionless, delivered several finishing blows until the sheep-faced man lay utterly still. He then gently lifted the mask from the sheep-faced man's face, revealing a youthful countenance, his large eyes filled with resentment. Murong Juyan swiftly searched the body, only to find nothing of worth. The sheep-faced man possessed no items that could attest to his identity. The only thing on him being an ordinary long knife. It was evident these individuals had come prepared. After a moment of contemplation, Murong Juyan turned to strike at the horse-faced man still engaged with Yi Lian, while Yi Lian adeptly led the bull-faced man away. The horse-faced man exhibited far more experience than the ambushed sheep-faced man, his strikes fierce and relentless, managing to hold his ground against the high-tier opponent for a brief while. Yet, Murong Juyan had no intention of indulging in a prolonged duel. Amidst the clash of blades, he reversed his grip on the jade blade and, taking advantage of the horse-faced man's momentary lapse in attention, drove it through his protective energy and into his heart with a swift thrust. A searing pain coursed through him. The horse-faced man staggered, the force behind his long knife diminishing significantly. Murong Juyan's gaze turned steely as he sliced through the horse-faced man's throat with his sword. A spray of crimson erupting forth, and the horse-faced man collapsed like a withered willow, breathless. Murong Juyan combed through the fallen man's belongings, unsurprisingly discovering nothing that could establish his identity. Meanwhile, Yi Lian, with a light shout, summoned a flurry of sword energy that enveloped the bull-faced man from all directions. The bull-faced man's expression turned grim as he struggled to fend off the onslaught, wounds visibly multiplying on his body. Defeat was merely a matter of time, that a gust of wind swept by as Murong Juyan approached from behind, his chi converging upon his sword, and together with Yi Lian, they severed the bull-faced man's last hope. After dispatching the bull-faced man, Yi Lian, undeterred, began to search the body, yet after a considerable time, he in the heart of the dog-faced man. A surge of alarm arose. He channeled his vital energy to shield his body. Yi Lian, with his right foot coiled in preparation, delivered a powerful kick that sent the man hurtling away in an instant. He pivoted to strike at the rabbit-faced man. The latter's long knife similarly shattered into two pieces as Yi Lian's foot struck him squarely in the chest. Fortunately, the timely release of protective vital energy allowed him to stagger only a few steps before regaining his balance, aided by the dog-faced man's energy. Both men, clutching broken blades, gazed at Yi Lian with an intensity akin to facing a formidable adversary. "Humph, let us see how you evade." Observing the unfavorable situation behind him, the snake-faced man let out a cold snort, abandoning any pretense of bravado as a torrent of violent energy surged from his hands. With a sharp command, a formidable blade of energy tore through the underbrush where Murong Juyan had previously concealed himself, scattering it into a flurry of debris. Chapter 38. Each with their own schemes yet. In the next moment, amidst the flying wood chips, there was not a trace of a human figure. The snake-faced man's gaze faltered, a note of suspicion escaping his lips as he pondered, suddenly struck by a realization. He swiftly turned to his companion behind him, warning in a hushed tone, "Be cautious. He is nearby." Almost simultaneously, a shimmering long sword approached silently, its chilling aura aimed directly at the back of the pig-faced man. The wielder was none other than Murong Juyan. Compared to the snake-faced man, the pig-faced man was somewhat weaker, and Murong's usual strategy was to target the more vulnerable first. However, to his surprise, although the pig-faced man wore a mask shaped like a pig, his movements were exceedingly swift. He immediately sidestepped and struck out with a palm towards the black horse, retreating rapidly to evade the lethal strike, causing Murong's sword to merely graze the horse beneath him. A sharp, piercing whinny erupted as the black horse was sent flying by the sword's energy, crashing heavily to the ground. Upon closer inspection, a horrific gash appeared on its back, blood gushing forth like a fountain. One could only imagine the severe injuries the pig-faced man would have sustained had the attack found its mark. Murong Juyan stood rooted in place, astonished by the pig-faced man's remarkably quick reflexes. In the following moment, Murong Juyan launched another strike, his sword enveloped in a surge of vital energy, exuding an unmatched force directed at the pig-faced man. The latter, witnessing this, was filled with dread and hastily gathered his energy for defense, channeling it into his long knife to intercept the impending attack. Just then, the snake-faced man sprang into action. As the leader of the group, he was certainly no ordinary foe. With a powerful kick aimed at the black horse beneath him, He propelled himself into the air, wielding his long knife to create a gust of wind that met Murong's sword head-on. Seizing the opportunity, he concentrated his energy into a palm strike aimed at Murong Juyan. Murong Juyan's eyes narrowed, swiftly dodging the attack while his long sword remained poised for action. As his vital energy surged, waves of sword energy surged forth, crashing towards the snake-faced man. "Child's play," he scoffed coldly. His long knife slicing through the sword energy effortlessly. He then leaped into the air, and before the astonished pig-faced man, unleashed his most potent technique. The void slashed in the next instant, a blade of energy, shaped from concentrated vital energy, descended from above, aimed directly at Murong Juyan. The latter slightly shifted to the side, his long sword rising with a torrent of sword energy to meet the descending attack. The clash of blade and sword produced a resounding echo as vital energy erupted around them, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending powerful ripples that stirred up clouds of dust. At that moment, the pig-faced man, who had been observing from a distance, suddenly flicked his fingers, launching several poisoned flying needles towards Murong Juyan, which swiftly traversed the dust-laden air. However, this minor maneuver had long been detected by Murong Juyan, who effortlessly danced his sword to deflect the projectiles, then redirected the tip of his sword towards the pig-faced man, closing the distance to less than 3 meters in the blink of an eye. In a moment of terror reflected in the pig-faced man's eyes, Murong's sword, wielded with unparalleled strength, cleaved through the long knife that the pig-faced man had raised in defense, then sliced across his abdomen. A warm torrent of blood gushing forth, followed by a scream of agony. "You dare!" The snake-faced man, witnessing this scene from a distance, bellowed in outrage, rushing to provide assistance, yet it was already too late. Murong Juyan's expression remained cold as he swung his sword, turning the pig-faced man's heart into a pulpy mass, leaving no chance for survival, before once more engaging the snake-faced in the face of the snake-faced man's fury. Murong Juyan remained unfazed, his every strike aimed at delivering lethal blows, gradually suppressing the snake-faced man. Meanwhile, Yilian, leveraging his advanced cultivation, pressed the two mid-tier masked men into a dire strait. The pent-up anger from earlier had now erupted completely, with each of his sword strikes emanating an icy ferocity. Though he bore injuries himself, the two masked men were on the verge of being reduced to bloodied wrecks. Defeat was merely a matter of time. The beleaguered snake-faced man, filled with dread, used all his strength to push Murong Juyan away with his blade, still contemplating assistance, when another long sword came crashing towards him in a moment of unrestrained fury. He hastily raised his sword to parry, yet found himself thrown into disarray. During the chaotic melee, an ornate jade blade suddenly thrust towards the snake-faced man's waist, its speed leaving him no time to react. After momentarily being halted by his protective vital energy, it pierced through, leaving a medium-sized wound on his body. A wave of pain washed over him as he swung his long knife in anger. Yet, Murong Juyan, unwilling to linger, deftly evaded the strike and retreated to a distance, sheathing the jade blade while observing the snake-faced man with a playful smirk. Seeing that somewhat inappropriate smile, the usually cold snake-faced man suddenly felt a shiver run down his spine. Just as he prepared to act next, his body jolted violently, and in the next moment, he coughed up a mouthful of black blood. His previously icy gaze now brimmed with incredulity as he stammered, "You actually coated it in poison." As he spoke, the toxins rapidly coursed through his body, causing his movements to slow and exposing every vulnerability. Seizing the opportunity, Murong Juyan swiftly closed the distance, and before the snake-faced man's unwilling gaze, his long sword struck, sealing his fate. Afterward, Murong Juyan turned his attention towards Yilian, where the two men, upon witnessing the fall of the snake-faced man, were both taken aback, their formation thrown into disarray as they turned to flee. Before they could make much distance, Murong Juyan appeared before them, his long sword poised for action, sandwiching them between himself and Yilian. It was not long before he sent them to join their fallen comrades. Before the two could catch their breath, the sound of galloping hooves echoed nearby. Murong Juyan hastily retrieved the bamboo basket containing the small orange from the underbrush, and the two mounted the masked men's horses. making a swift escape, leaving behind a scene of carnage that spoke of the recent violence. Before long, the tardy tiger-faced man gazed upon the corpses strewn about the ground, lost in contemplation. At that moment, he felt not anger but rather a twinge of schadenfreude, though his face remained as cold as ever, halting his horse as he pondered. Once all remaining masked men had gathered, the tiger-faced man lightly waved his hand. His voice grave as he commanded, "Take all the bodies with us. We must report back." "What of the mission? Shall we not pursue?" a rabbit-faced man queried, eyeing the corpse of the snake-faced man, revealing a connection between the two. "How can we pursue? We have already lost 7 men and it would be unwise for our Lord to say much more," the tiger-faced man rebuked, losing interest in further dialogue as he turned his horse's head towards the direction of Hongya City. Without hesitation, the remaining masked men followed suit. Though the rabbit-faced man was reluctant, he had no choice but to shoulder the snake-faced man's body and fall in line behind. Chapter 39. Rest and Recuperation as Twilight Descended. The evening glow, accompanied by a gentle breeze, graced the earth. Along a desolate path overlaid with the hues of sunset, 2 figures advanced at a leisurely pace. One bore a bamboo basket on his back, Morong Juyan, while the other, Yi Lian, accompanied him in their flight. Both had donned coarse linen garments, resembling farmers returning from toil, save for the absence of a hoe. Since annihilating the snake-faced man's team, they had galloped furiously on horseback and finally emerged from the maple leaf forest after midday. Upon exiting the woods, they set their horses free and tied their bloodied old garments to the horses' backs. This way, even if the enemy attempted to track them by scent, they would be momentarily bewildered. Now devoid of steeds, the 2 men dared not let their guard down, channeling their vital energy into lightness as they traversed the path, consciously avoiding populated areas. Ultimately, they journeyed eastward, reaching another mountain forest before sunset, a place where they should be safe from pursuit. Although their current condition would have allowed them to gradually exhaust their pursuers, they could not discount the possibility of the enemy regrouping for a counterattack. With nothing of value on their persons, prolonging the encounter could lead to the emergence of formidable foes, an endeavor fraught with peril and little reward. Had the masked men been privy to such thoughts, they would surely have spat blood in frustration. It seems they dare not pursue us any longer. Upon reaching a clearing in the woods, Yi Lian let out a sigh of weariness, stopping to lean against a large stone as he began to consume a medicinal pill. After a while of recuperation, reflecting on the ambush they had faced, Yi Lian couldn't help but whisper to Morong Juyan, "Do you think it was that Lu person behind this? With her strength, she would not need to go to such lengths to eliminate us. She could have acted right at the pavilion. However, I have taken note of this debt. I shall seek redress when the opportunity arises." Morong Juyan's gaze flickered as he coldly replied, In truth, he had already harbored an answer in his heart, though it remained somewhat vague. Yet, given his temperament, this matter would certainly not be dismissed so easily. After speaking, Morong Juyan slowly swallowed a medicinal pill to recuperate. Having engaged in 2 intense battles consecutively and ceaselessly utilized his true energy to travel, he inevitably felt a sense of emptiness within. Meanwhile, in the bamboo basket, the small orange was still lost in slumber, seemingly accustomed to the occasional jolts. Even the fierce battles prior had failed to rouse it, earning it the title of a sleeping deity. Yi Lian sighed deeply, remaining silent as he lowered his head into contemplation. Once the effects of the medicine had completely been absorbed, he leaped gracefully to the top of a towering tree. Feeling the gentle breeze around him and casting his gaze over the surroundings, however, disappointment soon washed over him, for all he beheld was an endless expanse of forest, devoid of any signs of human presence. Even traces of humanity were absent. With a quiet sigh, Yi Lian smiled wryly down below, muttering, "It seems we must camp under the stars tonight." It was a necessary course of action after a day of travel. Upon hearing this, Morong Juyan paid little mind, for he was no stranger to spending nights outdoors. With a powerful push, he leapt to another tree, reclining against it to embrace the dawn's light. The bamboo basket was unlatched and hung casually on a nearby branch. The small orange had awakened, its round eyes staring at him without revealing any emotions, leaving one to wonder what thoughts occupied its mind. Noticing this, Murong Juyan's lips curled slightly, and with practiced ease, he produced a piece of dried fish and offered it. The small orange reached out with its tiny paw to accept it, and then, to Murong Juyan's surprise, a semblance of a smile graced its adorable face. A flicker of warmth surged through Murong Juyan's heart, momentarily alleviating his fatigue. But then he seemed to recall something, his eyes closing once more with an air of indifference. On a nearby tree trunk, Yi Lian cast a glance at Murong Juyan before turning his gaze to the setting sun, grappling with uncertainty. After a moment of reflection, he spoke softly without looking back. There is something I have not mentioned to you before. I had secretly asked Xiao Ye to investigate, and it appears that Yi Yuming is to be wed to a disciple of the elder from the Falling Flower Valley, in alliance with another sect. The Divine Machine sect. Is the information accurate? Murong Juyan inquired, his eyes still closed, his tone devoid of any tremor. Why? Yi Lian chuckled softly. There is an 80 to 90% chance. As for the motive behind the assassination and the special poison from the Blood Pavilion, it is likely not easily obtainable in the martial world. Why? Yi Lian continued, expressing his frustration, for there were no leads to follow. Shifeng Tower was situated in the Dingnan region, while the Blood Pavilion lay far away in the western wilderness, making it difficult for Xiao Ye to uncover much. He sighed, feeling the lingering pain from the wounds sustained during the earlier ambush. Murong Juyan remained with his eyes shut, seemingly deep in thought. By the way, are Xiao Ye and the others doing well? The next moment, a somewhat abrupt voice broke the silence. Upon hearing this, Yi Lian's expression brightened, replaced by a different smile. Rest assured, the two sisters are thriving in the Windcatcher Hall and are no longer the two little girls we once protected. However, there are a few others for whom we have not received news, seemingly absent from the tower for quite some time. After hearing this, Murong Juyan's cold gaze softened slightly, yet the memories of their dark past returned to chill him. Nevertheless, I am more intrigued by that solidifying element realm. Such power is truly captivating. Recalling Lu Ying's overwhelming presence from earlier, Yi Lian's eyes ignited with fervor, contemplating that perhaps if he attained such strength, he might finally seek vengeance for his family's demise. Perhaps we should first head to the Heavenly Sword sect. The individual who arranged our entry there, I wonder what their true intentions are. Murong Juyan maintained an air of nonchalance, yet his mind was a tempest of thoughts. His hand, resting on the tree trunk, curled into a fist, the veins on his forearm bulging ominously, giving him a somewhat fearsome appearance. Unbeknownst to him, a fleeting expression of ruthless determination crossed his face as he reflected on the thousands of children who once lived alongside him, now reduced to a mere handful who had survived. With that thought, Murong Juyan exhaled a heavy breath and shook his head, casting aside all distractions to focus on recuperation. Seeing this, Yi Lian immediately perked up, assuming the responsibility of vigilance. Typically, while in the wilderness, the two would take turns resting to avoid disturbances during their training. As the sun faded, a bright moon ascended the night sky, accompanied by a multitude of stars. In the darkness, Murong Juyan slowly opened his eyes, giving Yi Lian a knowing glance, signaling him to rest. Chapter 40. Rescuing a life. The moonlight was gentle, the evening breeze pleasant, and beneath the night's veil, the only sounds were the indistinct chirping of insects and the rhythmic croaking of frogs, creating an atmosphere that was not at all noisy, but rather lent an unusual sense of tranquility to the two individuals present. Quickly, pursue them. Do not let them escape. Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out nearby. This outburst shattered the tranquility of the night, startling a flock of birds that took flight in a flurry, and rousing the two figures perched in the trees. Murong Juyan, who had been in a state of meditation, abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze sharpening. He raised his hand to summon a surge of true energy to awaken Yi Lian while glancing at the still slumbering small orange in the bamboo basket, which remained undisturbed. Thus, he paid it no further mind, gently grasping his sword, poised for battle, on the other side. Yi Lian also drew his sword, his true energy nearly restored. He cautiously followed Murong Juyan's line of sight. As more shouts and curses echoed through the air, a group of men clad in black emerged, hastily pursuing a horse-drawn carriage that came into view. However, the black-clad assailants were not particularly formidable. comprising only 3 at the initial stage of the Xian body realm, while the rest were at the yellow true realm, posing no significant threat to them. Upon closer inspection, the carriage was driven by an elderly man in a state of panic. While inside, a beautiful woman held a small boy tightly in her arms, both appearing to be mother and child, their faces etched with terror, devoid of any martial aura, indicating they were mere commoners. "Stop right there!" It seemed the leader of the pursuers had grown impatient. He bellowed, condensing his true energy in his palm before slamming it towards the carriage. A resounding crash ensued. Although the blow did not strike the carriage itself, it obliterated one of its wheels. Without that wheel, the carriage lost its balance and began to sway violently, eliciting cries of alarm from within. Soon after, the carriage, unable to regain control, tilted precariously and crashed into a tree not far from Morongjuyan. With a loud crash, the carriage shattered, but fortunately, the elderly driver was also a martial artist, and he managed to catch the 2 occupants before they were thrown out, thus preventing any casualties. 1 moment of delay allowed the group of black-clad men to encircle them, their eyes gleaming with malice and their expressions menacingly gleeful. "Ha ha, I'll make sure you don't get away this time. Let us see where you can run," the leader of the black-clad men cackled. With a single command, his subordinates lunged at the elderly man, who could only watch helplessly as they attacked, reducing him to a mere spectator in this cruel farce. Despite his best efforts to defend himself against the onslaught, he was overpowered, and it seemed the attackers were in no hurry to kill him, opting instead to toy with him like a ball, alternating their strikes. The beautiful woman, not far away, clutched her child protectively, her eyes reflecting a deep sense of despair. "Should we intervene?" Ilian asked quietly, unable to bear the sight before him, his hand gripping his sword, ready to strike at any moment. Morongjuyan remained silent, his gaze distant as he pondered. Suddenly, the small orange in the bamboo basket let out a cry, shattering the stillness of the scene. "Who is there? Show yourself." The leader of the black-clad men turned towards the sound of the meow, his face contorted with fear. The next moment, to his utter shock, he beheld 2 young men in plain garb, their auras more potent than his, descending from the treetops with a flurry of curses. "I really need to find a way to silence it next time. Otherwise, it's too easy to give away our position," Ilian thought helplessly, yet his sword brimming with true energy was poised, as if already prepared for action. Though Morongjuyan sighed inwardly, he had no choice but to act. He swiftly hurled a jade blade, transforming it into an arrow-like projectile that shot towards the leader of the black-clad men. Trailing remnants of energy, the leader attempted to muster his true energy to defend himself, but the jade blade arrived in an instant, ruthlessly tearing through his protective aura, leaving him with a chilling sensation. Before he fell to the ground in shock, meanwhile, Ilian swiftly dispatched a number of the black-clad men, and Morongjuyan quickly followed suit. Within mere breaths, the 2 had decisively ended the confrontation. Their high-level Xian body realm prowess made it all too easy to dispatch these foes. "Thank you, young brothers, for your timely assistance." The elderly man, battered and bruised, gazed in gratitude at the 2 who had seemingly descended from the heavens, bowing repeatedly in appreciation. Ilian, seeing this, hurried forward to help him up, his face adorned with a gentle smile as he spoke softly. "There is no need for such formality. I simply cannot stand by and watch the weak be bullied. It's a trivial matter. Quickly, come and thank your saviors." The elderly man once again performed a bow and waved at the beautiful woman and the little boy. The woman hastily knelt before him, her face displaying a hint of fear, as if she had yet to recover from the shock of earlier events. Observing this, Ilian felt it inappropriate to intervene with his hands, so he channeled a surge of genuine energy to lift the 2 of them. "How impressive!" The little boy gazed up at Ilian with a face full of admiration after being raised. Meanwhile, Morongjuyan leisurely collected the belongings of the black-clad men, but he found them woefully impoverished. Not a single 100 low-grade essence crystals could be gathered among them, and their weapons were mere refuse, prompting him to shake his head in disappointment. The old man witnessed Morongjuyan's actions, and a flicker of realization crossed his face. He then retrieved a small pouch from his person and handed it to Ilian, stating, "Young hero, please accept these essence crystals as a token of gratitude." Ilian, upon seeing this, waved his hand and replied with a smile. You misunderstand. We are not that kind of people. Nearby, Morong Jian glanced at the beautiful woman and the little boy before leaping onto the tree trunk, tossing a small dried fish into the bamboo basket still hanging from the branches, all the while ignoring the rescued individuals below, as if their plight had no bearing on him. The old man, wanting to say something further, found himself silenced by Yi Lian's reticence. Silently, he returned to the previous tree. Having rescued them but wishing to maintain a distance from the trio, the woman stared blankly at the two who had returned to the tree trunk, exchanging glances with the old man. The old man silently gathered the bodies of the black-clad men into one place to dig a pit for cremation. The woman, using the wreckage of the destroyed cart, built a fire not far from Morong Jian. Seemingly preparing to spend the night there, it made sense, given the desolate wilderness surrounding them for miles. It seemed safer to remain close to the two mysterious youths who had saved them rather than stumble through the dark. Looking towards the campfire, Morong Jian saw the woman cradling the little boy, soothing him as he gradually emerged from his earlier fright, eventually falling into a weary slumber. Chapter 41. The broken mountain, let them follow. We cannot drive them away. With a silent sigh, Morong Jian diverted his gaze from the mother and child. Nevertheless, he kept a portion of his attention focused on them, remaining vigilant despite their apparent weakness. On the other side, Yi Lian observed for a moment before closing his eyes to meditate. With Morong Jian keeping watch, he felt at ease to rest, having complete trust in his companion. Meanwhile, the old man busied himself, finally managing to dispose of the black-clad men's bodies while meticulously erasing any traces of the battle that had ensued. After completing these tasks, he returned, panting, to sit beside the mother and child. Now clad in a cleaner outfit, his gaze flickered as he quietly addressed the woman. You are safe here with me, Zhao Xian. You should also take some rest. Those two young men do not seem like villains. Thank you, Elder Qian. Zhao Xian nodded slightly in response, her lips parting to express her gratitude, though her gaze drifted towards Morong Jian and Yi Lian on the tree trunk, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Lost in thought. Thus, after an incident of moderate significance, the cool night once again settled into tranquility. The sentinels remained vigilant, and those resting did so in silence, a night filled with unspoken words and sleeplessness. Regardless of the events transpiring on this continent, the brilliant sun rose each day, casting its radiant light upon the vast earth, bringing warmth in its wake. On the tree trunk, Morong Jian exhaled a breath of stale air, adjusted the bamboo basket onto his back, and leaped down from the tree to Yi Lian, alerted by the sound, followed closely behind, both moving with grace. They intended to depart quietly, but not far away. 3 pairs of eyes had already locked onto them. Soon, Elder Qian and the others appeared as if they had been waiting for some time, displaying a hint of weariness, while Zhao Xian and the little boy rode the last remaining horse from the previous day, led by the old man as they trailed behind the 2 young men. Why are you following us? Where do you intend to go? Morong Jian halted at the sounds behind him, his tone growing somewhat frigid. Elder Qian, startled by the voice, bent to kneel, but Morong Jian raised his hand, a gentle surge of genuine energy preventing him from lowering himself further. The old man met that icy gaze with resignation, exchanging a glance with Zhao Xian before pleading, I am but a feeble old man. Might I request the 2 young heroes to escort us to the Tianjin sect? Rest assured, once we reach safety, we shall offer our sincere gratitude. The Tianjin sect? Before he could finish, Morong Jian raised an eyebrow at the unexpected coincidence. His usual caution flared, and after a moment's contemplation, he replied coldly, there is no need for such gratitude. We are likely on different paths. We shall take you to the next town, and you can continue on your own from there. We wish to avoid any trouble. Beside him, Yi Lian's gaze shifted slightly, as he opened his mouth to speak but ultimately refrained, understanding that Morong Jian's word was final. Young hero, I am the daughter of Elder Zhao from the Tianjin sect. If you escort us safely, I will do my utmost to fulfill any requests you may have. Zhao Xian, in a moment of urgency, disregarded Elder Qian's warning glance and blurted out her identity. She felt compelled to speak, fearing for her child's safety amidst potential dangers ahead. To her surprise, Morong Jian displayed no astonishment. Instead, his expression darkened as he inquired, "How is it possible that the daughter of a Tianjin sect elder has no capable guards? And why were you pursued? Surely it cannot be merely for robbery." Elder Qian's face fell at this remark, and he lowered his head in shame, slowly admitting, "You speak true, young hero. My powers are indeed too feeble. However, we were left with no choice. The strong within our residence have either perished or fled in the days prior, leaving only myself, who escaped unnoticed due to my lowly strength. Thus, those pursuing us are merely trifling foes. Not formidable at all from your words, it seems your enemies are rather formidable. Why should we risk ourselves for an empty promise?" Murong Juyan shook his head gently, already burdened with enough troubles of their own. Unwilling to attract any dangerous entities, as those words fell, Zhao Exine sighed inwardly, her gaze wavering for a moment before she resolved to act. She raised her hand and retrieved a long sword wrapped in black cloth from her storage pouch, offering it to Elder Qian with a look urging him to present it to the two young men. The old man stood frozen, at a loss, but upon seeing Zhao Exine's determined gaze, he sighed and stepped forward, carefully unwrapping the black cloth from the sword and presenting it with both hands to Murong Juyan. The moment the black cloth was removed, an inexplicable sensation surged within Murong Juyan. The seemingly ordinary long sword emanated an aura strikingly similar to that of the vessel Luing Fei had gifted him, radiating an incredibly mysterious presence. The sword sheath, crafted from refined iron, was engraved with various intricate runes. Although the blade remained sheathed, he could sense an immense power contained within, far beyond that of an ordinary item. After a few moments of suppressing his astonishment, Murong Juyan maintained an unperturbed expression as he regarded Zhao Exine. Awaiting her introduction, understanding his intent, Zhao Exine explained, "This sword is named Duanyue, a gift from my father. If you have any concerns, you may hold on to it as collateral until we reach our destination." "Very well, we accept this task." Before Murong Juyan could respond, Yi Lian stepped forward eagerly to take the Duanyue sword, his face alight with fervor. For a swordsman, possessing a fine sword, even if not one's own, was enough to enchant the soul. Observing the fervent expression on Yi Lian's face, Murong Juyan, despite lingering hesitations, ultimately acquiesced, simply instructing, "Stay close," as he led the way. Elder Qian's face lit up with joy at this, hastily leading the horse to follow. Although Yi Lian was eager to unsheath the sword and practice for countless rounds, he restrained himself, knowing they still had quite a distance to cover before reaching the Tianjin sect. As they traversed the wilds and dense woods until dusk, the group finally caught sight of a small town. Though modest in size, it offered a place to rest. Chapter 42. The question with an answer. Up ahead lies Qingyang Town. Once we arrive, it will be roughly 2.5 days' journey to the Tianjin sect. If we travel by horse, we can significantly reduce that time, Ilian remarked, glancing at the town that appeared somewhat lively, a smile brightening his face. This expression had not faded since obtaining the Duanyue sword, revealing his excitement. Murong Juyan felt a wave of exasperation wash over him as he glanced back at Zhao Exine and the boy, both displaying signs of weariness, suggesting they were not accustomed to riding. Elder Qian met Murong Juyan's gaze, offering an apologetic smile. "Young hero, let us rest there tonight. I can also purchase a few horses, which will expedite our journey to the Tianjin sect." Such is well and good, yet one must refrain from wandering about the town aimlessly to prevent any unforeseen disturbances. Murong Juyan nodded, retracting his gaze. As the group silently journeyed through the night, upon reaching Qingyang Town, Murong Juyan and his companions wasted no time, swiftly finding the nearest inn to take up residence. Due to various reasons, they lacked the leisure to explore the surroundings. Apart from Qian Lao, who ventured out to procure horses for their travels, Yi Lian retreated to his room to study the Duanyue sword, leaving Murong Juyan reluctantly stationed at the door of Zhao Exine and the boy's room. Despite his reluctance, he found no alternative, for Yi Lian had readily accepted the commission yet became engrossed in his obsession with the sword. Thus he had to stand guard temporarily until Qian Lao's return. "Big brother, my name is Imo Bingxian. What is your name?" Within the room, Imo Bingxian, cradled in Zhao Exine's embrace, exhibited no shyness, instead gazing at Murong Juyan with a bright smile. The faint candlelight illuminated Zhao Exine's weary face. casting a somewhat forlorn shadow. Yet Mo Bingxian appeared to have entirely cast aside the fear induced by their prior pursuit, his countenance filled with innocent exuberance, prompting Morong Juyin to silently commend the boy's admirable disposition. With a slight flicker in his gaze, Morong Juyin maintained an air of indifference, responding in a subdued tone without turning around. Morong Juyin, Brother Morong and that other brother are both incredibly formidable. I aspire to become a mighty warrior like Brother Morong, so I can protect my mother and Grandpa Qian. Unperturbed by Morong Juyin's frosty demeanor, Mo Bingshuan's cheeks flushed as he waved his tiny fists, a look of determination adorning his features, starkly contrasting with Zhao Xian's troubled expression. At the entrance, Morong Juyin paused, somewhat taken aback by the boy's words, yet managed to muster a faintly encouraging smile. His mind easing as he recalled his earlier experiences. Behind Mo Bingxian, Zhao Xian brushed away her frown, affectionately stroking his head, her beautiful eyes brimming with tenderness. However, she could not help but reflect on the recent brutal massacre that had befallen her family. A wave of sorrow washing over her. Fortunately, Mo Bingxian was still alive. As long as they could reach safety together, she felt a sense of contentment. Morong Juyin cast another glance in their direction, momentarily captivated by the maternal love he had never encountered in his life, though the feeling was quickly buried within him. Meanwhile, a slight rustle emanated from the bamboo basket behind him. Then, under the watchful eyes of the group, Xiao Ju jumped out, expertly settling onto Morong Juyin's shoulder, appearing drowsy and seeking comfort. Morong Juyin felt the weight on his shoulder, casually stowing the bamboo basket away and offering a piece of dried fish, which Xiao Ju devoured with satisfaction before drifting into a deep slumber. Watching the adorably clumsy Xiao Ju from a distance, Mo Bingshuan's round eyes widened with curiosity, his feet itching to move. You cannot touch it. Morong Juyin discerned Mo Bingshuan's unspoken desire and doused his enthusiasm with a cold reality. Observing this, Zhao Xian quickly coaxed Mo Bingxian to bed, leaning beside him to recount tales of the heroic figures among the human race. The heavenly guardian saints eye in the warmth of her gentle voice. Mo Bingshuan's eyelids gradually grew heavy, and soon he succumbed to slumber. I must express my gratitude for your assistance. Thank you for saving us. My mother and I. Once Mo Bingxian was fully asleep, Zhao Xian turned to Morong Juyin, offering a slight bow and speaking softly in thanks, though her hair was tousled and her clothing somewhat tattered. Her demeanor exuded an air of nobility, suggesting she had once lived a life of privilege, reminiscent of a refined young lady. There is no need for such formality. It was merely a matter of convenience. Observing Zhao Xian's gentle demeanor, Morong Juyin sighed, and as if recalling something, lowered his voice to a whisper only she could hear. I have a question. As the elder's daughter, you must be familiar with the Gu Yuan realm. Correct? Gu Yuan realm? How do you know of it? Which family do you hail from? I have never heard of a family by the surname of Long, Zhao Xian exclaimed, her expression one of surprise as she began to speak to herself, as though Morong Juyin had unveiled some earth-shattering secret. Yet it was understandable, although she lacked talent in martial arts and had not delved deeply into the path of combat, as her father was an elder of the Tianjin sect. She had known of the 5 great realms since childhood. However, to her, Morong Juyin did not appear to belong to any sect or noble lineage, and yet he possessed knowledge of that realm's existence. Is it truly such a revelation to merely mention the Gu Yuan realm? It would be expected for those of noble families to know, Morong Juyin mused, momentarily taken aback by Zhao Xian's reaction. Indeed, Gu Xian's assertions were substantiated. It appeared that some knowledge regarding the martial path had been obscured from the outside world. Nonetheless, he remained puzzled as to why knowledge of the Gu Yuan realm was seemingly problematic for ordinary martial artists. While it appeared that disciples from sects and noble families were well aware, a curiosity that prompted him to inquire further, may I ask why you were so astonished upon hearing me mention the Gu Yuan realm? Zhao Xian hesitated, a conflict evident on her face, but recalling the life-saving favor bestowed upon her, she clenched her teeth and slowly admitted, I have only heard that information regarding the Gu Yuan realm is tightly controlled by the major factions and cannot be leaked. Since I lack martial talent, I have no right to know more. As expected, upon hearing this, Morong Juyin's speculations were once again validated. causing him to sigh deeply. However, at this moment, no amount of curiosity would suffice. The only way to uncover more truths was to enter the Tianjin sect. After contemplating for a moment, Murong Juyin expressed his gratitude to Zhao Xian, who gave a slight nod in return. Eager to say more, but Imo Bingxian suddenly awoke from a nightmare, prompting Zhao Xian to rush back to his side to soothe him back to sleep. Not long after, Qian Lao returned in haste, taking over for Murong Juyin. Chapter 43. A night of restlessness. As the night deepened, Murong Juyin settled at the table in his room, retrieving 2 identical jade tablets from his storage bag. One was a gift from the ancient Xian of the small Sumeru, while the other had been purchased by Yin Lin for him at an auction. During these days, he had frequently taken the tablets out in his spare time, attempting to unravel the secrets they held. Feeling the subtle chill emanating from the jade in his hand, Murong Juyin's gaze sharpened. He clenched the jade tablets tightly, the muscles hidden beneath his garments tensing as the 2 tablets began to clack against each other. The abrasive sound drawing the attention of Xiao Ju, who lay on the bed, perplexity etched across its round face. After a few moments, Murong Juyin exhaled a sigh, gradually opening his palm, as he had anticipated. Even with nearly all his strength exerted, the jade tablets remained unscathed, their surfaces devoid of any sign of friction, a testament to their remarkable hardness, leaving him in a wan light of this astonishment. Murong Juyin, not yet ready to give up, gently placed the tablets on the table, channeling his true energy as he extended a finger to touch their surfaces. With a faint flash of white light, a wisp of true energy flowed from his fingertip, intending to merge with the tablets. However, as expected, upon contact, the true energy dissipated into nothingness, the jade tablets showing no reaction, indistinguishable from ordinary stones, yet no common stone possessed such resilience. It appears there is still no response. With this thought, Murong Juyin could not help but sigh once more, realizing he was currently unable to unveil the secrets contained within. With a flicker of determination, he chose not to dwell further on the matter. Since clarity eluded him, he would leave it to fate. He placed the jade tablets back into his storage bag and, clearing his mind, sat down to meditate. As the sole candle in the room extinguished in the stillness, his figure melded into the encroaching darkness. Unbeknownst to him, the Xiao Ju that had been resting on his shoulder had, at the moment of seeing the jade tablets, exhibited a fleeting glimmer of unusual brilliance in its eyes, a momentary spark that vanished almost instantaneously, likely unnoticed even by Xiao Ju itself, which now felt drowsy and unable to discern between dreams and reality. In the adjacent room, Yi Lian, after meticulously burning incense and changing his garments, produced a stick of sandalwood incense from an unknown source and lit it. The gentle smoke began to rise and he deemed everything ready. He reached for the Duanyu's sword that lay upon the table, a smile of uncontainable joy illuminating his face. As a swordsman, the thrill of encountering such a splendid blade eclipsed even that of meeting an unparalleled beauty. From the moment he entered the room, he had devoted himself to this moment, waiting until all distractions had been banished before preparing to draw the sword. Although it was merely a temporary possession of Zhao Xian, he thought it prudent to take a clandestine glimpse. Surely there would be no significant issue. How could this be, however? In the next instant, as he exerted force with both hands, the fiery gaze that had once burned brightly suddenly vanished, replaced by a look of astonishment on his handsome face. The anticipated sound of the sword being drawn did not occur. Yi Lian felt as though he were tugging on an object of immense weight, the invisible blade remaining perfectly aligned within its sheath, not budging a fraction. To his surprise, even with his profound strength at the Xian Ti realm, he found himself unable to draw it forth. Subsequently, Yi Lian, refusing to succumb to doubt, attempted several methods to extract the sword, yet the Duanyu sword seemed as if it were fused with its sheath, utterly unyielding despite his exertions. This only heightened his curiosity regarding the Duanyu sword. With a determined gaze, Yi Lian decided to channel all his true energy into the sword, hoping to ascertain whether it could only be activated by such means, for some formidable weapons possess the ability to absorb true energy and unleash formidable techniques. After several breaths, disbelief washed over Yi Lian's countenance. He had poured nearly half of his internal true energy into the sword, yet upon contact, it vanished without a trace, akin to a cow sinking into the sea. Moments later, he felt as though he might be drained entirely. Yet the Duanyu sword showed little reaction, with only a few runes on the sheath flickering faintly before the entire sword fell silent once more. Were it not for the faint, mysterious aura emanating from the Duanyu sword, he might have given up entirely. Could it be that a certain realm was required to wield this weapon? Contemplating the peculiar runes on the Duanyu sword, Yi Lian couldn't help but recall the flying vessel that Luing had departed in, which also bore numerous strange runes, though they appeared somewhat different upon closer inspection. With this thought, Yi Lian felt a surge of determination, akin to the resolve of one who will not turn back until they have shattered the southern wall. Soon, beams of white light flashed as he rapidly retrieved a variety of tools from his storage pouch, seemingly preparing to employ unconventional methods in an attempt to forcibly extract the sword. After all, the sheath was remarkably sturdy, capable of enduring some rough handling. Perhaps success was still within reach, as a rooster crowed. The night swiftly passed, and as dawn broke outside, the group, each harboring their own thoughts, set forth on the road to Tianjianmen. Elder Qian, having employed some unknown method the previous night, had procured a horse-drawn carriage and several black steeds, continuing to serve as the coachman at the front of the carriage. Zhao Xian and Imo Bingxian were seated within the carriage, and through the swaying fabric of the curtain, one could discern their slightly fatigued faces. With Imo Bingxian occasionally lowering his head to doze off in front of the carriage, Murong Juyan and Yi Lian rode side by side on two black horses, keeping a watchful eye on the carriage as the group hastened along the road. Despite the bumps, they managed to maintain a steady pace. "What happened to your face? How does a warrior end up with dark circles under their eyes?" As evening approached, Murong Juyan could no longer contain his curiosity and finally spoke up. Ever since he had first seen Yi Lian that morning, he had been taken aback, for he could not recall ever witnessing Yi Lian looking so haggard, as though he had not rested for days, resembling a withered old man. Hearing this, Yi Lian stifled a yawn and replied languidly, "It's nothing, just didn't sleep well last night." "Didn't he sleep well?" Murong Juyan was incredulous. If Yi Lian had claimed to have spent the night researching the Duanyu sword, he might have believed it. Perched on his shoulder, the perpetually sleepy little orange cat also appeared weary, yawning into the wind, its vertical pupils scanning the surroundings with a hint of boredom. Suddenly, it seemed to spot something intriguing. Its eyes lighting up, and it prepared to leap down with all its might. Murong Juyan quickly raised a hand to restrain it, glancing in the direction of its gaze. To his shock, he beheld a sight that startled him. Chapter 44. Capricious Emotions Not Far Away. Atop a hill lay a massive snow-white tiger with piercing eyes, glaring in their direction. Its round, fierce eyes were filled with malice, and its large, bloody jaws parted slightly, exhaling heavy breaths that were quite intimidating. "Wow, there are actually tigers in this place?" Yi Lian, too, noticed the white tiger, and his previously dull eyes suddenly brightened. However, the next moment, an ominous feeling surged within him. As his gaze flickered, it seemed he sensed something, and his expression changed dramatically as he exclaimed, "This is bad. That is not an ordinary tiger." Murong Juyan froze at Yi Lian's words, his true energy surging forth instantaneously, his clothes rustling in the gusting wind. His right hand resting firmly on his jade blade, in the distance, the white tiger suddenly rose to its feet, slowly opening its maw, and the group heard a thunderous roar that shook the air. Echoing in their ears, following that, an overwhelmingly powerful aura enveloped the surrounding area for several miles. At that moment, Yi Lian reacted quickly, gripping his weapon and rushing to Murong Juyan's side, positioning himself protectively behind the carriage. Murong Juyan's gaze darted, feeling a tinge of anxiety. He found it difficult to discern the white tiger's realm, but he could ascertain from its aura that it was undoubtedly much stronger than they were. "Run as far as you can." A tense voice floated into the carriage, and within a few breaths, Murong Juyan and Yi Lian prepared to flee. Zhao Xian, seated within the carriage, paused in surprise upon hearing the commotion, then gently parted the curtain to look outside. When her gaze landed on the white tiger, there was no trace of panic on her face. Instead, a glimmer of delight surfaced. Yet before she could utter a word, the white tiger leapt forward, propelled by a gust of wind towards them. Without hesitation, Murong Juyin and Yi Lian unleashed two streams of sword energy and turned their horses to flee to the side. While Elder Qian, now somewhat flustered, prepared to follow suit, a rushing sound filled the air, and in the next moment, a fierce gale halted them in their tracks. Murong Juyin and Yi Lian were the first to be struck by the wind, nearly toppling from their horses as their blood surged, shocked and tense as they looked ahead. When the gale subsided, a figure clad in a golden-threaded robe, with a gentle countenance, appeared before them, standing straight like an ancient pine. His gaze piercing. Although they could sense no aura emanating from him, both felt an inexplicable sense of danger. Furthermore, the white tiger had reached the side of the carriage in mere moments, yet it made no further move. Under Elder Qian's terrified gaze, the white tiger sat down beside the carriage, its eyes reflecting a hint of anthropomorphic joy as it gazed at Zhao Xian within the carriage. Young friends need not be so tense. I harbor no ill intentions. In the next instant, a smile appeared on the elder's face, resembling that of a kind and affable elder. However, to Murong Juyin, this smile felt excessive, for from the outset, he and Yi Lian had felt their internal true energy bound by an invisible force. Their movements restricted. This power was far stronger than Lu Ying's, rendering the two unable to muster a shred of resistance. Uncle Shi, why have you come in person? Upon seeing the elder, Zhao Xian's beautiful eyes revealed a mixture of surprise and delight. As her words fell, Zhao Xian swiftly jumped down from the carriage with Imo Bingxian, approaching the white tiger. Initially startled by the formidable-looking creature, Imo Bingxian quickly shielded Zhao Xian behind him, his small stature belying a resolute spirit. Shi Xiao glanced at Zhao Xian, a gentle smile softening his aged features. When his gaze fell upon Imo Bingxian, the warmth in his demeanor became overt, radiating affectionate regard for his junior. Murong Juyin and Yi Lian exchanged bewildered glances. Realizing that Zhao Xian must have employed some special means to send word to Tianjin, and this elder had likely come in response to that message, in the next moment, Shi Xiao moved with grace, akin to a breeze, swiftly passing by the two of them to stand before Zhao Xian in the midst of Imo Bingxian's puzzled gaze. He reached out to ruffle the boy's hair and chuckled softly. This child has grown so much. He seems to possess good bones. A fine prospect indeed. That old fellow will surely boast about this. Imo Bingxian, feeling the warmth of the elder's hand, looked up and smiled at Shi Xiao, his innocence eliciting a broad grin from the latter. Uncle Shi, Zhao Xian remarked, observing the harmonious interaction between the elder and the child. A fleeting shadow of melancholy crossing her lovely features. We both know about the matter. You will receive an explanation. Shi Xiao patted Zhao Xian's shoulder reassuringly, then turned his gaze to the immobile Murong Juyin and Yi Lian, his tone suddenly icy as he asked in a low voice, "What is your relationship with these two? They should not be from the Imo family, correct?" Uncle Shi, Imo Bingxian and I were being pursued, and these two saved us, Zhao Xian clarified urgently, aware that her Uncle Shi was indeed kind to her and her mother, but would not show the same leniency towards outsiders. Beside her, Imo Bingxian chimed in with a childish voice, "Yes, Uncle Shi, these two big brothers are our saviors." Is that so? Upon hearing the voice of Imo Bingxian, Shi Zhao's previously icy gaze softened slightly, and the oppressive aura surrounding the two individuals dissipated in an instant. A rush of metallic sweetness surged to his throat, which was forcefully suppressed by Murong Juyin. Subsequently, he and Yi Lian dismounted simultaneously, offering a slight bow to Shi Xiao. "We are the juniors Murong Juyin and Yi Lian. It is an honor to meet you, senior." Upon hearing Murong Juyin's name, Yi Lian raised an eyebrow. Was that truly his real name? However, he quickly regained his composure, realizing that some matters need not be pondered too deeply. "Speak. What benefits do you seek?" Shi Zhao's expression remained indifferent. His tone as frigid as ever. It was merely an act of witnessing injustice. "There are no benefits to be discussed." Murong Juyin gently shook his head. Observing this, Yi Lian took the opportunity to return the Duanhua sword to Zhao Xian, adding with a smile, "Since the senior has come to retrieve it, it naturally belongs back to its rightful owner." Zhao Xian accepted the sword quietly. Although Shi Xiao was puzzled upon seeing the Duanhua sword, he refrained from further inquiry upon noticing Zhao Xian's confident demeanor. By the way, these two young brothers are also heading to the Tianjin sect," Sure Shu, why not take them along? In the next moment, Zhao Xian seemed to recall something and spoke softly. What business do you have at the Tianjin sect? Shi Zhao's gaze sharpened, and a powerful pressure enveloped the two once more, leaving them somewhat at a loss for words. Mu Rongjuyan, feeling the weight of the pressure, mustered his courage and retrieved the iron token previously given to them by Lu Ying. Chapter 45. Arrival at the foot of Tianjin Mountain, gazing at the character Lu on the back of the token. Shi Zhao's cold gaze flickered momentarily. His spiritual sense focused on it, and after confirming its authenticity, his demeanor softened slightly as he stated flatly, since it is a token given by Lu and I. You may accompany us for now. As the oppressive aura lifted entirely, Mu Rongjuyan finally breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that the token provided by Lu Ying held some merit. It was merely this old man who seemed somewhat peculiar. Beside him, Yi Lian felt an urge to weep. Were all these powerful beings so capricious in their moods? By the way, that little black creature on your shoulder, is it your spirit pet? It seems to lack any aura. Shi Xiao suddenly turned his gaze to Xiao Ju, questioning in an inquisitive tone. Xiao Ju had long been frightened into immobility by the elder's earlier display of power. Its round eyes fixated on its paws in a daze, a sight that surprised Yi Lian, though he concealed his astonishment, burying all thoughts deep within. Mu Rongjuyan exhaled softly, forcing a semblance of a smile as he replied quietly. This is merely something I stumbled upon. I felt a connection and have kept it as a companion. It is hardly worthy of your attention, senior. Upon hearing this, Shi Xiao nodded silently, no further questions arising. In an instant, he had scrutinized Xiao Ju thoroughly with his spiritual sense, concluding it to be merely an ordinary cat. Meanwhile, the white tiger regarded Xiao Ju with indifference. After all, it appeared too insignificant in its eyes. Shi Xiao beckoned to the white tiger, which promptly lay down obediently. Shi Xiao then slowly seated himself upon it and smiled kindly at Zhao Xian, saying, "Rest assured, with me leading the way, you and Xianer can relax." Zhao Xian nodded and returned to the carriage with Mo Bingxian, and the group resumed their journey. In contrast, Mu Rongjuyan and Yi Lian fell silently to the rear, maintaining an unspoken agreement to refrain from conversation as they proceeded towards the Tianjin sect. With the aid of their steeds and the group's determined pace, the originally 2.5-day journey was condensed to a single day. They arrived before a vast expanse of mountains before dawn. From a distance, a towering peak dominated half of their view, surrounded by numerous other mountains of varying heights, resembling a constellation of stars encircling the central, highest peak. A truly magnificent sight. Upon closer inspection, the highest peak appeared as if a colossal sword had descended from the heavens. Embedded among the mountains, a fitting origin for the Tianjin sect. Beyond the mountains lay a fairly sizable town, which seemed no smaller than Qingyang Town. Yu Rongjuyan and the others had previously gathered some knowledge on this matter. It was customary for towns to be established near sects, providing shelter for ordinary folk and a resting place for martial artists seeking to join the sect, also serving to showcase the sect's strength, preventing newcomers from perceiving it as a barren place. All right, your journey ends here. You may proceed to the entrance examination on your own when the time comes. There is no need to accompany me any further. A somewhat cold voice drifted over. Shi Xiao, displaying no regard for the thoughts of the two left behind, led the carriage towards the mountains without a backward glance. Yu Rongjuyan's heart stirred. He glanced upward and caught sight of Zhao Xian peering at them through the rear curtain of the departing carriage. Yet, her beautiful eyes held a different expression, noticeably lacking the warmth they once conveyed. Now imbued with a touch of coldness. Perhaps she had always been this way, forced into it by circumstances. In contrast, Mo Bingxian continued to wave cheerfully at the two, his face alight with innocence. After witnessing this, Mu Rongjuyan and Yi Lian exchanged a glance, each perceiving a subtle glimmer of coldness in the other's eyes, an understanding shared only between them. In the next moment, their gazes hardened, both turning towards the towering peak that was both near and far, and with a slight curve of their lips, they galloped towards the town beside the mountains without looking back. This town was named Tianjin Town, sharing the same name as the sect it served, symbolizing the power that lay behind it. Thus, no one dared to cause trouble within its borders, creating an air of peace. The two rode until they reached the entrance of the town, where Mu Rongjuyan and Yi Lian casually released their horses, allowing them to roam free. There was no need for mounts here, as they would only be a burden. Let us find a place to satiate our hunger. A tavern will do nicely. Observing their steeds as they trotted away, Ilian suddenly chuckled. Perhaps having reached their destination had restored his carefree demeanor. Mu Rongjuyan smiled faintly at this remark, choosing not to dwell on it. Subsequently, the two began their search for a tavern along the bustling streets, anticipating the arrival of many martial artists who had also received iron tokens. They might even overhear some valuable gossip within the tavern. After a brief search, they soon identified a tavern bustling with patrons, the lively atmosphere unmistakable. Upon entering, they found a spot by the window and settled down. Watching the vibrant scene outside, Ilian raised his hand and called out, "Waiter, bring us your finest wine." Among the crowd, a young waiter in simple clothes approached promptly, expertly placing a jar of wine on their table. After inquiring about their needs, he swiftly returned to attend to other customers, his physique suggesting he was also a martial artist. As expected of a tavern situated near such a sect, this wine packs quite a punch. Ilian filled his cup and downed the fiery liquor, surprised by its intense flavor. Mu Rongjuyan, observing this, took a sip himself. As the liquid flowed down his throat, he felt a warm current traverse his body, stirring even the dormant energy within him. Truly fine wine. As they savored their drink, a somewhat tipsy young man with a fair complexion suddenly leaned in and whispered, "Hey, have you heard? The entrance examination for the Tianjin sect has been moved up. It's starting in just 5 days. Those who fail to arrive on time will be barred from entry." Chapter 46. Preparation. Although his voice was kept low in the somewhat noisy tavern, Mu Rongjuyan and Ilian, both of high cultivation, heard him distinctly. Their interest piqued. They exchanged glances. "Wait, it has been moved up," a companion of the young man exclaimed in astonishment. "So those who miss it will lose their chance?" The fair-skinned youth merely shrugged disdainfully, a hint of schadenfreude on his face as he replied in a hushed tone, "Well, they can only blame their bad luck if their qualification tokens are still valid. They can try for the next examination, but who knows when that will be." "Is this information credible?" inquired a dark-skinned youth, his brow furrowing in skepticism, unsure of how this seemingly ordinary fellow obtained such news. "Of course. I have a relative working inside the sect, so our chances this time are even greater," the fair-skinned youth boasted proudly. Yet, before he could bask in his self-importance for long, he slumped onto the table. Fast asleep, having clearly imbibed too much. "It has been moved up? Then it seems our timing is fortuitous." Mu Rongjuyan withdrew his attention and couldn't help but chuckle softly, raising his cup to take a sip of wine. Ilian also bore a faint smile on his face. However, whether they arrived early or late made little difference to them. Having reached the Heavenly Sword sect, they were indifferent to the passage of time. Though a few daysless waiting would indeed be preferable. When the individual fell silent, the two ceased to engage further, turning their focus to savoring the wine. In this place, merely catching wind of a few tidbits of gossip was considered fortunate. It was rather unrealistic to expect to hear any substantial secrets here, so it was better to enjoy the exquisite wine in peace. As the hours passed, just as they had anticipated, although some martial artists in the tavern grew inebriated and began to chatter nonsensically. None of their words revealed any critical information, only the boastful claims and speculations of young martial artists preparing for the entrance examination, or their overly confident declarations regarding the same. Yet, it was certain that whether it was the iron token provided by the contact from the Divine Herb Valley or the one given by Lu Ying, they merely served as qualifications for the assessment and did not guarantee immediate admission. One could elucidate the specifics of the examination, and with a subtle exchange of glances, the two realized they could only wait a few more days until the examination day to uncover the truth. Before long, one barrel of wine had dwindled down as they drank heartily, and they exchanged knowing glances. Ilian promptly rose to settle the bill. On the streets, the two, reveling in their inebriation, strolled leisurely through the intricately adorned shops, hoping to glean further information regarding the examination, but ultimately returned empty-handed. They then ceased their pursuit, wandering in silence. "Do you think she might also participate in the examination?" Ilian inquired softly, a hint of color rising to his handsome features as he gazed at the distant undulating mountains, turning to Morong Juyin. Xiao Ju, upon hearing this, peeked out to glance at Yi Lian, her round eyes twinkling with an expression of amusement. Morong Juyin, hearing the question, merely sighed gently, then cast Yi Lian a resigned look, retorting coldly, "Do you truly believe someone of her stature would need to partake in this mundane martial artist examination? But do ensure you don't falter during the assessment, or not only will you have to face the consequences, but if she finds out, she would be utterly amused." Upon hearing this, Yi Lian felt a wave of speechlessness wash over him but refrained from further comment, his head drooping slightly, his expression complex. Morong Juyin could not see the thoughts swirling in Yi Lian's mind. On his shoulder, Xiao Ju watched the two with a beaming smile, her gaze ambiguous, leaving it unclear whether she was mocking them or conveying something else entirely. "Hey, what exactly do you mean by that? Why are you looking at me like that?" After enduring Xiao Ju's gaze for a prolonged period, Yi Lian finally grew impatient and, emboldened by the alcohol, confronted her directly. Miao Xiao Ju shook her head, imitating Morong Juyin with a gentle sigh, as if in response, though the undertone of mockery was even more pronounced. Seeing her reaction, Yi Lian was about to say something further when Morong Juyin chuckled lightly, reassuringly patting his shoulder. "It's all right. With your strength, you are far from being inferior to that half-baked heroine. Are you complimenting me or insulting me?" Yi Lian rolled his eyes at the remark. Yet the next moment, he erupted into hearty laughter, attracting the attention of passers-by. Several young women blushed upon catching sight of Yi Lian's handsome visage. Morong Juyin smiled wryly, recognizing that this lad had quite the charm with women. Had he not become an assassin, he could have easily pursued a life as a courtesan and made a fortune. Why Yi Lian, feeling a bit uneasy under Morong Juyin's gaze, which resembled an insatiable longing for wealth, promptly nudged him and whispered, "What are you staring at? Do I have crystal coins on my face?" "Perhaps," Morong Juyin replied, retracting his gaze and dismissing the thought, feeling somewhat relaxed after the wine, temporarily forgetting many of his troubles. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the two wandered the streets until evening, randomly selecting a pleasant inn to settle in, opting for adjoining rooms where they could promptly attend to each other if necessary. Within the room, Morong Juyin made arrangements for Xiao Ju, then reclined on the bed with an air of tranquility, a subtle scent of wine lingering in the air. He had no intention of practicing martial arts in the coming days. Content to maintain his current state of mind, Miao Xiao Ju lazily called out from the side, greeted by a delectable piece of dried fish. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, several days passed. During this time, they remained within the inn, not stepping outside even once. The rumors they had heard in the tavern turned out to be accurate. The entrance examination had indeed been moved forward. The time and location of the examination were posted in the town, leaving those who could not make it to simply accept their misfortune. On the morning of the examination, Morong Juyin and Yi Lian set out from the inn early. With no preparations to make, they arrived promptly at the foot of a towering 1,000-meter peak. As indicated in the announcement, at the base of the mountain, the area was already bustling with activity. Although the examination had been advanced, thousands of martial artists had gathered, with more arriving steadily. Before them, the steps leading up the mountain were lively, filled with clusters of martial artists either whispering to one another or observing the mountain ahead. Among them were the boastful and the speculative, many attempting to glean information, though all efforts proved futile. To avoid drawing attention, Morong Juyin and Yi Lian positioned themselves at the periphery of the crowd. Remaining silent as they surveyed their surroundings, as they peered inward, they noticed a middle-aged man clad in a white robe, adorned with an embroidered golden sword on his collar, standing before the ascending staircase. His expression cold as he surveyed the throng, lost in thought. Shifting their gaze, they spotted a stone tablet, towering 2 men high, positioned before the steps, inscribed boldly with the characters, "Heavenly Sword Sect, entering Sword Peak." The words appeared as if carved from sword energy, exuding an unmistakable sharpness. About half an hour later, hundreds of martial artists gradually arrived from afar, their auras hovering around the mid-tier of the profound body realm. With none present beneath that level, each held an iron token, the front inscribed with the words "Heavenly Sword," while the back bore various inscriptions. As a distant, resonant bell tolled from the mountaintop, the middle-aged man who had been standing at the entrance of the steps, lifted his gaze toward the horizon, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes before he slowly spoke, his voice booming like a great bell, echoing in the ears of all present. Enough! Everyone, quiet down and hold your entrance martial orders in hand. I shall now explain the details of the examination. As his words fell, the expressions of the previously jubilant martial artists froze, their smiles vanishing as they felt a persistent buzzing in their ears, the sound lingering in the air, echoing in their minds as if assaulting their very souls. The countenance of many martial artists shifted dramatically, those of slightly lower strength nearly choking on their own blood from the shock, too intimidated to dare act out of line. Murong Juyan and Yi Lian were similarly affected, despite their slightly higher strength. They too found themselves momentarily dazed, having never before encountered a sound wave attack of such potency. Murong Juyan, while unsure of the true strength of the middle-aged man, surmised he must be above the foundation realm. The pressure he exerted comparable to that of Lu Ying. Enough, Inu. Do not bully these young ones any further, or you will frighten them all away. Before the martial artists could fully recover from their shock, a gentle voice resonated in their ears, dissipating the painful echoes that had plagued their heads. Instantly, the martial artists felt their minds clear, gasping for breath, their faces pale and drenched in sweat, having truly felt the weight of that immense power. Murong Juyan exhaled a breath of turbid air, raising his gaze toward the steps, where, unbeknownst to them, another middle-aged man in a white robe had appeared beside the one named Inu, further astonishing the crowd. Thousands of martial artists stood frozen in place, momentarily lost in thought, but soon, the look of surprise faded from their eyes, replaced by a fervent desire for power. Yes, this was precisely the formidable strength they sought to pursue. Murong Juyan and Yi Lian shared this sentiment. Even having witnessed the power of individuals at such a realm multiple times, they were still struck with awe, a surge of determination swelling within them. White Xing, if these lowly martial artists are not shown their place and their ingrained habits from the Jianghu are not washed away, wouldn't their entrance into our sect bring disgrace upon it? On the other side, facing his colleague's words, Inu replied calmly. His tone was neither warm nor cold, devoid of any discernible meaning, primarily because their positions and strengths were comparable, thus he had not reached a level that warranted his respect. Upon hearing this, Bai Xing chose not to engage further, and with a wave of his hand, a transparent light screen suddenly materialized at the entrance of the steps, astonishing the assembly of martial artists. Amidst the myriad expressions of surprise, Bai Xing slowly proclaimed, "Those who possess a recommendation token from our sect may pass through this light screen and ascend the steps. As for the specifics of the assessment, you will naturally learn once you enter." However, he paused, and the smile on Bai Xing's face vanished in an instant, his tone turning grave and filled with an air of authority that brooked no dissent. This entrance to the Sword's Edge is specifically designated by the Heavenly Sword Sect for entrance assessments and can only be accessed via the ascending steps. Do not entertain the foolish notion of attempting to circumvent the process or ascend via other means. Doing so may result in injury or, at worst, the loss of life. Such a risk is not worth the reward. Remember, as his words concluded, an incredibly powerful gust of wind surged forth from behind Bai Xing, sweeping past thousands of martial artists, further instilling awe within their hearts. Once the wind subsided, the martial artists, no longer as carefree as when they first arrived, bore varied expressions, tinged with a hint of solemnity, their thoughts a mystery to one another. Subsequently, at the command of the two attendants, thousands of martial artists promptly formed a long line with utmost respect, proceeding in an orderly fashion under the piercing gazes of the two, refraining from any further conversation. Other martial artists scrambled for advantageous positions to pass through the light screen more swiftly, while Murong Juyan and Yi Lian remained indifferent to their placement, naturally positioning themselves at the back. However, as their turn approached, Bai Xing suddenly extended his hand to halt Murong Juyan. Noticing this, Yi Lian paused, only to hear Inu coldly remark, "That cat on your shoulder should remain outside. Pets are not permitted during the assessment. I asked that so?" Murong Juyan was taken aback, hesitating momentarily, observing the iron plate in their hands bearing the character Lu. Bai Xing's gaze flickered with mild interest, and he unusually smiled, attempting to ease the situation. There is no need for concern, young friend. With us here, your pet will be safe. Once you pass the assessment, you can retrieve it, and even if you do not succeed, you may still take it back. In that case, I appreciate your kindness, senior. Murong Jian was not one to cling stubbornly to his pet. Retrieving a bamboo basket to place the little orange cat inside, and casually offering it some dried fish to alleviate its boredom before plunging into the light screen. After expressing gratitude, Yilian quickly followed suit. Inu regarded Bai Xing with some confusion. Are these two your relatives? Why are you so accommodating towards them? It is nothing. Merely that the selection token was given by Miss Liu, who seldom bestows such tokens upon others. Bai Xing replied without looking back, his attention on the little orange cat in the basket. Chapter 48. The Hall of Talent. Since they possess Miss Liu's selection token, it is indeed fitting to extend some consideration, Inu mused, his confusion dissipating. Scanning the little orange cat with his spiritual sense and finding no anomalies, he turned and began to meditate, somewhat bored. Bai Xing, noticing this, smiled faintly and sat down nearby, engrossed in an unnamed book he had taken out. As the two of them were the facilitators for this assessment, they were obliged to remain until its conclusion, which was somewhat tedious for them. Had it not been for the drawing of lots, none would willingly take on such a duty. Meanwhile, a remarkable scene unfolded. As the crowd of martial artists passed through the light screen, they observed that the scenery at the foot of the mountain behind them suddenly became hazy, swiftly transforming into a thick fog, while the mountain above was similarly shrouded in dense mist. With only the steps ahead visible, relieved at being out of sight of Bai Xing and Inu, the martial artists collectively breathed a sigh of relief, for the imposing presence of the two had left them somewhat breathless. Beyond the light screen, the martial artists dared not make any further movements, silently lowering their heads as they ascended the steps, too apprehensive to glance at the situations flanking them, uncertain if anyone might be watching from the shadows. Before long, they encountered a layer of steps enveloped in white mist, which they traversed with trepidation. As a gust of fog swept by, their visions suddenly expanded. Before them stood a small palace, approximately several dozen meters high and several hundred meters wide. Murong Jian scrutinized it closely and noted the plaque above the entrance, which boldly bore the three characters, Hall of Talent. Under the palace's heavy eaves, 8 gilded pillars were arranged in a row, each intricately carved with various exotic creatures that seemed almost lifelike, their eyes fixed upon the descending steps, inducing a sense of unease among some martial artists, as if the figures might leap down at any moment. Gazing at the plaque suspended in the center, the martial artists felt a dawning realization. As the name suggested, this initial structure would be the venue for testing their martial talents, the back of the line. Murong Jian, unable to penetrate the surrounding mist, curiously studied the 6 pillars, his gaze lingering on the exquisite carvings of rare beasts. Momentarily entranced, a strange light flickering in his eyes, beside him, Yilian tapped him lightly, pulling him back to reality. They exchanged glances and silently resumed following the main group. For reasons unknown, despite the palace appearing not far off, it took the group a full half of an incense stick's worth of time to reach its entrance. Before the vermilion main doors, a young man clad in white stood impassively at the threshold, gazing into the distance. Upon sighting the familiar white robe, the martial artists who arrived here stood in an orderly fashion, wary of provoking the young man before them. To his dismay, Zhao Ju found himself lamenting his poor luck, exclaiming internally about drawing the short straw. With a sigh, he cast a cold glance at the group of martial artists. Once the steps below were devoid of any figures, Zhao Ju stepped aside, directing a flicker of azure light into the palace. With a creaking sound, the ancient vermilion doors slowly swung open, revealing an impenetrable darkness within. The martial artists, puzzled, peered inside only to find their heads spinning, prompting them to hastily avert their gazes. No need to look further. With your meager realms, you will not perceive what lies within. Shortly, you will enter one by one for the assessment of your root talents. This first hall serves as the initial hurdle. Only those with adequate qualifications may proceed, while those deemed lacking will return the way they came, descending the mountain. Is that detailed enough? I need not elaborate further. Zhao Ju spoke with an air of indifference, gesturing toward the open doors with an authority that left no room for refusal. Murong Juyan's gaze flickered, surprised. The aura exuded by this young man in white seemed reminiscent of Lu Ying, indicating that the Heavenly Sword sect was indeed a formidable mid-tier sect, with even the guards potentially possessing such strength, on the importance they placed on entrance assessments, the front of the line. A young man with a dark complexion, upon hearing the words of the young man in white, did not immediately step inside. Instead, he bowed deeply to Zhao Ju, his obsequious demeanor eliciting a silent bemusement from the martial artists behind him. This dog-like display of servitude greatly pleased Zhao Ju, who then gestured with a hint of a smile for him to enter without delay. The dark-complexioned young man complied, bowing deeply once more before hastily stepping inside. After an invisible ripple passed through the entrance, he vanished from sight. Upon entering the palace, the dark-complexioned young man found himself before a stone wall flanked by two stern-faced elders. Noticing the confusion in his eyes, one of the elders coldly instructed, "Place your hands upon the surface and channel your true energy within." The young man hesitated at the command, but after a moment, he quickly complied, pressing his hands against the stone. As his true energy flowed into the wall, it felt as though he had entered a whirlpool. An immense suction suddenly emerged, uncontrollably drawing his energy inward. The young man, filled with terror, could only endure in silence. For the two stern elders remained resolute and silent, allowing him to suffer this ordeal for only a brief moment, lest he be completely drained. Then, just as the suction ceased, a blinding white light erupted from the surface of the stone wall. Once the brilliance faded, a faint purple light orb emerged, albeit somewhat ethereal, yet it ultimately stabilized and did not dissipate. The two elders remained stoic, their lips unmoving, as one finally proclaimed, "Purple, high-quality aptitude, assessment passed." "Await the others." "Thank you, esteemed elders." The dark-complexioned young man, overwhelmed with joy, expressed his gratitude profusely before respectfully positioning himself in the center of the hall. Outside, at the same moment, the purple light orb appeared on the stone wall. A faint purple glow flickered in the air at the entrance, prompting Zhao Ju to shift his gaze before coldly declaring, "When the light at the entrance fades, the next person may enter at their discretion." The expressions of the assembled warriors were grave, each nodding in agreement, as their prior experience of being intimidated at the mountain's base rendered them hesitant to utter a word. Once the radiance faded, the next individual hastily stepped forward, while the others dutifully formed a queue behind him. Though a sense of unease might have lingered in the hearts of most warriors, they could only suppress their restlessness with great effort. Chapter 49. The first round of selection. Murong Juyan and Yi Lian, accustomed to placing themselves at the end of the line, were in no hurry and took the opportunity to observe their surroundings. However, apart from the palace and a few steps behind them, the rest of the area was engulfed in a thick, white mist, obscuring the entirety of the sword-entering peak. With their current levels of mastery, they could not penetrate the fog, nor discern any underlying truths. After several attempts, they could only retract their gazes with a hint of disappointment. This scene did not escape Zhao Ju's notice, who, with a smug expression, let out a cold sneer, his heart swelling with disdain. Indeed, lowly warriors lack worldly experience. Murong Juyan, sensing Zhao Ju's condescending gaze due to his instincts as an assassin, promptly raised his head to meet it. Their eyes intertwined in the air, an unspoken rivalry quietly brewing that, of course, Zhao Ju, with his level of mastery, did not engage seriously. Yet his expression fluctuated subtly, his gaze alternating between icy and languid, as if contemplating something profound. Observing this exchange, Yi Lian quickly tugged at Murong Juyan, who, feeling the prompt, inclined his body slightly in a gesture of respect towards the young man in white robes. Zhao Ju's cold demeanor softened marginally, and he begrudgingly offered a relatively favorable glance in return. "What was that about?" Yi Lian queried, watching the interplay between the two with renewed curiosity, for he found it hard to believe that Murong Juyan had any acquaintance with a member of the Heavenly Sword sect. Hearing this, Murong Juyan exhaled softly, then, with an air of mystery, lowered his voice to a level only they could hear, replying, "Ah, that is a secret. and no sooner had he finished speaking than a playful glimmer appeared on his face, leaving Yi Lian momentarily speechless, almost choking on his words, before rolling his eyes at Morong Juyan. His eye-rolling resembled that of a small orange, which amused Morong Juyan greatly. "Look, there's a white light. Does that mean they passed or not?" Yi Lian attempted to continue speaking, but suddenly, a grayish-white hue materialized at the palace door, and a gasp interrupted their thoughts then, amidst the anxious and expectant gazes of the crowd. An unremarkable young man emerged from the palace door, his head hung low with dejection. He ignored the inquiries from other warriors and trudged down the mountain, each step unsteady. This spectacle heightened the tension among the warriors waiting in line, each silently praying for their own success. With the appearance of the first individual with subpar qualifications, it was as if a bottle had been uncorked. More and more white orbs began to manifest in the air before the palace door. By the time it was nearly Yi Lian and Morong Juyan's turn, over half of the initial several thousand warriors had already been eliminated, and those who passed would still face further scrutiny. Likely losing another half, don't you dare fail. Your qualifications are far too mediocre. Just as Yi Lian began to feel anxious, a light chuckle drifted into his ears. Instantly, Yi Lian retorted, though his tension lessened somewhat. "Look, it's a golden orb." As the remaining warriors outside the palace continued their hopeful prayers, a sudden outcry drew everyone's attention. Standing nearby, Zhao Ju also dropped his icy demeanor, a look of surprise crossing his face as he murmured, "What a marvel! It has been decades since a lowly warrior with such qualifications has appeared." Yet moments later, the young man in white seemed to recall something, and the astonishment faded away, replaced by a fleeting smirk, though it went unnoticed by the crowd outside the door. Both Morong Juyan and Yi Lian gazed at the shimmering golden door, each lost in thought, unable to perceive the unfolding events inside the palace, and could only wait with composure. Soon enough, the remaining warriors, aside from a solitary purple light, displayed some peculiar variations of purple orbs interspersed with flecks of gold, appearing somewhat insignificant in the wake of the preceding golden orb's impact. Before long, as the youth ahead of Yi Lian finished his test, Yi Lian stepped forward without looking back. Outside the palace, only Morong Juyan and Zhao Ju remained, momentarily at a loss for words. Then, the palace door quivered, revealing a half-gold, half-purple orb, a fascinating blend that hinted at Yi Lian's commendable qualifications. "It's your turn. Step inside." Observing Morong Juyan, whose appearance was unremarkable yet exuded an unusual aura, Zhao Ju, perhaps due to their previous encounter, offered an unexpected reminder. "Perhaps it is because he is the last one," Morong Juyan mused, yet still inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement before stepping through the palace door. Upon entering, he was met with the scrutiny of countless eyes. Fortunately, Morong Juyan was no stranger to such attention, and he coldly rebuffed all inquisitive gazes. Amidst the curious stares, he approached the stone wall where two elders continued to recite the same phrases they had uttered countless times, seemingly unfazed by fatigue. Placing his hand upon the stone wall, as soon as he did so, Morong Juyan did not hesitate, channeling his essence into the wall. Instantly, a mysterious force enveloped him, and as the pull subsided, a purplish-red glow abruptly emerged upon the stone wall, startling the onlookers. Is this truly possible? Outside the palace, Zhao Ju felt a stir of surprise, having never witnessed such a phenomenon before. Inside, while the gathered warriors expressed their astonishment, the two elders remained unperturbed, silently allowing Morong Juyan to await amongst the crowd, signifying that he had passed the qualification test. Morong Juyan offered a slight bow, maintaining a stoic expression, then chose a direction and walked slowly to Yi Lian's side. Following the elders' gestures, the group of warriors who had successfully completed the preliminary assessment began to ascend the mountain through a side entrance. However, one individual made an exception, ascending from another side hall alone. Through discussions among the crowd, Morong Juyan learned that this individual was the one who had previously manifested the golden aura. He has been directly recommended. "What extraordinary luck," Yi Lian remarked, though he too was required to follow the crowd. Morong Juyan's gaze flickered as he patted Yi Lian's shoulder, coldly stating, "Quit staring. You might end up with your eyes glued to him." "You?" Yi Lian found himself at a loss for words, glancing in the direction of the voice. only to see the speaker already departing, leaving him dumbfounded. Chapter 50. The Ascent. Hey, wait for me, though startled. Yi Lian maintained his decorum, first bowing slightly to the two elders who had conducted the tests before hastily pursuing Murong Juyan. Beside the stone wall, the elders exchanged knowing smiles, seemingly pleased with Yi Lian's demeanor. Soon after, they exchanged glances, their gazes shifting toward the solitary figure progressing through the side hall, their expressions warm, hinting at their delight. As a gentle breeze swept through, the two elders vanished, leaving behind only the dull stone wall, devoid of any other presence. Outside the palace, Zhao Ju, seeing that no one else emerged, settled into a meditative posture. Finding solace in the abundant spiritual energy of the sword-entering peak, akin to a psychological comfort, as he too awaited the conclusion of the assessments before departing. Once the group exited the first hall, they were met with a series of ascending steps, though this time the palace behind them was discernibly different, boasting an increased number of 12 pillars at its front. Murong Juyan and Yi Lian regarded the altered steps with caution, refraining from any rash movements, a sentiment echoed by the other warriors who hesitated to advance. Since no one is going, I shall. A hearty laugh erupted as a warrior clad in green, full of excitement, dashed up the steps. However, as soon as he set foot on the first step, an invisible pressure enveloped him, rendering him immobile as though ensnared. This is bad. Something's off. The moment the green-clad warrior felt a muffled sound within him, agony crossed his face as he was suddenly forced to the ground, as if an unseen force pressed him down relentlessly. Caught off guard by the rapid tea, just as he had not yet caught his breath, a pair of sinister black hands suddenly emerged from the crowd, coalescing with true energy, and forcefully sent him flying. In the next moment, the young man in yellow landed on the steps, and in the midst of his terrified gaze, he experienced an overwhelming pressure descending from above, enveloping him entirely, just as it had the first individual. Fortunately, he had mentally prepared himself, swiftly releasing his protective true energy, which spared him from sustaining serious injuries from the steps. Although his body bent almost at a 90-degree angle, however, that protective true energy lasted only a few breaths before dissipating into nothingness, and the pressure bore down upon him entirely, compelling him to muster all his strength to slowly rise from the steps. His internal true energy still available, yet unable to emanate outward, he wished to curse, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he felt all his strength drain away, prompting him to quickly close it. Caught in a dilemma under the mounting pressure, the second assessment required traversing this special set of steps to reach the second hall to be considered successful. Subsequently, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, a voice, tinged with a sense of weariness, resonated from above, echoing in everyone's ears, imbued with a peculiar power that unsettled the spirit. Murong Juyan exchanged a knowing glance with Yi Lian, standing still without moving, awaiting others to test the waters, refraining from seeking the limelight. I refuse to believe that such a mere staircase can pose such difficulty. A rugged man with a chiseled face snorted coldly, and an invisible gust of wind instantly swirled around him, forcefully pushing away all surrounding martial artists. Some undaunted souls attempted to scold him, yet upon realizing his peak Xian Ti realm aura, they swallowed their words, retreating like turtles into their shells. Then, the rugged man confidently stepped onto the stairs, and in an instant, the waves of energy surrounding him came to an abrupt halt, as a playful smile appeared on the faces of the observing martial artists, eagerly anticipating his humiliation. Though this man exuded arrogance, he possessed the strength to match it. With merely a muffled grunt, he calmly advanced against the invisible pressure, his movements slow yet undeniably upward. Damn it. Am I not going to make it? Observing this, the young man in yellow felt his fighting spirit ignited, exerting all his strength to move forward against the pressure. Haha, I'll give it a try too. A hearty laugh resonated from the crowd as several individuals pushed through the throng, stepping forward without a hint of hesitation towards the path leading to the second hall. Gradually, the number of people beside the first hall dwindled, while numerous martial artists appeared on the steps, each gritting their teeth, drenched in sweat, leaving patches of shadow on the steps beneath them. However, thus far, none had chosen to abandon their efforts, If someone were to observe from the sidelines at this moment, they would undoubtedly be astounded, for who could have anticipated that these seemingly mundane steps would prove to be such a formidable challenge for those who attempted them? Hurry up! What are you afraid of? At the bottom of the steps, a martial artist clad in black urged his companion while refusing to go first himself, as if they had come together. The one being urged forced a smile. Feigning calmness, pushed the black-clad martial artist's hand away and stammered, "Go on, you go first, gentlemen. I believe it would be best if I led the way." Amidst their debate, a light laugh emanated from behind them. Following this, they were unceremoniously pushed aside by a pair of fair hands as Yi Lian gracefully walked through, wearing a gentle smile, followed closely by Morong Juyan, whose expression remained composed. "You reckless fool. Let's see how you meet your demise." The two glared at Yi Lian's retreating figure, unable to suppress their disdainful mutterings, yet too intimidated to follow. Naturally, Yi Lian paid no heed to the murmurs of the two hesitant souls. Stepping onto the stairs with a determined footfall, while Morong Juyan followed suit in an instant, the powerful pressure enveloped both of them, yet they merely bent slightly at the waist before taking their second step. Then the third. Their pace, though not swift, was steady, and before long, they had left a considerable number of martial artists behind. "Can you hold on?" As they reached the halfway point, Yi Lian turned to Morong Juyan with a light-hearted smile. Beads of sweat the size of mung beans forming on his fair forehead and cascading down like raindrops. Morong Juyan exhaled softly, returning a calm smile. "Let us see who reaches the top first." Chapter 51. Arrival. Upon hearing this, Yi Lian's face lit up with excitement, and he prepared to exert all his strength to press on. However, Morong Juyan suddenly halted, choosing not to ascend any further. Instead, sitting down to rest, his gaze fixed thoughtfully on the martial artists below. "Why have you stopped?" Yi Lian inquired, puzzled. Morong Juyan's eyes flickered, and he replied softly, "It is best to remain low-key. Attracting attention could be problematic." Yi Lian nodded in realization and also came to a halt. Although both still had energy to spare, their only goal was to reach the summit, and they preferred to avoid unnecessary attention. As the two began to rest, several martial artists on the nearly 10-meter-wide white stone steps below started to struggle, needing to pause and recuperate, their faces contorted in pain. Most of this group were mid-tier Xian Ti realm practitioners, while the higher-tier ones lingered further up the steps. Fortunately, the pressure did not intensify as one ascended, or it would have been quite terrifying. Even Morong Juyan and his companion might not have been able to complete the ascent. Meanwhile, not far from the steps, a bamboo pavilion floated mysteriously in the mist, suspended in midair in a seemingly empty space. Inside the pavilion, a cold-faced middle-aged man clad in a golden robe was seated at a round table with several elderly men dressed in white robes adorned with gold threads, engaged in a game of chess. This middle-aged man in the golden robe was Ling Tianxue, the sect leader of the Tianjian sect, while the elderly figures surrounding him were elders from the 6 major peaks of the sect, Yinqing, Zhao Yuan, and Bai Ting, all of whom were the strongest representatives of their respective families within the Tianjian sect. As the two played, others observed, and above the chessboard, a square light screen floated, displaying the scene of the martial artists struggling on the steps. Revealing their expressions and clarity, Elder Yin, what is your perspective on the lower-tier martial artists participating in this assessment? Ling Tianxue asked, pressing down a black piece with a smile, his tone laced with respect towards his opponent. The moment the black piece was placed, the white piece's vitality was abruptly stifled, and a sense of stillness enveloped the chessboard, seemingly devoid of any chance for reversal. The observing elders wore expressions that indicated a foregone conclusion. Opposite him, Yinqing maintained a calm demeanor, slowly picking up a white piece from the box, his fingers gently tracing its surface, as if pondering a way out. Suddenly, his eyes brightened, and with a decisive clap, the white piece was placed down, instantly revitalizing the entire game. As the white piece broke free from the black piece's confinement and surrounded it, in the midst of Ling Tianxue's astonishment, Yinqing slowly remarked, "That young man's golden aptitude is indeed exceptional. However, I wonder about his temperament. As for the others, apart from those few introduced, only the last two seem somewhat intriguing, though they exude excessive killing intent." We have treaded the martial path for hundreds of years. Who among us does not have mountains of corpses and seas of blood behind them? Mere killing intent is hardly a concern. It seems quite suitable for them to apprentice under that old fellow. Before Ling Tianxue could respond, Bai Ting, whose appearance belied his age, chuckled heartily, revealing a hint of youthful gallantry. Zhao Yuan, wearing a look of disdain, coldly remarked, "Indeed, that old fellow also rose from the ranks of lower-tier martial artists. These individuals are well suited for him, I must ask. Can you not alter your disposition? Have you not been swayed by him yet?" Yin Qing could not help but interject, his gaze icy. "Enough, enough, as elders of the sect. We should aim for unity and face the outside world together," Ling Tianxue interjected, sensing the atmosphere had turned tense. The sect leader's words. Although the two remained dissatisfied, they fell silent for the moment. Ling Tianxue offered a helpless smile, gently closing the wooden box containing the black pieces, then rose to the edge of the pavilion, his piercing gaze penetrating the thick white mist that obscured the special staircase. After a prolonged silence, Ling Tianxue spoke without turning back. "Let us see how many can ultimately pass. It is possible that none may succeed in the end. However, the six sects' grand competition may prove troublesome, as I doubt many of the external martial artists can still be of use." The elders remained silent, recalling past instances of complete annihilation within their ranks. However, each of them had remarkable juniors. Thus they harbored no fear of the impending competition among the six sections before long. A shroud of mist quietly enveloped the pavilion, swiftly wrapping it in obscurity, only to dissipate with the gentle breeze. Leaving the space once again desolate, at the foot of the steps, having completed their rest, Murong Juyin and Yi Lian sensed that the moment had arrived to ascend once more, intentionally lagging behind. They positioned themselves at the rear. Leading the group was the same rugged man from earlier, who, as exhaustion threatened to overtake him, finally spotted the threshold of the second hall. Upon crossing the final step, an overwhelming sense of relief washed over him, yet the very next moment, he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. With the passage of half an incense stick's time, those who had not yet arrived were to return the way they came. The voice that had previously echoed now resounded from above, colder this time, imbued with an undeniable authority. Upon hearing these words, the warriors still laboriously ascending the steps were struck with alarm, compelling them to muster all their strength to hasten their pace. Even those who had previously leaned against the ground scrambled to their feet in a frantic rush upwards. Half an incense stick. Surely that was enough time to reach the destination. Murong Juyin cast a glance towards the end of the steps, silently calculating, and quickened his pace slightly, yet remained at the back, unhurried. Yi Lian mirrored his demeanor. Their childhood experiences of grueling training had fortified them, granting them a strength surpassing that of ordinary warriors, allowing them to confidently linger in the rear. The time of half an incense stick soon elapsed, and Murong Juyin and Yi Lian arrived at the small square before the second hall, just as the incense was about to extinguish. "It seems I have arrived first," Yi Lian remarked, noting her lead over Murong Juyin, and she chuckled softly. The latter nodded silently, his tone devoid of excitement as he replied, "You truly are competitive," at these words. Yi Lian's grin faded, her earlier joy evaporating. While the two engaged in their light banter, the unfortunate warriors who failed to arrive on time faced dire consequences. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, a powerful gust of wind swept them off the steps. A few, undeterred by the ominous warning, attempted to climb higher, only to be immediately enveloped by an overwhelming pressure that rendered them motionless, forcing them to bow their heads in acceptance of their defeat. Chapter 52. This sword is named Severed Thoughts. Everyone looked up to see a wildly inscribed character for heart engraved upon the plaque of the second hall, leaving them momentarily baffled by its underlying significance. Beside the hall's entrance stood a disciple from the Heavenly Sword sect, clad in a white robe, who appeared to have waited quite some time and was unconsciously yawning. The second hall is the final assessment, pertaining to one's state of mind. Once the doors open, you may all enter. The experiences within will be yours to interpret. Anything may occur, and those who succeed will automatically be transported to the summit square behind the hall. The young man in white explained, his demeanor icy and devoid of warmth. After delivering his remarks, he closed his eyes in meditation, disregarding the panting warriors before him. After a brief respite, amidst eager anticipation, the crimson doors trembled and slowly swung open, revealing an impenetrable darkness within, obscuring the scenes beyond their view. Subsequently, without awaiting the white-robed youth's encouragement, the warriors surged forward en masse. The prospect of becoming disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect invigorated them, causing them to forsake any further rest, for none knew whether this final trial would impose a time constraint. Exchanging a glance with Yulien, Morong Juyan sensed that they had not exhausted themselves significantly and thus chose not to pause. Following the throng into the hall, once they crossed the threshold, an overwhelming sensation of vertigo surged through his mind, prompting an instinctual alarm. He promptly lost his vision and hearing, spiraling into a state of sensory deprivation akin to the moment he emerged from the realm of Sumeru in his youth. In a space blanketed by swirling snow, a small pavilion dusted with snowflakes stood by the lake, surrounded by wildflowers and grasses that barely reached his ankles, now cloaked in a pristine white. A strikingly beautiful woman in white sat within the pavilion, her delicate fingers gliding over an ancient purple-red guqin, producing melodies that resonated gently in the air. The enchanting scene of pure white snow and the exquisite music created an atmosphere that could easily ensnare one's heart. "What is this?" Morong Juyan, having just regained his bearings, stood frozen, astonished by the wintry landscape before him. He had anticipated being transported elsewhere, but this place seemed too surreal. Outside, the Sword Peak basked in summer. Yet here, snow fell endlessly. Could it be that they had traversed beyond the continent? Or did the Heavenly Sword sect possess divine capabilities to alter the seasons? As he pondered, Morong Juyan's gaze fell upon the pavilion, where a familiar silhouette stirred within, causing a jolt of shock to course through him. He hastily approached the pavilion, his right hand instinctively gripping the jade blade, a faint aura of murderous intent enveloping him. "What are you doing here?" he whispered, his eyes fixed intently on the woman's back. Hearing his voice, the woman paused, the music ceasing abruptly. She turned slowly to face Morong Juyan, and at that moment, even though he had steeled himself for this encounter, he found himself momentarily stunned, his gaze lost in her presence. Indeed, the woman before him was none other than Yi Yuming, the very person who had nearly taken his life. She appeared as she did upon their first meeting, clad in elegant, unadorned garments, her features untouched by makeup, yet captivating enough to draw the eye. Her snow-white complexion outshone the surrounding landscape, rendering the beautiful scenery pale in comparison. "You've come. How do you like my playing? Is it still as lovely as before?" Yi Yuming gazed at him with gentle eyes, a smile gracing her face, her tone warm and inviting, as if a soft breeze had melted the falling snow. "First, answer me. Why are you here? Where is this place?" Morong Juyan's expression hardened, his grip on the jade blade tightening, a twinge of pain radiating from his chest, causing him to momentarily overlook the enchanting surroundings. Yi Yuming's smile persisted, her tone soft as she replied, "Of course, I am here waiting for you. Did you not say you would take me to wander the world?" Morong Juyan was taken aback, his confusion evident, yet a sense of nostalgia washed over him, reminiscent of their past encounters. "Hurry, I've been waiting for you here for so long. Don't be a killer anymore. Let us explore the world together. Live a carefree life." Her voice, gentle and alluring, drew nearer as she approached him, her eyes filled with innocence. "You are not still holding a grudge against me, are you? That previous stab was unavoidable. I was forced into it. I am so glad you're alive. Let us not pursue the elusive path of martial arts. I just wish to share a simple life with you, to admire flowers and grasses, mountains and rivers, sunsets and sunrises. What do you say?" "That does sound appealing," Morong Juyan absorbed her words, echoing his innermost desires. He momentarily forgot the pain in his chest. Gradually, his gaze grew distant, the murderous intent in his eyes softening into a smile, his grip on the jade blade loosening as he began to lose himself in her charm. Yi Yuming maintained her tender demeanor, reaching out as if to embrace Morong Juyan. Meow, a sudden cat's meow reverberated in his heart, jolting Morong Juyan back to reality like a shock. His eyes sharpened, and he swiftly retreated, narrowly avoiding her delicate grasp. Her suspended hand fell in resignation, and Yi Yumeng sighed softly, her expression still gentle as she pointed to a nearby clearing. It seems you are still focused on martial pursuits. Very well, if you choose to abandon me, that is the exit. You can leave through there. With that, she turned away, feigning sadness. Watching her retreating figure, Morong Juyin remained unmoved, the jade blade trembling in his grip as internal conflicts raged within him. Ultimately, he shook his head gently. Ambush was not in his nature. The previous stab had yet to be resolved. Draw your sword. The cold words slipped from his lips as he aimed the blade at her. Without turning back, Yi Yumeng chuckled lightly, waving her hand dismissively. Not interested. Perhaps next time. Morong Juyin's gaze flickered, hesitating as he weighed his options before silently retracting the jade blade. He then turned to follow the path she had indicated, eager to return to Sword Peak, as the assessment remained incomplete. Yet, before he could venture far, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Prepare to die. Yi Yumeng suddenly spun around, her previously gentle demeanor transforming into one of ruthless ferocity. Seizing the moment while Morong Juyin sought the exit, she lunged with her sword, her speed leaving only an afterimage in her wake. Indeed, this was a nightmare. He should have known that the true her would not be so benign. Morong Juyin sighed inwardly, his hand swiftly grasping an ancient long sword. A surge of true energy coursed through his body. And at the moment when Yi Yumeng appeared behind him, he struck down with his sword. This sword, known as Duan Yin, cleaved through the AIR in an instant. The approaching Yi Yumeng was split in two by the sword's radiance. The anticipated splatter of blood and flesh did not occur. Instead, her entire form transformed into a fleeting shadow that dissipated into nothingness. The sword light, infused with nearly all of Morong Juyin's true energy, not only shattered the shadow but also cleaved an ancient zither in half at the lakeside pavilion, scattering the remnants into a flurry of debris that shot outward. The sword light did not cease. It sliced through the lake's surface, dividing it in two, causing two curtains of water to surge skyward, mingling with the falling snowflakes, and icy rain descended, enveloping Morong Juyin's figure as the chilling droplets slid down his cheek, biting into his skin and evoking a sense of melancholy at that very moment. Everything around him suddenly blurred, gradually fading from his astonished gaze. Shortly thereafter, Morong Juyin felt a wave of dizziness wash over him once more. His senses again beginning to fade. Congratulations on passing the illusionary assessment. Just before his vision blurred completely, a kindly yet aged voice resonated in his ear, soon followed by darkness. Chapter 53. Tang Yin, where am I? As the dizziness subsided and his feet touched solid ground, Morong Juyin found himself in a vast plaza. Fortunately, this was not his first encounter with such a situation. After a moment of astonishment, he began to observe his surroundings, soon spotting several figures standing not far away. This must be the plaza at the peak of the sword summit that the person had mentioned, but who were those individuals? Why could he sense nothing from them? Morong Juyin was taken aback. He could detect no aura from that group. His gaze fell upon Ling Tianxue, who stood alongside three elders, the very individuals he had encountered in the misty pavilion. Seeing Morong Juyin pass the mental assessment so swiftly, they were momentarily surprised. This lad possesses quite a commendable temperament. His speed has shattered previous records, Ling Tianxue remarked, behind him. Yin Qing smiled slightly, her eyes betraying an unmistakable admiration. However, he does exude a rather heavy killing intent. Perhaps he is more suited for the law enforcement hall. His unique aptitude and stable mindset should be to that fellow's liking. Bai Ting nodded in agreement, seemingly sharing a good rapport with Yin Qing. Yet, with praise came disparagement. Zhao Yuan, standing nearby, wore a disdainful expression and retorted coldly, regardless, he is merely of purple aptitude. A darkened purple is still just purple. Whether he can break through to the solid origin realm is questionable. Purple aptitude varies among individuals. This is a normal occurrence. Moreover, other sects have had similar individuals in previous years, but none ever made waves. Ling Tianxue replied indifferently, his expression revealing no hint of joy or sorrow. Meanwhile, Morong Juyin greeted the four from a distance, but, upon receiving no acknowledgement, chose to stand further away, positioning himself at the edge of the plaza. Although he sensed no aura from the four, his instincts told him that they were formidable. The inability to perceive their presence could mean either they were ordinary individuals who had never practiced martial arts, or they were extraordinarily powerful beings. Existing at a level beyond his comprehension, "Young man, why do you stand so far away? Do we frighten you?" Suddenly, a voice tinged with amusement reverberated in Morong Juyan's mind. Lingering long after, he was momentarily taken aback. Despite having distanced himself, he could not discern who among them had spoken. Yet the voice was as clear as if it were right beside him. In shock, he heard the voice again. "No need to look around. I am directly transmitting my thoughts to you, and the others cannot hear." "May I ask what you wish, Elder?" Morong Juyan inquired, attempting to respond with his thoughts, regardless of whether the voice's owner could hear him. "Nothing of great importance. My granddaughter troubled you previously. Since you have arrived here, you shall be a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect. However, do keep past matters to yourself. Do not mention them within the sect." The voice continued, now imbued with a hint of pressure that sent a shiver through him. Morong Juyan's expression tightened, and he felt no inclination to resist. The voice's owner sounded like Lin's elder relative, and the three old men standing nearby bore expressions of calm indifference, making it impossible to discern who had spoken. After a few moments of steadying his turbulent thoughts, Morong Juyan replied faintly in his mind, "I shall heed the elder's guidance. By the way, your pet has been taken back to the Heavenly Sword sect by Linner. Simply follow along to the inner sect later. No need to return to the Sword Summit." The voice conveyed, leaving Morong Juyan somewhat perplexed. He wondered what that young girl was up to, as Xiaoju had seemingly followed her so willingly. Is she perhaps using food as bait? Her resolve seems a bit shaky. In truth, not only was Morong Juyan bewildered, but Qing, as Lin's elder, was equally clueless about her granddaughter's intentions. Nevertheless, she felt compelled to relay the message, as Linner was her only granddaughter, born of her most cherished son. After Morong Juyan acknowledged the voice, silence fell once more. Moments later, a ripple emanated from the center of the plaza as a gentle-faced, unassuming young man clad in red materialized, wearing an expression of astonishment akin to that which Morong Juyan had displayed earlier. Realizing the identity of the young man, Morong Juyan felt a sense of recognition. He was the warrior who had previously been revealed to possess golden aptitude, and it seemed he too had undergone the illusionary assessment. "Please wait to the side for a moment. We will begin shortly," the red-clad youth stammered, seemingly at a loss, when Ling Tianxue's authoritative voice resonated throughout the plaza. Perhaps due to the young man's exceptional aptitude, he received a treatment that even Morong Juyan had not. The red-clad youth turned to face the four elders, respectfully bowing before scanning the area and spotting Morong Juyan at the edge. Without hesitation, he approached. "Hello, my name is Tang Yin." The red-clad youth introduced himself, exuding sincerity and humility, untainted by arrogance despite his aptitude. Morong Juyan returned a polite smile, replying, "Greetings, I am Morong Juyan." Tang Yin beamed once more and took his place beside Morong Juyan, engaging him in conversation. Through their exchange, Morong Juyan learned that Tang Yin hailed from a small mountain village and had reached a higher level of the Xin body realm even before him. A certain elder from the Heavenly Sword sect had fortuitously passed through his village, recognizing his potential and granting him an opportunity. His simple aspiration was to grow stronger and protect his beloved village. "From now on, we shall be fellow disciples, so let us look out for one another," Tang Yin said with a cheerful grin, embodying the essence of a young man from a humble background. Morong Juyan smiled faintly. He found Tang Yin to be quite likable, a refreshing innocence that he had not encountered among other warriors. As their conversation flowed, ripples began to emerge in the plaza, with more individuals gradually appearing, their expressions ranging from astonishment to anguish, sorrow, and anger, indicating that each had experienced a unique trial. Before long, Yilian descended onto the plaza with a hint of sorrow on her face. Upon meeting Morong Juyan's gaze, she swiftly masked her sadness with a smile. She then noticed Tang Yin standing nearby, her expression one of confusion. "Allow me to introduce you. This is Yilian, who came with me. And this is Tang Yin, who passed after me," Morong Juyan interjected before either could speak, facilitating their introduction. The two exchanged polite smiles, acknowledging one another. Chapter 54. The Capricious. After approximately another half an hour, two chimes echoed from an unknown source, signaling the conclusion of the entrance assessment as the last warrior to barely pass the mental test stepped onto the plaza. Murong Juyin surveyed the scene, his heart sinking. In the vast plaza, fewer than 100 warriors had successfully passed the final challenge, representing less than a third of the total participants. The remaining individuals must have succumbed to the illusion. Had no one guided them out, the consequences would be unfathomable, only truly understood by those trapped within the illusion. Reflecting on this, Murong Juyin could not help but exhale in relief. Thankfully, the timely meow of a cat had awakened him. He pondered how Xiao Ju had managed to do so, perhaps having left behind a trace of its presence on him. Nonetheless, the outcome was fortunate. Observing the somber atmosphere enveloping the plaza, Ling Tianxue maintained an unruffled demeanor and began to speak, his voice imbued with authority that resonated throughout the area. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ling Tianxue, the sect leader of the Heavenly Sword Sect. These esteemed individuals are the elders of various peaks. Now, I shall hand over the next steps to Elder Bai Ting, who will guide the successful disciples to the next location. Greetings, sect leader. Greetings, esteemed elders." Upon hearing Ling Tianxue's announcement, the warriors collectively responded in unison, bowing deeply with expressions of utmost respect. "Now, I must trouble Elder Bai to lead them onward." Ling Tianxue nodded silently at the group of martial artists, turned, and offered a gentle smile to Bai Ting before shifting his gaze to Tang Yin. He conveyed through his spiritual sense, "You stay here. I have other plans." Tang Yin paused momentarily, unsure of who was communicating with him, yet obediently remained in place without moving. Meanwhile, Murong Juyin observed Tang Yin's expression, his eyes flickering slightly as he sensed something was amiss. He chose not to inquire further and pulled along the curious Yi Lian, joining the crowd, as all the martial artists gathered before Bai Ting. His expression remained calm. He stepped forward and lightly raised his hand, unleashing a dazzling silver light that shot skyward, disappearing into the clouds. "Look quickly, what is that?" exclaimed a sharp-eyed young man clad in black, his face filled with astonishment, as if he had witnessed something terrifying. The crowd followed his gaze, their faces reflecting shock as a colossal flying vessel, capable of accommodating hundreds, gradually ascended from the mist beyond the square. Surrounded by shimmering silver light, effortlessly suspended in midair. Even Murong Juyin and Yi Lian, who had already encountered Lu Ying's flying vessel, found themselves momentarily dumbfounded at the sight of this imposing craft. To the lower-ranked martial artists, it felt as if they were witnessing a divine miracle. Staring at this unprecedented sight, they stood in stunned silence, unsure of how to react. "Come up, what are you waiting for?" A cold voice interrupted, as Bai Ting had somehow positioned himself atop the massive vessel, his demeanor tranquil while observing the astonishment below, which he had anticipated. Upon hearing his words, the crowd sprang into action, leaping up with urgency. Fortunately, the vessel was not far from the ground, allowing them to easily ascend with their abilities. Once aboard the vessel, curiosity overwhelmed the crowd, their faces alight with excitement as they began to explore the craft, imagining the day they might possess such a marvel. Meanwhile, as Murong Juyin and Yi Lian prepared to leap aboard, they were suddenly halted by an ancient pair of hands pressing down on their shoulders, causing their internal energies to cease flowing. Both were taken aback and turned simultaneously to see an expressionless elder before them. Elder Zhao Yuan, the very individual who had restrained them. Why, Yi Lian, startled, thought, could it be that our identities have been discovered? If that were the case, we would surely meet a tragic end. Murong Juyin maintained his composure, calmly inquiring, "Is there something you require, senior? You two are on the verge of becoming disciples of the Tianjin sect. Yet you appear so anxious. Do I seem that intimidating?" Zhao Yuan remarked, observing their expressions with a hint of sternness. He then shifted his tone, softening slightly. "Rest assured, I am grateful to you for your assistance regarding Exiner and Xianer. Old Shur has informed me of your deeds. No, it was merely a trivial matter," Murong Juyin replied, forcing a smile, realizing he was dealing with yet another capricious old monster, and thus opted for deference. Yi Lian mirrored his respect, offering a bittersweet smile, feeling as if they were the ones receiving aid. However, they had no choice. Given the power of the elder, even gratitude necessitated respect. Enough of this formality. I am not inclined to offer you any favors. However, should you encounter difficulties within the sect, you may mention my name. Zhao Yuan waved his hand dismissively, reverting to his cold demeanor. The abrupt shift in attitude left both young men speechless. Though he had made such a statement, neither Morong Juyan nor Yi Lian would dare invoke his name for personal gain, fearing the elder might retaliate harshly. After bowing once more, Zhao Yuan ceased obstructing their ascent onto the vessel, regarding them with the detachment reserved for strangers, resuming the image of the austere elder. Are these newcomers to be assigned to menial tasks? Yin Qing inquired of Ling Tianxue, his tone somewhat hesitant, as he wished to retain a few of the more promising individuals. Ling Tianxue nodded lightly, seemingly oblivious to the underlying implications of his words, and replied with indifference, let them first hone their resolve. The solidifying essence pills are scarce, as for who among them is fortunate enough to receive an opportunity that is left to fate. It would be commendable to provide these lower-ranked martial artists with some chances. They ought to be grateful, Zhao Yuan interjected with a mocking smile. You can keep your surplus complaints to yourself. Prove you can defeat me first, and then we can discuss, Yin Qing retorted, directly hitting Zhao Yuan's sore spot. With that, he summoned his energy and stepped into the void, disappearing within a few breaths. This old fellow, truly unrelenting, Zhao Yuan muttered, somewhat at a loss for words. By strength, Yin Qing ranked among the top 3 elders, while Zhao Yuan's position was lower, rendering him unable to contend. Having grown accustomed to the banter between the 2 elders, Ling Tianxue paid it little mind and approached Tang Yin, with a wave of his hand. He channeled energy from within, lifting Tang Yin into the air alongside him. Zhao Yuan watched the pair depart, hesitating momentarily. He too had recognized Tang Yan's potential, but refrained from expressing further concern due to the latter's position as sect leader. In the next instant, a gust of wind swept through, plunging the square back into silence, devoid of any figures. Chapter 55. Distribution. How rare it is for you to be acquainted with those 2 old fellows simultaneously. An aged voice resonated beside Morong Juyan and Yi Lian on the flying vessel. Turning towards the source, they found Bai Ting standing beside them, his demeanor gentle. Startled, they realized they had not noticed his presence until now. Instinctively retreating a few steps, regaining their composure, Morong Juyan lowered his gaze momentarily, then intentionally adopted a more humble posture, softly replying, Senior, you jest? It's merely a trifling matter, hardly worth mentioning. Indeed, we are but lowly individuals, unworthy of such honor as knowing 2 esteemed seniors. Yi Lian chimed in, his head bowed, too intimidated to meet Bai Ting's eyes. Were it not for their elevation above the ground, he would have preferred to bury his head in the earth. What a predicament! They had come on a covert mission, yet here they were, entangled with significant figures right from the outset. Although all seemed well at present, they could not shake the feeling of impending peril. Even the typically optimistic Yi Lian felt a twinge of trepidation, confronted by elders whose powers far surpassed Liu Ying's, realms beyond anything they could fathom. Before Bai Ting could respond, Morong Juyan added, However, if knowing esteemed seniors could aid us in advancing our martial paths, we would gladly welcome the opportunity. You, lad, possess a silver tongue and a commendable mindset. Bai Ting's expression softened, revealing a hint of appreciation as he smiled gently. You need not be so tense. I merely inquired out of curiosity, not to be taken to heart. Then, if I may be so bold, might I ask, this vessel seems to be heading in a direction away from the main peak? Morong Juyan observed Bai Ting's countenance intently before skillfully redirecting the conversation. Yi Lian, taken aback by the question, quickly glanced outside the vessel. His eyes widened in shock as he realized the enormous craft had indeed veered away from the main peak, navigating around towering mountains and heading straight toward the unending range behind them. Due to the vessel's considerable altitude and the surrounding mist, the lower-ranked martial artists aboard could not discern the scenery below, only noticing their increasing distance from the main peak. Simultaneously, some disciples of the Tianjin sect, engaged in their training, spotted the massive flying vessel soaring through the sky. A few initial stage disciples of the solidifying essence realm, intrigued by the vessel, attempted to probe it with their spiritual sense, eliciting amused expressions from their more informed peers. As anticipated, the probing efforts were thwarted by the protective barriers surrounding the vessel, nearly resulting in a backlash that drew ridicule. The onlookers watched as the giant vessel swiftly retreated into the mountains, vanishing within moments. On board, Bai Ting vanished in an instant before the astonished duo, leaving behind a light-hearted remark, "Well, you'll understand when you arrive at your destination." They blinked in confusion, glancing around, only to find Bai Ting standing aloof at the vessel's forefront, emanating an imposing aura that suggested he was not to be approached lightly. The other martial artists, feeling the weight of his presence, stood obediently at the rear of the vessel, silenced by fear of provoking the elder's ire. Should he choose to cast them off from such heights, their chances of survival would be virtually non-existent, leaving them scattered like leaves in the wind. After approximately half an hour, traversing through dense woodlands, the colossal vessel finally halted above a specific location. Gently descending with a shudder, as the surrounding mist dispersed with the breeze, the gathered martial artists finally beheld the scene below. Before them lay an expansive plaza nestled within the forest, an incongruous sight. In the square stood a dozen figures clad in white robes, standing straight and awaiting their arrival. As the vessel touched down, Bai Ting stepped off, immediately alighting on the ground. The white-robed figures greeted him with profound respect, bowing deeply, not daring to show any sign of disrespect. "Descend now," a calm voice resonated, prompting the warriors aboard the flying vessel to finally take action. As the group began to descend one by one, Murong Juyin and Yi Lian followed suit. Fortunately, this ensemble of individuals possessed considerable strength, thus avoiding any embarrassing tumbles. Once all the warriors had assembled, a dozen disciples clad in white robes from the Tianjin sect approached with deliberate steps. Under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Bai Ting spoke slowly. "New outer disciples, after passing the assessment at the Sword Peak, must first undertake a period of training at various resource sites within the sect. Only when opportunities arise will they be eligible to become inner disciples. This group will select individuals from among you to accompany them to their designated areas. You are to follow them." The disciples responded with a respectful acknowledgement, not daring to voice any objections. Although they were currently only outer disciples, they had at least gained entry into the mountain gate. Yi Lian exchanged a glance with Murong Juyin, silently cursing, "Isn't this merely a guise for hard labor? They call it training, yet they don't even mention how to become inner disciples. It's all mere empty rhetoric. What shall we do?" Yi Lian looked at Murong Juyin, his eyes filled with inquiry. Murong Juyin maintained a serene expression and waved his hand dismissively. "Since we are here, we should make the best of it." "What about Xiao Ju?" Yi Lian's heart stirred as he suddenly remembered that Xiao Ju was still at the foot of Sword Peak, left behind. The flying vessel had taken them so far, and it seemed that certain areas were indeed off-limits. It appeared they could not return to fetch the cat. Murong Juyin offered him a reassuring glance, and Yi Lian instantly understood, opting not to ask further questions. If Murong Juyin was unconcerned, it indicated that a solution was either at hand or had already been devised. Meanwhile, the other warriors were filled with excitement as they were divided into several small teams by the Tianjin sect disciples. Perhaps it was sheer luck, or perhaps Bai Ting had arranged it deliberately, but Murong Juyin and Yi Lian found themselves placed on the same team. This brought a sigh of relief from Yi Lian. Had they been separated, the vast expanse of the Tianjin mountain range would have made it nearly impossible to locate one another. Aside from the possibility of the Shifang Tower sending people to their aid, he could think of no other means of resolution. "I am sure Tian, the outer sect steward assigned to oversee you. Follow me." The Tianjin disciple responsible for Murong Juyin and his companions introduced himself, then raised his hand to summon a flying vessel capable of accommodating a dozen individuals. The warriors, without hesitation, leapt aboard. With a flash of light, the vessel sped toward the foot of a mountain under Shi Tian's command, moving so swiftly that it left only fleeting afterimages in its wake. The remaining outer sect stewards similarly employed their vessels to depart, indicating that such conveyances were standard fare. Once everyone had left, Bai Ting lifted his foot and, without any wind, floated into the air. The location fell silent once more. Chapter 56. Mining. Before long, Shi Tian piloted the vessel over a massive pit, approximately 500 meters in circumference. Morong Juyan's heart sank as he gazed downward, the sight before him rendering him momentarily speechless. Within the pit, numerous individuals clad in brown garments were tirelessly wielding iron picks against the rocks. The dull thuds resonating as their true energy surged, sweat pouring down their brows. Upon closer inspection, the expressions of each individual appeared somewhat grotesque, etched with the weight of their experiences and tinged with weariness. The remaining warriors aboard the vessel looked on in confusion at this scene. Shirtian glanced back at them, his demeanor cold as he stated, "No need to speculate. This is the location where you will undergo your training after entering the sect." Tasked with mining special ores from the rocks, as his words concluded, the expressions of the group shifted dramatically, yet they suppressed their questions, knowing better than to voice their doubts in the presence of Shirtian, whose imposing aura enveloped them. Before they could catch their breath, Shirtian maneuvered the vessel to a row of black stone houses not far from the pit, gesturing for the vessel to halt before leaping down first. The others exchanged glances before hastily following suit. "You two will share one of the empty houses over there. Find someone to reside with, as the keys are located inside. Additionally, there are outer sect garments and specialized tools within. After a brief tidy-up, gather here in half an incense stick's time," Shirtian instructed, his tone laced with authority. Here, he was the one in charge, not only by title but also by strength. Morong Juyan and Yi Lian shared a glance. Silently choosing the nearest empty stone house, they entered and closed the door behind them. Inside the modest stone dwelling, there was a somewhat dilapidated wooden bed, just as Shirtian had described. On the bed lay a brown outfit and a stone-like key, similar to what the miners in the pit wore. Against the wall leaned 2 iron picks. After surveying the small space, Morong Juyan approached and grasped one of the picks. To his surprise, the seemingly ordinary iron pick weighed 100 pounds. Yet he lifted it effortlessly due to his cultivation level. Just as he pondered the pick's unusual heft, Yi Lian began to wield his pick with great enthusiasm, grinning at Morong Juyan. "This thing can actually channel true energy. How fascinating! Your energy seems well suited for this place," Morong Juyan remarked casually, yet his words struck a chord within Yi Lian. Yi Lian's expression deflated, and he set down the pick, then squatted on the floor of the windowless stone house. Using his hand to inscribe a few characters, "We can't possibly be stuck mining here for a lifetime, can we? That would be disastrous." Uncertain if Shirtian could sense the happenings within the house, Yi Lian erased each character promptly after writing it. "Let's gather some information from those individuals first. As for how to leave, we'll take it one step at a time," Morong Juyan suggested, similarly tracing characters in the dirt. Though he employed a coded language, writing one character and erasing it swiftly. "Are we being sold off? Perhaps they're counting their profits. Since we are here, we might as well make the best of it." Upon reading the final erased character, Yi Lian's face fell, realizing that they had little choice in the matter. Who could have anticipated that after passing the entrance examination, they would end up in such a predicament? It was both amusing and exasperating. Half an incense stick later, the group emerged from their stone house, now clad in their new garments and wielding iron picks, standing in a line as Shirtian waved his hand. Leading the newcomers into the pit, the miners, laboring diligently, cast hollow gazes toward the fresh arrivals, a flicker of pity crossing their eyes, as if they were lamenting the newcomers' fate while simultaneously mourning their own entrapment. "Old Yang, come over and demonstrate how to extract the ore." Shirtian surveyed the surroundings before pointing at an elderly man whose face was somewhat pale. The old man, startled by the call, hastily approached, iron pick in hand. Under the watchful eyes of the newcomers, the seemingly frail elder suddenly swung the pick with vigor, channeling true energy into it. Miraculously, his bent back straightened, and with a resounding crack, the pick struck the rock face. To everyone's astonishment, what seemed to be a mighty blow only created a small fist-sized indentation, revealing a sharp blacker corner that starkly contrasted with the surrounding gray-white rock. "Ha!" With a soft shout, Old Yang struck again, gradually enlarging the small pit until, on the 7th swing, the ore's form became clear. It was a square black stone, appearing no different from an ordinary rock. Yet it emitted a profound aura. Previously obscured by the special stone wall, its presence now weighed heavily on the atmosphere, causing even those at a distance to feel a tightening in their breath. All right, you can resume your work now. Shi Tian glanced at the sweating elder and waved him off. Old Yang nodded in acknowledgement, wiping his brow without a hint of complaint as he turned away. Observing this scene, Murong Juyan felt a stirring in his heart. He scanned the vast pit, questioning whether it was indeed these individuals who had painstakingly carved it out, with so few of them. It was hard to believe they could have excavated such a large expanse. Beside him, Yilian wore a complicated expression. Despite their background as professional assassins, they were not ruthless killers devoid of empathy. Otherwise, they would not have been repeatedly assigned to perilous assassination missions. Those who had grown up alongside them had already ascended to positions of deputy hall master within the sect, positions steeped in bloodshed. Some even involving the loss of comrades. Chapter 57. In the 60 years of life now, give it a try yourselves. This type of rock is quite unique, and the ores inside can only be extracted using a true energy-infused iron pick without damaging their essence. Otherwise, it wouldn't fall to you to do this work, Shi Tian proclaimed haughtily to the warriors, treating it as a grand opportunity for the lesser cultivators. Before the newcomers could react, he added, however, do not think you can keep the ores you extract. They cannot be stored in spatial bags. The consequences of being discovered are dire. Once extracted, all ores must be placed on that platform over there. The more you collect, the more routine elemental crystals you will receive each month. The myriad warriors, upon hearing these words, displayed expressions that were somewhat complicated. The tone of Shi Tian was laced with an unmistakable warning, and simultaneously, a formidable aura enveloped these lower-tier warriors, causing them to gasp in astonishment once more. No one dared to inquire further. After a brief moment, the crowd dispersed to various locations to mine the stones, their faces reflecting a mixture of sorrow and joy. The more optimistic among them perceived this as a splendid place for cultivation, while the pessimists seemed to have glimpsed a rather grim future, their eyes betraying a sense of unwillingness. Murong Juyan exchanged glances with Yilian, and with a subtle gesture from Murong Juyan, Yilian followed him towards the direction of the old man Yang they had encountered previously. Suddenly, a resounding clang echoed from not far away as an iron pickaxe struck the stone. A dark-skinned warrior stared blankly at the rock face, bewildered, for the spot he had just struck with all his might remained utterly unscathed, with only the pickaxe in his hand vibrating ominously. The bystanders, witnessing this, skeptically attempted to strike the rock themselves, only to find, much like the first warrior, that the stone bore no signs of damage, not even a dent. Is this stone wall truly so resilient? Yilian murmured to himself, a sense of astonishment creeping into his thoughts. Just as he contemplated making an attempt, he was abruptly halted by the old man Yang, who had previously instructed them. With a sweeping glance around, the old man spoke softly, the rocks here are imbued with a unique form of energy. The iron pickaxes in your possession are specially crafted. They cannot simply channel your vital energy as you would with your usual weapons. You must focus your mind and gather your vital energy at the tip of the pickaxe, striking with precision to break the stone. Should your thoughts waver, the stone will merely rebound your efforts, leading to minor setbacks or, in severe cases, grave injuries. I see. Thank you for your guidance, Senior, Yilian replied, momentarily taken aback, and offered a polite smile to the old man. Yang remained silent, merely nodding slightly before resuming his own work on the rock. Following his instructions, Yilian concentrated, channeling his vital energy to the tip of the pickaxe and swung it once more against the stone. This time, a satisfying crack echoed, leaving a small fissure upon the surface. Although it was not a significant dent, it was certainly an improvement over the numbness experienced by the other newcomers. Murong Juyan's gaze flickered with intrigue as he too attempted the technique. And indeed, with the correct method, the results were far more effective. A visible small pit had formed in the stone he was working on. As he chipped away, he remained vigilant, observing the surroundings. After a thorough search, he found no sign of Shi Tian and thus cautiously inquired of the old man Yang, Senior, do you know how we might exit this place? Exit? Heh, the old man responded, visibly shaken by the question. Before he let out a bitter laugh. Why don't you guess how many years I have been here? This? I truly cannot ascertain, Murong Juyan replied, choosing not to answer definitively, as he wished to extract further information from the old man, thus maintaining a look of puzzled curiosity. Meanwhile, Yilian, perceptively, feigned mining beside them, while attentively observing their surroundings, ready to alert them to any anomalies. The old man Yang, noticing Yilian's actions, merely smiled faintly, saying, "It's no secret at this point. I passed the examination at 16 and have been here ever since. Now, I am 66. Were it not for the robust nature of a warrior's body, I would have long since turned to dust." What? 50 years without leaving? Even Morong Juyan, with his stable disposition, was taken aback by this revelation. 50 years equated to a lifetime spent in this place, and the prospect of escape seemed even more bleak. On the other side, Yi Lian, who had been aimlessly swinging his pickaxe, abruptly halted, turning with a face full of disbelief. From a naive youth to a man in his 60s, toiling day in and day out in this strange locale, surely even a high-level warrior could eventually be worn down by such relentless labor. As for breaking through to the solid origin realm, remaining in such an environment would render any pursuit of opportunities utterly futile. Is this vast pit the result of your collective efforts? Morong Jian suddenly pondered, as realization dawned upon him while surveying the surrounding area, confirming his earlier suspicions. This enormous pit was not excavated by us alone. When I arrived, this mine was merely smaller than it is now. I have relied solely on my tenacity, and 3 waves of newcomers have come and gone. Some perished, some vanished, leaving only this handful of us. Few have ever managed to leave here alive. The old man Yang's sorrowful words were accompanied by a heavy sigh, his movements mechanical as he continued to chip away at the stone. Morong Juyan remained silent, a tempest of thoughts swirling within him, his face betraying a chilled eye. In truth, he harbored little concern for the fates of these warriors, as he and Yi Lian were merely here on a mission to infiltrate. What truly preoccupied him was the realization that their chances of escape were dwindling. The guard, Shirtian, likely possessed formidable strength, making a direct confrontation unfeasible, while attempting to flee would label them as traitors in the eyes of their organization. This situation had indeed taken a turn for the worse. "Thank you for sharing this information, Senior," Morong Juyan finally expressed, despite the turmoil within. The old man waved his hand dismissively, revealing no further emotion, his face a mask of indifference. In the next moment, an unforeseen event transpired. The old man Yang suddenly trembled violently, his complexion flushed, and he leaned against the rock for support, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth despite his attempts to suppress it. As he searched his person for healing items, he was struck by the realization that after all these years, his storage pouch was devoid of supplies, prompting a resigned sigh. Yi Lian, witnessing this, swiftly retrieved a specially formulated restorative pill he had acquired from Lin. Lightly tapping it against his palm to release its fragrant essence before placing it in the old man's hand, Yang's eyes widened in surprise, inclined to refuse, but was met with gentle reassurances. "It's not poison. You've simply overexerted yourself. This pill will be of great use." The old man regarded the pill in silence for a long while before swallowing it. Feeling warmth spread through his body, he hesitantly looked at Yi Lian. "This pill must be quite valuable." Yi Lian offered a calm smile. "It's a trifle, really. You just provided us with invaluable insights." "Indeed," Yang mused, his eyes flickering with thoughts unknown. Once the discomfort subsided, he steadied himself with the pickaxe and managed to stand. Throughout this, Morong Juyan attentively observed the old man's expressions, noting only the weight of his experiences, devoid of any glimmer of greed. After this brief interlude, the 2 young men bade farewell to the old man and discreetly made their way to a secluded area. Feigning the act of mining. "Given the circumstances, things appear rather dire," Yi Lian remarked, his gaze shifting as he quickly communicated through hand signals. This method of silent communication had been devised by the 2 for situations where verbal exchanges were impractical. And though they had never employed it during previous missions, it proved invaluable now. "We must devise a plan. However, the strength of the guard seems considerable. Stealthily slipping away appears unrealistic, and breaking through would pose significant challenges." Morong Juyan replied, tracing the air with his fingers as he scanned the surroundings, noting the lack of cover. Exiting the pit would render them targets, especially with Shirtian's ability to sense their presence. "Why are you 2 not focusing on mining instead of whispering among yourselves?" Suddenly, A somewhat arrogant voice resonated from behind the two individuals. Turning to the source of the sound, they beheld a middle-aged man with a rat-like face, clad in the yellow garb of the Tianjin sect, who was staring intently at them. This was the assistant they had previously heard about from Tian, the one tasked with overseeing the multitude of martial artists. While Tian himself was nowhere to be found, presumably engaged in his own training, Murong Juyan exchanged a glance with Yi Lian, suppressing the anger boiling within, and silently lowered his iron pickaxe, realizing that they would have to wait until nightfall to devise a plan. Before long, a bright moon ascended into the night sky, and the miners were granted a rare respite during the day. Although it was already approaching the late hours of the night, at the same time, Tian, who had spent the day elsewhere, reappeared. Observing the others as they returned to the stone hut, he made his way to a platform beside the giant pit. Gazing fervently at a pile of black ore, he then scooped it into an iron frame and effortlessly lifted it, transporting it back to his stone dwelling. Each month, someone from the sect would come to collect this ore. And naturally, he would retain a portion for himself, as guarding this place did not afford him the same benefits as training within the sect, which explained why his cultivation level remained stagnant at the initial stage of the solidifying Yuan realm. The surrounding spiritual energy was notably thin due to the influence of the mine. Inside the stone hut, devoid of windows, the moment the door was closed, darkness enveloped the space, even the moonlight failing to penetrate. Fortunately, Murong Juyan and his companions had not had their storage bags confiscated, which typically contained candles. At this moment, a faint flicker of candlelight danced within the hut. The two, having scarcely utilized their true energy during the day, chose to lie silently on their beds, refraining from any further cultivation. With a subtle motion, a faint stream of true energy flowed from Murong Juyan's fingertips, enveloping the interior of the stone hut. Although he was uncertain if this would deter Tian's mental probing, it was certainly better than doing nothing at all. Across from him, Yi Lian carefully retrieved a communication token from her storage bag, only to find it shrouded in a gray-white hue, devoid of any energy. As the contact person from the Divine Medicine Valley had indicated, this place was indeed incapable of establishing communication with their organization. What should they do now? Yi Lian wondered if the leader was aware of their predicament. If he was not informed, what would become of their next mission? Would they merely wait for that elusive opportunity? She glanced at Murong Juyan, her fingers tracing delicate patterns in the air. Murong Juyan's gaze flickered thoughtfully as he mirrored her gestures. I do not know. We shall take it step by step. However, with Xiao Ju in Yin Lin's possession, I wonder if she might prove to be of assistance. Upon reading the final word, Yi Lian's face registered a hint of resignation. There was little choice. Given their current circumstances, they could only proceed in this manner, even if it seemed somewhat unreliable. However, this place might serve as a suitable location for cultivation for the time being. Since contact was impossible, they might as well focus on their training for the days to come. The ore not only weighed heavily upon inhalation, but holding it also made the flow of true energy within feel sluggish. One could only wonder what kind of energy it contained. Lying on the stone bed, Murong Juyan stared at the pitch-black ceiling, inevitably recalling the events of the day. He spoke the latter part of his thoughts aloud. Without need for concealment, Yi Lian, with a hint of exasperation, responded, then it must be so. The night passed in silence, but with their state of mind, neither dwelled excessively on these matters, allowing them to enjoy a restful slumber. As the first rays of dawn graced the earth, the diligent miners resumed their toil, hastily consuming a few bites before plunging into the depths of the pit to dig with fervor. I can't take this any longer. This life is unbearable. I want to go home. At midday, a strikingly handsome martial artist finally reached his breaking point, flinging his pickaxe aside and resolutely striding towards the pit's edge. The other newcomers paused their tasks, eager to see how Tian, who had been lurking in the shadows, would respond. Some veteran miners, upon hearing this, continued their work in silence, merely sighing with a hint of mockery in their eyes. The Tianjin sect was not a place one could enter or exit at will. Indeed, before the martial artist could venture too far, a sharp command descended from above. Accompanying this was Tian, exuding an overwhelming aura. a chilling pressure immobilizing the defiant warrior in place before he was kicked away with a powerful thrust. Chapter 59. A change of training location, seeing the man struggle to rise. The oppressive force descended once more, freezing him mid-motion. Shirtion's gaze was icy as he addressed the new martial artists. Mining this or serves as a trial for you low-ranking martial artists who have passed the assessments. The Tianjin sect does not welcome refuse. If you have come, you must abide by our rules. Otherwise, when you are handed over to the outer sect's law enforcement, you will not find me so lenient. However, he added, do not wear such long faces. As long as you perform well here, there remains a chance for you to participate in the selection of inner disciples, contingent upon whether your opportunity arises. The next moment, Shirtion shifted his tone, offering them another glimmer of hope. The aura he emanated was indeed that of the solidifying Yuan realm. Murong Juyan and Yilian exchanged glances, both comprehending Shirtion's strength. Given their current capabilities, they could only remain here and seek a chance for advancement. A forceful escape was out of the question. Having witnessed the preceding events, the group of new martial artists became diligent and obedient, fervently swinging their pickaxes as they labored, though they remained ignorant of what Shirtion referred to as an opportunity. Still, a glimmer of hope was preferable to despair. The veteran miners, having observed the commotion, continued their monotonous work, each harboring their own thoughts. Although they had spent considerable time in this place, as long as they were alive, there was always a way forward, however faint the hope may be. Murong Juyan and Yilian approached a nearby rock face, intent on chiseling away, determined to make the most of their time in this stagnant situation, using the opportunity to cultivate. Old Yang, why is it that every pit you carve is so much larger than ours? Do you possess some secret technique? Yilian inquired curiously, watching Old Yang swing his pickaxe. Old Yang paused at her question, then generously shared, it's quite simple, really. Due to prolonged mining, my true energy has become more refined under the influence of this black ore, which creates a peculiar resonance the moment the pickaxe strikes the rock, allowing me to carve larger pits than you'd. Is that so? Murong Juyan pondered, feeling a flicker of inspiration as he held a piece of the black ore he had laboriously extracted. After a few moments, he discerned an unusual energy emanating from within the ore, causing his true energy to surge rapidly through his meridians. However, perhaps due to the ore's exterior, he only experienced a slight acceleration in the flow of his energy. Finding no other remarkable effects, Yilian, too, sensed a slight increase in the speed of her internal energy flow, though perhaps it was too minimal to yield any significant impact. With that in mind, the two cast aside the seemingly inconspicuous, yet heavy black ore, which weighed 100 pounds, onto the stone platform. As the black ore mingled with the others, a resonant hum suddenly emanated from the pile, only to fall silent moments later. Murong Juyan's gaze flickered as he returned to the rock face, channeling his true energy through his legs, the muscles hidden beneath his garments tensing with vigor. Gripping the pickaxe tightly, he swung it down in a manner akin to a sword strike. In the next instant, a cacophony of clashing metal filled the air, a cloud of dust swirling around him, capturing the curious attention of several nearby martial artists. From the edge of the pit, Shirtion observed with a cold expression, silently mocking, these fools truly believe they are cultivating. How Navi it is unfortunate that those who are often Navi are easily treated as mere livestock. Unbeknownst to Murong Juyan, Shirtion's disdain ran deep. He was wholly focused on the moment his pickaxe met the rock, feeling the unique rock face's response. Although the special pickaxe, infused with true energy, absorbed much of the force, the contact point would trigger a subtle resonance within the rock, making it resistant to being easily broken. This was likely why the internal black ore remained intact. Next, Murong Juyan deliberately refrained from exerting maximum force. Instead, he focused his mind on sensing the delicate balance of resonance between the two at the moment of impact. This is it. In the next instant, his eyes sharpened, a glimmer of clarity flashing through him. With a decisive swing of his pickaxe, a tremendous sound echoed, and to his astonishment, the rock yielded a depression the size of a human head, significantly larger than any left by Old Yang. Within this hollow, two corners of the black ore peered out, a splendid 2-for-1 discovery. As the two pieces of black ore became visible, Morong Juyin felt his breath momentarily catch, his true energy instinctively surging through his meridians. After a few breaths, he felt a slight easing, exhaling a breath of stale air while casting a glance at Yilian, driven by competitive spirit. Yilian suddenly let out a loud shout, her bones cracking as she summoned her utmost strength to strike the stone wall. The next moment, an overwhelming backlash nearly sent her pickaxe flying from her grip. Fortunately, she held on tightly, or it might have struck someone nearby. Stay calm. Observing the anguished expression on Yisian's face, Morong Juyin took a moment to wave his hand dismissively. Although his words were spoken lightly, they resonated with a tone of mockery to Yisian's ears. Undeterred, he gradually experimented with varying degrees of force and true energy to chisel the stone, and through repeated attempts, he indeed discerned a stroke of coincidence. His mastery of true energy began to refine, moving away from broad strokes to a more focused application, enhancing efficiency with each precise tap, resonating from the exterior to the interior. Truly, I am remarkable. Yisian beamed at Morong Juyin and Old Yang, reveling in self-praise. Old Yang, witnessing the optimistic and vibrant demeanor of Yisian, could not help but reveal a rare smile on his weathered face. Indeed, it is best to wait until we can escape, Morong Juyin remarked coldly, dousing the atmosphere with a splash of cold water. At his words, Yisian silently lowered his head, feeling helpless. In truth, there was another opportunity, albeit a challenging one. Suddenly, Old Yang spoke up, igniting a flicker of hope. Both turned their gaze towards him, their eyes laden with inquiry. Old Yang glanced around cautiously and whispered, "Generally, after the initial entrance assessment, warriors are selected from various resource sites to participate in the outer sect competition." "Then why didn't you go?" Morong Juyin inquired, a hint of probing in his tone. Upon hearing this, Old Yang appeared to recollect a sorrowful memory, responding with a hint of melancholy. "Back in my day, with my aptitude and strength, I could have secured a spot, but alas, it's best not to dwell on the past." Chapter 60. Double happiness, however. "If you two have the chance to leave, could you do me a favor?" As both pondered his request, Old Yang spoke again, a note of earnestness in his voice. Why Yisian did not hastily agree. Lowering his head slightly while offering a gentle smile, Morong Juyin remained as impassive as still water, also refraining from responding. They were always cautious with such requests. Noticing their hesitation, Old Yang sighed in resignation, forcing a faint smile as he murmured, "Very well, I must be losing my wits. This place is indeed not so easily escapable. Fate is ever capricious." With that, Old Yang withdrew, retreating to a corner. He bore no resentment towards them. After all, given his own talent and strength, he had once managed to escape this place. How could these seemingly unremarkable youths, one cold and the other warm, hope to do the same? Poor fellow, advanced in years. He could scarcely recall how many newcomers he had entrusted over the decades, and the few items he had brought back from the outside world were nearly exhausted. Only a family heirloom sword manual remained, too precious to share lightly. Yet, how could he not try? With these thoughts, Old Yang's expression gradually calmed, reverting to his mechanical routine of striking the rock face, each blow resonating like the toll of a somber bell. Meanwhile, Morong Juyin glanced at Yisian's complex expression and asked coolly, "Do you wish to help him?" "It is difficult enough to ensure our own survival," Yisian replied, still maintaining his gentle demeanor. Shaking his head, given their circumstances, it seemed more plausible for others to perform good deeds for them, rather than to accept an entrusted task. He even began to suspect whether the owner had sold them to a black mine. Now quietly counting spirit crystals at home, observing his partner's demeanor, Morong Juyin felt a tinge of helplessness. Clearly, the upbringing they received had not transformed them into mere killing machines. There remained a thread of pure goodwill within them, seldom revealed. They had contemplated escape, yet due to various special circumstances, they could only obey orders while seeking opportunities to grow stronger, to protect what they cherished. "I wonder how Xiao Ju is doing. Has the heroine fed it?" After a moment, to Morong Juyin's surprise, Yisian expressed concern for Xiao Ju. Morong Juyin, taken aback, turned to him and replied nonchalantly, "Rest assured, even in the absence of that heroine, it should manage well enough on its own." Just as he finished speaking, A sudden sound of something slicing through the air startled both as they were about to swing their pickaxes. Looking up, they beheld an inconspicuous piece of paper materialize out of nowhere, slowly descending before Morong Juyin. Unnoticed by anyone else that quick-witted, Morong Juyin snatched it from the air, enveloping it with true energy. After a brief examination, he hastily opened it, revealing a line of small characters. In 6 months, the outer sect competition. You two are to participate. Though not let me down in the next moment. A fierce burst of true energy obliterated the note into dust, scattering it into the wind. Yecien, vigilant, scanned the surroundings for anomalies and then turned to Morong Juyin, puzzled. What did it say? Do you know who sent it? Morong Juyin's gaze flickered, unable to provide an answer as he pondered internally. The handwriting offered no clues to the author. After all, no one would be foolish enough to expose their identity. However, the content of the note brought them good news, a glimmer of hope for escape. Who sent it remains unknown, but it is indeed encouraging news. We simply must wait another 6 months. After a moment's thought, Morong Juyin discreetly conveyed his excitement to Yecien, wary of prying eyes. Really? Upon receiving confirmation, Yecien's face lit up with joy in his exuberance. The pickaxe in his hand struck the rock with a thunderous clamor, drawing astonished gazes before he finally ceased. Observing Yecien's fervent efforts, the surrounding warriors could not suppress their derision, whispering among themselves about his madness. At that moment, Yecien was oblivious to the strange looks, his face alight with joy. Now that he knew the specific time frame for their potential escape, all that remained was to wait, and he harbored no doubts about the news's authenticity. Meanwhile, Old Yang had not given up. He occasionally shifted positions in the pit, engaging with several newcomers. After a round of interactions, Old Yang found that the group spoke only of their aspirations or fantasies regarding power, entirely unaware of the life that awaited them. Alas, it seems we must wait a while longer, Old Yang sighed inwardly, laboring on with his pickaxe, appearing utterly exhausted. Not far away, Morong Juyin and Yecien regained their composure, turning their attention to the black ore. Each time they unearthed a stone, they attempted to envelop it with true energy, hoping to uncover something extraordinary, yet they were consistently met with a mysterious force that barred further exploration. What is this? Suddenly, Morong Juyin's gaze sharpened as he swiftly retrieved 2 mine stones. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that one bore several cracks on its surface, subtly emanating an aura that was entirely dissimilar from the exterior. Unbeknownst to Morong Juyin, certain meridians within him were subtly shifting under the influence of the aura leaking from the stone's cracks. This one is indeed different. Let us see if I can store it in the spatial biogy. An audacious thought sprouted in Morong Juyin's mind, and he cast a warning glance at Yecien. Understanding, Yecien asked no further questions, positioning himself to block any prying eyes while surveying their surroundings. Subsequently, Morong Juyin focused his intent on the cracked stone in his hand, a faint white light flickering as the flawed black ore was indeed absorbed into the spatial bag, leaving the intact one still resting in his grasp. Upon witnessing this, Yecien felt a rush of astonishment. He had not anticipated that the black stone could be tucked away so easily. Morong Juyin remained unfazed, steadily carrying the black stone towards the platform, ultimately placing it among a pile of or under the watchful eyes of a diminutive mouse-faced lackey, as for Shirtion. He was still absent from the vicinity of the pit, likely hiding away to cultivate, for he had long since exhausted all means of attempting to store the black ore, leaving Morong Juyin unconcerned about any hidden motives. He simply hadn't expected an exception to arise. Chapter 61. Guidance. Following this rare occurrence, Morong Juyin and Yecien made it a point to test every mine stone for possible storage in the spatial bag. Regrettably, aside from that one naturally cracked black ore, none could be retained. Gradually, as a fiery glow of dusk appeared on the horizon, the bright surroundings were shrouded in darkness, and the weary miners, after a long day's toil, could finally take a respite, slowly making their way back towards the stone dwelling. Among the crowd, Old Yang hastened to catch up with the two, initiating a conversation with Morong Juyin in a hushed tone. "Brother, have you felt any changes in your true energy after a day of work?" "Indeed, there are subtle changes. It seems the true energy within a particular meridian has become more refined. though the base amount is not substantial. Making it hard to ascertain, Morong Juyan's gaze flickered. Although he was uncertain of old Yang's intentions, he hesitated and spoke cautiously. Wai Lian, on the other hand, remained silent, offering no response. His lack of reaction stemmed from the fact that he had not sensed any significant change. Perhaps due to his overwhelming excitement about the prospect of escaping. Indeed, under the prolonged influence of the peculiar energies within this mind, the vital energy circulating through the meridians of martial artists had become markedly purer. For instance, my own vital energy has reached a level where it can manifest as tangible offensive and defensive forms outside the body. However, within this place, such an ability is of little use. As we remain trapped, Old Yang sighed, inadvertently revealing a sliver of information to the two of them. Upon hearing his words, both individuals paused, their hearts stirred with a flicker of excitement, yet their faces remained as tranquil as still water. They exchanged a subtle smile and murmured their gratitude. "Thank you for your guidance, Senior." Old Yang's expression was calm as he replied, "No need for thanks. Even if I hadn't mentioned it, you would eventually perceive it. It primarily depends on your strength, which is considerable. Perhaps there is still hope for your escape. As for me, I have long since relinquished any expectations." With that, Old Yang quickened his pace, surpassing the two. Though he had a multitude of thoughts to share, he ultimately held back, caught in indecision. Morong Juyan observed Old Yang's retreating figure, lost in contemplation, but chose not to dwell further on the matter. Instead, he and Yi Lian returned to their stone dwelling together in the enveloping darkness, lying peacefully on a somewhat dilapidated wooden bed. Morong Juyan felt an urge to take out the black ore he had stored in his bag for examination. However, considering the possibility that Shi Tian was monitoring them with his spiritual awareness, he reluctantly set aside that thought, deciding to postpone his investigation until they could find a way out of this place. As he pondered, he instinctively touched the side of his waist, where a slight, barely perceptible bulge beneath the skin suggested the presence of something within. Nearby, a rhythmic snoring filled the air. Yi Lian lay sprawled out, oblivious to appearances, resembling a small orange cat, which elicited a fleeting smile in the darkness. What manner of individuals govern the martial arts of this world? Must one ultimately embark on their own journey of exploration? And what is your true intent? Fixating his gaze on the pitch-black ceiling, Morong Juyan's mind conjured a familiar shadow. This shadow, cloaked in a dark green mantle, had never revealed even a glimpse of its eyes, representing the terrifying force that had trained them since childhood and lingered in their subconscious. Reminiscing about the times spent in brutal competition with countless unfamiliar children, all vying for a chance at survival. A chilling glint flashed in Morong Juyan's eyes before he descended into silence. The following morning, the miners, having rested through the night, stretched and gathered in the pit, their faces reflecting either frustration or excitement. As the rhythmic clanging of tools began, a new day of labor commenced. After receiving guidance from Old Yang, Morong Juyan and Yi Lian focused intently on sensing the subtle changes in their vital energy. They gradually became aware of peculiar alterations in the energy coursing through their veins, particularly as they drew closer to the black ores, the sensations becoming increasingly pronounced. Thus, the two dedicated themselves wholeheartedly to their work as miners, knowing they had approximately 6 months before they could leave. With a clear objective, their moods settled into a serene state, and their pace of mining quickened. What once took them half a day to extract one piece of ore was now halved. This astonishing speed drew the attention of Shi Tian, who regarded them with newfound respect, though he still wore a derisive expression, his gaze reminiscent of one observing ants. Though the older miners, the younger duo appeared feverishly consumed by their work, akin to practitioners gone mad. Nevertheless, a group of eager new miners found inspiration in the two, hastening their own efforts. Meanwhile, Old Yang kept a watchful eye on Morong Juyan and Yi Lian, a flicker of hope igniting within him. Though it was quickly extinguished as he remained cautious, having been deceived too many times. Trust among martial artists was but an empty promise. Those perceptive newcomers sought wisdom from the elders, all striving for a fleeting chance to escape. Unfortunately, their misfortune meant that many elders, resigned to their fate, viewed newcomers as mere entertainment, wishing only for them to remain and share in their suffering, rather than imparting valuable insights. As time passed, the days for Murong Juyin and Yi Lian unfolded in a monotonous yet fruitful manner. Devoid of any news from the outside world, they devoted themselves entirely to their cultivation, preparing for whatever challenges might arise. Notably, Old Yang, having discerned a trace of kindness in their hearts that set them apart from others, would occasionally engage them in conversation, sharing intriguing tales, and gradually they became quite familiar with one another. Yet, an unspoken sense of wariness lingered among them. Old Yang refrained from mentioning any requests for assistance, and the two did not broach the topic of the elusive realm of the solidifying origin, maintaining a delicate distance between them. Chapter 62. The reward. As the seasons changed and time flew by, heavy snow blanketed the mountains surrounding the Sky Sword sect, transforming the landscape into a winter wonderland. In stark contrast, the interior of the mountains remained vibrant and lively, with snowflakes melting silently in mid-air before they could touch the ground. A sight that left onlookers in awe. Within the pit, half a year slipped away like a galloping steed, leaving no trace behind in this echoing chasm. Unlike the blossoming spring outside, the pit was now chillingly cold. A group of low-ranking martial artist miners, clad in thin brown garments, perspired profusely, their vital energy converging to ward off the biting chill. Murong Juyin and Yi Lian repeated their mining motions, and in the hidden depths of their bodies, some meridians began to undergo noticeable changes. The vital energy stored within those meridians had transformed. When externalized, it could now take on the form of semi-solid blades and swords through subtle mental focus. This phenomenon was likely due to their shared affinity for long swords, resulting in a more piercing aura than that of ordinary vital energy. This progress was undoubtedly aided by Old Yang's diligent instruction, as he seemed resolute in believing that the two were exceptional. Murong, it should be about time, don't you think? Yi Lian inquired, swinging his pickaxe without turning his head. Since learning Murong Juyin's true name, he had ceased to call him by the name of Long Run, and the latter paid no mind to the change. Upon hearing this, Murong Juyin lifted his gaze towards the vacant edge of the pit, mentally calculating the days before silently nodding in agreement. Not far off, Old Yang appeared to sense something, abruptly looking up towards the edge of the pit, a glimmer of joy illuminating his features. You, come with me, a cold voice echoed from above the pit, interrupting the two as they continued their diligent work. They followed the sound, discovering Shirtian standing there with a look of disdain, accompanied by two familiar figures. Yin Lin and Mo Bingxian. It seemed these two had become acquainted, and their relationship appeared amicable, seemingly unaffected by their elder's influence. Could it be that we are finally about to be liberated? Yi Lian thought, his heart racing with excitement, nearly moved to tears. After more than half a year of monotonous toil, their days had been filled with unyielding labor from dawn until dusk, and while they had gained much insight, he wished to escape this existence, longing for the days spent outdoors, facing the elements. Beside him, a barely perceptible smile crossed Murong Juyin's lips, though he found it puzzling that he did not see Xiao Ju's figure beside Yin Lin. However, he quickly reasoned that the little creature was likely still fast asleep. The two discarded their pickaxes, brushed off their clothes, and hurried towards Yin Lin. A crowd of martial artists watched this unexpected scene with astonishment, wondering what was transpiring and if they were truly about to leave. An opportunity had arisen. A glimmer of hope sparked in Old Yang's weary eyes, his grip on the pickaxe tightening, the veins on the back of his hand standing out. Meanwhile, Yin Lin approached with Mo Bingxian, descending the steps of the pit, with Shirtian trailing behind, his expression one of disinterest, though he refrained from voicing his displeasure in the presence of a lady and a young man. "What brings you here?" Murong Juyin asked first, though he already had an inkling of the answer as they reached the steps. Upon hearing his question, Yin Lin paused, and before she could respond, Mo Bingxian interjected. "We are here to take you to the outer sect competition, Amai. How much you've grown in just a few days." Yi Lian gazed at Mo Bingxian, whose youthful visage had faded and whose demeanor had subtly transformed. A smile gracing his face, as his words concluded, Yi Lian turned to Yin Lin, his eyes revealing a hint of surprise. It was only then that Murong Juyin noticed that Yin Lin was not adorned in her usual heroic attire, but rather clad in an exquisite brocade gown, her face delicately embellished with powder, exuding the poise of a refined young lady. Had he and Yi Lian been unaware of her true identity, they might have mistaken her for an elegant woman. Perhaps this was indeed her authentic self. The outer sect competition is merely days away, which is why my grandfather permitted me to escort you. Yin Lin gently elaborated, her tone imbued with warmth and softness, leaving her intentions somewhat ambiguous, as she observed Murong Juyan's puzzled expression. Please hold on a moment. I must attend to some matters, Murong Juyan replied with a slight nod. Bowing respectfully to Shirtian. Shirtian, however, remained indifferent, his gaze fixed upwards. Murong Juyan said nothing further, accepting half a vial of elixir from Yi Lian before striding directly towards old Yang, young friend. It seems I must extend my congratulations to you. I did not anticipate that you would find such an opportunity, old Yang declared, his words laced with profound experience and a glimmer of hope. Murong Juyan, with a touch of reverence, presented the elixir to old Yang and softly remarked, I am grateful for your guidance these past days. Please accept this, it may prove useful. I shall not refuse. But there is a matter I wish to entrust to you, old Yang said, hesitating slightly as he accepted the elixir. Rest assured, it is not a formidable task, merely delivering some items to a specific location in Dingnan City. In return, I can offer you my family's treasured sword manual as compensation. It should not leave you at a loss. The family sword manual? That must be of great significance. Are you not concerned that we may accept your offering and neglect our duty? Murong Juyan replied, his expression calm, as he anticipated old Yang's intentions. Old Yang simply chuckled at this, muttering, having lingered in this place for so long, even if the task is unfulfilled, at least the sword manual can be passed down. Offering some semblance of hope, in that case, I shall dare to accept this commission. This time, Murong Juyan did not refuse, solemnly agreeing to the task. Subsequently, old Yang reluctantly produced a sealed leather pouch and a small tome from his waist. Murmuring, this pouch contains the items for delivery, and the address is also enclosed. As for this family sword manual, consider it your reward. Spirit Mind Sword Manual? Murong Juyan's heart stirred at the sight of the characters on the booklet, and he silently accepted it. He then bowed respectfully to old Yang once more, offering him several vials of healing and restorative elixirs. Old Yang accepted the elixirs, turning away with a wave of his hand. Both parties were not inclined to linger, and after the exchange, they parted ways as the group prepared to ascend the steps and leave the great pit. A green-faced warrior suddenly charged forth, loudly exclaiming, Why are they allowed to leave? This is unfair. On the path of martial arts, fairness is a mere illusion, Murong Juyan retorted without looking back, his tone icy. Then let us have a duel. Whoever wins shall earn the right to leave this place. The green-faced warrior boldly proclaimed, disregarding Shirtian's presence. Yin Lin and Mo Bingxian glanced at Shirtian, who merely waved a hand, indicating he had no intention of intervening. The other warriors paused their activities, wearing expressions of amusement. Some eager youths even considered joining in, only to be enveloped by a formidable pressure that rendered them immobile. One individual's disruption was inconsequential to Shirtian. Rather, he was curious to observe how the two would handle the situation. While the remaining warriors were promptly warned to refrain from further antics, Yi Lian's eyes flickered, her right hand subtly resting on her waist, prepared for combat at a moment's notice. Murong Juyan remained steadfast. Turning to face the defiant green-faced warrior, and quietly stated, What is done is done. There is no need to struggle like a cornered beast. Enough of your nonsense, the green-faced warrior shouted, charging at Murong Juyan with an explosive release of energy. Swinging a pickaxe with ferocity, the next moment, a clashing sound echoed as an astonishing scene unfolded. Neither Murong Juyan nor Yi Lian had moved to strike, yet the green-faced warrior's axe was halted mid-air. The onlookers exchanged puzzled glances. Why is that old man aiding them? I see. He must be having someone deliver items for him. So it was, across from them. Old Yang's muscles tensed, his demeanor transformed, as he coldly stated, Apologies, but I have entrusted him. You old fool, what are you trying to do? The green-faced warrior seethed in frustration, unleashing all his strength, wielding the pickaxe as a weapon, striking with relentless fury. For a moment, the air was filled with the image of flying axe heads, akin to a torrential storm bearing down upon Old Yang, who had clearly ignited a murderous intent. Though Old Yang was no weakling, age had diminished his strength. He managed to deflect most of the onslaught, yet some blows still struck his protective energy, forcing him back several meters within a few breaths, blood beginning to seep from the corner of his mouth. The green-faced warrior, his gaze steely, retreated momentarily to gather his strength. With renewed vigor, he swung the pickaxe again, this time imbued with overwhelming force, aiming to deliver a fatal blow to Old Yang in the next heartbeat. A violent clash rang out as the pickaxe was once more intercepted, the backlash sending the green-faced warrior stumbling back several steps. "If you are so eager to fight, then I shall oblige." A gentle voice floated through the air as Yi Lian, sword in hand, effortlessly thwarted the lethal strike. The green-faced warrior was momentarily speechless, the numbing sensation in his arms dissuading him from attacking again. "Not willing to continue? Then it is my turn." Yi Lian smiled slightly, raising her sword to strike. Everyone present, save for Shi Tian, was left astonished, unable to discern her movements. In an instant, the pickaxe was sent flying several dozen meters. And in the green-faced warrior's terrified gaze, a long sword rested lightly on her shoulder. "Do you wish to continue?" To the green-faced warrior, her smile resembled the arrival of death itself, sending chills down his spine. He contemplated summoning his energy to resist, but the chill at his throat abruptly grounded him in reality, leaving him in a quandary. Murong Juyin did not cast another glance in their direction. Offering Old Yang a respectful look before approaching Shi Tian, softly stating, "Senior, we may depart now. Your abilities are commendable and your character is sound. Thus, escorting you is indeed reasonable." Shi Tian observed the duo's expressions and movements, a flicker of emotion breaking through his otherwise indifferent demeanor. Soon after, Shi Tian summoned a flying vessel, and Yin Lin and Mo Bingxian leaped aboard, followed closely by Murong Juyin. As for Yi Lian, she joined them only after delivering a piercing strike to the green-faced warrior's shoulder blade in the great pit. Murong Juyin turned to Old Yang, who offered him a reassuring glance, while the green-faced warrior lay in agony on the ground, his martial spirit shattered. "For Old Yang?" Murong Juyin inquired softly. Yi Lian's expression grew icy as she silently nodded. Mo Bingxian looked on in confusion, while Yin Lin's expression was complex, her thoughts shrouded in mystery. Before long, Shi Tian piloted the flying vessel to the foot of a verdant peak, not far from the main summit of the Tianjin sect. "I have official duties to attend to and cannot linger for long. I can only take you this far. The remainder of the journey, follow Miss Yin, and please convey my regards to Elder Yin," Shi Tian announced as he landed the vessel, offering a rare bow to Yin Lin. Though she was aware of her grandfather's influence, Yin Lin maintained a poised demeanor, returning the gesture with grace, acknowledging his words. The group disembarked from the vessel, arriving at the entrance at the base of the mountain, where a towering stone tablet stood, inscribed with the characters by Ling Feng. Behind them, a sound of air being sliced through echoed, and the vessel transformed into a beam of light, disappearing within moments. "That lad sure knows how to make a swift exit," a warm voice floated over, drawing everyone's attention. Turning to the source, they beheld Yin Qing, who had appeared seemingly out of nowhere, a smile gracing his face as he regarded the group. His gaze softening as it landed on Yin Lin, Junior Murong Juyin, Yi Lian, paying respects to Elder Yin. Both Murong Juyin and Yi Lian exclaimed, startled, as they hurried forth to pay their respects. This man was a true powerhouse, and the two dared not exhibit the slightest hint of disrespect. Mo Bingxian approached as well, mimicking their gestures. "Junior and Mo Bingxian, greetings to Grandfather Yin. You are the only child of that Xian and I?" Yin Qing remarked, glancing from the two to Mo Bingxian, his face lighting up with a smile for the younger generation. While he had his differences with Zhao Yuan, he bore no ill will towards the youth. "Indeed, Zhao Xian is my mother. I have come to accompany Sister Lin to retrieve the two esteemed brothers," Mo Bingxian replied with innocent sincerity, displaying no signs of shyness. Beside him, Yin Lin nodded vigorously, clearly fond of her sweet little brother. Upon hearing this, Yin Qing immediately grasped the relationships among them and turned to Murong Juyin, speaking softly, "In 6 days, the outer sect competition will commence, at Yin Lin's request. You shall stay at my Bai Ling Feng for the next few days. Murong Juyan and Yi Lian were momentarily taken aback upon hearing the words. Just as they were about to express their gratitude, the latter waved his hand dismissively and tossed an iron token to the two of them, stating, "If you wish to thank anyone, let it be your own goodwill." Why Bailing Peak is shrouded in multiple layers of formations. An entry is only permitted from the foot of the mountain. This is a temporary access permit, valid for 6 days. However, refrain from wandering aimlessly unless necessary. With that, he paid no heed to their thoughts. And after giving Yin Qing a warm smile, he turned and ascended into the air, heading directly towards the main peak of the Tianjian sect. This scene left the two in utter astonishment. While Yin Lin and Mo Bingxian appeared unperturbed, as if such occurrences were commonplace, is this the might of a formidable warrior? Murong Juyan and Yi Lian gazed at the spot where Yin Qing had vanished, lost in contemplation. Chapter 64. Zhao Xian's reward. Are you two really this oblivious? How could you be so stunned? Yin Lin laughed heartily upon seeing the two remain motionless, finally seizing the opportunity to tease them. Naturally, the two remained silent. This place was unlike the outside world, and Yin Lin's status was vastly different from theirs, so certain thoughts had to be kept to themselves. After all, they had no idea whether there were powerful beings here capable of hearing sounds from miles away. After a brief moment, Yi Lian was the first to break the silence, inquiring of Yin Lin, "Heroine, how should we proceed now?" Beside him, Murong Juyan also looked towards Yin Lin. Though they possessed an access permit, their accommodations still required her arrangement, lest they inadvertently trespass into forbidden areas and face dire consequences. At this moment, Yin Lin's demeanor shifted from her earlier composure to one of keen intelligence. Surveying the three with an authoritative gaze, with a gentle wave of her hand, she commanded, "Follow me." "Splendid." Mo Bingxian enthusiastically raised his small fist and followed suit. Murong Juyan and Yi Lian exchanged glances, each perceiving a hint of resignation in the other's eyes. As they ascended the mountain steps, it felt as if they were passing through the surface of something intangible. Murong Juyan sensed a brief flash from the iron token in his hand. But it was merely a fleeting moment, with no other peculiarities, akin to their previous entrance into the Sword Peak. Upon reaching the entrance, they looked up to behold an endless expanse of bamboo forest flanking the stairs, where verdant bamboo leaves rustled gently in the breeze. Within the grove, sporadic pavilions and meandering mountain streams could be glimpsed, evoking an inexplicable sense of tranquility. "What do you think? Isn't Bailing Peak beautiful?" "It was designed by my grandfather," Yin Lin proclaimed with pride, oblivious to the fact that one might mistakenly believe she was the architect. Yi Lian and Mo Bingxian readily applauded, their faces alight with smiles. Murong Juyan, however, maintained a neutral expression, revealing neither joy nor sorrow, and quietly asked, "I forgot to inquire earlier, where is Xiao Ju?" "You mean that little cat? It's probably sleeping in my room right now, I must say." "It can truly sleep. For the past 6 months, it's been mostly asleep, even when I took it out to play. It just slept." Infuriating, upon mentioning Xiao Ju, Yin Lin's face brimmed with complaints. It's no wonder. As apart from food, there was little to pique Xiao Ju's interest. Its sole passion was slumber. Judging by Yin Lin's tone, it seemed Xiao Ju was faring well, prompting Murong Juyan to express his gratitude. "Thank you for taking care of it, heroine. Otherwise, given our current situation, we would have been at a loss. Just a small matter, nothing to fuss over." Yin Lin waved her hand dismissively, though a smile could not be concealed from her face. Beside them, Yi Lian inquired, "Heroine, how did you come to know we were at the mine?" "It was I who mentioned it." Mo Bingxian chimed in cheerfully, raising his small fist. "You?" This time, it was Murong Juyan and Yi Lian who were astonished, as they never expected Mo Bingxian, merely a child of 8 or 9, to be the source. Yin Lin nodded, explaining, "Indeed, it was Xiao Xian who informed me, which prompted me to seek my grandfather's assistance. However, judging by your appearances, you seem to be in good spirits. It appears your experiences were not as dreadful as rumored, so you are aware that such places exist within the Tianjian sect?" Murong Juyan inquired. His expression as calm as still water. "Yes, this is not a secret among the inner disciples of the Tianjian sect, for there have been instances where newly initiated martial artists became inner disciples. Albeit rarely, Lin candidly admitted, though she guessed the two might harbor other thoughts. However, it mattered little to her in the present context. Having received a confirmed response, Murong Juyin chose not to pursue the matter further. And after a rare smile, he quietly followed behind. Soon, the group arrived at a square located halfway up the mountain, where a massive stone tablet stood at the end of the stairs, inscribed prominently with the words Biling Martial Arts Arena. Surrounding the square were several staircases leading to other areas, though they appeared to be set with formations, obscuring the view of what lay beyond. After a brief pause, Lin led the two towards one of the staircases, explaining, "For these few days, you shall reside here. Apart from this square, you are not permitted to wander elsewhere within the peak, given your unique status." "Understood," Yilian replied, both of them aware that they could not afford to roam freely. Upon reaching the staircase, Lin retrieved a distinct iron token from her storage ring. With a swift motion, a visible circular light barrier materialized before them. As they passed through the barrier and ascended another short flight of stairs, their vision suddenly expanded, revealing a spacious courtyard before them, which appeared empty and devoid of occupants. This area is generally uninhabited, as the disciples of Biling Peak have separate accommodations. Lin elaborated once more. This posed no issue for the two. In fact, they relished the peace and quiet, feeling rather pleased. Subsequently, they chose the two small rooms closest to the exit as their resting quarters, finding nothing within but a bed, which was covered in a thick layer of dust. "I must trouble you to look after Xiao Ju for now," Murong Juyin said hesitantly, his gaze flickering. Lin, however, was unperturbed and readily agreed. Having cared for it for half a year already, she was indifferent to this additional time. "Big brother, come out quickly!" Mo Bingshuan's voice suddenly rang out from outside the courtyard. Upon hearing his call, the group hurriedly stepped outside. They found a stunning woman in elegant attire standing there, holding Mo Bingshuan's hand. Her countenance was striking, exuding an air of aloofness that suggested she was not to be trifled with. Murong Juyin felt a stir in his heart, surprised by the familiar yet unfamiliar face before him. Indeed, the woman was Zhao Xian, but upon returning to the Tianjian sect, she was no longer the destitute figure she once was. She now possessed a regal and cold demeanor, radiating an aura that kept others at a distance. Upon seeing Murong Juyin and Yilian, Zhao Xian parted her red lips slightly and said in a calm tone, "I am here to fetch Xin'er and to fulfill a previous promise. I did not expect you to have some connection with Elder Yin's granddaughter. That explains much." Murong Juyin nodded slightly, refraining from responding. From her words, it seemed that if he had no ties to Lin, she had no intention of further engagement. Thereafter, Zhao Xian casually tossed a storage bag aside as if discarding refuse. Why? Yilian's eyes flickered as he raised his hand to catch it. Zhao Xian's expression remained impassive, offering no further remarks as she took Mo Bingxian by the hand and began to descend the mountain. Mo Bingxian glanced back at the group, but was quickly pulled away by Zhao Xian. "What did she give?" Murong Juyin pondered, watching the two retreating figures before quietly asking Yilian. Without a word, Yilian infused his true energy into the storage bag, and with a flash of white light, a small pile of multicolored elemental crystals began to levitate in the air, all of them of medium quality, totaling approximately 20 or so. Chapter 65. An unexpected delight. These are all medium-quality elemental crystals. "You've struck it rich," Lin exclaimed upon seeing the crystals, her laughter genuine, devoid of ulterior motives. Although these crystals held little value for her, they represented a small fortune for Murong Juyin and Yilian. How generous indeed! With a calm demeanor that betrayed no emotion, Murong Juyin regarded the crystals without further comment. Why? Yilian remained equally silent, quietly stowing the crystals away. They were not dissatisfied with the amount. Rather, Zhao Xian's demeanor made it seem as though she was bestowing a gift upon them, a stark contrast to the reality of their prior interactions. The Zhao family is just like that. Only Xiao Xian is a bit better. "You needn't take it to heart." Lin observed the subtle shift in the two's expressions and quickly retracted her smile, her tone laced with consolation. "We're used to it," Yilian replied with a faint smile. He and Murong Juyin were not inclined to dwell on such gains and losses, for their statuses were inherently unequal, as they had discussed previously at the mine. Life was inherently unfair. There was no need to engage in a futile struggle against it. All right, we must prepare ourselves and strive to defeat everyone in the outer sect competition. Yilian suddenly burst into laughter, breaking the somewhat somber atmosphere that is assured. This heroine believes in you both. Lin burst into laughter, reminiscent of their first encounter. Maintaining the facade of a proper lady had indeed become quite exhausting. Murong Juyan nodded silently, then retrieved a ceramic jar from his storage pouch and handed it to Lin. She paused momentarily, but upon discerning the contents, accepted it. After exchanging a few casual pleasantries, they took their leave and returned to their respective rooms. Lin, feeling it inappropriate to linger, offered a parting remark wishing for everything to go smoothly before departing. Inside the room, Murong Juyan cast a vigilant glance around, then extracted some specialized tools from his storage pouch, commencing a meticulous inspection of every corner. After all, they were in someone else's territory, and caution was paramount. Once the examination was complete, a lingering sense of unease remained, prompting him to channel his pure true energy to envelop the entire room, a method he had inadvertently devised to deter external probing. However, he was uncertain of its effectiveness against warriors beyond the Foundation establishment stage. It served more as a psychological comfort. After a prolonged silence without sensing any anomalies, Murong Juyan carefully retrieved the piece of natural black ore that had been hidden in his storage pouch. The moment the ore was revealed, a gentle true energy enveloped it entirely, and aside from a few unusual auras emanating from within, no other effects were discernible. He contemplated whether true energy resonance could strip away its outer shell. His gaze sharpened, and exhaling a breath of turbid air, a bold idea took shape in his mind. This was something he had gleaned during his 6 months at the quarry. He could elicit a resonance in the peculiar stone without the aid of that specialized iron pickaxe, albeit with slightly diminished results that merely left small pockmarks on the surface. He wondered how effective it would be on this black ore. Stealing his somewhat tumultuous mindset, Murong Juyan concentrated fully, channeling his true energy through his fingertips, striking the surface of the ore with face-to-face contact. The movements so subtle they were almost imperceptible to the naked eye, the speed akin to that of a tortoise. Meanwhile, Yixian sat outside, having been instructed by Murong Juyan to guard the entrance. He did not inquire further and remained quietly seated, all the while attuning himself to the fluctuations of his internal true energy. Thus, one remained at the door while the other occupied the room, both engrossed in their respective tasks. Days passed in a blink, with neither leaving their positions, fortunate that both were high-tier practitioners of the profound body realm, sustained by medicinal elixirs that alleviated their hunger for a time. Suddenly, an uncharacteristic exclamation broke the silence within the room. Murong Juyan's fatigued eyes brightened, his voice quivering with excitement. Over the past 2 days, he had meticulously controlled his true energy, guiding it along the fissures to gradually vibrate the black rock's outer layer, allowing it to peel away bit by bit. To avoid damaging the contents within, he dared not deviate even slightly. Aside from his eyes and fingers, he remained utterly still. With the outer layer of black ore now shed, it had transformed into a form resembling a small sphere carved from white jade, emanating a radiant white light and a refreshing aura. This aura caused Murong Juyan's internal true energy to stir restlessly, its influence far exceeding that experienced at the quarry. Though he was uncertain of how to utilize it, he felt confident that merely touching it would pose no harm. With a sharp gaze, he resolved to carefully extend a finger towards the white jade sphere. In an instant, an irresistible force surged forth, drawing Murong Juyan's true energy into it like a tidal wave. Alarmed, he attempted to resist, but found his efforts futile. The force was boundless, seemingly intent on draining him entirely. Within moments, he felt an overwhelming emptiness creeping through his meridians. Nearly devoid of any trace of true energy, he wished to call for Yixian, opening his mouth but ultimately refraining, as he remained unaware of the white jade sphere's purpose and dared not risk Yixian's proximity. Time slipped away, and faster than the passage of moments, Murong Juyan's internal true energy dwindled. Ultimately, as it was completely siphoned away, the force from the white jade sphere abruptly ceased, leaving him weak and staggering, nearly collapsing to the ground. Was this truly the end? Gazing at the seemingly inert white jade sphere, Murong Juyin found himself at a lost eye in the next heartbeat, as if in response to his silent dissatisfaction. The white jade sphere erupted in a dazzling display of white light, unleashing a pure surge of true energy that flowed toward Murong Juyin. He was taken aback, and before he could react, the pure energy surged into him. This pristine true energy coursed through his limbs and bones, cleansing his meridians and transforming them. Where once the energy had flowed like steam, it now resembled dense fog, considerably thicker. Simultaneously, Murong Juyin's strength began to gradually return. As the radiance of the white jade sphere faded, the pure energy dissipated instantaneously, leaving behind a patch of black spots on its surface, as if it could only endure a limited number of uses. Could this sensation be the legendary process of the woman clad in plain garments? Felt a sense of unease in her heart, yet she raised her head to inquire, a faint blush subtly gracing her cheeks. Their eyes met, and Murong Juyin discerned the woman's features. Her complexion was fair, lips a vivid red, and teeth as white as jade. While she may not have possessed overwhelming beauty, she exuded an air that made one feel she was best admired from afar. The delicate arch of her brows and the glint in her eyes hinted at a cool demeanor, yet her voice flowed like a gentle brook in the forest, sweetly resonating within the heart. This place was not the Bai Ling Pavilion. It appeared to be a dwelling for some miscellaneous servants. After pondering for a while, Murong Juyin could only arrive at this conclusion, for Lin had not provided him with much information, leaving him utterly ignorant of the locality. Upon hearing this, the woman in plain attire immediately realized she had come to the wrong place, hastily offering an apologetic smile, softly saying, "I am truly sorry. I have grown up on Xianyu Peak, confined by my elders, and this is my first visit to Bailing Peak." "Not a problem. Who are you looking for?" Murong Juyin replied, maintaining a tranquil expression in response to her honeyed smile. The woman's gentle eyes flickered slightly, and she softly inquired, I am looking for Lin. Do you know her?" Upon hearing that she sought Lin, Murong Juyin felt a moment of clarity. Yet he maintained a cold demeanor as he replied, "I suppose I do know her, though I cannot find her. Did she not mention her specific whereabouts to you?" "No. She only gave me this and asked me to come to Bailing Peak to find her once my confinement was lifted," the woman said, shaking her head slightly, a refreshing breeze accompanying her movement. Subsequently, she presented an iron token she held in her hand to Murong Juyin, her smile unwavering even though she had strayed from her path. This token was likely reserved for core disciples of this peak. The woman was evidently no ordinary individual. Observing the exquisite token, which seemed far more refined than the mundane iron pass he possessed, Murong Juyin felt a stir within his heart. Then, recalling Lin, who was still undisturbed in the courtyard, he slowly suggested, "Perhaps you might wait for her at the square below. You might encounter a disciple from this peak who knows her residence." It seemed there was no other option, so thank you, she murmured, her lips pouting slightly in a polite expression of gratitude before turning to leave. Murong Juyin, witnessing this, could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Lin had withstood the allure of the white jade orb, preventing any unforeseen complications in the presence of outsiders. By the way, I am Bai Ji. What is your name?" Just as she was about to step onto the stairs, the woman turned her head back with an elegant smile. Murong Juyin was uncertain whether he was captivated by her smile or taken aback by her sudden inquiry. After a moment of silence, he gradually regained his composure. "Murong Juyin," he replied. "Murong Juyin, what an interesting name," Bai Ji remarked to herself, turning away and continuing down the steps without pausing. Watching Bai Ji's figure vanish from sight, Murong Juyin shook his head, not dwelling on it, and resumed his observations of the potential formations surrounding him. However, as soon as the pure vital energy he released from within made contact with the ground beyond, it sent ripples through the void, dissipating into nothingness, leaving him in awe. Chapter 67. Severing thoughts and inquiring the moon. After a series of fruitless attempts, Murong Juyin grew weary of expending his vital energy. Noticing the prolonged stillness around him, he seated himself in the center of the courtyard. Casting a vigilant glance around, he retrieved the small sword manual that old Yang had given him. After flipping through a few pages, a wave of joy surged within Murong Juyin. He had not anticipated that this seemingly ordinary booklet contained a sword technique that could only be cultivated at the solid origin realm, along with numerous formidable sword stances. Had he not already been aware of the existence of the solid origin realm, he likely would not have recognized the references to divine consciousness and vital energy within the manual. It seemed that Old Yang was either unaware of the significance of this manual or perhaps he did know. Yet, having lost hope of advancing to the solid origin realm, he had resorted to offering it as a reward. Murong Juyan pondered. Although he could not yet practice the sword techniques detailed within, some of the sword forms should be compatible with the pure vital energy coursing within him, yielding results that, though not as effective as those achieved using vital energy and divine consciousness, would still be better than nothing. It appeared he must deliver this item, thus resolving a lingering concern. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Murong Juyan closed the sword manual. Since he had been bestowed with such an item, it signified a formal contract, and although he had not sworn an oath by his inner demons, his character would ultimately compel him to fulfill it. The silence was profound. The young man truly could endure. Murong Juyan glanced toward the room in the courtyard, where tranquility reigned. Judging by the time, Yi Lian should currently be undergoing the extraction of her vital energy. He then stepped outside the courtyard, gazing down the mountain steps, where silence prevailed and no one dared tread. It seemed that apart from those few individuals with tokens, no one else would venture into such a place with that thought. Murong Juyan's gaze sharpened as he gripped an ancient long sword, surveying its silver-blue blade, as dark memories flashed through his mind. The reason Yi Lian was astonished that he wielded a sword was not solely due to the jade blade he had consistently used since their partnership, but primarily because of the tragic origins of this particular sword. This sword was a reward for the last survivor of a ruthless battleground in his childhood. Each time he grasped it, disquieting whispers echoed in his ears, causing him considerable vexation. "Be quiet," Murong Juyan scoffed, swinging his right hand forcefully, unleashing a wave of sword energy into the ground. As dust was kicked up, the chilling aura surrounding him dissipated into the ether. Slowly closing his eyes, he replayed the sword strike he had executed during the trial in the illusionary realm. That strike, seemingly unintentional, had long been brewing within his heart, suppressed until that moment. The astonishment he had felt then was merely a reflection of his youthful yearning. Since his earliest memories, even amidst the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, he had never relinquished the beauty that resided within his heart. That strike had effectively severed the ties of their past, albeit only within the realm of illusion. Should they meet again, there would be no mercy left to spare. As sword techniques flashed through his mind, time in the external world raced on. Day turned to night, and before long, evening descended. Fortunately, no one intruded upon his solitude. Otherwise, the sight of Murong Juyan standing like a statue in the open would surely raise suspicions. The evening breeze caressed his face, and the moonlight graced his brow in the stillness of the night. A glimmer of brilliance flickered as Murong Juyan suddenly opened his eyes. In that instant, a series of sword techniques played out perfectly in his mind. Then, with a mere thought, the sword in his hand stirred, and a wave of energy surged from within, radiating a faint white glow in the night, resembling mist. Murong Juyan's figure trembled as the pure vital energy within him converged upon the long sword, resonating with the surrounding waves of energy, akin to stars encircling the moon. His gaze sharpened as he swung the sword, and several crescent-shaped beams of sword light sliced through the ground, piercing into the void, dissipating without a trace, causing only slight ripples, and no further reactions. It appeared that he could not yet unleash the true power of the Crescent Moon Three Swords, yet it should suffice for now. Observing the half-meter deep sword marks on the ground, Murong Juyan felt a surge of joy as he slowly sheathed the long sword. Under the moonlight, Murong Juyan sat upon the ground, opening the sword manual to the section detailing the Crescent Moon Three Swords. Seeking to comprehend the next technique, the moon-treading style, however, before he could grasp the meaning contained within, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over him. Startled, Murong Juyan hastily closed the sword manual. This manual was indeed peculiar. Merely by focusing on the sword techniques of the second strike, he felt as though he had not slept for days and nights. Murong Juyan was taken aback, gasping for breath. Soon, a wave of fatigue enveloped him, prompting him to lean against the courtyard wall with the long sword for support. How strange it was. Just moments ago, he had been wholly engrossed in the comprehension of the sword technique. Yet now, he felt utterly drained, as if his mental energy had been completely siphoned away, leaving his entire vital energy dormant and unresponsive. Perhaps he was not yet ready to practice the second strike. Forcing it would only yield counterproductive results. Sensing the emptiness within, Murong Juyin could not help but satiety this moment. His back was thoroughly soaked, as if he had stepped into a cool stream. His forehead dripping with sweat, his clothes soaked through. After resting for a brief period, allowing his energy to recover somewhat, Murong Juyin consumed several recovery pills and, while controlling the vital energy within, dried his drenched garments. After resting for about half an hour, he once again grasped the sword and stood in the open space, gazing at the sword marks left by the first strike, once more lost in contemplation. The gentle breeze brushed against him, and as night deepened, Murong Juyin stood in place until the break of dawn, his eyes shifting from complexity to astonishment, finally settling into a tranquil silence. He had often referred to Yi Lian as a sword fanatic. Yet at this moment, he found himself even more consumed by fervor. However, this was an unavoidable circumstance. The upcoming outer sect competition could present any number of formidable opponents, and any enhancement to his strength would be beneficial. Interestingly, Yi Lian held an immense passion for fine swords, with most of her techniques being self-created. In contrast, he was engrossed in various skills and secret techniques, finding utility in both the exquisite and the mundane. The two of them were thus distinct in their pursuits. Consequently, when it came to the sword manual, Yi Lian had merely glanced at it before dismissing it entirely, as it held no significance for her. Here it comes again. In a moment of contemplation, Murong Juyan's gaze sharpened, and the long sword he held began to hum ominously, stirring the chill winds of the night. For Murong Juyan, such occurrences were no longer a novelty. With a casual flick of his wrist, the oppressive aura dissipated into nothingness. A gentle breeze swept by, causing Murong Juyan's eyes to narrow sharply. In the blink of an eye, he moved like the wind, treading upon the shadows of the moonlight, his long sword executing a series of fierce strikes, while dozens of sword energies swirled around him. The sword technique, Duan Yin, combined with the first move of San Jian Wenyu, melded seamlessly amidst the intertwining shadows of steel. In the next heartbeat, the amalgamation of Duan Yin's sword intent and Wenyu's technique unleashed a cascade of sword light that rained across the night sky. In mere moments, the courtyard lay in disarray, the grass marred by countless sword marks, reminiscent of a tempest's passage. A truly magnificent sight. Chapter 68. The Bell Toll Success. Murong Juyin gazed at the tapestry of sword scars that adorned the ground, his face alight with joy as he exhaled a breath of relief, gradually withdrawing his energy. With a flick, the long sword was cast to the earth, and he lay back, emptying his mind, tranquility enveloping him as he basked in the rare serenity beneath the starlit sky. Fortunately, the area was devoid of onlookers. Otherwise, one might mistake his still form amidst the sword marks for a grim scene of foul play. Thus, he reclined until dawn, reminiscent of his youth, counting stars through the quiet night. A single droplet of dew fell to the ground, prompting Murong Juyin to rise. Casting a glance behind him, he noted the courtyard remained silent, and he sheathed his long sword, settling against the courtyard gate to meditate. What a feeling! Ha ha ha, truly remarkable. At midday, a burst of laughter shattered the stillness of the courtyard. Upon hearing the sound, Murong Juyin snapped his eyes open, immediately scanning for any signs of disturbance, then secured the gate before hastening into the courtyard. Yi Lian emerged, cradling a white jade orb, and upon seeing Murong Juyin, tossed it casually, laughing. What a pity. Such a fine item seems it will be used sparingly. If only it could be utilized continuously. I suspect individuals like us would find it out of reach. Murong Juyin returned a smile, eyeing the orb now tarnished, and nonchalantly stored it away in his pouch. With less than 2 days remaining until the outer gate competition, and given that the veins infused with pure true energy had yet to stabilize, he resolved against exhausting the jade orb's potential so soon, opting instead to save it for future contingencies. Wei Yin voiced no objections, readily brandishing his Lifeng sword to test his current prowess. However, in the next moment, Mu Rongju Yin unflinchingly intercepted him, urging him outside the courtyard. "Did you create all of this?" Yin asked in astonishment, staring at the myriad of sword marks that littered the ground. "I was merely awaiting your arrival to tidy up." Mu Rongju Yin replied calmly, seated on the low threshold, neither confirming nor denying. With the affirmation, Yin's competitive spirit ignited. With a mere thought, the refined veins within him surged to life, gathering pure true energy in his hands around the Lifeng sword. In an instant, he became a whirlwind, the air around him crackling with energy as he unleashed a flurry of afterimages with the sword, sending a torrent of sword energy cascading like rain. Within mere moments, the ground around him, extending several meters, was riddled with countless punctures, akin to a rain of arrows, yet entirely devoid of substance. Observing Yin's fierce display, Mu Rongju Yin felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, he had not allowed him to practice within the courtyard, lest the structure be compromised. "Ha ha! It seems we are destined to triumph in the outer gate competition," Yin exclaimed, laughter echoing as he finished a graceful flourish with his sword. In that moment, his heart brimmed with joy, liberated from the prospect of returning to the mine. Beside him, Mu Rongju Yin doused his exuberance with a splash of cold reality, murmuring, "Do not be overly jubilant. We remain unaware of our opponent's strength. Caution is prudent to avoid elimination in the first round." Perhaps too caught up in his own excitement, Yin dismissed the admonition with a wave of his hand. A nonchalant grin upon his face. "Rest assured, I know my limits." Seeing his demeanor, Mu Rongju Yin chose to disregard him, gazing at the sun suspended in the sky, estimating that sunset was still a while away. During this time, they needed to restore the courtyard to a semblance of normalcy. After all, this was not the wilderness, and they must be mindful of their surroundings. Thankfully, both were experienced in such matters. Having dealt with the aftermath of their prior escapades, and the sword marks were a trivial concern, in less than an hour, the courtyard was restored to its state prior to the sword practice. The ground, consisting of yellow earth, required little embellishment. Merely erasing the traces sufficed. After a final inspection confirmed all was in order, they exchanged knowing glances and retreated to their respective rooms, preparing for the unknown trials ahead. "I wonder how that little fellow is faring. What could its origins be?" Lying on his bed, Mu Rongju Yin gazed at the ceiling, lost in thought. It had been over 6 months since he last saw Xiaoju. And had it not been for Lin's reassuring words, he might have ventured out to search for it. After all, Xiaoju was no ordinary cat. It had rescued him from peril and possessed an ability to dispel toxins. Were it not for its seemingly mundane aura, one that only craved food and sleep, he might have considered venerating it as a divine beast. However, reflecting on the challenges that lay ahead, he ultimately relinquished the thought of searching, deciding it best to leave Xiaoju in Lin's care, where it would be safer. Being in another's territory, Mu Rongju Yin dared not let his guard down, opting to meditate in place of rest. Closing his eyes to recall the sword techniques from earlier, as night deepened, the stillness was punctuated only by the absence of wind or moonlight outside, and he spent a sleepless night within the confines of his room. When dawn broke, the sun shone brightly, and both Mu Rongju Yin and Yin emerged from their chambers, exchanging a smile as they stepped into the courtyard. Dong 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 simultaneously, 3 resounding tolls of a bell reverberated throughout the Tianjin mountain range, awakening all who heard it, instilling a sense of alertness. Even the Bai-Ling Peak, enveloped in a protective array, resonated with the tolling, leaving Yin in a state of wonder. Across the mountain, disciples clad in the garb of the Tianjin sect looked on with eager expressions, their eyes drawn to a specific direction. As ordinary disciples were forbidden from flying with mystical artifacts, a throng of individuals surged eagerly toward the same destination. Could it be that the outer gate competition was commencing? Yin pondered, his expression a mix of confusion and a w-edom. Rongju Yin remained silent, his countenance serene, yet his heart stirred with ripples at the sound of the bell, a resonance that struck deep within. Impossible to resist. Ha ha, you guessed correctly, but there's no reward. A cheerful voice echoed, drawing near. Moments later, Lin appeared, descending the steps before the Tude. Unlike her previous attire, she now donned the garb of a Tianjin sect disciple, exuding an air of seriousness rather than the carefree demeanor of a heroine. Wai Yilian glanced back at Mu Rongjuyin, confirming his suspicions. Only they were required to participate in the outer gate competition. Then allow the Lady Knight to lead the way. With his wits regained, Yilian flashed a charming smile at Yinlin, his tone laced with respect. His smiles toward women were always genuine. As Mu Rongjuyin would put it, this fellow would inevitably fall for a woman, though he had unwittingly stumbled into a situation himself. Chapter 69. Reunion with Tang Yin. No need to look further. Xiao Ju has arrived. Noticing the anticipation in Mu Rongjuyan's eyes, Yinlin grinned mischievously, stepping aside to reveal a fluffy orange creature resembling a ball of fur. To call it a mere ball of fur was an understatement. It was a rotund little body topped with an equally round head. Had it not been for its unmistakably languid gaze, it would have been difficult to recognize. Is this Xiao Ju? Yilian stared in disbelief at the creature. Momentarily rendered speechless, Mu Rongjuyin was equally taken aback, nearly choking on the air. It had only been 6 months since their last encounter, and this little one had certainly grown rounder. Meow. Xiao Ju stretched lazily, letting out a mewl that snapped both men back to reality, confirming its identity. Subsequently, the fluffy ball leapt nimbly toward Mu Rongjuyin. The latter broke into a cold sweat. Channeling his true energy to catch the little creature, who nearly toppled him to the ground, though he had braced himself. How is it? This Lady Knight hasn't neglected it, has she? Yinlin stood with her hands on her hips, beaming with pride as she regarded the little creature she had cared for over the past 6 months, entirely oblivious to the astonishment of the two Mu Rongjuyin cradled Xiao Ju. Expressing his gratitude to Yinlin, before setting it down and offering a piece of dried fish, thereby accepting the reality of the situation. Let us go. The outer gate competition is about to begin. Yinlin cast a glance downward, urging the two companions onward. Subsequently, the trio, accompanied by a cat, hastened down the mountainside. Along the way, they encountered numerous disciples of Bailan Peak, who regarded Mu Rongjuyin and Yilian with evident wariness, only allowing a hint of a smile to surface when Yinlin called out to them. What puzzled Mu Rongjuyin was that upon seeing the small orange cat beside Yinlin, those disciples displayed expressions of barely contained ire, as if harboring some deep-seated grudge against it, yet refrained from overtly expressing their sentiments in deference to Yinlin. Observing their reactions, Yinlin smiled slightly and proudly remarked, "This little fellow, under the protection of this female hero, has turned the residences of those ordinary disciples upside down. Many spirit herbs that were not hastily stored in their spatial bags have been thoroughly devoured. However, out of respect for this female hero, they dare not voice their grievances." Mu Rongjuyin felt a wave of exasperation wash over him, nearly fainting from the absurdity of it all. Who would have thought that after merely finishing his menial labor, the little orange cat would have accumulated such a host of enemies? It all made sense now, as he recalled the murderous glares directed at them. Beside him, Yilian chuckled unabashedly, remarking with a hint of annoyance, "You must be careful not to wander off alone in the future." "Ha ha ha, indeed, one must be cautious," came the jovial reply. The group arrived at the foot of the mountain, where a young man clad in white robes awaited them. Judging by his demeanor, he was likely a disciple of the inner sect. Upon seeing Yinlin, the young man offered a slight smile. "Miss Yin, Elder Yin has sent me to escort you. I pay my respects to Master Bai Hao." "These two are the ones," Yinlin responded promptly, her tone markedly different from her earlier demeanor. Bai Hao's gaze sharpened slightly as an invisible sense of consciousness swiftly locked onto the two, who perceived a gentle breeze brushing past them, entirely unaware of the scrutiny they were under. "You two shall follow Master Bai. I will wait here for Aunt Lu. Please hand over the little orange cat to me." Yinlin instructed softly, gesturing towards Mu Rongjuyin's shoulder. Understanding her intent, Mu Rongjuyin entrusted the little orange cat to Yinlin. The cat lay docile in her arms, perhaps sensing the presence of formidable beings around, displaying none of its usual antics and behaving far more obediently than it would outside. "Thank you for your trouble, Senior," Yilian said respectfully to Bai Hao, casting a sidelong glance at the little orange cat. Bai Hao said nothing further and gestured for them to follow. As In Lin watched the trio depart, she mimicked Morong Juin's earlier action, offering the little orange cat a piece of dried fish, which it accepted with a stoic expression. Meanwhile, the three of them walked briskly through a grove, with disciples of the Tianjian sect rushing past them towards a certain direction. Wai Lian glanced around, quietly inquiring, "Senior Bai, what can you tell us about the outer sect disciples' competition?" Bai Hao, who seemed to share an affinity with Bai Ting, was neither aloof nor overly warm. Upon hearing Yi Lian's question, he simply replied, "What's the rush? You will know once you arrive." The two youths exchanged glances, their expressions inscrutable. The journey continued in silence, and after roughly half a stick of incense had burned, they arrived at an open-air plaza. The vista before them was boundless, spanning approximately 10 miles, an expanse that was almost surreal. Along the edges of the plaza, layers of various pavilions and towers rose from low to high, encircling the entire area. Resembling a grand coliseum from a distance, an awe-inspiring sight indeed. By the time Morong Juyin and the others arrived, the surrounding pavilions were already teeming with Tianjian sect disciples, all clad in the garb of inner sect members, indicating that ordinary disciples were likely not permitted in this space. In the center of the plaza stood a gathering of 50 individuals, all escorted there like Morong Juyin, some familiar faces from their previous assessments, while others were unknown, possibly older miners who had entered before. "It's him," Yi Lian exclaimed, astonished, as he spotted someone in the crowd. Morong Juyin followed his gaze and was equally surprised to see Tang Yin among the competitors, who, upon recognizing Morong Juyin and Yi Lian, beamed widely, his expression still as earnest as ever. "Just head over there to assemble. There will be someone to introduce you," Bai Hao instructed in a low voice, indifferent to whether the two heard him, before turning towards a nearby pavilion. "Thank you, senior." The two expressed their gratitude before making their way to the center of the plaza. Merging into the crowd, Tang Yin was the first to speak, laughing, "Ha, who would have thought we'd meet again here? We didn't expect to come out again ourselves," Yi Lian replied warmly with a smile. Tang Yin's confusion was evident. He seemed unaware of the rigors of the miner's life. Meanwhile, Morong Juyin sought to mediate, asking, "Brother Tang, do you know what this competition entails?" "I truly do not. The sect leader merely instructed me to participate, saying that upon passing, I would officially become his disciple." Without elaborating on the details of the assessment, Tang Yin scratched his head in a somewhat endearing manner, appearing perplexed. "To become a disciple of the sect leader. I must congratulate you in advance," Morong Juyin said with a slight smile, his demeanor towards Tang Yin distinctly warmer than with others. Tang Yin waved his hands in modesty, replying, "We share in the congratulations." Yi Lian was about to add something when the sound of a bell suddenly resonated throughout the plaza, interrupting the conversations of the martial artists. At that moment, all the Tianjian sect disciples seated in the pavilion stood in unison, their faces reflecting deep respect as they gazed towards a particular direction. "Look, the sect leader has arrived." A voice rang out, igniting a fervor among the disciples of the Tianjian sect, their fervent greetings echoing like a tidal wave, even more resonant than the preceding bell. All eyes were drawn to a figure clad in a golden-threaded robe, who floated gracefully above the ground. It was Ling Tianxue, the sect leader of Tianjian sect, whom Morong Juyin and the others had encountered previously. Ling Tianxue exuded no discernible aura, yet inexplicably instilled in the hearts of all Tianjian sect disciples a sense of submission, some even kneeling in reverent adoration. The outer sect disciples at the plaza's center, witnessing this spectacle, did not dare to be remiss and hurriedly performed their respects, while Morong Juyin and Yi Lian remained silent, bowing their heads in deference. In the air, Ling Tianxue, like a sovereign surveying his realm, absorbed the reverence of all, his expression impassive as he scanned the surroundings. Then, he raised a hand gently, and those still bowing felt as though lifted by an unseen force. Morong Juyin sensed this power and was struck with awe. This was the mark of a true master. Almost immediately, a voice like thunder reverberated through the skies. In this outer sect disciples competition, each participant will receive a temporary identity token. Should the token shatter, one will be eliminated. Ultimately, the last 10 tokens standing will succeed. As his words fell, A ripple surged before the 50 participants, and a greenish light sphere materialized out of thin air. Within the sphere, as Ling Tianxue had described, a wooden token quietly hovered. Morong Juyin and Yi Lian refrained from hastily reaching out, waiting until they observed others retrieving their tokens without incident before cautiously touching the wooden token themselves. The moment Morong Juyin's palm made contact, he felt as though something within him was being stripped away, yet upon further probing, he found nothing amiss. Once all had claimed their respective tokens, an imperceptible barrier of light abruptly surged from the periphery of the plaza, enveloping the entire area. "Elders, please set up the formation." Ling Tianxue's lips moved slightly, uttering words only he could hear in the next moment. Under the expectant gazes of the Tianjin sect disciples, 5 beams of light, each a different hue, shot skyward from the 5 corners of the plaza. The previously appearing light barrier shimmered, intertwining with the light beams, and the semi-spherical barrier began to be segmented into 5 distinct colors, beneath which an unnerving tranquility prevailed. "What is this?" Morong Juyin gazed upwards at the variegated light barriers, his ears ringing and his mind momentarily blank. However, true to his status as the first to pass through the illusion, he swiftly regained his composure, suppressing the astonishment rising within him as he glanced at the nearby martial artists who stood frozen in place. And without a second thought, he began to retreat from the crowd. Beside him, Yi Lian was left in a state of shock, his mouth agape. Morong Juyin's gaze sharpened, and he summoned his energy to strike Yi Lian back to reality, not waiting for him to fully awaken before pulling him away. The other martial artists appeared as though their very souls had fled, their minds in disarray, unsure of what to think. Having entered the Tianjin sect, they had naturally witnessed phenomena that contradicted external rumors, yet the scene before them had shattered all conventional understanding they had acquired since embarking on their martial journey. Like ants confronted with a giant bird, they found themselves engulfed in darkness, their minds a tangled mess. Nevertheless, those who had managed to reach this point were no ordinary individuals. As their resolve strengthened, they gradually regained their composure, casting glances at one another before cautiously retreating. Observing their bewildered expressions, one could not help but chuckle at the absurdity. Merely ants. Just lowly creatures. Such a grand formation, even for those familiar with it, was still overwhelmingly impressive. One could only marvel at the intricacies of its design. I knew this would be a spectacle. They remain incredulous. In the pavilions and towers, voices of mockery, astonishment, and deep contemplation echoed incessantly. After a brief pause, all storage vessels became unusable. Any items needed must be taken out in advance. Once the grand formation is fully established, everything you witness will be undeniably real. This contest disregards life and death, employing any means necessary. The last 10 individuals holding the wooden plaques shall prevail. A wave of ethereal words reverberated through the ears of the martial artists, whether retreating or remaining, instilling a chilling sense of foreboding in their hearts. Was this arena a place for competition, a beast fighting ground, or perhaps a venue for human combat? Glimpsing at their companions, an indescribable intensity filled their eyes, as the purest and most primal desire for slaughter gradually surfaced in this confined space. Meanwhile, Morong Juyin and Yi Lian had already dashed away from the crowd, arriving nearly 1,000 meters away before the speaker behind those words had concluded. In this vast expanse, their figures appeared as mere grains of sand in an ocean. From the center of the square, only 2 small black dots could be seen flitting about. Their gazes were icy, swords gripped tightly in hand, and several porcelain vials nestled in their bosoms, fully prepared for what lay ahead. "Ah, how dare you strike from behind!" A blood-curdling scream erupted from the center of the square. Following the sound, they beheld a black-clad martial artist who had not managed to escape being pierced through the heart by another. The sword quivered, and the black-clad warrior was shredded by the sword aura, leaving behind only a mangled corpse. The wooden plaque shattered alongside it. Just as Morong Juyin had anticipated, though the formation was not yet complete. The strife had already begun. A large-scale melee was on the verge of igniting, with some individuals relying on their formidable strength to relentlessly assault those nearby. After 10 breaths, the square beneath the 5-colored light curtain shuddered violently. unveiling a scene that would be etched in many minds forever. Beneath the green curtain, towering trees, dozens of meters tall, erupted from the ground. Some martial artists, caught unawares, were sent reeling, spewing blood even before the battle commenced. Under the black curtain, rivers materialized out of thin air, enveloping several martial artists in an overwhelming wave of suffocation. Beneath the yellow curtain, massive stones also rose, forming a stone forest that nearly caught some off guard. The red curtain enveloped the area in flames, where one could scarcely breathe, the searing heat assaulting from all directions. Under the white curtain, tranquility prevailed, showcasing only a silent sword mound. Within the confines of the light curtain, scenes shifted and transformed, revealing 5 distinct landscapes in succession, as if dark clouds loomed above, shrouding everything in a chilling gloom. The martial artists felt as though they had entered an entirely different realm. Outside the square, however, the world remained untouched. The gentle breeze flowed, and the sun shone brightly in the sky. "By heavens, what a divine miracle!" exclaimed one, stunned by the sudden alteration of the natural phenomena in this small domain. The Heavenly Sword Sect, the Heavenly Sword Sect. The disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect transitioned from astonishment to fervor, their hearts brimming with admiration for their sect's might and a yearning for power. "They won't come to harm, will they?" On a nearby pavilion, Lin observed this miraculous scene, her shock tempered by concern for her friends. Chapter 71. Human Combat, Beast Combat. Beside her stood a striking woman in a platinum robe. Arms crossed, none other than Lu Ying, whom Morong Juyin and the others had not encountered at Bai Ling Peak. Lu Ying's expression remained serene. Her heart devoid of turmoil, she simply remarked, "It is a tremendous blessing for individuals like them to reach this stage. As for you, focus on comprehending the profound meanings within the formation and the life and death struggles among these inferior martial artists. After all, there are many challenges yet to face." "Understood, Aunt Lu." Lin nodded silently, her gaze drifting to her toes in distraction. Xiao Ju narrowed her slit pupils, as if sensing something, gently placing her tail upon Lin's hand. A spark ignited within Lin's heart, and she turned her unwavering gaze toward the square. In a certain area of the square, Morong Juyin and Yi Lian found their thoughts disrupted by the flurry of events unfolding around them. Even though they were aware that those beyond the solid origin realm possessed abilities akin to summoning storms or moving mountains, witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different level of shock. They arrived at a grove of towering stones, and Morong Juyin paused, leaning against one of the colossal boulders, suppressing his astonishment as he took a shallow breath. "Let us take refuge here for now, conserving our strength while others engage." Yi Lian remained silent, also leaning against a nearby rock, feeling its solid presence behind her. Within her heart, a tempest brewed, her expression complex as she pondered. After a moment, her voice trembled slightly, to conjure a forest from nothing, stones sprouting like bamboo shoots, the elements in flux, and objects transmitted through the air. What kind of power is this? Can we achieve such feats as well? This power was indeed alluring, but the timing raised questions about the intentions of the one behind it. Morong Juyin's gaze sharpened, his grip on the sword tightening with a resounding crack, exuding an aura of coldness. Upon hearing this, Yi Lian quietly closed her eyes, forcing a faint smile. Who can say? Perhaps they have grown weary of fighting crickets and wish to engage in human combat. I wondered why those disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect appeared so exhilarated. Morong Juyin glanced toward the light curtain, evidently agreeing with her sentiment. Meanwhile, as the environment in the square shifted, the previously engaged martial artists found a momentary opportunity to catch their breath, retreating to more complex terrain. Following the initial skirmish, 12 out of 50 had already been eliminated, leaving 38 remaining, some hiding while others flaunted their prowess. Those who believed themselves powerful stealthily sought out the remaining martial artists. With fierce battle cries echoing from every corner, within the pavilions, most disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect watched with rapt attention, some even gaining insights, others mentally rehearsing strategies, and some studying the light curtain. Clearly not their first encounter with such events, a small fraction bore varied expressions, their thoughts unknown. Above the square, in a certain void, Ling Tianxue had appeared, flanked by 4 elderly men of differing countenance. These youngsters are quite fearful, hiding within the formation, Bai Ting remarked, peering through the mist at the square below, amusement evident on his face. Zhao Yuan, his demeanor cold and indifferent, replied, "Is it not normal for ants to fear death? Especially those who have yet to break through the solid origin realm? Do not forget, the ants who once spoke of have now seen one ascend to the high tiers of the earth transformation realm." Just a step away from the heavens, Yin Qing interjected sharply, a note of warning in her tone. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuan turned away, choosing not to respond further. The foremost figure, Ling Tianxue, glanced at a previously unnoticed elder beside the three. Smiling softly, "Elder Wang, upon your return from Hongya City, do you know how much of that item has been refined?" Wang Ling, standing closely beside Zhao Yuan, slightly turned at the question, replying quietly, in response to the sect master, "It will be completed in less than 3 months. Last time, the Heavenly Sword sect ranked 5th among the 6 major sects, nearly at the bottom. This time, with some capable external martial artists and your exceptional juniors, perhaps it will be different." Ling Tianxue turned back, his tone inscrutable. "Indeed," the 4 replied in unison. Yin Qing's gaze fell upon the light curtain below, a fleeting glimmer of something unusual in her eyes, quickly disappearing, unnoticed by the others. Why are they all hiding? What is there to watch? Indeed, are these external martial artists so lacking in spirit? Have they all turned into turtles? A chorus of jeers erupted around the square. Many disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect wearing expressions of disdain. Even among those who had become inner disciples, the external martial artists they spoke of turned pale, but they paid no heed. In mere moments, those individuals joined the chorus of condemnation, completely forgetting past grievances, suppressing any tremors of unease within their hearts. What has become of these individuals? In a certain area, Mo Bingxian sat beside Zhao Xian, bewildered by the frenzied crowd. Zhao Xian offered Mo Bingxian a gentle smile, her voice icy. "Xianer, this is reality. Your status is not ordinary. In the future, keep your distance from those inferior martial artists. Do you understand?" Mo Bingxian fell silent, a flicker of something unusual appearing in her innocent eyes, though she could not comprehend it. On the other side, Yin Lin, having witnessed similar scenes before, still bore an unmistakable expression of revulsion. Lu Ying observed this and did not speak further, merely placing a delicate, jade-like hand gently on her shoulder. "Sect Master, is it time to release those things?" Zhao Yuan suddenly inquired from the void. Ling Tianxue turned to glance at him, silently gesturing with his hand. Zhao Yuan immediately complied, his right hand slicing through the air, a visible white thread of light shooting forth from his palm, descending onto the light curtain below, causing ripples to cascade outward. Roar, roar, roar! In the next moment, within the luminous barrier, a cacophony of roars of varying intensity erupted, leaving those inside the barrier momentarily stunned, while the disciples of the Tianjian sect outside were equally astonished. Following this, a scene that would astonish everyone once more unfolded. On the rapidly transforming square, dozens of beasts of various shapes surged forth from every corner, their heavy footfalls causing the ground to tremble. With blood-red eyes filled with insatiable murderous intent, they seemed to bear the marks of inhumane torment endured prior to this moment. What is happening? What are these creatures? Upon witnessing this, Yin Lin sprang to her feet, her small face a mask of shock. Lu Ying was also momentarily taken aback. It seemed this time was rather different, exciting. There's a spectacular show to behold. The disciples of the Tianjian sect, who had just been hurling insults, were now in an uproar once more. Previously, they had only witnessed low-level warriors clashing, yet this time, beasts were joining the fray. Although these were merely lowly creatures that had not transformed into demons, they were not adversaries that could be easily dealt with by those at the Xin Ti realm. Chapter 72. The sentience of all things. The onlookers outside were exceptionally thrilled, but those trapped within the luminous barrier were in dire straits. The sudden appearance of dozens of gigantic beasts, as if guided by some unseen force, converged upon the vicinity of the warriors. As soon as they landed, they charged towards the warriors' hiding spots, compelling them to reveal themselves. Each of the monstrous beasts bore a fearsome visage, their crimson eyes glinting with malice, and their sharp claws capable of rending trees and shattering stones, intent on tearing the humans before them to shreds and devouring them whole. Wasn't this supposed to be a competition among outer disciples? How could such repulsive creatures be involved? Have they lost their minds? In one corner, a warrior with a hawkish nose grimaced in pain. Struggling to fend off the claws of a beast while cursing incessantly, he was not alone in his anguish. Not far away, several warriors clad in outer disciple garb were gritting their teeth as they faced a gigantic beast. Their expressions filled with unfriendly sentiments toward those responsible for this chaos. It wasn't that they couldn't handle the beast before them, but rather that their internal hopes had been thoroughly extinguished. Murong Juyin and Yi Lian were no exception, each being relentlessly pursued by a black tiger with a gaping maw. The two did not wish to engage in prolonged combat and instead focused on evasive maneuvers. However, as if choreographed, each beast relentlessly pursued a specific warrior, with their number nearly matching that of the surviving warriors. Hey, we can handle these creatures, right? In the forest, Yi Lian deflected the black tiger's claws with his sword, glancing over at Murong Juyin with concern. Murong Juyin maintained a calm demeanor, executing a fierce sword technique. Yet, despite the seemingly powerful sword energy wreaking havoc on the black tiger, it failed to inflict a single wound. Merely severing a few strands of its dark fur, the black tiger let out an enraged roar, evidently incensed by this trifling assault, its fur standing on end as it emanated an imperceptible but eerie aura. In an instant, a paw the size of a grinding wheel descended from above, accompanied by a rushing wind, aiming to crush Murong Juyin's head like a watermelon. This aura is no different from that of a high-level Xian Ti. They truly regard us highly. Murong Juyin smirked slightly, opting not to confront it head-on, but instead retreating several steps with an air of composure, easily evading the tiger's attack. With a resounding crash, a massive boulder before him was shattered as if struck by a cleaver. Debris flying in all directions, which Murong Juyin deftly deflected with his sword, creating a formidable spectacle. Simultaneously, an unexpected scene unfolded for the spectators outside, who were engrossed in the spectacle. A powerful, dark-faced warrior, having expended considerable effort to slay a beast, suddenly turned and thrust his sword at a browed youth still locked in combat with another beast. The browed youth, startled, sensed something amiss behind him, but by the time he evaded the beast's attack and attempted to defend against the dark-faced warrior, the sword had already pierced his shoulder. A flash of cold light passed through the air, and a bloodied arm was sent flying, caught mid-air by the opposing beast, which then swallowed it whole. But that was not enough. The beast licked its bloodied lips, its gaze still greedily fixed on the two. "What are you doing?" The browed youth cried out in anguish, clutching his wound, his expression a mix of rage and terror. Appearing quite ghastly, the dark-faced warrior had already retreated to a distance, wearing a bemused expression as if the attack had nothing to do with him, coldly remarking, "Be careful, that creature is coming again. Don T, let it eat you." As the words fell, the browed youth felt a fierce wind rush from behind. The enormous paw was already perilously close. With no choice, he endured the searing pain and retreated. But before he could retrieve a healing elixir, a piercing sword energy surged once more from behind, forming a pincer attack with the beast. This time, fortune did not favor him. The browed youth dodged the tiger's paw but failed to evade the sword energy. A long sword pierced through his heart, leaving him dumbfounded as memories flashed before his eyes, ultimately consumed by darkness, severing his lifeline. Swift and decisive, to prevent any changes, Murong Juyin cast a glance around and suddenly shouted. Yi Lian's eyes flickered with understanding. In truth, the two had anticipated such a scenario the moment the beasts appeared, for human nature is often fragile under scrutiny. This is true not only in martial arts, but in the greater path as well. Without hesitation, both harnessed the pure energy within them, and at this moment, their sword techniques began to have some effect on the thick-skinned black tiger. Under the piercing sword energy, the black tiger's skin split open, causing it to grimace in pain, yet this only served to awaken its primal instincts, intensifying the murderous intent in its lantern-sized eyes. Ultimately, beasts remain beasts. They are far too simple-minded compared to humans. While dodging the onslaught of claws, Yi Lian chuckled softly. The black tiger, feeling mocked by Yi Lian, became enraged, and its attacks turned chaotic, fixated solely on tearing the diminutive human apart for a hearty meal. With a smile, Yi Lian evaded a claw strike, then took a backward step, bending his legs slightly, directing his long sword at the tiger's vulnerable abdomen. A sound of slicing air rang out as the sword, imbued with fierce energy, pierced directly through the black tiger's belly. Emerging from its back, a fountain of blood erupted, and the black tiger froze mid-air, disbelief evident in its eyes before it crumbled to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Meanwhile, Murong Juyin employed the moonlit sword technique, targeting the weaker abdomen of the black tiger, eviscerating it with a swift strike, intestines spilling onto the ground. However, this black tiger possessed a tenacious vitality. Even with its belly split open, it crawled toward Murong Juyin, leaving a trail of horrifying blood behind. Was it a survival instinct devoid of fear or pleading? Observing the unusual longing in the black tiger's eyes, Murong Juyin felt a stir within. He had encountered many instances of both humans and beasts retaliating in their final moments, but this particular gaze was unprecedented. Before the black tiger could close in, Yi Lian descended from above, swiftly severing its throat, effectively extinguishing its life force. In response to Murong Juyin's momentary daze, he admonished, "What are you thinking? Wasn't it supposed to be swift and decisive?" "It's nothing," Murong Juyin replied with a slight shake of his head, then turned his gaze towards the barrier. "So brutal. How thrilling. Haha. Look at these low-level warriors. They struggle even against mere animals. Come, come. I bet that white wolf will emerge victorious in the end." "The white wolf is no match. I'll wager on that green frog." Amidst the obscured pavilions and towers, the excitement of most of the disciples of the Tianjin sect soared to new heights with the appearance of the beasts. Some even began covertly placing bets. Chapter 73. Alliance. On the other side, after dispatching the browed youth, the beast he faced was also eliminated by the dark-faced warrior, who then leisurely began to search for spoils. Once he had scoured every possible spot, he reluctantly dusted off non-existent dirt from his attire, raised his gaze to the luminous barrier, and then towards the remaining warriors in the arena, his eyes cold and filled with bloodlust. The few individuals who caught his gaze felt a wave of anxiety wash over them, each reflecting on the ominous implications. They intensified their martial skills, opting to abandon their concealment and hasten to eliminate the beasts they faced, hoping to avoid a fate similar to that of the browed warrior. Elsewhere, after defeating the beast that had blocked his path, Tang Yin exhaled a sigh of relief, preparing to sit down and rest. Suddenly, an anomaly occurred. Several glints of cold light shot forth from the darkness, swiftly heading toward him. Tang Yin's expression remained unfazed as his internal energy surged. The moment the arrows approached, he retreated sharply, twisting and dodging, leaving only a few fluttering fabric remnants as he narrowly avoided several flying knives. "Oh, I didn't see that coming. Your moves are quite nimble." A chilling laughter echoed through the air, reminiscent of rusted steel scraping against itself, jarring and unpleasant. Tang Yin furrowed his brow and turned in the direction of the sound, eventually spotting three figures beside a tree. Upon discerning their features, his expression inevitably darkened. Three high-ranking practitioners of the Xian body realm posed a significant threat. Given his current abilities, engaging them head-on would yield a 50-50 outcome, but if ensnared for too long, the situation would clearly become dire, especially with over 20 wooden tokens still remaining in the arena and a dozen ferocious beasts lurking about, ready to ambush the unwary. Without lingering in thought, Tang Yin decisively pivoted, the wind seemingly rising beneath his feet as he chose to evade confrontation for the time being, moving with such speed that he left behind only a fleeting afterimage. The three ambushers, taken aback by his abruptness, momentarily stood stunned, unsure of how to proceed. A young man with thick eyebrows was the first to regain his composure. Seeing his two companions frozen in place, he felt a surge of frustration and bellowed, "What are you two dawdling for? Hurry up and pursue him." Yes, chase after him." The two, though momentarily perturbed, swiftly obeyed, brandishing their long swords as they raced after Tang Yin. Meanwhile, Murong Juyin and Yi Lian had taken refuge atop a massive tree, each observing the chaotic skirmishes unfolding below. Most of the warriors had dealt with the giant beasts, either remaining vigilant or seeking cover once more, while only a small fraction had fought valiantly until they became fodder for the monstrous creatures. Their wooden tokens long since shattered. It was not that these individuals were particularly weak. The auras emanating from the beasts were far from ordinary, making even a confrontation with Murong Juyin and his companions a daunting task. Should we intervene to assist him? Yi Lian whispered to Murong Juyin as they watched Tang Yin being pursued. Murong Juyin surveyed the surroundings, mentally tallying the heads of those present. After a moment of contemplation, he replied coldly, "At this juncture, an alliance with him does seem prudent." Sensing a mutual understanding, many warriors who had swiftly dispatched the beasts shared similar thoughts. Apart from a few overly confident individuals, the rest sought temporary allies, as the solitary struggle had evolved into a battle of teams. However, in such circumstances, allies were far from trustworthy, each wary of the others, contributing only half-heartedly while conserving their own strength. Beneath the great tree, a long sword descended with a whistling sound, effectively blocking Tang Yin's escape. Dust erupted as three figures swiftly surrounded him. "Where do you think you're running off to? I've heard you're the one with golden aptitude. I'm eager to see what talents you possess." The thick-browed warrior's expression was grim as he withdrew his sword from the ground, its blade gleaming ominously. From the corner of his eye, he noticed a warrior with arched brows and another somewhat lecherous warrior gradually closing in, their weapons gripped tightly, poised to strike. Realizing there was no escaping, Tang Yin steeled himself for battle. His gaze sharpened, he licked his dry lips, and gripped his long sword firmly. In the next moment, he lunged forward, targeting the thick-browed warrior first. An age-old adage rang true: strike first to gain the advantage. Capture the thief before the king. This principle had been instilled in him since childhood in his small mountain village. The thick-browed warrior snorted disdainfully, refusing to yield, and stood firm to meet Tang Yan's strike. A cloud of dust swirled as Tang Yan's exploratory attack proved ineffective, instead causing him to be jolted back by the force of the thick-browed warrior's sword. He used the momentum to retreat, but two fierce gusts of wind surged toward him from behind. In a flash, he raised his sword to defend himself, parrying one strike but narrowly evading the other. A portion of his garment fluttered away, and he managed to escape the onslaught, immediately launching into a series of sword strikes. He executed the seventh blow. A profound sword energy distorted the air around him, forcing the leading arched-browed warrior to hastily gather his true energy for defense. Had it been a one-on-one confrontation, the arched-browed warrior would have already been at a disadvantage. However, the thick-browed warrior was no slouch either, as his two subordinates assumed defensive stances. A colossal shadow of a sword surged through the gap between them, colliding with Tang Yan's strike. The resulting shockwave sent a gust of wind that stung their faces and rustled their garments. The two were evenly matched. The arched-browed warrior exchanged glances with his lecherous companion, both wearing expressions of triumph as they believed they had found an opening. With a swift motion, they shattered the afterimage and aimed to flank Tang Yin. Tang Yan's gaze hardened. He prepared to retreat, but then changed his mind. Channeling all his strength into his long sword, he cleaved through the massive sword shadow. At the same time, the two ambushers found their attack thwarted, staring in astonishment at the figure who had blocked their strike. Unable to advance another inch. 3 against 1. "Doesn't that seem a tad unfair?" Yi Lian remarked with a gentle smile, reversing her gale sword to suppress the arched-browed warrior. On the opposite side, Murong Juyin similarly halted the lecherous warrior's sword mid-air, his expression cold as he declared, "I believe the odds are now more equitable." The lecherous warrior's face flushed crimson upon hearing this, yet he was unable to lower his sword. Retreating instead as the two clashed, it was evident that Murong Juyin and Yi Lian were superior. Perhaps it was due to the refined nature of their true energy, which rendered their opponents inherently weaker. "Unexpected. You actually have reinforcements," the thick-browed warrior remarked, remaining cautious. After a moment of surprise, he added, "Since there are 10 spots available, why don't we join forces? Together, we can surely secure our places in the end. What do you think? Is it really possible to do that? Tang Yin paused, looking at Yi Lian with a questioning expression. True to Morong Juyan's assessment of him as a pure-hearted warrior, even after moments spent battling for survival, he hesitated at the prospect suggested by the thick-browed warrior, contemplating it seriously. Why? Yi Lian shrugged nonchalantly, his face indifferent. He turned to Morong Juyan, who maintained a stoic demeanor, a glint of ruthlessness flickering in his eyes, seemingly responding to Tang Yin or perhaps to the thick-browed warrior. There's no need. Upon hearing this, the thick-browed warrior's eyes brimmed with murderous intent, and without further ado, he unleashed a lethal strike toward Tang Yin. Though somewhat naive, Tang Yin remained vigilant, his true energy surging as he clashed with the thick-browed warrior. Their fierce exchange of sword energies severed the surrounding trees, sending them crashing to the ground and stirring up clouds of dust. Yet, the arched-browed and lecherous warriors were significantly weaker than the thick-browed one, and they soon succumbed to the chilling swordplay of Morong Juyan and Yi Lian. Morong Juyan, his expression unyielding, effortlessly sent the arched-browed warrior's sword flying. And with his sword resting on his shoulder, he left the man aghast. The warrior hastily shattered his wooden token, heedless of whether Morong Juyan would pursue him, and fled toward the edge of the barrier, prioritizing his survival. Not far off, Yi Lian dealt with the lecherous warrior in a similar manner. As he attempted a final resistance, Yi Lian swiftly ended it with a strike to his throat, rendering him speechless. With their foes dispatched, Yi Lian joined Morong Juyan, neither commenting on the other's actions. They had a tacit understanding, choosing not to question each other's motives and remaining casual in their partnership. However, before the arched-browed warrior could escape very far, a piercing scream suddenly emanated from his direction. Morong Juyan turned to see the arched-browed warrior sprawled in a pool of blood, a black-faced warrior standing triumphantly over him, casting a disdainful gaze in their direction. Whether it was due to their formidable prowess or not, the black-faced warrior merely taunted them without approaching, casting Morong Juyan a cold glance before vanishing into the stone forest. "Oh, that black-haired lad is quite arrogant. Should we teach him a lesson?" Yi Lian remarked playfully, his tone flippant, clearly unimpressed by the black-faced warrior. "Engaging in meaningless pursuits is best avoided," Morong Juyan replied casually, his gaze shifting back to Tang Yin. For Yi Lian, Morong Juyan's words seemed to have no effect, as he maintained his optimistic demeanor, cleaning his gale sword while keenly observing Tang Yin's duel with the thick-browed warrior. Despite the seemingly balanced confrontation, neither chose to intervene. On one hand, they felt Tang Yin could manage the one-on-one bout without assistance, and on the other, they were curious to witness his true capabilities, while also harboring a desire to conserve their own strength. Thus, until Tang Yin explicitly requested their aid, their positions remained flexible. Meanwhile, the thick-browed warrior was acutely aware of the developments on Morong Juyan's side, and the deaths of his two subordinates stirred feelings of retreat within him. However, the attitude of the two warriors left him feeling uncertain. "It seems your two allies are waiting for us to settle our score before choosing one to ally with," the thick-browed warrior said, parrying a strike. His words were laced with manipulation. Unmoved, Tang Yin remained steadfast. Despite being somewhat oblivious to the intricacies of human nature in the outside world, he had unwavering faith in his own instincts and abilities. His fighting spirit undiminished as his sword techniques grew increasingly fierce. Before long, the thick-browed warrior began to falter, his composure wavering as a flaw became apparent. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Yin struck, delivering a deep wound to the warrior's abdomen. As they grappled with their palms, the black-faced warrior stumbled, crashing to the ground, and as he attempted to retaliate, Tang Yin's sword was already poised mere inches from his throat. "I have no desire to kill. Shatter your wooden token and leave." The long sword was held at a slant, and Tang Yin's face still bore a naive expression that sent chills down one's spine. The burly warrior with thick brows wore a countenance of unwillingness, still contemplating some course of action, but the excruciating pain radiating from his body abruptly yanked him back to reality. With a resigned sigh, he retrieved a wooden tablet from his bosom, feigning an intent to crush it. Tang Yin breathed a sigh of relief. He was somewhat concerned about the annihilation of his kin. Sheathing his sword, he was just about to rejoin Morong Juyan when, behind him, the burly warrior steeled himself and, as he shattered the wooden tablet, summoned all his true energy with the intention of perishing together. Be careful. Morong Juyan's gaze sharpened, prompting an urgent warning. Tang Yan's expression remained calm, and an extraordinarily pure stream of true energy surged forth from within him, materializing into an invisible shield that effortlessly absorbed the lethal strike, sending the burly warrior careening away. The warrior lay on the ground, disbelief written all over his face, as a flash of sword energy zipped past, instantly severing one of his arms, which was reduced to fragments by the sword's force. Tang Yan shook his head gently, refraining from taking the warrior's life, and hastened towards Morong Juyan. This aura? Yi Lian glanced at Morong Juyan in surprise. The true energy that had erupted from Tang Yin moments ago was even purer than theirs. Morong Juyan nodded silently. It was entirely reasonable for someone personally escorted by the sect leader of the Sword of Heaven to possess such prowess. The only consolation was that he had made the right bet from the start, remaining on the same side. Brother Tang, if you do not kill him, he won't be able to escape in his current state. Yi Lian remarked with a smile as Tang Yin approached. Our village chief says, do good in front of you, and do no evil behind your back. I have already spared him. Should he be killed again? It would be his own doing. Tang Yin scratched the back of his head, displaying a simple-hearted demeanor. Upon hearing this, Yi Lian could not help but applaud. Brother Tang is indeed a person of great virtue. I am truly impressed. Nearby, Morong Juyan felt a stirring in his heart upon hearing Tang Yan's words. Then, as if struck by a thought, he became pensive as for Yi Lian. He genuinely wished to declare that he did not know Tang Yan. But alas, it would be futile. That fellow's skin was as thick as a city wall. Tang Yin, a bit bashful from the praise, quickly waved his hands, and the two engaged in a round of commercial flattery, making it seem as though they were celebrating something. Not far away, the battle's outcome was becoming clearer. After the previous chaotic skirmish, the numbers had dwindled significantly, leaving around 15 wooden tablets in the arena. Some warriors who had shattered their tablets were eliminated before they could reach the edges, their hard-earned wealth amassed over years reduced to nothing. A few roars of beasts echoed, and everyone unanimously focused their sights on the last remaining formidable creatures. 3 yellow-skinned giant tigers, an iron-blue 2-horned bull, and the sole avian among them, a massive black eagle. The remaining human warriors, excluding the solitary black-faced warrior, were forced to temporarily band together due to the pressure from the last few powerful beasts, needing to shatter 5 more wooden tablets to secure their 10-person quota. Chapter 75. Keeping a hand hidden only upon nearing death did they realize the necessity of alliances. This group of lowly warriors was akin to barbarians, knowing only to kill and plunder, bearing no difference from the beasts. Within the pavilion, Lu Ying observed the situation unfold and let forth a series of scornful remarks. Yin Lin merely blinked at her words, reaching out to tease Little Orange, who shot Lu Ying a significant eye roll, causing Yin Lin to giggle. Expressions and remarks similar to Lu Ying's echoed throughout the various spectator stands. Most disciples of the Sword of Heaven were merely there to enjoy the spectacle. After all, fighting was prohibited within the sect, and engaging in combat was far too perilous. It was only during such moments that they could relieve their cultivation-induced tedium. However, there were a few exceptions. Within the various pavilions, several strikingly handsome young men and women, unlike the others, observed the battlefield with utmost seriousness, as if gleaning some profound understanding from the unfolding events in the square. Several temporary alliances quickly collided with the final giant beasts. The beasts, as if coordinated, each took on a team of warriors, leading to growing suspicions among the spectators that these creatures were under some unseen control, pierced by the jarring cries of the beasts. The only flying creature we encountered is rather intriguing, Yi Lian remarked, concealed within the stone forest, eyeing the giant eagle that flapped its wings in the air with great interest. Tang Yin, resolute, volunteered himself as bait, stepping into the open to draw the eagle's attention. Morong Juyan crouched behind another boulder, his gaze sharp, gripping his sword tightly, true energy coiling around the blade, poised for action. With a piercing cry, the giant eagle suddenly spread its wings wide and dove from the sky. A gust of wind accompanying its descent, its razor-sharp claws aimed directly at Tang Yin. The latter dared not confront it head-on, hastily retreating just in time to evade the talons, regaining his footing to unleash a fierce sword energy. To remain until the end, the giant eagle was evidently not an ordinary beast. As its wings folded, Tang Yan's sword energy was directly rebuffed, causing no harm, as its seemingly ordinary feathers proved as hard as steel. Seeing this, a glimmer of crimson flashed in Tang Yan's eyes, and with the swiftness of the wind, he stepped forward, overlapping sword shadows, stacking one sword strike upon another until the seventh sword was unleashed. Just as the giant eagle launched another attack, the next moment, the long sword met the eagle's talons, and a furious brilliance erupted, akin to a hurricane relentlessly cleaving at the giant eagle. However, this seemingly fearsome display failed to inflict any damage. The eagle's exterior feathers were extraordinarily tough, and the powerful sword energy could not penetrate its defenses. Even high-level practitioners of the Xin body realm found it challenging to breach its defenses. What kind of creature is this eagle? Yi Lian's eyes narrowed. Seizing the perfect moment, he leaped into the air, wielding his fierce wind sword to cleave downward at the giant eagle, aiming to sever its head from its body. Meanwhile, Murong Juyan ceased to observe and shifted his position, hurling his long sword with great force, akin to an arrow, aiming for the giant eagle's abdomen. The two launched a pincer attack, and the eagle's orange-yellow pupils flickered as its massive form twisted in an uncanny manner. Its sharp beak pecking at Yi Lian while its iron claws intercepted Murong Juyan's thrown sword. After a violent clash of metal, Yi Lian was sent flying, the rebound force leaving him momentarily incapacitated. The long sword beneath him, meanwhile, was swatted away by the eagle's claws, descending towards Murong Juyan. He caught the sword deftly, noticing a slight curling of the blade, and his gaze towards the giant eagle shifted accordingly. "Ha ha, these lowly warriors will have a hard time now." A cold chuckle resounded from a certain pavilion. A nearby individual inquired in confusion, "What do you mean by that?" The auras exuding from these beasts are dangerously close to becoming demonic. "Some of these people are in for a rude awakening," the earlier speaker replied with a smirk, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. It was not just him. Other disciples of the Sword of Heaven, who had perceived the hint, were once again fired up. Such a spectacle was rare, as they had only witnessed humans battling humans before, and now they were faced with beasts on the brink of becoming demonic, a sight seldom seen. "Everyone, it seems we must demonstrate our true capabilities. Otherwise, we may find ourselves in a precarious situation," Tang Yan remarked earnestly, a hint of bitterness in his tone. Murong Juyan nodded in agreement. He had initially intended to conceal some of his strength, but it now seemed improbable. "Then let us resolve this swiftly," Yi Lian declared, his voice cold as he infused his long sword with pure true energy, replacing the ordinary kind. In an instant, his aura transformed, and the wind blade sword in his hand danced, leaving only a blur, with nearly 100 sword lights raining down upon the giant eagle. Observing this, Murong Juyan's eyes sharpened as well. He immediately initiated the moonlit questioning style of the crescent moon 3 swords. He still held back slightly, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease without knowing the reason. Both of these brothers possess such pure true energy. They truly have been holding back, Tang Yan mused, a hint of surprise crossing his face as his own true energy surged forth, generating gusts of wind that appeared even more potent than the other two. The giant eagle, sensing that the three were prepared to fight to the death, flapped its wings vigorously, attempting to intercept the downpour of sword energy. This time, however, it did not rebound. Instead, it shed a flurry of feathers, letting out a pained screech, momentarily thrown into disarray as its claws and wings flailed wildly below. Murong Juyan and Tang Yan's sword techniques reached their peak. Dozens of sword energies accompanied by a fierce wind surged forward. Although the majority were blocked by the eagle's claws, the remaining strikes landed on its softer underbelly, erupting in a cloud of blood mist. With 3 high-level practitioners of the Xin body realm exerting their full strength, even though the giant eagle was on the verge of becoming demonic, it struggled to withstand the assault. "These 3 little brats are rather interesting," Yin Qing observed from the void, a soft chuckle escaping her lips. Zhao Yuan, despite feeling somewhat more favorable towards Tang Yan's presence, did not relent in his verbal jabs. "Aside from that talented little brat, The other two's sword techniques are chaotic, and their internal energies too mixed. It is difficult for them to make progress. Excluding the confrontation with that young man, the remaining two are commendable for achieving such pure true energy without the aid of true element nirvana jade. Wang Ling remarked thoughtfully, his tone laced with an inexplicable meaning. Bai Ting glanced at Ling Tianxue in the forefront, curious about his reaction. Ling Tianxue remained impassive. He had indeed given Tang Yin a little extra guidance, but due to his status, no one dared to voice it outright. After a brief silence, Ling Tianxue stated without turning his head, "Those juniors, aside from the predetermined ones, should all be present now. The first round is likely nearing its end." Naturally, Zhao Yuan nodded slightly, as did Yin Qing and Wang Ling beside him. Bai Ting hesitated before saying, "The first round will conclude, and they will compete immediately. With the full strength of these 10, they likely won't even reach 50% of their capabilities. Isn't that just their destiny?" Zhao Yuan wore a fierce expression, utterly indifferent to the life and death of the lowly warriors outside. The remaining few stood in silence, opting to remain mute in the face of such matters. Ling Tianxue, positioned at the highest point, similarly acquiesced to this sentiment, showing no concern that Tang Yin might be defeated. Chapter 76. 10 remain in the lower square. The fierce battle had come to an end. Murong Juyin, Yi Lian, and Tang Yin lay beside a massive eagle, their faces weary and their bodies drenched in blood. The giant eagle remained motionless, its body marred by numerous deep sword wounds. Its once vibrant eyes now a pallid gray, indicating its lifeless state. Most of the blood on the three was undoubtedly its. A slight inconvenience arose as the trio's internal energy was nearly depleted due to their swift resolution of the conflict. Leaving them feeling somewhat hollow, they could only rely on consuming medicinal pills to recover, diligently swallowing one after another as the effects of each dose were digested. Indeed, the small bird that managed to survive until the end was remarkably formidable. Yet regrettably, it paled in comparison to their prowess. Yi Lian, with a calm demeanor, smiled as he wiped the eagle's blood from his sword, while lifting his gaze towards the five-colored light curtain above. Scrutinizing it intently, beside him, Tang Yin, equally carefree, chuckled in a straightforward manner, "It seems our position is secure. We owe much to the assistance of both of you." "Secure? It may not be so simple," Murong Juyin interjected, his gaze flickering as he voiced his concerns. It was evidently not the right moment for such remarks, yet an inexplicable chill lingered in his heart, suggesting that this matter was far from over. As time passed within the square, the last 4 colossal beasts were ultimately vanquished by the warriors, as anticipated. But it also meant 4 more had perished alongside them. 11 warriors remained, excluding the solitary black-faced warrior, leaving a trio alliance and a duo alliance. The various factions immediately set their sights on the isolated individual, yet each was hesitant, harboring ulterior motives, wary of the black-faced warrior's demonstrated strength. The black-faced warrior, having single-handedly dispatched a giant tiger, now lay exhausted beside the beast, discreetly recuperating. Throughout his journey, he had consumed numerous medicinal pills scavenged from the defeated warriors, which now proved beneficial, before he could recover fully. Another duo alliance stealthily approached, summoning the remaining temporary alliances to join in their extermination, radiating a sense of righteous purpose. In response, Murong Juyin and his companions remained indifferent, continuing to consume their medicines, while the other temporary alliances observed with a sense of voyeuristic anticipation as the two approached the black-faced warrior, waiting to reap the benefits. "How pathetic, a bunch of cowards. If you won't assist, we can easily take him down ourselves," spat one of the duo, a warrior with a scarred face, preparing to charge ahead behind him. A slender young man trembled, his face betraying traces of fear, yet he refrained from showing it too overtly due to the scarred warrior's presence. At that very moment, the black-faced warrior abruptly opened his eyes, regarding the two with a gaze as cold as death, his long sword planted firmly in the ground, refusing to rise. "You, attack," commanded the scarred warrior with a sweeping gesture, intending to send his younger companion to test the waters. The slender youth hesitated, glancing nervously at the black-faced warrior, but suddenly resolved, he swung his long sword fiercely, only to aim for the scarred warrior's back. The piercing sound echoed as shock registered on the scarred warrior's face, disbelief flooding his features as he looked down to see a long sword protruding from his chest, blood trickling from the gleaming tip like grains of sand slipping through an hourglass, taking with it the essence of his life. He had never anticipated that the subordinate he had kept under his thumb would turn against him, yet the path of fate is merciless. And the human heart even more so. The scarred warrior opened his mouth, but no sound emerged. The fierce sword energy had already shattered his internal organs. With a muffled thud, the scarred warrior collapsed, his strength waning as his once vibrant eyes flickered with various images, ultimately fading into a cold void. Accepting his fate. "Kid, I didn't see that coming." "You're quite ruthless," remarked the black-faced warrior, his expression calm, seemingly unfazed by the turn of events. Shifting his tone, he suddenly chuckled, "However, if I were to kill you, it should not pose any significant consequence." "What do you intend to do?" The slender youth, having just regained his composure, felt his heart drop, his complexion draining of color as he instinctively retreated. The black-faced warrior grinned, gracefully wielding his sword in intricate patterns, advancing towards the slender youth, appearing as a divine reaper in the latter's eyes. In the next instant, a beam of white light descended from the heavens, alighting upon the five-colored curtain. The black-faced warrior halted, glancing upwards. This scene captured the attention of other warriors, including the disciples of the Tianjin sect in the pavilions, who watched with bated breath as the light beam eventually dissipated. Once the white glow faded, Ling Tianxue and the four elders materialized, prompting a resonating chorus of respectful salutes, while the 10 warriors on the ground remained motionless, gazing upward with expressions laden with unspoken meanings. "Brother Tang, congratulations. You are to become a disciple of the sect leader." Yi Lian exhaled in relief, shaking his slightly heavy hands, smiling warmly. Upon hearing this, Tang Yen, though smiling, did not feel particularly elated. He merely responded politely, "Thank you. By the way, Morong brother, do you not think this matter is yet concluded?" After a few pleasantries, Tang Yan's tone shifted, becoming somewhat grave. The surrounding scene remained unchanged. Although uncertain of the intentions at play, it was clear that the conclusion was not yet at hand. Morong Juyan's gaze remained steady, his grip on the sword tightening. Then, under the perplexed stares of the 10, Ling Tianxue waved his hand, silencing the cheers of the disciples, and turned his gaze towards the square, his eyes devoid of emotion. Behind him, Wang Ling understood his cue. Leaping forward with a serious demeanor, stating, "In the 5 elements area, each region will feature 2 arenas where the 10 warriors possessing wooden tokens will engage in 1-on-1 fair duels against 10 pre-selected individuals. Ultimately, the last one standing on the arena will officially become an inner disciple." What? More arenas to contend in? When were the 10 individuals selected? Where do these 10 come from, and who are they? The square erupted into chaos, yet only the black-faced warrior and Morong Juyan maintained their composure, silently observing the luminous curtain above. "Ha! These lowly warriors will surely be overwhelmed by the descendants of the 6 peaks." How pitiful, how lamentable, how tragic. Within the pavilions, the inner disciples of the Tianjin sect mocked openly, while some sentimental individuals lamented the insignificance of the ants, their words dripping with scorn. Yin Lin cast a worried glance at the 2 warriors in the square, silently praying that they would not encounter the newcomers from Bailin Peak. Silence. Wang Ling's voice thundered, resonating like a deep bell, shaking the ears of all present. Chapter 77. Intriguing developments. Once the world fell into a profound silence. Wang Ling's gaze sharpened, and he slowly raised his hands, gathering points of white light above. With a decisive motion, he slammed them down, causing a tremor in the air, as the white light twisted and transformed into several mysterious symbols that instantaneously descended into the luminous curtain below. Within the curtain, a violent shaking ensued, and under the eager gaze of the Tianjin sect disciples, 10 circular arenas, each several hundred meters in diameter, rose from the ground, enveloping the surrounding area. The 10 warriors wore expressions of astonishment. But before they could fully comprehend the situation, an overwhelming pressure suddenly descended from all directions, rendering them immobile. Subsequently, each warrior was swept away by a powerful whirlwind, landing atop their respective arenas. The spectacle resembled a puppet show. Murong Juyin could only smile bitterly, feeling the relentless wind howl around him. Before long, he found himself firmly on solid ground, grateful to no longer be adrift. This sensation echoed within the hearts of the other 9, who, feeling equally powerless under such celestial force, dared not display any discontent on their faces. With a soft sigh, Murong Juyin regained his composure, swiftly entering a combat-ready state, scanning his surroundings with vigilance. His gaze fell upon the remnants of swords and blades embedded in the ground, swaying without wind and producing a cacophony of clinks, reminiscent of a sword graveyard he had glimpsed earlier. Similar sentiments, shared by the others, unfolded in different corners of the arena. Yi Lian was transported into a fiery sea beneath a crimson curtain, while Tang Yin found himself amidst the flames as well. Fortunately, they each occupied separate arenas and thus avoided immediate confrontation. The previously mentioned slender youth landed upon a stone forest arena, and upon touching down, panic seized him, prompting him to sprint away. Yet, before he could escape the confines of the arena, an invisible force rebounded him, leaving him sprawled on the ground, grimacing in discomfort. The remaining few, witnessing this, swiftly curbed their recklessness. Cautiously exploring their surroundings, without exception, they ventured only a short distance before experiencing a jolt akin to an electric shock, involuntarily retreating. Attempting to reach out again, they found themselves met with an unseen wall. Even channeling their internal energy yielded no further progress. Conserve your strength. Once all 10 arenas determine their victors, we shall be free to depart. Wang Ling's voice resonated once more, yet his gaze fell upon the edge of the luminous screen. There, from the pavilions and towers, emerged 10 youths of varying attire and stature, who, as a gentle breeze swept by, vanished without a trace. The disciples of the Tianjin sect, witnessing this spectacle, displayed no hint of astonishment. Instead, they ignited with fervor. When the 10 youths reappeared, it was atop the arena. They have arrived. A stirring sensation gripped Murong Juyin's heart, prompting him to immediately assume a defensive stance, his gaze sharp as he fixed it upon his opponent across the arena. A dark-skinned youth, with pronounced features and seemingly youthful countenance, was energetically moving his limbs, brimming with determination for the impending duel. I am Zhao Fuji. What is your name? The dark-skinned youth finished his warm-up and, instead of launching an immediate attack, introduced himself. With his sword held at a slant, Murong Juyin regarded Zhao Fuji with a measure of indifference and replied, Murong Juyin. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fuji cupped his hands in acknowledgement and swiftly shifted his tone. Well then, prepare to be defeated. Before his words could fully dissipate into the air, Zhao Fuji surged forward, his sword raised. The gust of wind it conjured sending shards of residual blades into a mesmerizing dance. However, Murong Juyin had no inclination to savor this melodic display. He too, without further ado, dashed toward Zhao Fuji. With a clang, their swords met, both strikes laced with a hint of testing intent, and in an instant, they separated. Pausing momentarily, both extended their left hands, unleashing a palm strike that collided with their respective energies, causing Murong Juyin's already tattered garments to appear even more disheveled. Zhao Fuji fared little better. His attire bore the marks of numerous men's, suggesting that even the chosen ones among the peaks did not lead lives of luxury. It was no surprise, for individuals like Yin Lin, the core descendant of an elder, did not need to participate in such contests. They merely observed the combat techniques and savage tactics, destined to receive personal tutelage thereafter. Does your sword have a name? Zhao Fuji inquired abruptly as he steadied himself. Murong Juyin's gaze sharpened slightly. Although uncertain of Zhao Fuji's intentions, he nonetheless responded, It is merely a nameless sword. Is that so? My Duanyan sword is a low-grade mysterious artifact, passed down from my father. Zhao Fuji glanced at his sword with a fleeting sense of nostalgia, then resolutely pointed its tip forward, declaring, I am determined to defeat you and become an inner disciple. Such excessive chatter. Murong Juyin's expression remained impassive. His mind perplexed. The Duanyan sword bore a resemblance to the Duanyue sword. Yet what did he mean by a low-grade mysterious artifact? Before he could ponder further, Zhao Fuji launched another strike, and Murong Juyin, still concealing his true strength, merely parried. This time, Zhao Fuji was evidently serious. The fierce sword energy pierced through the air, pricking at Murong Juyin with its intensity. Choosing not to linger in combat, Murong Juyin seized an opportunity to retreat, channeling his energy into his sword, unleashing a flurry of gleaming sword strikes. Swift wind sword shadows. A flicker of realization crossed Zhao Fuji's dark visage as he revealed a fierce determination. He deflected the sword light with a swift motion, allowing his energy to envelop his feet, propelling him forward with the speed of a tempest, unleashing a barrage of sword energies. In the wake of the sword energies, Murong Juyin remained composed, his sword emanating a chilling aura. As the murderous intent within him surged, enveloping him in an unsettling sensation, a flash of cold light darted forth as Murong Juyin summoned a layer of invisible protection formed from pure energy, subsequently amalgamating his ordinary energy with his sword, creating a dance of sword blossoms that intercepted all incoming sword energies. The remnants that struck his protective shield penetrated only a mere 3 inches before dissipating entirely. In the aftermath of the sword shadows, a brown long sword rapidly approached. Murong Juyin, having anticipated this, swiftly sidestepped the strike, then brought his sword down in a fluid motion, aiming directly for Zhao Fuji's hand that clutched his sword. Zhao Fuji, caught off guard, was unable to retract his weapon in time, and it seemed he was about to be struck. Murong Juyin's astonishment, however, as his sword made contact with Zhao Fuji's sleeve. It felt as though it had struck an exceptionally hard object, sparking a shower of sparks. He was jolted back by the force of the impact. Upon closer examination, beneath the tattered sleeve lay a shimmering, scale-like golden armor that appeared not to be a physical garment, but rather a manifestation of pure energy, a remarkable sight indeed. Such a remarkable item exists. These chosen individuals are certainly intriguing. Murong Juyin marveled inwardly, recognizing it as a projection of pure energy. After retreating several dozen meters, he regained his composure, a series of sword techniques flashing through his mind, and with that, his sword moved in harmony with his thoughts. The first sword of the waning moon. The first move resonated forth. On the opposing side, Zhao Fuji, equally poised for action, advanced with his sword, employing the same technique as before, yet with even greater intensity. Murong Juyin instantly discerned that the energy surrounding Zhao Fuji was also pure, confirming his suspicion that the mineral artifact had indeed provided these individuals with sustenance. Moments later, their blades clashed violently, unleashing a tempest of sword energy that stirred up fierce winds, sending shards of residual blades soaring into the air. A breathtaking spectacle. After their initial clash, both retreated simultaneously. Murong Juyin summoned a sliver of pure energy into his palm, launching the scattered shards towards Zhao Fuji with a forceful push. Zhao Fuji, ever vigilant, raised his hand effortlessly to deflect the non-threatening shards. Searching for Murong Juyin, he found only emptiness, for the latter had already maneuvered to the opposite side. Out of the corner of his eye, a long sword hurtled toward him, closing in rapidly. Murong Juyin, recalling his previous assassination experience, seized the moment as Zhao Fuji had just cleared the shards, hurling the sword like a flying dagger from an unexpected angle, aimed directly at Zhao Fuji's vital points. Zhao Fuji's heart raced, clearly unprepared for this maneuver. However, his formidable strength allowed him to twist his Duanyan sword just in time to barely block the strike. It must be noted that Zhao Fuji's so-called low-grade mysterious artifact was indeed incomparable to the nameless sword, as the latter was sent spiraling away with the force of the impact, accompanied by a streak of piercing sword light. Impressive reflexes. Murong Juyin deftly evaded the sword light and, in a fluid motion, caught the nameless sword. He had no intention of revealing his full strength just yet, retreating to gain some distance and allow himself time to react. Zhao Fuji remained composed, not pursuing, as he shook his Duanyan sword and began to crouch, seemingly unfastening something at his ankle. Seizing the opportunity, Murong Juyin moved forward, only to hear Zhao Fuji, without lifting his head, remark with a grin, "There's an even faster way." The latter's gaze sharpened, and his steps faltered as pure and refined energy rapidly coalesced within his legs. Then, like a sword unsheathed, he charged swiftly towards Zhao Fuji, closing the distance in mere moments. With a swift downward stroke, Zhao Fuji abruptly raised his head, while Murong Juyin felt a fierce gust of wind rush towards him, momentarily blinding him. At that very instant, the nameless sword had already struck a mass, but contrary to the expected scene of blood splattering, upon closer inspection, all that remained beneath the nameless sword were merely a few strips of metal leg bindings wrapped in burlap. This sight left Murong Juyin momentarily stunned, heightening his vigilance. A glimmer of cold light intruded upon his vision, followed by a series of clanging sounds as a discarded sword began to tremble violently. By the time he regained his composure, Zhao Fuji had already appeared not far from his side, thrusting his sword forward. Caught off guard, Murong Juyin felt a sharp cut across his arm in pain. He swiftly retreated, widening the gap between them, and turned to unleash a few probing sword strikes. The Duanyan sword sliced down indiscriminately, shattering all of his sword light in an instant. Zhao Fuji, with his somewhat dark complexion, surged forth from behind, exuding a fierce determination and decisiveness, his speed significantly faster than before, closing the distance of several dozen meters in just a few breaths. Murong Juyin's heart surged slightly. It was evident that Zhao Fuji was indeed a descendant of the heavenly sword sect, possessing not only exceptionally pure energy but also increasingly unpredictable techniques. The transformation of his energy into armor was clearly a secret art. If he were to possess such a skill, his strength could ascend to new heights. However, now was not the time for such thoughts. The Duanyan sword was already upon him, its brown blade looming large in his sight. With his left arm injured, Murong Juyin ceased to hide his prowess. Pure energy gushed forth from within him like a spring, converging upon the nameless sword in his hand. In an instant, the two long swords clashed violently in midair, producing a harsh metallic screech. For a moment, neither party could gain the upper hand, resulting in a stalemate. A similar scene unfolded on the arena where Tang Yin was engaged in battle, coincidentally facing another martial artist of the Zhao clan. He had already begun to suppress his opponent, their techniques sharp and their figures darting amidst the flames, igniting a flurry of sparks akin to fireworks. On the remaining arenas, aside from Yi Lian and the black-faced martial artist who seemed to navigate with ease, the other external warriors were on the brink of defeat. Yet, having reached this point, they all harbored a tenacious will to survive, albeit to outsiders. They appeared to be merely struggling in vain. Outside, Zhao Yuan's previously relaxed demeanor shifted slightly. Though it was but a fleeting moment, he clearly did not anticipate that Murong Juyin would be able to contend with Zhao Fuji until this point. Even though Zhao Fuji was merely an orphan with a solitary mother in the clan, who had always relied on the remnants left by others and had never received any substantial cultivation resources, he was still not comparable to those external warriors. Now, the two seemed evenly matched. And the remaining opponent was a disciple designated by the sect leader, leaving him speechless. Bai Ting and Yin Qing exchanged knowing smiles, each detecting a hint of joy in the other's eyes, as their own descendants had already achieved a dominant position in the other arenas, allowing them to relish in Zhao Yuan's predicament. Much like Zhao Yuan, Wang Ling's expression was similarly grim. Having been stationed at Hongye City previously, he enjoyed certain privileges, being the only one among the 6 peaks to present 3 descendants. However, 2 of them had encountered Yi Lian and the black-faced warrior, and it seemed that they were locked in a deadlock. Raising concerns of unforeseen changes to it appeared that this cohort of external warriors was commendable across the board. However, it remained uncertain how they would fare against the few young prodigies. Observing Tang Yan's commendable performance, Ling Tian's previously calm expression finally bore a hint of a smile. As an elder of the upper sect, he naturally took delight in this, yet to those listening, it sounded like mockery. Unable to hold back his frustration, Zhao Yuan vented, disdain evident on his cold face. Upon hearing his words, Bai Ting and Yin Qing could not contain their laughter, exchanging glances without uttering a single word, simply continuing to chuckle below, amidst the pavilions and towers encircling the arena. Cheers for the descendants of each peak resonated, filtering through the light barrier and reaching the ears of all present. Upon hearing these voices, Murong Juyin inwardly cursed the noise, as the nameless sword once again intercepted the downward slash of the Duanyan sword. Behind the sword's edge, Zhao Fuji's battle intent surged, his strength upon the nameless sword escalating. Yet, Murong Juyin remained unfazed, and despite several close encounters where their strikes nearly found their marks, they merely resulted in a few superficial wounds. Before long, both combatants were drenched in blood, Murong Juyin astonished by Zhao Fuji's reckless fighting style, yet it appeared chaotic and seemingly lacking in actual combat experience, relying purely on brute force. Conversely, Zhao Fuji was equally alarmed by some of Murong Juyin's underhanded tactics. This individual seemed quite sinister, targeting the lower regions and vital points. Had it not been for Zhao Fuji expending a vast amount of pure energy to summon his scaled armor, he would have likely been rendered a mere shadow of himself by now. Their garments, already tattered, were now riddled with gaping wounds, continuously seeping crimson blood. Chapter 79. The outcome is decided. The surrounding air currents suddenly stilled as Zhao Fuji's body trembled, seemingly having made a resolute decision. He then silently activated a certain secret technique, his aura surging once more, reaching the pinnacle of the Xian body realm, surpassing Murong Juyin by a margin. It appeared he had employed a secret art. Though it would not last long, Murong Juyin's heart stirred, his expression remaining calm. To him, it was merely a final struggle, despite feeling somewhat unsteady himself. Be cautious. A soft admonition rang out, as if a reminder. Though there was an overwhelming battle intent, no murderous intent was stirred. This individual is not without merit. With a slight shift in his heart, Murong Juyin also exerted himself fully, his mind racing with sword techniques. And the formidable strike was already brewing within him. A powerful gust swept through as Zhao Fuji raised his sword for a downward slash, leaving a trail of afterimages in his wake. The Duanyan sword in his hand trembled uncontrollably, seemingly unable to withstand the force he was channeling. Observing this, Murong Juyin initiated his sword strike, an execution of the first move of the Crescent Moon Three Swords, albeit this time infused with pure energy, rendering the technique exceedingly fierce. In that moment, all the discarded swords within the arena resonated in unison, as if in harmony, their cold glimmers flashing intermittently, leaving both combatants momentarily dazed. After a few breaths, the two long swords collided violently. In an instant, Murong Juyin's complexion flushed crimson, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his clothes billowing as the excess sword energy shredded them, propelling him backwards several dozen meters. In stark contrast, Zhao Fuji's steps remained unwavering, his sword technique growing increasingly fierce, unleashing a torrent of sword shadows upon Murong Juyin like a tempest. Unwilling to underestimate, Zhao Fuji seemed to have descended into madness, the speed of his sword strikes increasing exponentially. Before the shadows of one blade could dissipate, they were instantaneously shattered by the next, beneath a sky illuminated by a flurry of sword light. It appeared as though an impenetrable net had been woven. Murong Juyin, with a rare frown upon his brow, summoned pure vital energy that surged forth like a spring. Since his opponent had chosen to fight for their life, he too would engage, and it would be a test of endurance to see who would prevail in the end. Within the sword tomb, the sound of clashing blades resonated, evoking the sensation of being amidst the chaos of a battlefield. The long swords wielded by Murong Juyin and Zhao Fuji collided repeatedly, their pure vital energies intertwining and creating a formidable pressure that surged outward, startling countless broken swords into the air, only to be shattered by the ensuing shockwaves, cascading down like snowflakes. Murong Juyin deflected a strike and retreated a few steps, seizing the opportunity to unleash a palm imbued with pure vital energy. Zhao Fuji, undeterred, charged forward. However, this time was different. As their palms met and the forces canceled each other out, a glimmer of cold light shot forth from behind Murong Juyin's palm. It was the jade blade he had concealed. Unused since the onset of battle, this jade blade, infused with Murong Juyin's full strength, shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, piercing through Zhao Fuji's palm, which lacked the protective barrier of vital energy. And a spray of blood followed, the blade's sharpness exceeding Zhao Fuji's expectations. Regrettably, it was ultimately thwarted by the inferior-grade Xian artifact, the Duanyan sword, which deflected it away. You actually have such a sharp weapon concealed. Zhao Fuji winced in pain, swiftly employing vital energy to staunch the bleeding. That very moment, Murong Juyin had already advanced to confront him, summoning the jade blade while simultaneously swinging the slightly curved, nameless sword down upon Zhao Fuji. This strike, conceived in the depths of his heart, was an embodiment of the thought of severing. Zhao Fuji, feeling somewhat drained, still managed to block this blow. The inferior-grade Xian artifact indeed proved its worth. Zhao Fuji was sent staggering back several dozen meters, while a fissure appeared in Murong Juyin's nameless sword. Yet, what Zhao Fuji did not anticipate was that a wave of chilling sword energy surged towards him from the sword's edge, causing a sudden shiver to ripple through his fiery spirit. Having never encountered such a murderous aura before, he momentarily froze. Murong Juyin's eyes were now bloodshot, his presence chaotic, verging on the brink of madness. Enduring the throbbing pain in his head, he kicked towards Zhao Fuji. Caught off guard, Zhao Fuji was struck squarely in the chest. With his vital energy nearly depleted and his protective barrier reduced to a mere fragment, he suffered the blow with full force. A spurt of fresh blood erupted from his mouth as he staggered backward, the Duanyan sword embedding itself into the ground, halting his retreat. Without hesitation, he summoned the last remnants of his vital energy and charged towards Murong Juyin once more, this time casting aside any concern for his own life. Here we go again. Murong Juyin shook his disoriented head, uncertain whether he was referring to Zhao Fuji or something else entirely in a daze. He watched as the Duanyan sword approached, and with a swift sidestep, Murong Juyin evaded it, his nameless sword grazing the blade, igniting a flurry of sparks. Seizing the moment while Zhao Fuji was off balance, he lunged forward with the jade blade, though his own vital energy was nearly exhausted, rendering this strike rather feeble. Zhao Fuji intended to block it, but the vital energy scales failed to coalesce, leaving him no choice but to grasp the jade blade with his bare hand, instantly staining his already injured left hand a vivid crimson. Simultaneously, the Duanyan sword, powered by his last vestiges of strength, lunged at Murong Juyin. The latter's expression turned cold. He could not be bothered to parry, instead retaliating with his own strike, his eyes burning with a rare intensity. In the next moment, both were simultaneously pierced in the abdomen, the sword tips penetrating their protective vital energy and embedding into flesh, a tempest of sword energy wreaking havoc, sending them both flying backward due to the force behind their respective blades. Because Zhao Fuji had grasped the jade blade barehanded, he was sent hurtling away, leaving a trail of blood in his wake, a sight both tragic and forlorn. The dull thud of their bodies hitting the ground echoed as they fell simultaneously. Fortunately, the surrounding remnants of swords had long been cleared away by the aftermath of their previous clash. Otherwise, they would have undoubtedly been impaled like hedgehogs. Have I won? Zhao Fuji lay on the ground, breathless, as the voice of his mother echoed in his ears. Fuer, look quickly, mother has brought you something delicious. May fortune visit my home, and may blessings abound. Yet gradually, the voice grew fainter, and a veil of darkness began to encroach upon his sight. In his stupor, he thought he heard footsteps approaching. Suddenly, something was thrust into his mouth, a warm current coursing through his withered meridians, making him feel as though his senses were rapidly reviving, his vision sharpening. A figure emerged in his line of sight. It was Murong Juyin. In that moment of collapse, he felt something within him shatter, followed by a surge of vital energy coursing throughout his body that kept him conscious. Rising to see Zhao Fuji's weakened state, perhaps recognizing the futility of allowing him to perish, or perhaps to avoid further complications, Murong Juyin did not let him fade away, instead placing a healing elixir into Zhao Fuji's mouth. Even though his opponent was now incapacitated, Murong Juyin endured the intense pain in his abdomen, pressing the tip of his sword against Zhao Fuji's throat, a mere inch away from sealing his fate. Never relaxing his vigilance, Zhao Fuji's complexion was ashen. Sensing the other's intentions, he sighed softly and silently conceded defeat. Though unwilling, he recognized the separation of victory and loss. Why save me? Is it truly because of my utterly useless identity? Once calm, Zhao Fuji inquired softly, his tone imbued with a hint of melancholy that belied his youth. Murong Juyin, bloodied and battered, his eyes now clear and no longer bloodshot, swallowed a pill to staunch the bleeding and replied nonchalantly, "Perhaps, but I am not one for slaughter. Your murmurs suggest unfinished business. To halt here seems a tad pointless. Pointless? It makes little difference. Even if I cannot become an inner disciple, the outcome remains unchanged. Zhao Fuji gazed vacantly at the multicolored light curtain, his expression complex, lost in thought. The path ahead surely holds more than one route, yet there may not be another like the one beside me. Murong Juyin stepped back a few paces, his tone somewhat softened, as if struck by a thought. Murong Juyin sighed inwardly, casting a casual glance at the nameless sword in his grasp, its blade marred with jagged notches. Resembling a serrated edge, Zhao Fuji quietly murmured to himself, then looked up at the long sword in Murong Juyin's hand, whispering, "Murong brother, you must have killed quite a number of people out there. That sword is steeped in resentment and malice. Only those who deserved it. They should count themselves fortunate. This sword has likely served as a means of atonement." A soft voice echoed, in the next moment. A sharp crack resounded as the already jagged, nameless sword shattered from the hilt to the tip, pieces of silvery blade clattering to the ground, the sound crisp and melodious. Your inferior-grade Shin artifact is indeed formidable. Such a common sword cannot withstand its. He felt the chill emanating from the broken sword in his hand. Murong Juyin suddenly felt a sense of relief. The previous bloodthirst had nearly consumed him, nearly leading to mutual destruction with Zhao Fuji. Thankfully, he had managed to regain his senses in time. Otherwise, had Zhao Fuji perished, it would have drawn the ire of the old ghost Zhao Yuan. And that would undoubtedly complicate matters. He feared not for life or death. Rather, it was an obsession within him, with certain matters yet unfinished, and he did not wish to simply cease. However, nothing mattered anymore. At the moment the sword shattered, he felt an unexpected lightness wash over him, as if the past was merely fate's design. With that thought, Murong Juyin sheathed the broken sword and gazed once more at Zhao Fuji, who lay sprawled on the ground in a large shape. This youth, significantly younger than himself, bore a heavy burden, his eyes reflecting a profound weariness. Zhao Fuji spat out a mouthful of blood and met Murong Juyin's gaze. A faint smile gracing his lips. "Oh, what if it is an inferior-grade Shin artifact? In the end, I still lost to you. Just a matter of experience." Murong Juyin spoke coldly, choosing not to elaborate further. A flicker of determination flashed in his eyes as he raised his gaze once more towards the luminous screen above. A vague sense of relief washed over him. This arena battle should mark the final challenge. Surely, that group of ancient beings would not summon 10 more opponents. Otherwise, in his current state, he could simply concede defeat and lie down, at least allowing himself to enjoy some respite in the void. Zhao Yuan similarly regarded Murong Juyin. Their gazes intertwined for a fleeting moment before the latter hastily averted his eyes, settling down beside Zhao Fuji to meditate quietly while observing the ongoing battles on the other platforms. After approximately half a stick of incense, the remaining 9 arenas began to reveal their victors. Yi Lian and Tang Yin both emerged victorious, albeit at a great cost. Their opponents lay unconscious on the ground, motionless, save for the faint rise and fall of their chests, mercifully spared from death. The black-faced warrior, who had always operated as a lone wolf, one without unexpected brutality, yet curiously, there was no trace of arrogance on his countenance. His gaze lingered vacantly on the fallen foe as if he were profoundly shaken by something. Moreover, to the astonishment of all disciples of the Tianjin sect, a nondescript cloaked warrior had defeated his opponent, becoming the 5th external martial artist to triumph. The mocking voices from the pavilions at the edge of the square had fallen silent, and the few derisive snickers that remained were quickly stifled, leaving behind an eerie stillness. The descendants of the 6 Peaks, who boasted various resources, had suffered significant losses after several rounds against the external martial artists, an unprecedented occurrence in previous years. Elder Zhao, it seems your junior disciples require further tempering. Not to worry, there will be more opportunities at the 6 sects discussion of martial arts. Keep striving, Yin Qing consoled with a beaming smile. This seemingly harmless expression, however, brimmed with mockery in Zhao Yuan's eyes. Upon hearing this, he turned away in a huff, unwilling to acknowledge Yin Qing. His face darkened with fury. Equally scowling was Wang Ling, who had only managed to present 3 juniors this time. now reduced to a single contender still vying against external martial artists. Enough of this chatter. Let us all work together to dissolve the formation, Ling Tianxue interjected, interrupting the others and stepping forward. To which the remaining elders nodded in solemn agreement. Above the luminous screen, the 5 individuals formed a sword gesture with their hands, a strand of white light entwining around them. A set incantation resonated. 5 beams of radiant energy surged forth from their fingertips and melded into the screen. The screen erupted with brilliance, and the 20 individuals, some standing, others seated or reclining within the formation, were suddenly engulfed in a dizzying sensation. Enormous trees, stone forests, blazing seas of fire, winding streams, and sword mounds disintegrated into nothingness, as though they had never existed. Approximately 20 breaths later, the grand formation enveloping the entire square dissipated completely, and soft, warm sunlight poured down upon everyone, bestowing a sense of rebirth. Wherever one looked, there lay an expansive plain, only slightly more populated than when Morong Juyin and the others had first arrived, with a few dozen fallen combatants quietly cleared away by disciples clad in Tianjian sect attire. It all felt surreal, captivating in its power. Yi Lian wiped away the crimson from his lips, becoming somewhat contemplative as he glanced at Tang Yin, then turned his gaze to Morong Juyin. The latter responded with a knowing look. Suddenly sensing something and turning away in his line of sight, a woman in a coarse robe, her long hair flowing, hurried towards them, her weathered face etched with anxiety. "Fuer, are you all right?" The woman knelt beside Zhao Fuji, tenderly stroking his forehead, her rough left hand gently wiping away the blood from his face, trembling uncontrollably and only succeeding in smearing it further. A warmth surged within Zhao Fuji's initially despondent heart. And despite the excruciating pain, he managed to muster a faint smile. "Mother, I'm fine. I might just miss the 6 sects discussion. That's all right. We won't go as long as you're safe," the woman replied, tears brimming in her eyes, filled with maternal concern. Carefully, she retrieved a pill from her bosom and fed it to Zhao Fuji, channeling her true energy to aid in its refinement while remembering to express her gratitude. "Thank you for showing mercy to Fuji." The woman's disheveled hair and tattered clothing, though worn and weathered, hinted at a once beautiful visage, now dulled by the weight of hardship as she prioritized the protection of her child over her own appearance. Morong Jian gave a slight nod, remaining silent, clutching his chest as he turned away from her, striding towards Yi Lian. Chapter 81. Jian Ziqing'a, brothers, congratulations on surviving until the end, Yi Lian exclaimed with a knowing smile, addressing Tang Yin and Morong Juyin with feigned cheer. However, his own appearance was rather disheveled, his tattered clothing stained with blood, rendering the scene somewhat comical. The good-natured Tang Yin responded with a polite smile, acknowledging Yi Lian's words and casually greeting Morong Juyin. The latter merely nodded in return, while Yi Lian chose to ignore Tang Yan's amiability. This fellow maintained an enviable disposition, managing to retain his cheerful demeanor at all times. Not far away, Ling Tianxue approached with 4 elders, the remaining members wearing expressions of admiration. Observing this, Morong Juyin and his companions dared not be remiss and bowed in greeting. "Good lad, from now on, you shall be an inner disciple. You must take it upon yourself to uphold the glory of the Tianjian sect," Ling Tianxue declared, his presence exuding authority befitting the sect leader. With a wave of his hand, a gentle stream of energy flowed from his fingertips into the 3 of them. Morong Juyin felt a warm sensation coursing through him, dispelling fatigue and replenishing much of the true energy he had previously expended, prompting him to regard the elders with newfound respect. Yin Qing and Bai Ting brushed past Tang Yin, offering the 2 a reassuring glance that left Yi Lian feeling somewhat embarrassed. Morong Juyin's eyes flickered as he contemplated asking something when a cold voice suddenly interrupted. "Junior, your techniques are quite intriguing." Before he could react, Zhao Yuan appeared before him, a barely perceptible anger etched on his face. "Just fortunate, that's all," Morong Juyin replied, an uneasy sensation rising within him as he instinctively took a few steps back. In the next moment, a powerful hand rested upon his shoulder, overwhelming him with an immense pressure. Morong Juyin, already injured, felt his brow furrow in pain. Yet his gaze remained steady and unyielding as he met Zhao Yuan's eyes with neither subservience nor defiance. Yin Qing and Bai Ting observed quietly, refraining from intervening. Although this youth displayed commendable talent, he remained merely an external martial artist. Under normal circumstances, had Zhao Yuan chosen to strike him down here, he would face only a few years' worth of elder salary penalties, which explained his audacity to act in such a manner before Ling Tianshui's days. Murong Juyan felt as though his shoulder blade might shatter under the pressure. His arm growing numb as waves of excruciating pain coursed through him. He chanted his mental mantra, attempting to summon energy, yet the pure, true energy he had just begun to recover was swiftly sealed away by this forceful pressure. Before such a powerhouse, he could only submit to fate. Wei Lian and Tang Yin sensed something amiss and attempted to intervene, but one was pinned in place by an overwhelming force, while the other was restrained by Ling Tianxue, unable to advance even a step. Finally, just as Murong Juyan felt his body on the verge of collapse, a voice laced with amusement drifted into his ears, effortlessly dispelling the tension. "I say, old ghost, how shameless can you be? After living for hundreds of years, do you still bully the young?" Suddenly, Murong Juyan felt the pressure on his shoulder dissipate, and he gasped for breath, a complex expression crossing his face as he savored the newfound freedom. A gentle breeze wafted through as a robust elder clad in coarse attire appeared between them. "Now, this will be entertaining," Yin Qing remarked, a glimmer of delight flashing across his face at the sight of the unexpected arrival. Zhao Yuan's expression shifted from surprise to anger, before finally settling into a cold demeanor. "I thought you had perished outside. I almost prepared a few tables for a memorial." The sturdy elder smiled slightly, presenting a visage no different from an ordinary old man. "No need for that. It's not too late to set up a feast now. I'm quite in the mood for a drink. When will you host a banquet at Tianyue Peak?" "You?" Zhao Yuan's fury flared, radiating an overwhelming aura that forced several young disciples to stagger back. Unyielding, the elder countered with an even greater pressure emanating from his being, pushing Zhao Yuan back in turn. As their energies clashed, a tempest arose, sending the retreating disciples into disarray, leaving them feeling utterly miserable, nearly on the verge of vomiting blood. Ling Tianshui's gaze sharpened, and he stepped in to mediate, a gentle aura descending that effortlessly diffused the clash between the two. "Dissipating the tension into nothingness, that's enough. All of you are elders of the Tianjin sect, and should handle matters amicably," Ling Tianxue remarked with a warm smile, acting as the peacemaker. Then, shifting his focus, he addressed the sturdy elder. "Elder Jian Ziqing has returned from his travels in the external realm. I trust your cultivation has grown more stable, and that reaching the next level is imminent, which is a great fortune for our sect." Jian Ziqing, wearing a smile, replied nonchalantly, "I merely wandered about aimlessly. It's nothing noteworthy. Elder Jian is too modest. You are indeed the highest among us in terms of cultivation." Yin Qing stepped forward, and their relationship appeared to be quite amicable. Bai Ting was likewise inclined, as the two of them subtly shielded their three juniors behind them. With the arrival of this old man, they no longer needed to consider Zhao Yuan's presence. After all, with the elder leading the charge, they could simultaneously strengthen their bonds, making it a win-win situation. It was hardly worth mentioning. Jian Ziqing smiled warmly, waving his hand dismissively as he engaged in jovial conversation with the two, leaving Zhao Yuan and Wang Ling behind. The latter, with a flick of his sleeve, chose not to argue further and leisurely made his way toward Zhao Fuji and her mother. At that moment, Zhao Fuji was being helped by a woman. Upon seeing Zhao Yuan approach, she immediately grasped Zhao Fuji's hand and knelt down, awaiting his judgment. "Very well, take him back to recuperate," a somewhat gentle voice resonated, as Zhao Yuan donned a different facade in the presence of the widow and her child. Upon hearing these words, the woman sighed in relief, repeatedly bowing her head in gratitude, and wasted no time in assisting Zhao Fuji away from the scene. Zhao Fuji's expression was complex, casting a meaningful glance at Murong Juyan. Their eyes met briefly before each withdrew. Despite exuding a heavy aura of killing intent, he harbored a trace of compassion, which was indeed peculiar. "Young man, how would you feel about joining my Zizai Peak?" A soft chuckle pulled Murong Juyan back to reality. Jian Ziqing appeared affable, resembling a commendable elder. After a moment of contemplation, Morong Juyin bowed slightly and spoke. Thank you for your assistance, esteemed elder. It would be an utmost honor to become your disciple. Hardly worth mentioning, Jian Ziqing replied, waving his hand lightly. Before shifting the topic, however, joining my sect is no simple matter. It depends on whether there is fate. Fate. Upon hearing this, Morong Juyin felt a stir in his heart, re-evaluating the seemingly amiable elder before him. Before long, the remaining victors had all gathered, their faces brimming with excitement as they awaited Ling Tianxue's subsequent arrangements. Chapter 82. Registered disciple Ling Tianxue gazed at the 10 victors who had assembled, and as the sect leader, he naturally began with some encouraging remarks. The 5 who had grown up within the Tianjian sect listened with fervor, while Morong Juyin and the other external martial artists feigned respect, inwardly pondering what tangible benefits their arduous journey would yield. As if sensing their thoughts, Ling Tianxue's gaze sharpened slightly, and with a wave of his hand, each of the 10 was presented with a bag of yuan crystals and a set of garments in white and yellow, though they were distinct from those worn by true inner disciples. In 3 months, you will represent the new disciples alongside another 10 from various peaks to attend the Hongya City 6 Sects Conference. Those who rank in the top 10 will receive significant rewards. And the higher the sect's ranking, the greater the rewards. Additionally, the opportunity to break through to the Shin body realm and become a genuine inner disciple lies within this. His calm words resounded like thunder in their minds. The 5 juniors from each peak were overjoyed, having been privy to certain secrets, while the other 3 displayed uncertain expressions, not anticipating an additional trial after their arduous journey. Morong Juyin and Yi Lian exchanged glances, a feeling of hope swelling within them, as it appeared that the covert tasks assigned from above were likely to be fulfilled. Since Ling Tianxue's words were conveyed through thought, the onlooking disciples merely witnessed the 10 standing in stunned silence. Assuming these lowly martial artists were overly excitable and subject to ridicule, among the crowd, several young men and women cast disdainful glances at those around them as well as the victorious 10. Quietly withdrawing. All right. You may all return to your respective places. As for the remaining 5, a few elders will select them as registered disciples for now. Ling Tianxue gestured to the juniors from each peak, no longer concealing his intentions, his gaze settling warmly upon Tang Yen. Tang Yen understood the cue and quietly approached his side, signifying his choice. The elders exchanged looks, although they recognized Tang Yan's talent. No one spoke up to object. How tedious. Since no one else is making a selection, I shall take this taciturn young man first. Do you have any objections? Jian Ziqing broke the silence, directly bypassing the elders and inquiring about Morong Juyin's thoughts. I shall comply with the elders' arrangements, Morong Juyin replied with a slight bow, feeling a wave of relief. This peculiar old man, though eccentric, was kind-hearted and at odds with Zhao Yuan, which suited him perfectly. Not far off, Bai Ting stood with his hands clasped behind his back, seemingly uninterested in taking on disciples. To everyone's surprise, Yinqing pointed at Yi Lian and chuckled softly, "Pale-faced lad, you should remain at Bailan Peak. The other peaks are filled with oddities, don't let your good looks go to waste." Even Yi Lian, known for his thick skin, was momentarily taken aback, upon noticing a fleeting gesture from Morong Juyin's left hand. He suddenly beamed and performed a deep bow towards Yinqing, respectfully stating, "Thank you, esteemed elder. It would be my utmost pleasure." Yinqing smiled and nodded appreciatively. The remaining dark-faced warrior, Kuei Qi, and the blue-clad warrior, Fang Yuan, were both accepted as registered disciples by Zhao Yuan and Wang Ling respectively. Consequently, it seemed that Morong Juyin and Yi Lian had subtly aligned themselves with Yinqing. As the lively gathering dispersed, the disciples of Tianjian's sect began to depart, each returning to their own homes. The few individuals at the center also ceased their pleasantries. Ling Tianxue politely took his leave, taking Tang Yen aboard a small boat to soar into the skies. Departing swiftly, with Ling Tianxue absent, Zhao Yuan and Wang Ling dropped all pretense, neglecting to offer farewells as they took their registered disciples and left without a backward glance on the flying boat. Zhao Yuan's lips moved silently, inaudible to anyone. Kuei Qi turned back contemplatively to glance at Morong Juyin, who maintained a cold demeanor devoid of warmth. Kuei Qi's eyes glinted with malice as he sneered and turned away. Morong Juyan remained composed, having sensed the unfiltered killing intent in Kuei Chi's gaze. As a killer himself, he assumed it was merely a reflection of Kuei Chi's bloodthirstiness. In contrast, Feng Yuan, who had remained silent throughout, exuded an air of mystery, appearing harmless in demeanor. That dark fellow seems rather intrigued by you, Jian Ziqing remarked with a playful chuckle, hinting at amusement. Elder, you jest, I have no interest in such matters. Morong Juyan replied, feeling somewhat flustered by the sudden perception of his future mentor's unreliability. Young man, just relish this moment. Do not be deceived by your seemingly carefree mentor. When it comes to strength, he ranks among the top few elders, Yin Qing added with a gentle smile, dispelling his earlier aloofness towards Morong Juyan. Upon hearing this, Morong Juyan bowed slightly, attempting to don a smile, though it turned out colder than intended, prompting Yi Lian to shake his head repeatedly. As you prepare to attend the Hongya City Conference, you must support one another. This is likely your greatest opportunity in life, Bai Ting stated, his tone seemingly indifferent yet laced with subtle advice. The group nodded in agreement, while Morong Juyan felt a moment of clarity, realizing that the hierarchy within the sect was not merely about the division of disciples' territories. Sister Bai, next time, I shall take you to Hongya City. The scenery there is truly magnificent. Is that so? Then I must thank you in advance, dear sister. A sudden burst of sweet laughter echoed, and as they turned to look, several enchanting figures gradually came into view. Both Yin Qing and Bai Ting wore amiable expressions upon seeing the newcomers. Morong Juyan's gaze shifted, filled with a mix of nostalgia and surprise, recognizing the familiar faces of Lu Ying, Yin Lin, and Bai Ji, who had inadvertently wandered into the servant quarters that day, accompanied by a graceful and alluring woman, likely akin to Lu Ying. I have met Grandfather Jian. Greetings, Elder Jian. Upon approaching, Yin Lin and Bai Ji bowed slightly, while Lu Ying and the woman performed a deep bowed. As formal disciples of Tianjin sect, their gestures were imbued with respect. Jian Ziqing, filled with a sense of familial joy, couldn't help but smile broadly, then procured a vial of pills from his robes, mysteriously declaring to Yin Lin and Bai Ji, "Let me tell you, during my travels, I encountered a remarkable alchemist who gifted me a bottle of newly developed youth-preserving pills, claiming they can prolong life and maintain eternal youth. They are perfect for you young ladies. Wow, is it really that miraculous?" Bai Ji asked in astonishment, glancing towards Yin Lin, who also appeared bewildered. Despite having perused countless tales of chivalry, she had never heard of such a thing. Yin Qing stepped forward and playfully patted Jian Ziqing, chiding, "I say, old man, how can you casually offer pills from some rustic alchemist to our precious granddaughters? What if something goes awry with those pills?" Chapter 83. Hasty sword intent. You make a valid point, young man. Come here for a moment. Jian Ziqing nodded, then beckoned Morong Juyan over, his tone warm and inviting, suggesting a sense of familiarity. Morong Juyan, upon hearing the call, felt an inexplicable pang of unease surge within him, momentarily hesitating. "Come now, what are you dawdling for? Do you think I would harm you?" Jian Ziqing waved repeatedly, a mysterious smile adorning his face, causing Morong Juyan to feel an inexplicable chill. Ultimately, under the imploring gaze of Yi Lian, who was seeking his own fortune, Morong Juyan steeled himself and approached. Each of those few steps felt like treading on thin ice, fraught with difficulty. Upon his arrival, Jian Ziqing instantly transformed his expression into one of a kind and amiable elder, cheerfully exclaiming, "Come, come, dear disciple, consider this a token of our first meeting. This elixir, when consumed by an ordinary martial artist, can prolong life and preserve youth." Morong Juyan, outwardly respectful, could not help but curse inwardly as he spoke. Several pairs of eyes locked onto him, a throng of onlookers filled with eager anticipation. Even Xiao Juzi regarded him with a smile, offering a concerned glance. Helplessly, bound by the dictates of his master, Morong Juyan trusted that the old man would not dare to poison him in such a public setting. Thus, under Jian Ziqing's coaxing persuasion, he reluctantly grasped a pill, shimmering with a green luster, and swallowed it. It's sweet. As the elixir entered his mouth, it instantly transformed into a warm current coursing through his limbs, leaving a lingering sweetness on his lips. A taste that was utterly delightful to in that fleeting moment. Morong Juyin felt as though he had rejuvenated by several decades. Although there were no overt signs, he sensed a subtle transformation within himself. After a considerable pause, witnessing that Morong Juyin had neither collapsed nor succumbed to madness, Jian Ziqing exhibited a proud demeanor, evidently having never tested the efficacy of the potion himself. He once again extended the porcelain vial to a few young ladies, with Yin Qing and Bai Ting refraining from intervening this time, as they too believed he would not harm his juniors, merely indulging in light-hearted banter. Having just accepted a named disciple, to immediately test a potion was indeed rather impulsive. Morong Juyin felt a wave of relief wash over him. It seemed fortune was once more on his side. Meanwhile, Yin Lin and Baiji received the elixir with obedient gratitude, prompting Jian Ziqing to swell with pride momentarily. As fleeting desires for marriage and offspring flickered through his mind, he finally understood why those two old men cherished their only granddaughter so dearly. By the way, Brother Morong, I can now entrust Xiao Juzi to you, Yin Lin said with a gentle smile as she approached Morong Juyin. However, the phrase Brother Morong was uttered through gritted teeth, startling him. When had this young lady learned his true name? Beside them, Baiji stifled a giggle, resembling a blossoming bud, utterly charming. At the same moment, Xiao Juzi leapt gracefully onto Morong Juyin's shoulder, albeit positioning herself awkwardly, right where Zhao Yuan had previously pinched. Coupled with her robust, rotund physique, Morong Juyin found himself grimacing. The sight elicited laughter from the several beauties present, bathing the atmosphere in a warm, cheerful light. Brother Morong, no need to be so agitated. Yin Lin quickly waved her hand, displaying utmost politeness. Given the presence of Yin Qing and other elders, Morong Juyin merely nodded, refraining from further comment, as he gently shifted Xiao Juzi to his other shoulder. Young man, that little cat of yours is quite pleasing to the eye. Where did you acquire it? Jian Ziqing remarked with a sidelong glance, jesting. This cat and I are fated companions. May I keep her? Morong Juyin lowered his head slightly, his heart aflutter with anxiety. If rejected, he knew he could do nothing to change it. Jian Ziqing stroked his short beard, appraising Xiao Juzi, then casually replied, It matters not. If she can thrive in Bailing Peak, she is welcome in Zizai Peak, except for matters of the sect. Upon hearing this, Yin Qing's expression remained placid, having grown accustomed to Jian Ziqing's manner of speaking. Thank you, esteemed elder. Morong Juyin felt a weight lift from his heart. It seemed these formidable beings did not perceive Xiao Juzi's uniqueness. This only deepened his curiosity about what manner of being she truly was, since entering the realm of Tianjin. She had exhibited no extraordinary behavior, merely eating and sleeping. Had he not known of her miraculous nature, he might have deemed her an ordinary cat. Across from him, Yin Lin stealthily shot him a knowing glance that only the three of them understood. Morong Juyin's gaze flickered, silently nodding in gratitude. Familiar faces often lead to the same old pleasantries. The trio of formidable elders were no exception. It was only when a few juniors began to show signs of impatience that they took their respective disciples and departed from the square. On the flying boat, Baiji glanced back at Morong Juyin and Yilian, her gaze lingering on Morong Juyin briefly before vanishing in an instant. Let us go. Stop staring. Their status is lofty, and you cannot reach them. Jian Ziqing turned, seemingly misunderstanding the situation. Morong Juyin felt a wave of exasperation wash over him, opting not to explain as he leaped onto the flying boat released by Jian Ziqing. Soaring into the sky as they passed by Bailing Peak, the flying boat continued its swift trajectory, the surrounding scenery blurring into obscurity. Despite Morong Juyin's prowess in the Xianti realm, he could not discern the world around him. I prefer solitude, so I tend to stay further away, Jian Ziqing remarked, seemingly aware of the peculiarities behind him without turning around. The junior has no such intentions. It is merely the opportunity for a breakthrough in the Xianti realm that the sect master spoke of. Might the esteemed elder be willing to enlighten me? Morong Juyin inquired nonchalantly, seeking clarification on his lingering confusion. In response, Jian Ziqing simply tossed out a cryptic phrase. You will know when the time comes. And thereafter offered no further commentary. As time passed, the flying boat eventually came to rest at the foot of a somewhat dilapidated mountain. Murong Juyin and Xiao Juzi exchanged glances, slowly surveying their surroundings, which were filled with withered branches and fallen leaves, the remnants of trees starkly contrasting with the lush, verdant peaks nearby. However, the entrance to this peak bore a resemblance to Bailing Peak, featuring several ascending steps. Beyond the steps, a thick fog obscured the view, as if protected by a formation. A stone tablet was slanted beside the steps, inscribed with the three characters Zizai Peak, appearing as though etched by a drunken hand wielding a sword. Upon closer inspection, however, there was something unusual about it. What do you think of these characters? When I first took over this peak, I casually carved this stele, and now, a century has passed, Jian Ziqing remarked, stroking his short beard, his demeanor haughty, resembling a reclusive sage. Murong Juyin found himself at a loss for words, fascinated by the seemingly nonsensical strokes of the characters. Feeling an indescribable essence within them, the characters appeared hastily inscribed, as if done on a whim, yet within them lay a concealed, piercing sword intent, executed in one fluid motion, embodying the pinnacle of artistry. Lost in thought, a bony yet powerful hand suddenly patted Murong Juyin's shoulder gently, pulling him back to reality. What is the matter? Are you so entranced that you cannot move? Murong Juyin jolted, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, then slightly bowed, awkwardly replying, "Forgive me for my distraction, esteemed elder." "Not at all. You are not the first to be captivated," Jian Ziqing replied with a tranquil smile. Murong Juyin felt his shoulder lighten as Jian Ziqing had already reached the entrance steps. "Come, let me show you around." Though surprised, he had grown accustomed to the strength and temperament of these elders. Murong Juyin took one last glance at the stone tablet's sword marks before following suit. They ascended the steps, crossing through a shimmering barrier, revealing a vibrant scene filled with life. Cascading waterfalls, blooming gardens, and quaint pavilions, a stark contrast to the desolate landscape outside, yet still devoid of human presence, giving off a sense of solitude. Each mountain peak is imbued with formations, creating distinct environments within and without. In time, you will encounter them. Jian Ziqing seemed to sense Murong Juyin's confusion and casually explained, "I have witnessed such wonders several times." Murong Juyin nodded, a hint of bitterness creeping into his words. Jian Ziqing's lips curled into a subtle smile. He was well aware of the underlying meaning behind Murong Juyin's statement.